if one way is to isolate one face and then compare it to another in terms of size. So it's like, and then you can increase the number of sides infinitely, and you can make
No,
an
no, no,
integral.
no, no, no. Just thinking about it in terms of you're going to measure the entire face of a shape is not practical. You can't measure thousands of miles,
But
right? You can
you
you can
can,
measure 10 miles quite
but
comfortably.
you can with an integral. You can integrate it.
No, that's not a measurement. We're talking about physical measurements of the surface,
Okay.
right? So we would say, let's take 10 miles as an example, right? So over 10 miles, the globe model makes the prediction that there will be a certain amount of geometric drop from A to B due to curvature, that amount being around 66 feet, right? So we test our line of sight against that, whether it's line of sight using optics, the distance to the horizon that's predicted based on the curvature, or using something like a high-powered laser to draw a horizontal reference across a body of water and seeing if it can travel across that to the other side and hit a target, or whether it's going to go way over the target because the target's underneath the curvature that's supposed to be there. So you can measure segments and see if it's conforming to that curvature. And eventually, when you measure enough of these segments of varying sizes and you find that there's no curvature, you're forced to come to the conclusion that it's just as it's observed. It's level.
But
The water is level, like we're seeing.
cyc- cyclone, but laser lights bend. Fiber optics are a primary example of that.
Now, fiber optic is within a cable. We're talking about a laser being shot through the air.
Yeah, that's still with, so the fiber optic reflects because the density of that cable is a certain number, and there's total internal refraction, or excuse me, reflection. Um, Now in this
But,
case, your medium, and in this case your medium is air, but
yeah.
you're traveling through a lot of air, and that's not the only factor that you have to deal with.
No, it's not. You're correct. You are
Light
correct.
is an
You are correct.
electromagnetic. It
You've
responds to
got beam
electromagnetism.
divergence. Yeah, you've got beam spread. You've got the moisture in the air. You've got a whole different number of factors. But we can look at these factors and address them or be aware of them,
Uh-huh.
and still the target should not be hit by the laser on the other side if there is this 60-foot drop between the two and a physical obstruction between the target and the laser. So yeah, lasers can do funny things through great distances, but we can still quantify and control for that to a degree. And we can still decide whether or not this would work on a globe. Like if it was marginal, and you could say, okay, this result could be explained by the spread of the beam because the curvature isn't that much here. That's one thing. But if you increase the distance to the point where those still would allow it to hit the target, and it does hit the target, then you disproven the curve.
So, Cyclone, are you referring to a citation that took into account all of these factors of how light can be manipulated?
Well, there's a bunch of different examples that where people have used different types of lasers and they've accounted for refraction. Yeah, there's a bunch of different examples of these things being done.
Okay, is there like a link or something?
Right. So if you join the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel, it's discord.gg/Flat Earth. I'm sure someone can send you the link. And then you go down to the additional information section and look under L for laser tests is a channel. There's loads of videos in there, and I'm sure some people can post them in the chat here. But yeah, join the server and look at the additional information channel. I'm going to have to pop on mute, but there will be someone else who can pick this up with you.
Okay.
Wait, so what was the contention there? I didn't really follow that.
So he's saying that there is citations and that there is evidence where the guys do take into account all the ways that a laser can be manipulated, and it's still it still was not reading correctly.
Okay, so even controlling for everything but the sphericity of the Earth was. Oh, yeah, I see.
Allegedly, according to this, I've not seen any citations, but apparently they're on the server apparently.
So wait, so the Earth, so controlling for moisture in the air, like the air is obviously a non-vacuum.
Apparently, apparently.
They're saying the laser um s- uh hits the target, therefore the Earth isn't a globe.
It does not hit the target, allegedly.
Wait, but if the Earth was a globe, wouldn't you expect it to not hit the target? So the flat earther should be claiming that the laser does hit the target, right?
That's a good point. Maybe cycling.
Yeah, this is what we're saying. Yeah, this is what we're saying. So from point A to point B over 10 miles, they tell us there's a 60 plus foot of drop. So if you were to shoot the laser should be flying way above the target. You should be looking up and seeing the laser because it's going over this curve. But
Yeah,
if you
it's
hit
tangent.
the target, then your laser has not been obstructed by a curve, and you've just drawn a horizontal line across this lake. That's
Yeah.
what I'm
Wait,
talking about.
so in the
And
study,
so
they hit the target though?
SpongeBob, I was saying, if you look under L, under the channels that you were looking at earlier, there's a channel on laser tests, and you can see a bunch of these different demonstrations.
So Cyclone, did they hit the target?
Yeah, these lasers are hitting targets exceeding the limits of the globe.
Oh, but if it hits the target, then you could just say it bended because of other reasons. I thought this was not hitting the target.
No, if it wasn't hit, it would. If the globe was real and there was curvature, it could not hit the target, but it does hit the target,
Yeah,
meaning
because
that there is no obstruction due to curvature.
Well, you could say that maybe if there's a lot of moisture in the
No, you
air,
can't. No,
there's
you
like
can't.
there's an
No, you can't.
anomaly where
Yeah,
You can't say that.
you could say a lot of things. You couldn't demonstrate it. You couldn't show us a laser bending downwards in air. You would also be assuming the curvature that you're claiming it's bending around because you've got no measurement of it. This is what we're trying to
yeah, you would be
demonstrate here.
assuming it. Yeah, you'd be looking for a
hold on.
justification.
Yes, you can make a laser bend downwards in air. Actually, I think there's a YouTube video that's like very popular, has like several million views, where a guy just bends laser light with water. It's just like a
Oh, so not in air.
So not in the air
Not in
then.
air.
Yeah,
Well, we're talking about
but-
moisture
yeah.
in the air, though.
Yeah, and that's
moisture.
that is
moisture.
The Earth is flat. Someone argue me about it. Let's go.
Huh?
Listen. Yes, there are people who have done videos where they've filled a fish tank full of sugar and water to create a medium where the laser will bend through. That is not air. You cannot provide a demonstration of a laser in air bending downwards at a rate of around 8 inches per mile squared to match the globe model, which is what you would need to claim that our laser is bending around that curve that you've never observed or measured.
So in pure water,
So it's a fallacious scope.
so in pure water, would it be more than 8 inches per mile squared?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
If the medium is pure water, could you expect that the laser would bend enough to bend around the curvature of the Earth and hit the target?
When would you be doing
water?
No sense. Yeah, you're shooting through air, not water. You're not going
No.
underwater and
No, but I'm
shooting a
just saying.
laser.
I'm just wondering what's the actual
Hey,
like.
but
What's the
Cyclone,
refractory like? How much is it?
Well, if you want to know, get a laser, shine it through some water, see what you come up with.
Well, hold on, Cyclone. Can we admit that air is a combination of atoms, and one of the molecules in air is certainly water, H2O.
You've got moisture in the air. Yes, that does not mean a laser is bending around the globe. That is a totally different argument. See, this is what they try and do with refraction. They try and speak in very general terms about light and say, well, because light is traveling through air, it means it can do this magical thing that has never been demonstrated. It's not the same thing. It's a begging the question fallacy. You're not bending a laser downwards in air. You're not curving around 60 feet of curve. I mean, people as well, when they've done some of these, have taken wide shots of them, and the lasers are just going straight. They're not observing them curving around anything. So if you disagree, if you can show us a laser test where this laser is bending around the curve of Earth and we can see that, then feel free, present it. But that doesn't exist.
Okay,
But also,
so
Cyclone,
So wait, so I just looked it up. So liquid water has a refractory index of 1.3, but humid air can have a refractory index above 1, but I guess it would be less than 1.3. So I guess the question is how much more refractive is humid air?
But also, Cyclone, this totally negates. This is a completely separate conversation. But refraction or the light can bend not only because of refraction, but also electromagnetism has an effect.
Okay. What's your point?
Okay, well, so then it doesn't necessarily have to be that it's refraction. It could be the electromagnetic
Right. Well, you
field of the
you
Earth.
currently you don't have anything happening to anything unless you've got a demonstration.
You don't think light can bend because electromagnetism?
But you say, well, saying light can bend is not the same as saying a laser is bending over 60 foot of curved water to hit a target on the other side of the curve. Those are different claims. You understand?
I just think light can bend for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah. So so exactly, this is what I was talking about. So you'll make this big assertion and then claim that it can make any distance of measurement of observation or laser test possible because light bends. It's retarded.
Well,
So
I mean, here's the thing: is that if you're gonna go do the metrics, if you're gonna get down to the metrics, we're gonna have to do some math. But I tried to tell you about integrals. You didn't want to do the integrals, and
yeah, okay. So I don't know. Present your case. Can you even present the math? What would the conditions have to be in order to make these lasers bend around the curve at the rate that they're hitting the target?
I don't know.
I mean, this is your claim.
Well,
This is your claim. So until you've got something, we can just dismiss it.
It probably a lot, and it could be gravity.
Yeah, well, people have checked these things, and no, there's no refraction ever recorded that can account for what would be needed to do some of the things that we're observing in these observations. The distances we're seeing, the lasers, the distances lasers are being shot. You've got no evidence that refraction exists that accounts for any of that. You've just got the vague words, light can bend.
No, but those are three different methods. We talked about refraction, we talked about electromagnetism, and now what about gravity? Like black holes can bend light.
Oh, black holes. So yeah, now you're going to go into the realm of fantasy for things you've never experienced or observed to explain why the laser is hitting the target.
Okay, do you think gravity cannot affect light? Let's start there.
Yes, I think gravity does not affect light.
This is another topic. How are you defining gravity, for starters?
The force that pulls anything with mass together.
Right. So it hasn't been considered a force for over 100 years. So you're already out of date with what they're claiming gravity even is.
Well, it's called the fundamental force, isn't it?
No. Gravity, as far as Einstein conceptualized it, is the uneven distribution of mass in the universe causing bending and warping space-time. Right? It's not mass attracts mass. That's Newtonian, which was thrown out when Einstein came up with his theory. So, no, the laser is not hitting the target across the lake because of Einstein's concept of bending, warping space-time.
Yeah, but do we have to follow Einstein's one theory? There were other theories out there, weren't there?
Well, yeah, and also the orthodoxy is still that gravity is a fundamental force.
We prefer reality. I mean, if you're going to talk about bendy, warpy space-time, something you've never observed and that was merely conceptualized in Einstein's mind, we're no longer dealing with reality.
You're the one that's talking about bending, warping space-time. I'm just saying that two objects with mass.
Yeah, but this is because you don't understand what you mean when you say gravity. But you're the one that said gravity, which in this mainstream notion is the bending and warping of space-time. So yeah, you might not understand that.
I will admit, you are diving into a very deep rabbit hole if you want to talk about the origins of gravity, but you and I can agree.
No, I don't.
You and I can agree that the effects of gravity are real, correct?
No.
No?
I can agree that when you drop your phone, it falls to the ground.
The effects of what he calls gravity, at least.
Yeah. So there's a difference between the effect of what we're observing and the cause of that thing falling.
Okay,
Right.
fine.
So,
Forget the cause. Forget the cause, and just look at the effects.
Right. So you're now seeing a laser that's hitting a target that should be behind Earth curve, and your response is, well, if I drop my phone and it goes down, that means the light can bend around a ball. That's non sequitur nonsense.
Well, hold on. Why can't light do that? Why not?
Right. Well, what's your evidence for it?
So like black holes have a lot of gravity and can
What's
bend.
your fucking?
Right.
So your imagination is the reason why
It's
light can
cartoon.
bend.
Yeah.
That's
Remember
not my imagination.
SpongeBob? Remember SpongeBob earlier when I said they'll start talking about things that are not in their reality? This is an example of one. So this guy's gone from the laser hits the target at a distance that's impossible on the globe. But if I drop my phone and it falls down, and I assume or imagine this concept of a black hole that bends light around, then I could reasonably argue that this light from the laser is bending around a curve that I've never experienced or observed. That's how many levels of fallacy is required to do the mental gymnastics to try and explain why a laser hits a target 10 miles away.
I'm not sure. I don't think that that the consensus of modern science is even that the Earth's gravity is strong enough to have a significant effect on a laser.
Yeah, exactly. It's not. No one's claiming this. Again, this is Discord Globy off into the weeds about a subject that he's never really looked into, just trying to argue, rather than asking questions
how do you define significant?
Which was sensible.
I guess significant for the purposes of this discussion.
See, SpongeBob, you'll get a lot out of it because you ask good questions without some kind of emotional attachment to your belief, whereas this guy, because he's attached to his belief, is not able to think logically, and he's saying,
"Whoa, hey, there's no need for a personal attack."
No, it's the truth.
Sorry, I'm not trying to
logically.
This is impassionate. Sorry, this is impassionate. You are thinking it logically.
Where's the illogical part?
Because you said you called upon dropping your phone, which is what we agreed you're actually talking about. It's all you can experience when it comes to gravity. An object might fall. Therefore, black holes, a cartoon you've been shown, light bending around the black hole. Therefore, the laser can bend around the curve that you have no evidence for.
Okay, very well. Okay. I'll give you another example. No black hole. Okay, so
we could just look this up. It's an empirical question, right? How much is the purported effect of gravity on, say, a laser beam? I'm playing a game, so I'm not going to do it. But I mean,
no, you can't look it up because gravity doesn't affect light.
I'm saying the purported effect.
If he wants to make that argument, that will be on him to evidence. So he would have to look that up, provide the citation, provide the demonstration. But I think he's already realized that's a silly argument and he wants to move on.
Okay, well, no. So to my understanding, light is certainly affected by gravity. And I'll give you I'll walk you down through the logic. So first of all, let's agree. Do you agree that electrons have mass?
Listen, if you're claiming that light is being affected by what you are calling gravity, and again, are you talking about the bending and warping of space-time now?
Sure.
Right, so your claim is light is being bent by the bending and warping of space-time. Just prove that. Your proof has nothing to do with asking me questions. Present your evidence for that claim.
Okay, so
first you're going to need to establish the light is bending, and then you're going to need to establish that bending is caused by something called the bending and warping of space-time. I don't know how you're going to do that, but feel free.
What if I say no to the first part and then we continue on?
No to which part? The provide evidence part.
Let's say it's not the bending and warping, and then continue on.
Well, then you're saying light is bending due to something I can't define.
Well, yeah. So I'll explain it. So you ready?
Well, don't explain it. Get your evidence, but feel free if it requires an explanation.
Okay. So first, do we agree that electrons have mass?
My agreement has nothing to do with your evidence. Please get to your evidence.
That's fine. I'm just trying to.
My opinion is not evidence in favor of you or against you. You've made a claim that light is doing something. Show us.
Well,
light does not have mass. No.
Well, you might disagree with his fundamental scientific presuppositions, right? I mean, because you believe that.
Well, then he can present them. Well, then he can present his views, and we will then respond to them. His views have nothing to do with my understanding or belief on things. You understand?
Okay, so yeah, so let me walk you down through the logic. Okay, so first of all, I do believe that electrons have mass, and I want to confirm that with you because this is how I'm going to show you that light
Okay.
also has mass, and that
Okay, so let's take it one claim at a time. You're claiming an electron has
Yep.
mass. So
yes.
what's your evidence for that?
Okay, so like if you weigh elements with like ICP-MS, or if you
Well,
weigh
first,
isotopes,
how are you defining an electron?
the negatively charged particle that revolves around the nucleus of an atom.
Okay, and where is that being quantified, measured, or observed, and then weighed to give you this mass that you're claiming?
Yeah, I want to know how you know it's spinning around something.
With orbitals? You talking about Schrodinger's equation now?
Schrodinger's equation. Come on, bro.
Well,
No,
Schrodinger
you said
is the one that has developed the most recent
you're
model
saying
for
this
the
thing-
electron orbitals, SPD.
You're saying this thing has mass. You're saying this thing has mass. We've asked you to quantify this thing, show us this thing, and then show us how you know it has mass.
Okay, first I'm asking you if you agree with me. Do you disagree? Is this where the first break is?
Does your evidence rely on my agreeing with you without
No,
evidence?
I'm just because if you end up agreeing, then I say all of this for nothing. I'm sure I
agreeing
can
with what? You haven't been able to show us the first step, which is you claim
Look,
this thing has
Cyclone,
mass. You haven't been able to show us this thing or its mass.
Cyclone. I'm sure I could find a way to show you and all the proof. My current understanding
Okay.
is they use ICP-MS to
But-
measure the weights of the weights of different isotopes and
Masses.
their electrons and their masses.
Okay,
So-
well, that's what you would need to do for your argument, since that's how you founded your argument.
Okay,
You
so
would need to then prove that.
Cyclone, I'm just trying. I'm
We're not
trying
gonna be able to
go
prove
down
that
the
here.
logic thing, and I'm just trying to see if you can get past this initial hurdle. If you disagree that
It's
electrons
not
even
about
exist,
logic.
like say so. Do you-
Okay. So far, you have not proven this premise, so no, I don't believe it. Now, what else? Does that
Well-
destroy your entire argument?
if
Well, it
you
doesn't.
don't
Well,
think-
your
if-
disbelief doesn't destroy his argument. I mean, there are things within the scope of a Discord
Well,
conversation.
but if
there are
I
things
don't
that we're not
accept
going
the
to be able to
assumption,
demonstrate.
if I don't accept the assumption, because he's made that assumption at the beginning of his argument, so if that assumption, if we don't just assume that, because he hasn't provided any evidence for it, does his argument still hold, or does it rely on this assumption being true that he has an evidence?
So if you don't assume that, yeah, it's fair enough. If you don't assume that, then he can't continue.
Right.
With
Well,
his,
I'm not
with
going to
his
assume
dialectic.
something. Right. Well, I'm not going to assume something that he's provided zero evidence for. Okay. Is that fair?
But I'm just saying, to his credit, we can't demonstrate that right here and now. I mean,
Right.
He
But
is-
no. But listen. He has made the claim. It is he who has to provide the evidence. Saying, well, we haven't disproven it. We don't need to disprove it. He hasn't evidenced anything. This is called hits and razor. A claim made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. There's no
Okay, look,
obligation on us here.
Cyclone,
He's making a claim.
Cyclone, what we're trying to tell you is that I can go put together a report for you on how electrons are measured. Now, I'm trying to figure out if I need to do that with you in the first place. Because if I don't need to do that, and you already believe electrons exist, then we can move on. But I'm asking you
Right,
to argue
so-
in good faith right now. Do you think electrons don't exist?
I've yet to see you provide any evidence for your claim so far. No. And you saying I could provide the evidence, I don't believe that either, because if you did have evidence, you would have just presented it. I'm not saying that you personally have to go and do this, and you know that's not why I'm asking you. You could show us someone else
I have a couple
observed,
experiments off the top of
measured,
my head. But,
detected.
well, Cyclone, I have
so
a
if
couple.
the first premise of your argument relies on this notion that you have a thing which you can prove to have mass, demonstrate that, and then you can proceed. If you can't, then you don't have that.
Okay, so you
Your
disagree
argument
that.
has to be done without that.
well, you're at an impasse because the examples that you're going to provide refraction are not going to be accepted by him. Just like the pictures that we have of the alleged sphere Earth is not
No,
going to
no.
be accepted by him,
This
right?
has nothing to do with refraction. No, this has nothing to do with.
No, no,
he
I'm
hasn't got to refraction.
No, I'm
He's
saying his
talking
name.
about a model. He's talking about a model
My
of
I
an
name
wasn't
is
atom,
referencing refraction. I'm
With a nucleus.
addressing him.
an electron. This is what he's talking about. He's talking about electrons. He's talking about a model that he's had presented to him in a textbook, and he's saying, I know that this electron in this model that I've been shown has a mass. He doesn't know how he knows that or why he thinks that. This is just what he's heard, which is why I'm exposing this by saying, okay, what actual evidence do you have for that? And he's saying, well, I could provide you evidence for that, but instead I'm just going to ask you to believe me. And if you don't, then I won't continue.
No,
Well,
Cyclone,
he's
the
showing you
reason-
that it's been demonstrated by an ICPS machine, but if he showed you like documentation of
Yeah,
that, you wouldn't accept that.
He's shown that light has been analyzed.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's rewind a little bit. So, Cyclone, I am telling you that if you don't believe in electrons, I can have that discussion with you with evidence. I did mention ICP-MS. I can talk about the Gold-Rutherford experiment that tells you that atoms are mostly empty space and they use the cathode ray. And we could talk about all the other experiments that they did. But that's kind of a different that's going down a different rabbit hole. Because I'm trying to show you logically is that if you do believe that electrons have mass, there is a logical pathway towards seeing.
No, this is not logic, my friend. This is not logic, my friend. This is a story that you've been told about gravity, which we've already established you got wrong. It's not about mass attracting mass. So you already don't understand that. And then you are linking that to another. I know you would, because you haven't actually researched the current definition of gravity, apparently.
You don't have to
You're
agree with
also
every part of
linking
it.
that
I'm
to
asking you
another
what you agree
story.
with.
Listen. You are linking your lack of understanding about gravity with this story you've heard about electrons based on a model you've been shown, and based on a number of claims about machines that I would have guessed that you don't work with, you've never used. You probably don't fully understand. I'm not claiming that I do, but I'm assuming that you don't either.
Hey, whoa!
And then you're piling those on
calculated
top of
Schrödinger's
each other.
equation once or twice, and like years ago.
Yeah. I mean, you can calculate Superman's top speed. That doesn't make it real. So just having a calculation isn't evidence of your claim. You are ascribing physical properties to things that you've never physically experienced, weighed, measured, observed, or detected. You're ascribing physical properties to story.
No, that's false.
The bending and warping of space-time, the electrons. You've got no experience of these in the physical world.
Hold on. Yes, I do. That's not.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Broad assumptions.
Okay, show me your experience of an electron in the physical world.
Okay, you ever use like a battery?
That's an assumption. Yes, exactly. See, you ascribe this concept of electrons to something like a battery, and you fallaciously think that's a concretism in your head because you're picturing this model of an electron and an atom. When you look at a battery, you're saying that is me experiencing the electron in the model. Fallacious nonsense.
Okay, well,
See,
Cyclone,
you need to think logically. You're the one who keeps saying logic. You're the one who keeps saying logic. You are using none, and I am demonstrating very clearly how you are not thinking.
I will tell you, Cyclone. I can tell you, and I can explain to you how a battery works and how we use chemistry to understand where
you could
electrons.
Tell me all these things. You could tell me how a battery works. Very good. That is not physical experience with an electron.
Huh?
That's not your physical experience or quantification of an electron. This would be a model that you've applied to your
but you can measure
understanding of a battery.
But you can measure it.
You can measure one electron. And then
are you kidding me? Yes, we can. We can measure electrons.
Okay, and then you weigh its mass.
Yeah, with a different machinery, you can count electrons with a potential.
Okay. Show me how you've isolated an electron and then you've weighed its mass for your argument.
Okay, are you ready to go down this rabbit hole? This is.
Yeah. Let's hear the story.
Okay,
let's hear the story.
I'm pulling up MS Paint right now, and I'm
here we go. MS Paint, the foundation of any good scientific proof.
Well, I mean, do you want me to draw it to you? You want me to explain it to you? What am I going to do?
Wow. Okay. So it can only be an explanation or a drawing from your imagination. Is that what you're telling me?
What? No. You're asking me. Look, Cyclone. I'm willing to go down that route, but first, I would like a genuine answer
from your imagination.
I would like a genuine answer from you hold on, Cyclone. I'd like a genuine answer from you. Do you believe electrons exist? Is the answer yes or no?
Why are you so obsessed with my beliefs? What do my beliefs have to
Because
do with your
well,
understanding of the real world?
you and I are having a
See,
conversation
this
here.
gives
And I'm
away.
trying to
See, this is
convince
what gives
you.
it away. This is
I'm
what
trying to
gives it
convince
away,
you
right?
of what I
Hold
think
on.
is real.
Yes, you're trying to convince me of your beliefs. I understand. No, I am not convinced by your beliefs. And the very fact that you're posting it in that way shows us that it is a belief. Do you believe in gravity? Do you believe in an electron? It's a belief. I don't believe the grass is green. I experience that. I have knowledge of it. Do you believe in
No,
gravity?
that's
Do you
still
believe
a
in the
belief.
electron?
You observe
It's
it
a
with your
belief.
senses. You observe it
It's
with
a
your
belief,
senses.
yes. And now this guy's going to
You
say
can
the
believe
green
a true
grass
fact,
is a
right?
belief. Oh, here we go. First year philosophy kicks in. We believe, yeah, you can believing the grass is green is the same as believing in electrons and gravity
No,
bending,
Cyclone,
working.
it's about believing your eyes. Your measurement instrument in this case is your eyes. And
Believing your
brain.
eyes. Yeah.
No,
So what
if
did you use?
what if your eyes aren't working
What did you
correctly? Who
use?
knows? But look, that's a different
Yeah.
conversation. So far you
Yeah.
do not believe in electrons. Am I correct in that?
I don't believe anything that you're saying right now, no.
Okay, so you don't believe in electrons.
Start from there. So provide me the evidence for your electrons and how you weighed them for mass.
Okay.
And if you can't, then it's confirmed you're full of shit.
So if I don't explain to you,
present your evidence.
okay,
Present your evidence. I don't want an explanation. No, I don't want an explanation. I want the
What?
evidence. Something empirical. A scientific experiment. An observation. What have you got? I don't want an explanation from your ass. I don't want an MS Paint drawing from your ass. I want something concrete, verifiable.
Okay,
You
so
understand?
you want a scholarly article that says electrons exist.
How do they quantify? What experiment did they do? So that's what you're saying. So you don't actually know this. Now you're going to an article that someone else tells you.
I'm telling you, I will explain. But as soon as I tell you, I'll explain. You're like, no, you don't want explanations. You just want
Yeah, because you'll just
someone
tell
else
the
to do the
story you've been
experiment.
told.
I told you,
Yeah,
I'm willing to
you
draw
will
it on
retell
MS
the
Paint. I will
story.
show you how the battery works, and I'll show you how you can measure electrons. You don't even want to. You don't even want me to draw it.
Wow.
Would you like me to
So
draw
you've never
it?
seen an electron. Never seen an electron. You've never measured it. You've never weighed it for mass.
Cyclone,
So your
would you like
entire
me to
premise
tell you
is
how
wrong.
I have personally done it?
You've never measured,
what?
you've never seen an electron, you're a liar.
Okay, I'll show you then. Here we go.
Okay. Go and draw your electron in MS Paint and then explain how that proves that you've seen an electron. That'll be good.
First, I'll draw a battery.
Oh, wow. I've seen a battery. Now what? I didn't see electrons.
Well, can you see my screen?
No, I can't. I'm driving at the moment.
Oh, what? Okay, well,
You can draw it for other people. Everyone in here loves the Globe cartoons. Draw it for them. They can describe it to me.
okay. Well, I want to make sure that the audience is engaged. You're like the only person talking. Maybe Redwan or Redwen. Can you see my screen?
I'll
No,
watch.
I'm not over there. I'm just listening.
He's
Well,
trying to get you booted from the channel, by the way.
How come? I'm about to draw how you can
Why
measure
would I try to
electrons.
get him booted when all I have to do is click on his name and get rid of him?
Who said we're trying to get him booted? Who said
No,
that?
look at the chat. He says boot this Joker.
Who said that?
Who said
Oh no,
that?
that's someone else. That's Reckoner. Never mind.
So yeah, don't interject with nonsense, please.
Yeah, come on. We're trying to have a good conversation.
He's silent though. Yeah, he's a lurker who just wants someone who disagrees with him to be booted. This guy in chat.
Well, really, this is really going nowhere because if we remember, this is way off into the weeds because this is apparently this guy's attempt to explain why the laser is hitting targets that are impossible on the globe. He's currently in MS Paint trying to draw an electron that he's never seen to disprove the laser test.
Well,
you have to appreciate the fact that per his worldview, you wouldn't even be able to physically see it, right? Now you might reject it on that basis, but you have to appreciate that fact.
I'm drawing
Yeah,
how
no.
you can
But I don't
measure it.
appreciate that he's trying to say that something he's never experienced is what disproves these lasers hitting targets.
Well, no, in
This
his
is
view,
the
he has
debunk
experienced it, but but he has the
What are you
model.
talking about? No, he hasn't. He's saying he's experienced the battery.
No,
Well,
but in his view,
I'm
electrons
trying
are
to
part of
show
the
you.
physical world.
I'm trying to
Yes.
show you,
So
man. If you
he
just take
applies the concept. He applies the concept of electrons to a battery that he actually sees, and he makes the fallacious leap to say that the concept of electrons that I've applied means it's a physical concretism that I have directly observed. This is how illogical the man's brain is, and this is still miles away from the laser that hits the bloody target, which is what's actually being discussed. He's not even close to discussing the laser. He's in MS Paint drawing cartoons of concepts.
Okay. Well, okay, again, but per his worldview, and I'm sure I hope you understand at least what he's proposing, right? Which is that the world is made up by a bunch of tiny electrons that are too small to see. So you have to appreciate the fact that he wouldn't be able to physically demonstrate that they exist anyway. It would have to be an explanation.
Yeah, I'm letting him go through the process of making that realization himself, because some people have too much hubris where they actually do genuinely think they experience electrons until they go through the physical act of actually trying to demonstrate it before they come to the realization that you have, which is that they're not something we physically experience. They're a conceptual model we apply.
No.
There you go.
If they're real, if they are real, you physically experience them, but it can't be demonstrated that
Right.
that what
If
you're
you're
experiencing
saying-
is due to the electrons.
Right. The very fact that you have to say if they are real means that they're not being dealt with on the level that we're talking about, which is
It's like-
in reality.
Like, are you experiencing your spleen right now?
Wow.
I mean, it exists,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, it's part of my body.
Okay,
It
so
can be physically
Cyclone,
observed and
can you take
manipulated.
2 seconds just to look at my screen for like 2
it
seconds?
can be, but it's not right now.
No, I can't. Yeah, but it can be. The electron never can.
Well,
It's a concept.
that's not. Well, that's where the empirical disagreement is.
Oh, that's
he
where the
believes it.
empirical is. He now showing us the empirical evidence of it? Is he?
Well, but
No.
well, he's talked about
yes.
ICP-MS machines though. But so
Yes,
in
really?
his view, it can be
Also,
demonstrated.
Cyclone, please just take a look at my screen. I've drawn to
No,
you
I can't look at my screen. I've already told you.
Okay, well, I've drawn how a battery works, which has an anode and a cathode. And the whole idea is that metals are oxidized at the anode and they recombine at the cathode. Now, what does that mean? The lithium inside of your lithium ion batteries, an electron is ripped off of the lithium metal. The lithium metal moves through the electrolyte, which is this yellow part here, and then goes to the cathode and intercalates at the cathode. That's the term.
Okay. Could you show me the electron? Could you show me the electron?
Yes, I will. Just
let's
hold
see it.
on. So the electron then follows the pathway of a circuit so that it can get to the other side of the battery because it wants to recombine with the lithium metal.
Okay,
And
show me that. Show me that electron traveling.
As it's going through the circuit, you can measure its presence not only with a voltmeter but also an ammeter. And there are very expensive machines called potentiostats that can measure picoamps even.
Well, he doesn't care
And-
about the expensive
cool.
machine because you
Sounds
can't show
cool.
him an electron on your
Sounds
webcam
cool.
or something.
But you
Sounds
can
cool.
count
Sounds
singular
cool.
charges.
No. Well, how did you see it? What machine did you use to see the electron?
A Gamery potentiostat. 3000.
Okay, what did it look like?
It's a box that has a lot of advanced circuitry in it.
Oh, an electron is a box that has a lot of advanced
No, that's the
circuitry.
machine he used, obviously.
Oh, so what did the electron look like? Because that's the thing you're talking about.
Are you want like the color of an electron? I don't know what the color.
It doesn't
what
have.
color
I don't
was
think
it
it
when
has
you
a color,
saw it?
right?
What color was it? Well, yeah, what color was it when you saw it?
I don't know the color of an electron.
What's the color of a neutron
Okay, so
star?
What did it look like? What did it look like?
I don't know what it looks like, but I know it exists.
Oh, okay. So then you don't know what it looks like. You didn't actually see an electron then. No.
Well,
Sounds like the curve of the
You
Earth.
don't have to see it to know it exists. You can feel it.
Okay,
Like the
so you
curve.
didn't see it. Right, finally we've got there. Something you have not seen after just talking for 30 minutes about how you do see electrons. Okay, so you don't see it.
You can measure it.
How did you weigh it? Okay, so you didn't see it. How did you weigh its mass?
Okay, well, that's with ICP-MS. That's a different machine.
Okay, so how did you do that? What did you do?
So that basically vaporizes particles and then it's captured on a small sensor. and then the sensor
Right,
is affected,
okay.
and then the sensor changes its charge, or the
Sensor.
changes its there's a
I
small
thought you were weighing
galvanic.
Okay. This electron thing isn't fruitful. I think we should get back to the meat and potatoes, which is how does the laser overcome the physical obstructions that should be present to reach the destination? Are you affirmatively claiming that is due to gravity, or what's causing that?
I think
'Cause
there
you-
could be. I think that it could be a combination of the three. It could be gravity, electromagnetism, and moisture in the air causing reflection or refraction.
What you were saying, what it could be, but you are affirmatively claiming that it is gravity, because otherwise, this whole explanation of gravity is just useless.
Gravity could be one of the explanations. I do think that.
Well, it better be something, or the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it better be something, guy. Come on, help SpongeBob out. He's looking. Look, why is the laser hitting the target?
And so, anyways, once you move past the fact that electrons exist, you'll also find out that electrons can have different masses, and there's all kinds of different other subatomic particles. But you'll also learn that if you study photovoltaic cells or solar cells, that photons are emitted as electrons change energy states, and their masses change as well. And so when there's a mass change, there's basically an equal mass change on the other side of the reaction due to the laws of conservation of mass. It's not like mass just comes out of nowhere according to these science principles and rules and stuff like that. So those particles, those photons, they are affected.
Okay, that's the argument?
Yes.
Okay, SpongeBob, was that convincing?
Well, I have to. I'm looking for an explanation as to why the laser would hit the target, right? So
Yeah, he's
I'm
looking
willing to
for some
accept.
evidence. But he gave you a
Yeah.
lot of cool stories. Did he not he just listed a bunch of cool stories, a bunch of things he's never experienced, the photons, the electrons. Again, he will just say, well, I've never seen these, but that's what the scientists are saying, and that's what this machine does that I've never experienced or used. Therefore, the laser is bending down around the curve that I have no evidence
machines. Hold on,
for.
Cyclone. You can't presume so hard. I've used those machines.
All right, you're out there weighing electrons in real life and watching photons split off. That's what you're doing in real life, is it? Cool story,
I've done
bro.
it a couple times.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
I listed the machine. Like,
Oh, you said the machine, so therefore it must be true. Cool story, bro. I mean, you're just talking about concepts. You just piled on like 4 concepts that you have no evidence for, and said, therefore, the laser can bend around the curve that I also have no evidence for.
what do you mean I have no
That took an hour.
evidence?
To be fair,
all the batteries that power your phone work this way.
Yeah,
the laser hitting the target hasn't been demonstrated, though.
Look in the lasers channel. I told you. There's a load of videos. There's countless videos. You go and watch them, right? And so now batteries mean that the laser's bending around a curve that they have no evidence for. Makes sense. Logic. I'm glad we followed the logic and stuck strictly to logic there. If I can tell a cool story about why a light might bend around a curve, that means it is, and the Earth's a globe. No evidence
Well,
required.
isn't the whole point of a scientific experiment is you got to isolate the variable?
Yeah, which you've never done with gravity.
Well, yes, that's the thing is that
Never done with any of those things.
in those experiments you're talking
Well, this
about.
isn't a scientific experiment. This isn't a scientific experiment. That's the wrong word to use. A laser test across a lake is not a scientific experiment. Right?
Why not?
It's an observation with a laser.
Why can't it be a scientific experiment? You can make a hypothesis and then go measure.
Well, because scientific experiments aren't dealing with surface shape and grade. They're dealing with cause and effect relationships in the natural world. So you're already in a category error.
No, they don't.
A scientific method experiment is not measuring a floor. This is a measurement.
Scientific
It's not
method
an
is you make
experiment.
a hypothesis, you say if something happens, then this could happen. That doesn't imply causality. It could.
Yes, you're looking to establish a cause of an effect. If this happens, then this happens. That's exactly what you just said.
It could.
Yeah, it might not, but what you're looking for is a causal relationship. You might not have the right cause, but what you're doing is trying to adjudicate cause and effect, not measurement of a surface. You want to measure your table, you don't say, well, time to do some scientific experiments. So anyway, non sequitur, the laser hits the target, the globe is alive. GG's.
Why don't he talk us through the scientific method of gravity then in his world? Point by point. Step one, observation of a natural phenomena.
Okay. So I'm watching this video. Okay, so if you have a distance of, let me see, 10 miles, then the curvature would be, according to this, 67 feet. Yeah, so then you shouldn't be able to see the laser at all.
What if the Earth is just a lot bigger than than the models?
Well, that's what that's what I've posed before, but
How do you measure curved sea level?
How do you measure a curve at sea level?
How do you measure the curved sea level?
That's a good question.
Can you answer the question?
I don't know. I don't have any experience measuring sea levels.
Does anyone have experience doing it?
I know about batteries, but I don't know about the sea levels.
Do you like batteries?
I always just know about them.
Interesting. What do you know about batteries?
Oh man, you weren't here for the entire explanation, were you?
Mister, can you just TLDR, like, how do batteries show globe Earth?
Okay, so basically a redox reaction tells you that there are these particles called electrons. And then if these particles called electrons exist, you can see how they behave, and then based on how they behave, you can also talk about how photons behave, and that kind of fucks with their experiment. That's the TLDR.
Reduction or reductive oxidation reaction is what you mean?
Redox reactions, reduction oxidation reactions.
Yes. And the basic principles of that is oxidation, reduction, and redox pair, right?
Correct.
Okay,
And
so if you have 10 miles distance to the object with an eyesight level of 6 feet and 3-mile distance to horizon, then the obscured object is 33 feet. What is distance to horizon? Observe horizon.
What is the horizon?
Doesn't the horizon move though?
does it?
What is it? What is it?
Oh, horizon is like where the part of the Earth where the sun will be setting.
What, sorry?
All right, sorry. I'm just trying to use this calculator to determine to verify this experiment. Like how much curvature would there be? The Earth is curved.
Yeah, you're doing it right. Right? The distance to the horizon would be the geometric curve of that Earth you can no longer see beyond. The hidden height would be the amount that the target is hidden by, of curve, physical water in this case. So unless they're saying we're shooting through 30 feet of physical water to come out the other side, which isn't what's observed at all, then the globe, there's no curve. No curve, no globe.
Why are you laughing?
No curve, no globe.
Well, no shit. Well, obviously, if there's no curve, then it's... What do we call something that lacks a curve?
Well, there's no curve at sea level, is there?
Depends on who you ask.
No, it's pretty level, mate. Out at sea.
Nervous laughter is very common.
Oh, okay, I see. The reason this doesn't make sense is because this calculator uses the horizon is a globe concept.
No, the geometric horizon. The horizon is just the visible line between the sea and the sky, or the land and the sky, right? Which is optical. It's the limit of our view, depending on what optic we're using, the atmo conditions of the day. But on the globe model, they claim it's a physical curve that boats are going over and that buildings are being obstructed by. That's the difference.
So I'm
And what
using
these tests show.
So I'm using an Earth curvature calculator to see if you should be able to see the laser as per the experiment in the laser channel. But there's something called distance to horizon. But
Yeah,
that
but
that's
the
but
Earth
based on
shows
these
calculator.
calculations, that figure would be used in a way that presupposes the Earth is round.
Yes,
Obviously,
these calculators, the curve calculators are to calculate the curvature of the globe, which many assume is true. So yes, they are assuming a globe.
And they're
So that's
refining
what's being
definitions.
compared to.
Yeah, and they're
We're
refining
comparing.
definitions.
Wait,
That's the whole
This
purpose,
is what we're
right?
doing.
I just don't understand the
comparing
distance to
reality.
horizon. I guess it's like it's a geometric concept.
Well, they've changed the
Pretty complex.
definition of the horizon, mate. The horizon's never been a physical location ever, except for in a made-up model, which is a
say
lie.
you're standing on the top of the ball. Say you're standing on top of the ball, and you draw a line from your eyes, the point of the ball that you can no longer see beyond, like a basketball. That's your physical horizon, if you're thinking in a globe terms, right? So it's a geometric distance away from you, depending on the size of that ball, right? So if you're at 6 foot, they'll tell you the horizon, the curve of the ball that you wouldn't be able to see beyond, will be about 3 miles, right? That's the geometric globe horizon, which they're now claiming
Do
to
you need
never
a
have believed.
simpler Would you like a simpler explanation?
No, it's not. I understand what you're saying. I'm looking at the models, but it's just that this Earth curvature calculator I'm using, it seems like the distance to the distance to horizon variable isn't necessary because
Okay, let me give you the basic principles, right? So we have 3 variables: d, distance; r, radius; h, height. Okay. So the d is the distance to the horizon. The r will be the radius of the Earth, which is like 6,300 kilometers or whatever it is, and h is the height observer above sea level. So the distance to the horizon will be the farthest point we can see where the sky appears to meet the Earth's surface when we look out from a particular elevation, right? So the distance determined by the curvature of the Earth and the height of the observer's eyes above ground level. So the idea behind calculating the distance would rely on a geometric principle applied by this formula, right? So if we say, for example, Earth is a perfect sphere for the sake of the calculations, the most commonly used formula would be d equals radius horizon squared. We times it, and we understand how far we should practically be able to see.
yeah. So I get that. So in other
Sure.
words, if the curvature of the Earth is constant and let's say you're always 6 feet tall, then the distance to horizon from your perspective would always be the same.
Well, it's like this.
Which is why this calculator doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Anyway,
if the Earth was a curve with a radius of 3959, the distance to the horizon could be no more than 1.22 times the observer's height in feet.
The square root of the observer's height in feet. Yeah. That's a max distance. So it could appear closer than that if there's like fog or depending on the conditions, it might appear closer, but it shouldn't be able to appear further because there's not supposed to be any more geometric surface there. It's supposed to have curved down and away over a body of water, right? So that's what the calculator is telling you. So yeah, for a 6 foot observer, you should be seeing it max 3 miles. It should be roughly consistent with that. But if you see it much further than that, then you have a problem because then the geometry is not doing what it's physically supposed to be doing. Now, the globers will now say the horizon can be any distance. It's all optical, but it's still curving at 3 miles. But we're just seeing a mirage beyond 3 miles.
Do you have your calculator in front of you, SpongeBob?
You'll say light bends. So everything beyond 3 miles is a mirage. It just looks perfectly like it would do if it was there on a flat surface. That's their new code. That's as far as the argument has got to. The Glober is now saying everything is a mirage.
Yeah, SpongeBob, do you have your calculator there?
Yeah.
Let's try this. Do you have a height and radius option there?
Okay, actually, okay. No, I was misunderstanding it. Yeah, if you put in the eyesight level, it automatically
Okay,
calculate
let's try
the
this.
distance to the horizon. So that makes sense.
Put the height of 10 meters in your calculator.
Yeah.
And is there a radius option? What are you putting for radius?
No, it's just this is the dimensions of the
using the globe
spheroid are
radius.
fixed. The dimensions of the sphere are fixed. It's for the Earth.
Okay, so you just put in the height?
Yeah,
Okay, if you put in 10 meters, what's the answer?
3.87
3.87 what?
miles to the horizon.
That doesn't seem accurate.
You got in 10 feet, not 10 meters. It sounds like.
Probably,
Yeah,
yeah.
I said 10 feet. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. What's 10 meters in feet? 10 meters in feet. Do
31.
33 feet.
So 7.01. 7.03 distance.
That sounds a
miles.
bit better. So if you are 10 meters high in elevation, you should see about 11 kilometers out. So if we divide that by, for example, 3 or 3.3, which is a tall person, you should roughly be seeing about 3.5 kilometers out at most. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, this calculator was just confusing, but you get it. Because I was like, wouldn't the distance to the horizon be fixed based on your height if the curvature is constant? But it's just the calculator is designed in a confusing way.
Of course not. Your height is a
Yeah, there's
variable.
a bunch of different calculators. Yeah,
So-
someone should post the black swan. It's a good opportunity to explain the black swan.
So the variable refers to observer. So if you're standing at sea level, height will be 0, right? Because horizon distance will be 0. Because if you're at surface level, that would be like 0, right? If you stand on a cliff or a tower 10 meters above your sea level, then you'd get your 11-kilometer distance. But sea level is usually 0. At a sea level of 0 at surface, your observer should be, I don't freaking know, not that much.
Someone in the chat posted the black swan image, by the way. Let's just quickly go through this with him to really put the nail in the coffin.
Any questions so far, SpongeBob?
So I'm messing with this calculator. What did you say?
Any questions so far?
No.
Well,
I understand the globe model.
let's do the black swan because we're perfectly on topic to give you an example of what we're talking about here that's very clear and easy to understand. Can someone post in the chat the black swan?
I don't have access to it. If anyone else does.
Well, I know there's someone listening who's got the black swan at their fingertips.
I feel like few silly Jerry has it.
Come on, boys, help out here. Just seal the deal. Don't drop the ball now.
Do you know what the
Wow.
black swan is, SpongeBob?
Is this about like things being allegedly obscured by the curvature of the Earth, like a black swan swimming or something?
Not necessarily.
Or is that like that's a ship? I guess.
It's not actually a bird swimming, no. Where is the black swan? Let me find it. Is it in the server? You guys have too
Okay.
many channels on the Flat Earth server.
Yeah, we do. Too much information out there.
How am I meant to find this black swan?
Is it about Samuel Robothman?
No, it's about
Listen,
an
right,
observation.
I'm gonna post it.
The Bedford level experiment?
The Flat Earth team have let me down. Here we go. Right. So look in the chat, SpongeBob. See this image I'm showing you?
Let's see. Okay.
There's
Is that like an
two
oil
oil
rig?
rigs. Yeah, so these are fixed platforms. So they're a known distance away from shore, public information. So we can use these as distance markers. So from the observer height, which you can see, I think, 8 foot in this one, and it gives you like a 3.5 mile horizon. But we can see that the furthest oil rig is over 10 miles away, and we see the horizon beyond it, right?
Okay.
So the horizon is beyond 10 miles. The geometric horizon is supposed to be at 3.5. So those rigs are supposed to be being obscured by a horizon.
Or you shouldn't
Right,
see
the
it
horizon
sticking out of the water.
Yeah, you
You should see it
the
sticking out of the horizon.
Yeah, you should see the horizon in front of them,
Yeah.
but we're seeing it behind them. And now, if you run the numbers on this, if that horizon that we see beyond them is a curve, it changes the radius from like 3,959 miles to over 250,000 miles. Like, it's massively off. So if the Earth is just a bigger ball and it's 250,000 miles in radius, that's like as big a conspiracy as the flat Earth is. So we're splitting hairs at that
You have
point.
to use water, and I think honestly that you would have to use the water because the topography of any given area could account for or
Yeah, so this water should be curving to the point where the horizon, the curve, is in front of these rigs, but it's not. So the bottoms of those rigs are supposed to be behind the curve, physically obstructed. Now the Globers are saying those are being refracted, miraged in front of a physical curve that they're actually behind. Do you understand? Like, that's crazy. Like, it's like saying that there's a guy who's behind a wall, and the wall covers him up to his waist, 10 miles away. But because of the conditions of the air, we can see the guy's legs in front of the wall.
Well, why doesn't
Like,
the bottom of a ship appear refracted in front of the horizon?
Right. So,
well shouldn't that happen?
Well, it's like them saying it's the ship that we see in front of the horizon is actually behind the horizon. Yeah, it's saying it's on the other side of the curve from where we're seeing it. They're saying it's like a mirage effect. But you understand that just looking at it, this doesn't match the calculators, the numbers. Reality.
Yeah,
does
I mean,
not
assuming
agree.
those figures are correct, which I'm too tired to verify at this point.
Yeah. Well, listen, we're just showing you things that you can then go and do yourself, right? These principles, once you understand them, are pretty simple. You know where the calculators are, so you can test this yourself. But we're just giving you some very clear examples. And yeah, you can go check all these numbers, do all that. You should. Don't take our word for it. But you understand the problem. When we're observing the natural world, it's not matching the globe model. Do you see what we're saying?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Good. Well, thank you for your questions today. You've been like the best Glober in ages. So I didn't say you're a Glober. You're just a person.
You know, identity is the
guy.
strongest force in the human psychology, so probably shouldn't call me
well,
a
there
Glober.
you go. Well, there you go. And that's why they try and make this whole flat Earth thing an identity thing. They say flat Earthers, this group, like it's an identity. We're just people going out and looking at the horizon. All backgrounds, all ages, all beliefs, right? But they're trying to make us think that it's flat Earth versus globe Earth when it's not. It's us people on Earth, all of us, have a vested interest in understanding as best we can the truth about where we are, what our situation actually is. But they're trying to divide it. They're trying to make it seem like it's globers against flat Earthers. No, we all have a shared interest in trying to figure out what our situation is. So yeah, you're right to highlight that psychology point.
Well, if you talk to the average person who believes in a globe, and I'm not suggesting that the Earth is flat, but if you talk to the average person who believes that the Earth is a globe and you say, you know, that the Earth is flat, that person will be incredulous, even though that person doesn't have any of the scientific knowledge necessary to demonstrate. Let's assume the Earth is round. That person doesn't even have enough scientific knowledge to prove that or to demonstrate that themselves, but they'll still be like indignant that someone else believes the Earth is flat.
Of course, because it's part of their identity. They've absorbed this idea that they understand that the Earth is a globe and they know how big it is, they know how old it is, they know how it got here. This is all tied into their identity now. They think they have this knowledge, and so in a way, it defines and shapes the way they think and act and all these things. So it's a massive thing for some people because you're like pulling the rug out from under them and telling them, hey, listen, you don't know shit. That's kind of the reality that you have to face up to when you start to realize that reality is showing us it is not the ball we've been told. We don't know shit. We're trying to figure it out. But it's not the ball.
It's not
So
a
yeah,
ball.
I'm going to drop off, but good chat.
Sorry,
Good
what
chat
difference
today.
would it make? Our technology seems to work, right? I wish we can.
Well, the technology does work, so someone must be, you know, like having some secret knowledge that they're employing to make shit work, I guess.
No, that's a conspiracy, right? You don't have anything to back that up.
Here you go, SpongeBob. Here's a good example of an upset Glober for you. Grimm's been coming here for months, very upset, so you'll see it live in action.
Because he said, first of all, I don't agree with you, but it's because this guy said we have a shared interest, in knowing the truth or whatever. But why? It doesn't matter for our technology.
Yeah. See, Grimm doesn't want to know. Grimm doesn't care about truth.
Why don't you
To him,
address me?
it doesn't really matter.
Why are you talking in third person about me?
I'm not talking to third person. I'm addressing you, Grimm, you moron. You're claiming that truth doesn't matter because I said we have a shared interest in understanding the truth of our situation. That's the case. And you're saying, why should we care? That's fine, Grimm. You don't care about the truth. That's why you come in here and make a fool of yourself every time, because we do. That's what we're talking about. If you don't care about the truth,
We shall
good
see.
for
Well,
you.
I'm just asking, why are we interested in knowing the
Yeah, because we're curious and caring about the truth. You don't want to know the truth about reality. That's up to you. Continue living in your fantasy globe. That's
Why are
perfectly
you
fine.
so hostile, man? What happened?
It's not hostility. Listen, that's just the way it is, Grim. If it sounds hostile, then
Well, you're
that's
just
a you
gaslighting
problem.
me,
I'm not
saying like
gaslighting you. This is just the psychology of it. We've spoken to you for long enough to know, Grim. Like, you're not
Hello,
coming with
friend.
any arguments or evidence for a globe. You come in saying shit like, oh, they found that most flat earthers are virgins or some low-key dumb shit like that. Don't pretend you're in this for some philosophical or actually integrity-filled discussion. You're just here to talk shit because you have nothing for the globe. Prove me wrong. Present your best globe evidence.
You guys are serious, are you?
Yeah, you can't be serious.
Prove me wrong. Present your best globe evidence.
Oh God, no. You don't really believe the Earth is
no.
flat, do you?
We
I mean,
can't do
seriously,
it.
you really believe the Earth is flat?
We can't do
Really?
it. We can't do it. We can't present our globe evidence. It's on TV. What more do you need?
Does he really believe that, or is he just saying that?
He believes the Earth is really flat. Yes.
No, it's
Okay.
not a belief. Go outside, bro. You
No,
never been outside?
reality, man. Don't you?
Yeah,
Have you ever been in reality before? Have you
Well,
ever
I
seen
believe-
a curve?
I
Have you ever
believe-
seen a
I
curved
believe-
Earth in reality?
I believe true things. Otherwise, they wouldn't be true from my perspective. So yes,
Yeah.
that's belief.
Do you guys believe the grass is green and the sky is
do.
blue?
I do.
Yeah.
Flat
Oh, you
Earth.
observe it. So good for
So
you.
where does the sun go at night?
Your mum's house.
Where does it go?
No, that's like my point. I keep bringing this up every fucking day. My friend
Where
from
do you think the
Japan,
sun goes? Do you
he
think the
always
sun goes
quotes me
beneath
when
your
he
feet?
cannot see the sun anymore.
Yeah, does it go beneath your feet? Is that what you think?
I wonder where does it go on a flat Earth? Why does it get dark?
So you agree the sun is going somewhere?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, that's
Well,
their
I see the
model.
sun
That's
moving.
a geocentric model, right? The sun.
I see the sun moving. Yeah, I agree with you. The sun's moving
Where is it moving?
through the sky, east to west, usually.
So on a flat plane, where does the sun go to create darkness?
Well, it's going to another part of Earth, obviously.
Moving away from you.
Yeah,
Oh, it's moving away.
yeah.
Hello,
It's not staying,
sir.
it's not staying over the top of you, is it?
You never notice the sun moves away and then it gets dark? What's wrong with you?
The Globies talk some shit, but then realize that they don't even know what the sun is doing.
moves away and then it comes back. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Very good.
Kind of like a
You're paying
yo-yo.
attention. Kind of like you experience in real life, where you see the sun moving east to west and then coming back.
You guys
The next
aren't for
day.
real. You guys aren't for real. You can't be.
Yeah, observable reality is not
why
for
we're
real.
not for
No,
real?
definitely not.
What's the issue? I'm confused here.
What
The
is
issue is
it?
that the issue is that the flat earther kind of is saying that there is like a limit of how far light rays can travel, kind of something like that. You know, if the
Oh,
sun is too
wow.
far away, the light rays don't reach you anymore. Something like that, right? Is that what you're saying?
So wait, so are you posing that you don't that you cease to see the sun because of the angular what's it called again? The angular limit of what's it called?
Well, he didn't specify it. That's what it sounded like.
So how do you explain Alaska being
Angular
lit for 6
resolution
months
limit,
out of
is
the
that
year?
why?
Well, again, multiple things as to why we see how far we see and why we see the things the way we do. Perspective, the conditions of the air, the conditions that the light has to travel through. Because over a distance, yeah, light has an extinction point. That's not even debated. And traveling through the medium of air,
Well,
it's not
that's not
transparent.
debated.
No, light has an extinction point in
It's
air.
not.
Look it up.
I thought it. Oh, in air, sure, yeah.
Yeah, which is the medium that we're dealing with. That's reality. So yeah, through air, the sun's light does not travel forever. There's an extinction point. So yeah, night and day, the sun is moving just as you've always observed. The ground is not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. That's a cartoon.
Of course, they
Anyway.
would probably say that the extinction point is so far from its origin, such that the sun would have to be moving like 10 million miles across the plane of the Earth, such so like for you no
Well,
longer
talk
to
is
see it.
cheap. They can say anything they want. We're interested in the evidence. Anyway, I'm going on mute for a bit. So, who other flat earthers have we got here?
But so, anyways, they might agree with the extinction point, but they wouldn't agree where it is, like what that point actually is.
No, they would say that the ground is spinning 1,000 miles an hour and they're falling over backwards, and that's what's making them see the sun go down. That's what they would say. If they actually understood their own religion, they'd say they're spinning backwards at 1,000 miles an hour, and that's why they see what they do. But then we'd ask them, okay, who measured that spin? No one. Okay, so we just have an observation of the sun moving. Anyway, someone on the flat earth side better be here to pick this up. Who's here?
You guys are kidding. You gotta be kidding.
Yeah, I'll take
You're
over.
like saying you guys have got to be kidding isn't actually an answer.
I don't need an answer. You need to show how the Earth is flat. Because
Well, how
the
could the
consensus
Earth
is
be
that it's
You live on a ball, dude.
How could the Earth be flat if Superman flew around the Earth?
Yeah, really.
That is the best point you guys have made all day.
There's no way.
Superman couldn't have flown around the Earth to save Lois
This guy's
Lane.
having a
if the Earth-
meltdown, everybody. I just want you to hear this. Reality Man has been slapped in the face with reality.
Ironic, right?
So how long does it take to drive from here to Egypt?
That would
On a
actually be a
flat
good
plane?
flat earther's name. Reality, man. I like that.
It's not possible to drive over water, bro. Did you know that?
Yeah. Oh, that's right. The water gets in the way, doesn't it?
No, I forgot we have cars that float on water.
Yeah. So we got all this water on a flat plane.
Yeah, 72% according to you.
Is the water not
guys
flat?
are-
Am I missing
Yeah,
something?
Wars,
Have you ever been to a beach in your life?
Sure.
What does the water look like?
As far as I can see, it appears to be flat, but I know that I can't see around the 25,000 mile circumference. So
Prove it.
prove what?
Prove
Prove the curve that you just mentioned.
You prove that it's flat, and I'll believe you.
I don't need to. You just said you look at a lake and you see it's flat.
From my perspective, it is. I didn't say it was flat. I said
From
it.
whose perspective is it curved?
I would have to probably be about 2,000 feet tall to see the curve of the Earth. I can't see it from my vantage point.
No, you'd
So how
actually,
high do you
according to
need
the
to
Red
be?
Bull thingy, you
Because
actually
hold
would have to
on,
be more
Emoji.
than like
2,000
10,000 feet
feet.
tall to see it.
2,000 feet's not that high, bro. My drone can go 2,000 feet.
Yeah, you'd
I'm
have to be taller than
6'6".
that.
I can't see the curve of the Earth. I'm not tall enough.
My freaking paper drone can go up 600 meters. It's not a paper, but I mean, it's a cheap drone. I paid a couple grand
Show
for.
me a flat Earth, and I'll believe it, and then that'll be the end of that.
When can we see
We
the
won't even
curve?
have to
How
talk
high?
about it. We can stop talking about this very quickly. Just show me a flat Earth, and I'll believe it right away.
Well, you have to
Yeah, no
appreciate that per their model, you can't show something that like a picture can't encompass the entire Earth.
Mathematically and scientifically speaking, the Earth is not flat.
What?
Send a satellite up and take a picture.
Matt,
Why can't you just do
if you
that?
do the maths, even the ancient Greeks knew that the Earth was not flat. If you do the mathematics, it's not flat.
Where's
Well,
the math?
so they wouldn't be able to capture the entire Earth, and then
You
you
guys
would
are
look at that
talking a
picture
lot. You're saying all
and
the
then say
things.
from that perspective, it's the Earth appears flat just because it's
Yeah,
not high
okay.
enough
You're
up.
talking a lot, but you're not saying anything. You
So
guys
you want
said
the
we could.
calculations? You want to see the calculations?
Yeah, show me the maths that show the
Sure.
Earth is
Of
curved,
course,
and then
of
show me a
course, of course.
photo.
Happily.
The numbers show Earth is curves, but we can't see it, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if you
Not you, bro.
yeah, well, you didn't understand what I was saying either.
I'm ignoring you, dude, because you're just talking.
Listen.
Z
I'll send the
code.
calculations that the Earth is not flat.
Put it in side chat.
Side chat. It's the voice chat one, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
But per the flat earthers, you can't. I don't think you guys believe you can take a picture of the Earth anyway, right?
Of course you can. We have photos.
Of its entirety.
Why not? We take pictures of everything else.
I take photos all the time. Doesn't show a curve though.
But can you take a picture of the Earth in its entirety?
Physically,
Send a satellite up to space.
Huh? Yes or no?
Send a satellite to space and turn the camera around. What's so hard about that?
But it would just be another impasse because, from the flat Earth perspective, you would send up a thing and it would take a picture that doesn't include the entire Earth, and then the round earthers would say, oh, that the Earth just appears flat because it's not high enough off the ground.
Well,
Listen,
go
we
up
went
high
through
enough
this
so you can take a
earlier
picture of the
where
entire
you
planet.
SpongeBob. Listen, you could any height that anyone can get to in the public with a drone, with a plane, will only see flat. Unless you use a fisheye lens, which we went
No, I'm
through.
saying
earlier.
that's where the round earther would just say, oh, you're not high enough.
Well,
yeah, but remember, that's as high as
Of
they
course
can
you're
go.
not high
So
enough.
what they're then talking about is unfalsifiable, unverifiable images and stories that they've been shown, which aren't evidence.
I would like to, if I
You're
may.
denying physics. You're denying basic physics.
No, all the physics works on a flat motionless plane, my friend.
Physically, a flat Earth is impossible. It's impossible physically.
Yeah,
Cool
so
story,
gravity.
bro.
If I
You're
may add
denying
to
math. You're denying physics.
No, hold
you're
on.
denying
Are you
If I
saying
may
it's
add to
because
the
of
gentleman's
gravity?
point.
Hold on,
If I may add to the gentleman's point,
please
let's
listen
not
to me
forget
here.
too. Hold on. Let's not forget too, right? To add on to the gentleman's point before, that you understand that we have not really measured layers like the mesosphere, right? We know the troposphere, but the mesosphere.
You ain't measured shit. You
we
ain't measured
physically
curve. You
Right.
can't measure curve of the ground, let alone any of these other fantasy
Well,
ideas.
I'm not saying curvature. I'm talking about just general observations. Like it's impossible. We can't. We don't have a way to do it.
I would
Yeah,
posit.
so we can't observe or measure any curvature, but the Earth is a ball because.
I'm not making the argument for the globetards. I'm making the argument for you. I was adding on to your point.
I would posit
I love you guys. I love you guys.
I love you too.
Please
Give me a
don't get rid
kiss.
of this channel.
No, we won't.
You guys are awesome. Do not get rid of this channel. I love it.
Yeah, bro.
Why would the channel go anywhere? We're the largest channel on the largest server on Discord.
Yeah, I think statistically,
keep it that way.
the Flat Earth VC has like the most population, like out of all the guest VCs.
It is the entertaining one.
Well, it's a 24/7
This channel
channel,
is
so
not
that
going anywhere anytime soon.
Hey, reality,
Well,
man. Listen, you're being streamed live and recorded with your mental breakdown, so we're having a good time with you.
Okay, that's cool.
Is this on Twitch? Where can I find this?
On YouTube.
YouTube?
I just want you guys to take a
Can somebody
picture
link
of
it
a
in
flat
chat?
Earth for me, and that'll do it. You'll convince me immediately.
First
I would
off,
pause
all
it.
you have to do is prove you live on a ball, and we'll shut the room down.
Oh, for fuck.
I have a question for flat earthers. Can I see mathematically proving that a flat earth is true? May I see
How do you
any
measure
evidence?
flat, bro?
Yeah, the radius of the flat Earth is 0. That's now, what is it?
What facts do you have to back that the earth is flat?
Observation, dude.
Radius equals 0.
So you're saying observation and
You asked for mathematics.
yes, I did.
You asked for maths, we said 0. You asked for evidence, we said observation. Anything else you want to ask?
Nah, I'm good.
Thanks for your time, buddy. Also, on top of the whole, we'll shut down channel down if you prove there's a globe. I'm giving anyone that can prove it's a globe nitro as well. So if anyone's free nitro, all we have to do is prove it's a globe.
Now that's something nice.
It is.
So how do you explain weather? Why doesn't it snow everywhere it wants?
He wants to talk about weather and snow.
Yeah, well, explain why that doesn't happen though.
Wind blows things around. You suck. Have you ever been outside in your life, dude?
Oh shit. Wall facer, mate. You're chewing on something.
Indeed, I am. Yes. Sorry, I should mute myself.
That is okay, sir. You guys like my little banner? I'm gonna post it in side chat. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Nice.
And post a full photo. There we go.
Yeah.
How
who took
beautiful is that?
picture?
Oh shit. It's pretty beautiful. It's a real map.
Got to be an AI.
It was AI, yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. I also like the Nitro giveaway for Globe Earth Proof. That's a good little fishing hook.
Yeah, and you should be for each globe proof. You should tell them so it's unlimited.
It is unlimited. As many nitros as you guys desire. All we have to do is show that it's a globe.
Now, how
That'll
can
be
anybody
easy.
pass that up?
That'll be easy. Come on, guys. Who's wanting their first Nitro?
Reality wants nitro.
Did Phil get cut out?
You're still there, my friend.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Just be a bit more accurate.
Accurate
You going
with
for
what?
that? You going for that Nitro, Reality Man?
Nitro?
Yeah, there's a Nitro on offer if you can prove the globe.
Oh, a free Nitro if I prove the globe?
Yeah.
Sounds pretty simple, doesn't it?
I don't need to prove the globe. That's a scientific consensus.
Why does it always revolve to I don't need to prove it, but you guys are dumb though? How's that one?
Scientific consensus.
They're
Can you show me a single? Can you show me a single textbook that says science is consensus and not about empirical evidence?
You show me a peer-reviewed paper that says the Earth is flat now, and I'll agree.
So
Well,
you trust the peer
review-
review process? That's consensus.
Yeah, show me one that says the Earth is flat, and I'll agree with you.
Peer review doesn't determine what truth is.
Well, do you have
Appealing
one?
to consensus. Appealing to consensus is a logical fallacy, Reality Man.
It could be.
Logical fallacies aren't going to get you a Nitro.
I don't believe it is a fallacy in this case because we've shown that the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
you
well
haven't.
that's what we're
How did
interested
you
in. The
show-
showing Earth is a globe part.
Yeah,
Show us
too.
it's a globe.
I don't know. Have you ever heard of NASA?
Oh, you got pictures. Hold on, I got pictures too, brother.
Wait. Who
You got
who are
pictures
you
of a
talking
flat
about?
Earth?
It's an
Back
opinion
to
to
that.
expert
NASA.
opinion.
Who has pictures of a flat Earth?
Hold on.
Every photo
Nice.
is flat.
I have 6 gorillion pictures.
You said you were going to show us globe proof.
Go to NASA.com and you'll see a round ball.
NASA.com. Oh, NASA.com doesn't work. It says .gov. Is that right?
Dot .gov.
Oh, okay. So we have to go to the
whatever.
government website. We have to go to the government website to get proof
Check
that
it
the Earth
out.
is a globe. Is that right?
Here, check out
Yeah,
my
if you
picture,
want to.
bro.
You can see
Is it
pictures
round?
too.
Okay.
Look at space
So the
shuttle
government
missions.
says so. Okay. So it's true because the government said so, right? Reality Man.
No, not because they say so, but you can weigh that with everything else.
With everything else, what else is there?
So all you're asking for is a
Do
photo
your
that shows it's
research.
flat, right?
I've done my research. There is nothing else. It's just a story from the government.
Well, okay. Well, if that's what you really believe, then I don't know what to tell you. Can't
Yeah,
help you.
please prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. What else is the
No, I don't
evidence?
have to prove you wrong. You showed me
Other
a
than
picture of a flat Earth, and I
NASA.
believe you.
Well, just other than NASA, what's the best evidence for the globe?
The globe itself.
All right. How? Here's another way to approach it. Okay. How can I experience the globe? What do I have to do to see it or obtain knowledge of it? First-hand, direct knowledge.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and post flat Earth proof in the chat. Go ahead and look. Here it is.
This is what happens when you.
Thanks. So again, what do I have to do to experience the globe? I want to know the globe. How do I do that?
Maybe you can get a ride on Falcon Heavy, and you can see it when you get up there.
Have you done that?
No, I'm not worried about
So
it. I'm
you
convinced
haven't
it's
done
a
that.
globe.
You don't know it's a globe.
No, you said you wanted to experience it, so.
This is.
Yeah. Well,
This
how do
is
you know
what
that's going to give
happens
me the
when.
globe experience? Have
This
you
is
done
what
it?
happens when you try to
You should get up high enough, I
sell
would imagine.
people on things that they don't want. I don't even know why.
No, he wants the nitro. He wants his nitro.
What's that got to do with us?
Because it's up for grabs. One of the mods in the server is putting up nitro for every globe proof.
Ask Elon Musk to give you a free ride on Falcon Heavy, and you should get up high enough to where you can look back down at the planet.
Oh,
And take
this is
pictures with
not.
your
This
shiny
is
new
not gonna
iPhone.
get you. This is not gonna get you a nitro, bro.
Okay.
That's what I said.
That's what I've always wanted to.
We have a black flat earther.
I want a flat nitro.
What's wrong
I
with
mean,
this
because
guy?
the thing is, like, when
Are
I
you a black flat
realize
earther?
that someone doesn't want
SpongeBob, chill.
like what
What are
I
you doing?
have, it's kind of sad because number one, they need it, and number two, they don't know that they need it. Like when
I
I
like you
hear
guys.
someone say the pictures on the website is all I need, I'm like, damn, they're at step one, homie. Like,
Oh, this dude is
Jesus.
at step one too. When he came in, he was
I
just
believe.
like, this is insane. This is crazy. He
You know
was
what, guys?
all spiraling right away.
I think his bigotry makes him step zero, to be honest.
That's the other guy, SpongeBob.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so he's step zero due to being a bigot.
How am I a bigot?
There's a black fella earther? Shut up.
Yeah, that's what you're saying, kid.
To be fair, I spoke to SpongeBob for a while earlier, and he was chill, and he was having the conversation. I think someone's. I don't know what that other comment just was. Don't do that. But
If the implication is that flat earthers are stupid, and then I'm surprised that a black person's a flat earther, would that mean that I'm assuming black people are smarter than average?
Bro, what are you talking about?
How is that bigoted? That makes no
Why,
sense.
why is he so irrelevant at all?
He tried doing this earlier with race and smart. Remember?
yeah, let's SpongeBob go back to just concentrating on the Earth, like we were talking about earlier. Reality Man's trying to get a nitro. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, that's right. It did say that when I hit join to just get a free nitro. I forgot about that.
Fantastic.
Which one of the mods is offering free nitro? Can I make like a text message that I can spam periodically to advertise?
There's this link if you want to post it. I'll put it in side chat for you.
Cool, man.
It's I am if you're not looking, by the way.
Oh, okay. Good on you, brother.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
he said it's unlimited for all the globe proofs. Each person can just stack their nitros.
Theoretically, you can have it forever. That link in side chat, just post the banner that they join and everything.
That is great.
Is David Weiss still offering 3 Bitcoin? Does he still send people to us? Because that's what he does. He sends everybody to us to try to get the 3 Bitcoin, and we're the ones that do the debates.
Because he knows they're not going to get past anybody over here.
Yeah, we are the flat Earth Illuminati, I guess.
We're going to decide who gets if they get the Bitcoin
Flat
or
Earth
not.
Illuminati. That's cool. I love you guys.
Dude, like, I can fuck up a normie's day in like 10 minutes. Like the power that you have when you really can disrupt someone's life and you just choose not to. That's some real Morpheus shit right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause it's not like I'm gonna be like, ooh, look at the ice ring. Ooh, look. No.
If I invite you
That's
guys
what I'm
to a
gonna
Halloween
show
party,
you.
would you show up?
You
God,
think that's what I'm gonna show you, bro? Like, nah. Like, I'm gonna.
That's
Don't let an eclipse. Don't let a lunar eclipse, happen to be coming. Oh, yeah.
I hope this channel stays here forever. You
It
guys
will
are
stay here
delicious.
forever.
Talk about.
You guys are delicious.
Dude, you're fucking spiraling so bad. We've been here almost 9 months. Number 1 room since.
I got
No,
pictures.
I'm new to Discord. That's why I say that.
That's okay. This room's not going anywhere. Thanks for your
Good.
advice.
I hope not.
Well,
You guys are delicious.
whether it does or doesn't,
It better not.
because these guys, like, we're never gonna forget what we know, and we're never
Yeah.
gonna stop being influential.
If I invite you guys to a Halloween party, would you show up?
If Discord isn't here for us, then it just doesn't bring you to the people who are influential, which would be sad for y'all. But I mean, to be able to have a conversation with somebody like Radwin, you never get that kind of conversation again. It's not the same conversation as the dude trying to tell you about ancient aliens and shit. Like, our conversations hit hard. You know, like it's a haymaker showing someone that the horizon.
The beauty
is
of the
not
internet, you get everything.
What do you mean by the horizon? I'm glad you asked.
This guy
Yeah, what
thinks
makes us
you have
different?
to go on the internet to see the Earth is flat.
No, I just
You
go
guys
right
are
to the
awesome.
beach.
I love
I
you
just
guys.
go right to the beach. I pull out Google Earth, and that's all I need pretty much.
You know how Google Earth works?
So how
With an
high would I have to
elevation
be to see the pyramid?
with an elevation angle profile.
Can you guys do the
Something
math
like
for me?
that.
Yeah, it's
Can you guys do the math?
it's a flat elevation profile.
Yeah. So if you look at it as an aerial photography, it generates a GIS data onto a 3D globe. So it's actually just it's a virtual reality pretty much. It uses superimposition of images. So they take photos, aerial photos, satellite imagery allegedly, and they collect a bunch of data and they process these images and they render a 3D map. So it's not actually based off reality. It's based off a concept. It's crazy.
Hey, reality man, whoever measured the Earth, dude? Do you know?
Who measured it?
Yeah,
I don't know. 12,000 years ago, didn't the Greeks figure out that the Earth is round?
12,000 years ago.
Yeah,
Jesus.
wasn't it around then?
Hey, bro, do
That's
you
a
know how
long
big?
time.
Do you know how big the Earth is? Like, do you know what the radius is or the diameter?
Yeah, it's like isn't it 22,000 miles around or something like that?
Oh my god, bro!
Like, you come in here and you want to argue out of ignorance, man. It's not a winning recipe, bro.
Okay, what's the circumference of the Earth?
It's 3959 radius miles.
No, I said what's the circumference?
Or sorry, 3959.
24,900 on average.
That's miles, right? Around?
Yeah, 24,900. So
That was
if
close
I were
enough.
to
said
ask you
25,000 the first
how
time.
fast Earth is spinning in 1 hour at the equator, what is your answer?
I don't know. What is it?
Wow.
You can't do basic math, bro. It's just over 1,000 miles per hour.
Sure, I can do basic math, but I'm not here to be quizzed. What is this?
24 hours in a day, 24,000
24,000.
mile circumference.
We get it, bro. You have a belief, a blind faith. We understand.
No, I think that's on you guys' end. You have the blind
Not
side.
really, bro. You're in here being all ignorant and shit. You don't know nothing about what you live on, and you're speaking like you're an expert.
No, I'm no expert.
I was a globe earther 3 years ago. What do you think of that?
I want you guys to tell me something. How high would I have to be to see the pyramids from where I'm at? I'm in the southern part of the United States. How high would I have to be to see the pyramids?
Let me ask you this question in the face of that. Say you're in one town, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then over in the other town, it's raining.
Okay.
You think you're gonna have visibility through that town?
Probably not. Let me guess. You're going to say
Right.
something about refraction, right?
Did I?
I'm asking you. Is that going to...
No, I said what I
Okay.
said. So obviously, the weather is different in other places. The odds that you're gonna get a straight shot from, I don't know, New York to Italy,
Okay.
is there's no chance.
Okay, well, let's do a hypothetical.
Second of all, with distance, the air gets opaque. You know why? Because it isn't just air in the air. There's all types of particulates. So when you say, I wonder how high I would have to be to see something, you have to take into account all of the air in the way.
How far away do I have to be to see the pyramid on a good day?
I'll tell
Give
you.
me a
I'll tell
number.
you what. I'll tell you what Wikipedia says about atmospheric extinction, right? And they say that due to Rayleigh scattering, the farthest you could see is about 298 kilometers, and this is because, and this is also why the sky appears to be blue. It's because longer wavelengths refract less but diffract faster. So the first wavelength to go is going to be your oranges and reds, and you go all the way through the color spectrum until you end up with blue, and blue is the last one to diffract.
Mount Everest is the highest point in the world, right?
Bro.
See, he's not listening, so there's this Casper Swan thing, so
No,
whatever
I'm
the
just saying
saying
that's the
goes.
highest point in the world, correct?
He's not listening at all. He's just waiting for us to stop so that he can just
No, I heard
continue.
what he said. No, he's talking about
Yeah,
the weather.
so this is why the haze in the distance is blue, right? You can't see through that. And Eli brought up the particulates. So you have light scattering in all these different directions. You can't see forever because you're seeing through a medium, a very complex medium that's dynamic and cyclical.
I understand that. I wanted to pose a hypothetical. On a good day, let's say the weather was
in reality, you can't see forever.
Sure.
And it's not due to curvature.
So even on a good day, I still wouldn't be able to see the pyramids. Is that what you're telling me?
In reality, yeah, you can't see the curve. Nobody can. Nobody can see it in infrared. Listen, I've got a really good paper. It's by the military. They sent out military surveyors with the Naval Research Lab. And you know what they tried to do? They tried to find Earth curvature using infrared emitters and infrared theodolites. And so they set up emitters behind where they thought Earth curvature should be. And when they went to go peer at the emitters through their telescopes, they could see them and they couldn't figure out why. They called the whole situation cursed in their papers. This is called NATO Sapphire, SAPPHIRE, NATO Sapphire trials, where they set up observation points along the Chesapeake Bay, and they could not find curvature. So you can Google that if you're interested, or I can provide papers to you in DMs later if you're interested, but something tells me you don't really care.
Well, if I didn't care, I'd tell you, but...
Okay. Well, I mean, you're not onboarding what we're saying.
I'm listening to everything you're saying. I just don't agree with you. That's all. But
Yeah, but you have to tell us why you don't agree, though, right?
What is so disagreeable so far?
What's
because
to
I
agree
believe
about what
in
he
the
just said about that study, bro? How do you disagree with that?
I'm not disagreeing with what he said. I'm disagreeing with the fact that he thinks the Earth is flat. That's what I'm disagreeing with.
All right, well, NATO can't find curvature with high-end infrared equipment and military surveyors, so
Why
what
don't
am I
you guys
supposed to
present your
think?
evidence to the scientific community? When are you going to do that?
They presented this to the scientific community, and they're not
what'd they
saying
say?
anything. They're
They're
not
not
saying
saying
anything, so that's why we're picking up the torch and we're saying something.
It's sad. It's sad. Like people will really sign up to be security for people who will take the resources of a town from the people. Like people will sign up for that job. As a matter of fact, there's a movie about a guy who couldn't get a job and he ends up getting a job in figuring out how to get this company's workers fired. And it's called
I'll be
Inhuman
right back, guys. I'm sorry.
Resources. It's called Inhuman Resources. And it's like, yeah, that's just a movie, but people are really like that, man. Like it's crazy. It's like I wonder how many people in the Matrix actually want to be free. Like because people can lie. People can lie and lie and lie. But if we really had to all as a society sit down and go, okay, this is the truth. I wonder how many people would just straight up go, all right, I don't accept it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Because how could we be sitting here giving this man this information and he's like, yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about in general. Just I don't know how. It's like, well, that's a non sequitur then. And number two, that is a little bigoted when you can only see a group for, their title versus what they're saying. You just have this blind, unwavering. I don't know, man. Scary.
Okay, so we're gonna ping the event in the announcements, see if we can get a bit more people in here. Maybe get a wider crowd. There we go. Is he still here? Reality Man, how are you? Tell me, what would it take to change your perspective? Like, what are you holding on to for dear life? Reality Man?
Yeah, he said he was going away AFK for a minute.
Ah, okay.
He already told us. A picture of it.
We have pictures. Every picture we have is flat. Except, like, the obviously fake ones.
How and it really comes down to it. That's all they have, though, is those pictures, man. We can blow apart every other argument. And we can blow those pictures apart, too.
Any more curious dwellers?
Wait, can I address the challenge for a second? Well, I have a question. Do you want proof that it is necessarily true that the Earth is a globe, or do you want something showing that it's probably a sphere?
No, I need observations. I need to know for a fact that it is a sphere. I don't want someone giving me some Pythagoras theorem hypothetical that entails it could be a sphere. I need to actually know for a fact it is a sphere.
Fact.
Yes,
And the fact would
obviously.
be something in the world, right? The way the world is.
Yeah, like an observation would be good.
Well, this is how it is. So well, first there needs to be a claim, and there is. So that's the problem. There's a geometric claim. So actually, all we need. Okay, that's the claim. What's the evidence? Because the claim itself can't be the evidence.
Well, he just said observation would be good enough.
Well,
Right.
evidence.
I mean,
So
well,
evidence and then an
he told you
observation to
what he
prove it,
told
right?
you, and I told you what I told you. I don't know. Pick one.
Yeah. So my standard would be evidence and then an observation of that evidence would be good. Something convincing. That'd be nice. We'll keep it simple. Just
Make a
convince me.
claim and back it up, man.
Yeah, just convince us, or me, or the rest of us.
What's your best evidence that you live on a globe, man?
Not going so well for you guys, is it?
Can anyone here prove that the Earth is flat?
What do you
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on, establishment. Keep talking.
Oh, well, did you see a ship go over the horizon?
I said yeah. I said yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you're wrong. It's a globe.
Okay.
Nice. You got us, bro.
Okay.
Wait, if I tell you I get a free nitro, is that correct?
Well, I don't need you
Yeah,
to
but
tell me. I need you to show me, bro.
yeah, but don't you think you need to restart? Because you asked me if I had evidence, and I said yes, and then you said, "Well, you're wrong." I didn't even show you anything.
Okay, well, would you like to go first, or would you like me to go first?
Me telling you the truth isn't going to get you a free nitro, my boy. So go ahead and give it your best shot. Hit me with your best shot.
Okay, babe.
Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, so if we see a ship going over the horizon, it's the hull that disappears first, followed by the mast. Now, I think what this indicates is that the surface of the Earth curves away from the observer.
You want to take that one, Elijah?
Sorry, I'm doing other things as well. My bad. Give me a minute.
Can you repeat that establishment just one more time? Establishment?
Yeah. So
One more time.
when we see a ship go over the horizon, the hull will disappear first, and then although we'll still be able to see the mast, the structure on top of it, right?
Are you telling me or are you asking me?
I'm telling you that if you watch a boat go over the horizon, the bottom half of the boat will begin to be invisible. However, we'll still be able to see the top of it. If the Earth was flat, we'd be able to see the entire boat. It would just keep getting smaller and smaller.
Have you ever used the camera and zoomed right back in?
What, like zoom into the boat?
Yeah. What happens then?
You'd see the same thing. It'd just be larger, wouldn't it?
You'd see the whole boat.
Well, no, because it's over the horizon.
Well, it's not though, because if we zoom back in, we can see the whole boat.
No, we can't. What makes you think that?
I'll send you a video. Have a look at this video. This is my first search. I think this one's quite interesting.
Let's have a look.
Hey, mic check. Can you hear me, guys?
We got you.
Ugh, I was talking for ages and I only just realised I wasn't being heard.
Oh, damn. I hate when that happens.
I went through loads as well. I was just saying to establishment that there are multiple reasons why things can disappear from the bottom up. It depends on the date, depends on the photo, depends on the weather, and it depends on the distance, and it depends on the angle. But there are multiple reasons. I could think of 4 off the top of my head, but none of them are due to a geometric horizon physically blocking the boat. So you've got plenty of, we can talk about atmospheric refraction. We can talk about how angular resolution. We can talk about atmospheric magnification. But it depends on what photo you're talking about specifically as to why that image appears to disappear from bottom up. But the mother of them all is the compression into the vanishing point. Things will compress and disappear and shrink into your horizon. So there's multiple reasons. Yeah, it turned into a speech because I did try and get this out earlier.
Oh, I understand that. That's fair enough.
What's really interesting is lately I'm hearing, and I haven't done, I'm not good with the math, but I'm hearing that Rayleigh's criterion is literally reversible, so that basically things, the way your eyes work and optics things will start to disappear from bottom up due to perspective. And we have flat earthers that have done the math, and it matches the radius of the Earth. And that's convenient, isn't it? That things start to disappear due to perspective at 3-ish miles from a 6-foot observer height. But also that's the math numbers they gave us for the geometry of the Earth. So it's a bit of a a setup really that they've given us this radius, because this is where you would expect to see things disappear bottom up on a flat Earth.
They try to use the same math with refraction too.
You know, it's difficult to create new maths every time, so you just rinse and recycle.
Well, it's just interesting how it's completely backwards compatible. You can literally get 3959, the radius of the Earth, out of Rayleigh's criterion. I can't do it, so it's not my claim. But we have flat earthers who are presenting it. They're going up against your best globers, and they're having to agree and admit it's in the math, and the math is good. It is perspective.
Reified math.
Backwards compatible. They've backwards engineered the math, and now flat earthers are re-engineering it back. Like, here's the ball back to you guys. I mean, the globe, the mainstream globe argument is that ships going over the horizon is a proof of the globe. But as soon as you start talking to an anti-flat earther, they don't hold that position. They won't hold the position that at 3.5 miles you should expect to see a geometric horizon. They know they can't. So they don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson. They don't like these new science spokespeople who are responding to flat earthers, because they've been claiming this from the beginning, and it undermines what they've been saying for years.
Can I get free nitro? I want free nitro.
Sure.
You have to prove the Earth is a globe.
Who asked for it?
What the fuck? I didn't want to work for this one.
Ah, Luna. Yeah, I'll give you nitro.
Yeah?
Sure.
No, it's okay. Don't. I'm joking. It's okay.
We got
It's too
cookies
late.
too.
Sure, my queen. How can I oblige you today?
Crazy how it works. Anyone else want nitro?
You need your feet massaged.
Yeah, can somebody
my
can you give me
goddess.
nitro? Can you give me nitro? I already have
No.
it as a free trial, but I want more of it.
Yeah, but you have
Oh,
to
you're
prove the Earth is a
greedy.
globe, though.
I have to do what?
You have to prove the globe.
Oh, prove the globe?
Yeah, prove the
Oh,
globe.
okay. Wait. I'll prove it. So basically, nobody's found the edge of the Earth yet. So yeah. So the Earth is a globe. We've connected all
Nice.
together. Yeah.
Open mod mill and Astro.
Okay.
Like what about
If the Earth-
airplanes though? Like
If the Earth,
like fucking.
sorry, go ahead, mate. If you got a question.
How would airplanes work on a flat Earth? But surely the distances would be much longer if the Earth is flat as opposed to a globe.
You think a curved line's shorter than a straight line? Is that what you just said?
Well, if you map the traditional globe Earth onto a flat circle, if that's is that the model that you're using? Because I'm not sure what specific model you use.
Yeah, nobody's
that's
giving
kind
you
of that's
what
kind
model.
of yeah.
What about I can
That
prove it?
that
What
does
about the
seem
fact
Quick,
that
quick before someone else does, Luna.
Wait, I just got it. You actually gave nitro.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Wait, did you spend? Or did you have something to get it for free or something?
What do you mean?
Like, because wait, you couldn't claim this gift because someone else beat you to the punch? Wait, what?
It's because you already clicked it.
Oh, do I have Nitro now? How do I check?
Yeah, you have Nitro. I can see it in your profile. You have it.
Really?
You've never had Nitro before?
Oh wait, oh yeah, Ayo, thank you. Wait, but did you spend to get that? Or is that like a Discord thing where it lets you give free nitros to people?
Yeah, it's a Discord thing.
Okay. Thanks.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
it's really easy to prove that the Earth is a globe. I don't think it's a really hard concept. I think whoever
Okay,
thinks it's
go ahead.
flat, they're just dumbasses.
Luna.
Yeah.
That's good. So we're here to have the conversation. So make it a good one. What do you got?
What do you mean? I
I think
already
that was
made my
it.
point. Yeah, that was it. Like you haven't found the you
Goddamn
haven't found the
globe
edge
Earth.
of the Earth. You didn't find the edge of the Earth. Like, please go ahead, find it, and after you found it, please go jump off of it too. So to prove to me that the Earth is flat.
Oh no.
Luna.
But that doesn't prove that it's round though.
How does it not prove it, bro? If you start at point X and then go in a straight line, you will hit point X again.
Do you have evidence for that, lady?
Okay, that's a truism, I guess. But that doesn't prove it's a globe though.
How could you explain? Like, how did I get to point X again in a straight
You
line?
went in the circle.
No one's done it.
Well, you didn't. No, you didn't do anything. You just made a statement that perhaps is true, but you didn't do anything. See, after you
You know
make
what?
a claim,
I could
after
give
you make a
birth to
claim,
children. I do enough in this planet, okay? You tell me what you do. You haven't done anything.
that's beautiful.
Dude, come on, he's a flat earther. He does a lot.
He clearly enjoys sitting in his room all day.
This female
All right,
sounds
guys, one
very
at a time.
disrespectful.
Listen. One at a time, guys, because
No,
otherwise
Yeah,
it's going to
one
turn
time.
into chaos.
yeah. So I mean, I guess you have nothing. You want me to present something?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. You gonna read it?
Read it, bro.
Read
I
it.
have
Read it
biostats to
for us,
study.
big dog.
Yeah, read it for us.
Okay. So
Bro, I ain't reading all that.
to ensure that the object so what they're talking about is what's called a sextant. That's a tool for navigation.
Did you just say sexted?
Are there any
shit.
moderators?
Sextant.
The tip's
Moderators? The
Yeah,
guy
what do you
that
need?
yawned may have to be muted. He's being disruptive.
Go ahead.
I'll be on that, bro.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay, thanks. So to ensure that the object, and again, they're talking about a sextant, which is a angle measuring tool. So to ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope, measuring the angle theta of a known star from the horizon, and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question at the time of measurement. It is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of Earth to the point at which a star is exactly overhead. So, really quick, I don't want to turn this into a 5-minute back and forth. Can anybody tell me what a radius is?
No idea.
The center of the circle to the edge.
That's a straight line, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me read that part again. By measuring the angle theta of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question at the time of measurement, it is possible to determine the distance r, which is radius, along the surface of Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. So if you look to the left at the diagram, they're talking, you see that right angle triangle there? O is where you would be as the observer, and they're talking about that radius line from O to the middle, where that S1 is 90 degrees from that point. So I'll continue reading. From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth, of radius r, known as the line of position. He does not know his direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. Now, these are circles, right? Where the radius extends from U at the perimeter to the center of that circle, for which a star is directly above you 90 degrees. Well, above that position, that ground position. So, in the case that there's only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. So now you have two circles in which both of those radius lines, if there were two, you had two stars, like, well, what
Yeah,
you
is
see at
anyone
the
following?
bottom there.
Nope.
Yeah,
Well, if you're reading,
I stopped listening like 8 minutes ago. I got a question. I got a real question.
well, I'm not done. I'm not done yet.
Yeah,
Yo,
but
stop
no
stop
one's
interrupting
following.
it. Stop interrupting Elijah, dude.
So
I just wanted to know if anyone's following. Because
So-
I'm trying to save him time, you know?
oh well, I'm gonna
Yeah, I
ask
am
you some
perfectly
questions.
following
I'm
this.
gonna ask you some questions after I'm done. So
Elijah,
although
just so you know, this girl user here is from a troll server called God Gang. It's like a degenerate
it's okay.
server, and a lot of them like to come here and just
It's
troll.
okay.
She's
It's
not
okay.
trolling.
We're
She's fine.
at the level.
Wait, I
We're at the
never go on
level.
God Gang.
We're
What are
at
you
the
on
level of can you read and comprehend? So I mean, she already says she knows what a radius is. She already described it. So we're just reading. I'm gonna ask some questions after this. So the navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. So, as you can see, do you know what parallel means?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Dude, okay, wait, can I just say, I am a doctor, okay? Usually I can understand things pretty
No, you're
easily,
not.
but the way that you're explaining things, I cannot follow. Like,
No, maybe
I
she's a
can't.
doctor. Maybe
I don't
she's a
understand what
doctor.
you're saying, but
It's crazy. It's crazy because like I know that there's a lot of classifications and things and a lot of tests that you have to take to understand all of the information that's out there being a doctor. So all I did was read, something from a navigation manual. That's all I did. And then I asked you if you knew what a radius was. And then I kept going and I read further. So it's odd to me that you'd be a doctor, you can understand all of the literature you'd have to read there, but you don't understand the literature I just read to you. It's not like I wrote it.
Wait, I got an important question. Now, let's say if the Earth, you know how
Well,
it's a
can she
globe, but
respond
let's
to what I said?
what the
Is that
yes, yes, yeah. Just listen.
oh,
Let's say
no,
if the Earth,
can she respond to what I said though?
I don't think she cares, bro.
It
Bro,
doesn't
wait your
matter if she
turn, man.
cares. I just asked her. I just asked her why can she
She's gone.
comprehend
Luna
something as
left.
complicated as? Oh, she left.
Yes, Luna has left.
Ha
Yeah,
ha.
bored her to sleep.
I win.
She fell asleep, bro.
I win.
I wouldn't say you won. I think you
Okay,
overwhelmed her.
I got a question for
Exactly.
everyone.
I mean,
Now,
what is there to what is
doesn't
there
matter.
to what is it like? All we can conclude is that she said she didn't understand me reading this. It's pretty plain. It comes with diagrams. She's a doctor. She's used to reading complex material, but couldn't understand this. That's a little odd.
All
But
right.
okay.
Listen, boys,
Go on,
listen.
sir. We can move on to you now that we've all digested
Yeah.
and understood that that is a very odd woman for not
Yeah.
understanding elementary stuff.
Yeah.
You
All
can
right.
go on, sir.
Now, this is fully serious, and I want your opinions. Does it even matter if it's flat or round, like what would change, bro? Like, what's the point of this conversation? I don't think anyone's life would change if we even found out if it was flat. Like, it won't change anything.
So can I answer the question?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we already know that it's a lie. And number two, typically, like humans have this really, really, really persistent knack for uncovering lies. And so it's just a natural process in humans when they find out something is a lie. It's not really about what would it matter, because I don't think if I asked it this way, like if someone lied to you, what would it matter? I don't know if anyone would receive the question the same way, because obviously there is a lie because we have evidence. I just, but that there's that. So given that, it's like, well, does it matter to you that people have lied?
I just think your life won't change at all if it was a lie.
But does it
Like, 'cause
matter
it's
to
the
you
same.
does it matter to you that people
It won't make
lie
a
to you?
difference. It won't make a difference. Like, let's say if it was flat.
So it doesn't
what
make
changes?
a difference if people can lie and deceive you.
Wow, it's flat. Oh my god. Like, what am I gonna do? Start fucking killing people or some shit? Like, what am I going to do? I'm gonna continue doing what I'm doing.
Okay, that's great, but I think that people can understand exactly what I'm hinting at, because it's
If
like,
the word got
yeah,
out that it's flat,
wait a minute,
what would
why are
you
you
do
interrupting
different?
me? I don't
Alright,
get it.
bro.
Why do you interrupt?
Go.
I
About
think everybody
knowing.
I think everybody can understand, because again, like the information's on the table. The girl was overwhelmed. All I did was read some text. I didn't even really get to
About knowing.
anything practical. So I'm just saying, like the proof is here. Like we already know they're lies. So it just sometimes it bothers me that people would ignore the fact that I'm telling them that it obviously matters if people are deceiving and lying to you.
Yeah, but
Because in any other scenario, people would agree that lying and deceiving people is wrong. As a
I
matter of
agree.
fact, it's illegal to commit fraud.
And threaten someone's life.
So my whole thing is why don't you care that
I just
people
think
are lying?
I just think if
Are
you
you
found out.
capable of answering that question? Yes or
Yeah,
no?
bro. Yeah, bro. I just think if
So when
you
you say
found
yeah,
out.
bro, I want you to tell me
Yeah, I listened to all of it, bro.
I want you to tell me why you think deceiving people is appropriate.
Yeah, all right. And I'll get straight to the point, and I won't ramble on for 20 minutes to say one thing.
Okay, go.
I think it doesn't really matter in the sense of, it's bad lying, but if the news came out and said, "Hey, the Earth is flat," I don't think your life would change at all. I think you're just very, very fucking bored, and you should just keep doing whatever
You don't
you're
think
doing in
things
life.
change when we realize we're
Hold on,
spending
guys.
about
Wait a minute.
$100 billion
Wait a
a
minute.
year on
Don't help him.
Hang on a minute.
Don't help him. Don't
energy
help him
taxes will
not
come
answer.
down.
Don't help him not answer that wasn't an answer to my question. That
I
was an
literally
answer
just
to
said I
another
think it's
question.
shit that they're lying.
But
That's
don't
it.
you
That was the-
nonetheless? Aren't you
No,
nonetheless
that's
interested
not.
in finding the truth, though?
That's not. No.
I don't think anything
listen,
will
kids.
change.
People lie for no reason at all. So who cares?
But are
Global
you
warming.
nonetheless? But wait. But
It's
aren't you still
getting.
interested in knowing the truth, even if it doesn't really have an effect on your life?
If it generally
getting-
came out and said the Earth is flat, for a day I'd be like, "Fuck, can't like what?"
No,
and then the
but
next day I'll just be on with my life.
But
I
here's the
thought,
thing.
what the fuck does it make a difference though?
So
Like,
let
be
me.
honest.
Okay,
Like, it
what
doesn't make
difference?
it.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you another question, because you didn't answer the one that I asked, and
I
people helped
did.
you not do it. So here's the thing. when someone is deceiving you, so let's take for granted that there is a deception and you have been deceived. Would you do the things they asked you to?
Who's they?
Yeah, what things?
Take it for granted that you have been deceived. That's all that
Yes,
matters.
but who is
Yeah.
they?
Yeah.
It's an imaginary situation. The they doesn't
no.
matter in this.
No, but
So
we're
I'm
no, we're
asking
accepting
no,
what you're granting.
I'm asking a hypothetical. That means the they can be anything you can
No, the
imagine it to be.
the hypothetical is that we
So
grant
this,
your
so this,
is that
this
we
guy
grant
is
what
this
you're
guy
asking
is
us to grant.
interrupting. This guy is disrupting.
That's
what I'm
not what a
trying to do.
hypothetical is, dude.
This guy is disrupting what I'm trying to do. Can
He's
somebody
not,
moderate
though.
him? Can somebody? Because I was talking and he basically just started talking when I was
All right,
talking.
let's just come on, guys. Let's try not to mute anyone. I will mute if they interrupt again going forward.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna start over, which wasn't my fault. It was his. You want me to be done so that you can answer? You should tell people to stop talking when you're trying to listen to the conversation.
Yeah, we get it, bro.
Okay, so take for granted that you have been deceived by someone. Doesn't matter who, doesn't matter about what. You have been deceived. The question. This is a federal state exam. Just answer the question. The question is, would you have done what they asked you to do had you known you were being deceived?
No one's asking me to do anything right now because the Earth is round.
It's a state. It's a federal test, bro.
Yes, they are.
So it's easy. It's easy to get this right, and it's easy to get this wrong. Federal test. Take for granted you have been deceived by someone.
We're taking that for granted. We're granting your hypothetical, dude.
So granted the hypothetical, since you have been deceived, doesn't matter what, doesn't matter by who. The question is, would you do the things they asked you to had you known you were being deceived?
SpongeBob, you can answer it because
Okay.
I think this
The
question
identity
is
of the
fucking
people
weird.
who have deceived us lies not only in that fact that they are those who have deceived us, but they could also be other people, right? In other words, who in this case, who has deceived us? So it matters. I can grant your hypothetical. I can grant your I can grant your hypothetical, but the hypothetical doesn't but your hypothetical doesn't provide enough context to answer the question.
Is this your answer on the test?
It's like, who the hell is they, dude?
Okay. Let me see. I'll give one of my guys a chance to answer the question, and then I'll answer it myself if it doesn't go where I'm trying.
Well, I agree with you in the sense that the truth is meaningful, but it's just your hypothetical doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I heard what you said the first time. You think you need to repeat it again?
Well, you repeated the hypothetical like 5 times, and it made no sense.
Real quick, being deceived puts you at a disadvantage for making rational decisions.
No. I just said I'm about to ask one of y'all a question. So let me just ask you then.
All right, thought it was the same one.
So, Amish, let me ask you. What's the answer to the question I asked?
The answer is being deceived is not good.
So would you do the things that they asked you to do had you known you were deceived?
No, I would have made different decisions. I don't know what those decisions would have been at the time.
Perfect.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Thank you for answering the question like a reasonable person, Amish. I really appreciate you being able to answer the question. You have passed your federal exam.
Yay, thank you.
Okay, but
Who's
wait,
next?
are you currently doing what, quote, they are telling you to do on the basis that they're telling you to do it, or are you just living your life?
You failed,
That's
bro.
what's so silly about this hypothetical.
Yeah, this cunt's right.
You failed, bro. You failed.
I think
If I was in Walmart right now, I'd ask somebody the question, and they would say the same thing Amish did. You guys are just,
no one,
you guys
bro.
are
I'm
big.
sitting on Discord on a flat Earth server. No one's telling me to do fucking
Okay, yeah,
anything.
and if the people who are
You're
deceiving me are
still
telling
big,
me that I
bro.
should drink water, I'm gonna continue drinking water after they let me know I've been deceived.
You're still big, bro. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I
But
already
you're right.
did what I
If the
came to
Earth
do.
is flat, that does matter. That is consequential. But it's just the hypothetical silly.
I think it doesn't matter. I think I'd keep on. I have a lot of freedom. I'm on Discord. What am I gonna do? Run through the field naked? Like, there's not much else to do. I'm
Well,
sitting
I
on
don't know.
Discord on a flat Earth server.
I don't know. I don't know you. I'm not even going to
Yeah, but I don't think you
suggest
could
that.
even do anything more than what you're doing right now.
Exactly.
What? But why do you keep interrupting when I'm talking? It's like you don't. It's like you don't value the conversation you're having.
I just know what you're going to say, but you stretch it,
No,
and you can put it into
that's
3
just
words.
rude to talk when someone's talking. Because all it does is it breeds that kind of behavior. Because later on, when I want to talk when you're talking, I learned it from my interaction with you. I don't talk back to my daughter's grandmother.
Okay, then just do that, but you don't whine about it. Just talk over them then. Because the meta really does waste all of our time.
This is a waste of time that you're doing right now, and it's quite funny because your icon is a Facebook symbol and your name is Uck, and
Pretty
you're
clever,
sitting
isn't
here
it?
talking the way that you are. I know it's entertainment for you, and for some of us it's not. But I guess you had your turn.
I can't, I'm actually
He's
asking
confused.
real questions, in all honesty, and I'm just saying,
Well,
you're just getting offended.
I answered. No, you asked. Listen, you asked the question you already answered for yourself. You said, "What would it matter?" You said to you it wouldn't matter. Okay. What? So what?
What things are they currently asking you to do that you're not doing, but that he is doing?
But see,
Hold on.
you're not being charitable because this man really feels like because it's a running narrative. He wanted to get something off his chest. I am trying to appeal to him, and you're talking. I don't know how that makes him feel because I assumed he genuinely wanted to discuss what he's talking about since he keeps
I don't
on
care if this
discussing it.
guy talks, bro. He sounds like
No,
a smart guy.
he can talk, but it's like, don't you want
Okay.
your answer
Dude,
to your question?
Be honest. Okay, be honest. Let's say if
I
the Earth
was
flat,
honest. I was
what
already
what
honest.
else would you do? I reckon you would find
I
another.
was already honest, bro.
I
I
reckon
was
you would
already
find
honest.
another conspiracy theory and latch onto it because you're really bored and you can't find
That's not
anything
what
else to
that's
do.
not what I did
What
though.
else
Can
would
I
you
can
do?
I can I
There's
just say
nothing
something here,
else.
guys? Can I just say, listen,
you
Elijah,
know,
let me just jump in here. We don't care what you think, what you think about what flat earthers think or might do. Literally, we can literally debunk the globe. Okay, and there is the only thing to discuss here is, do you have any evidence of the globe, and would you like to know more about why we say we can debunk the globe? What you think is actually irrelevant? Like, we have evidence.
I know
I just
what
wanted to say that.
I know what you mean, but I'm just like, the real thing is that we would all be doing the same thing. There's nothing there. It won't be like, it's expanding. Like,
Yeah,
the
mate.
Earth has so much more.
Listen. Would you be paying fucking global warming taxes, mate? Would you be paying global warming
Well,
energy?
he has no choice, dude.
No, you wouldn't if it wasn't the globe, would you?
I don't want him. Listen, because all he's doing is being vague and repeating himself. And that, you know what happens when that happens? We build on the imagination he didn't have
This
by
question has stumped
making
you.
up narratives that he did not say. And we don't want to. It's like the guy said. Like, we're really here debunking the false narrative, and all he wants to say is, well, it doesn't matter. But you said that already. You've already said it wouldn't change anything.
My question has stumped you. Like literally, it's stumped everyone in here. It's literally
Not at all.
Okay,
We
It
won't
hasn't
be
stumped
we won't
anyone,
be
man.
traveling the stars.
no,
We
but
won't be like I don't know if there's.
how do we move on though? Because you've said that already.
I have to admit first that the whole point of deception is to change people's behavior and make them make different decisions they normally make. If he's not willing to stop there, then we should be done.
Yeah, what Amish just said is really, really important because Flat Earth has changed every one of our lives. And for me, it's taught me how to logically think for myself and discern information. Because
Has it
because up until I realized that the Earth is not a spinning ball, I assumed it was, and just assumed, of course it must be, because everybody believes it. Little did I know that whole line of reasoning and thinking was completely fallacious, and I had absolutely no grounds to argue with someone who said otherwise. So I tried to prove it to myself. I went out and looked for the real world evidence, and I learned how to discern information. I learned how to differentiate the difference between what I know and what I believe, and that is a gift.
Bruce, did you really need Flat Earth to figure that out?
So
Because I figured that out without Flat Earth.
Okay, great, but
Flat Earth
not.
Flat Earth is the catalyst for me personally. So what I'm saying is, whether it is for you is irrelevant. Flat Earth has many implications and can lead you to higher level thinking. So we don't need to get stuck on what the value in Flat Earth
You think
is.
it
We
can
need to
also lead you
establish.
to lower?
We need to establish whether the Earth is flat, and that is all.
Yeah, for me, I agree with him. Like, yeah, how did it help me? Well, it helped me in business. It helped me in my personal life. Because one thing I would do is I would give people the benefit of the doubt when something didn't make sense, because I appeal to their character rather than make sense or understand that what was going on wasn't making sense. And the main thing is I had an appeal to an authority that I would rely on in areas of my life that I no longer appeal to. And so
What does it change then?
When my ex-girlfriend, she was going to be on the hook for a couple of $1,000s for her speakers, but she had a warranty. And so the way the guy was asking questions on the phone, he was trying to disqualify her for having that warranty by making her say things that she shouldn't have been saying.
Mate, that's just
the
a salesman.
Busted. I paid exactly. That's these little globe salesmen that run around trying to sell us on the. It's the same.
Old mate's
thing.
just trying to.
It's the same shit. We don't.
Old
want
mate's
any,
just trying to
bro.
buy some
Like,
speakers.
Run me my money. Here's the contract. Run me my money. Stop trying to wiggle your way out of what's on paper. Just like the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon. Stop trying to wiggle out of the paperwork and understand it either is or isn't what you fucking said. And that helps me a lot.
I want to say one thing before I go. I think, guys, worry about yourself, worry about the people that you love, your kids, your mum, your family.
Well, one second.
None of this shit matters. Just be happy in life.
I had a question for you.
Energy.
I
have one last question. If you're actually leaving,
there's a
okay, yeah, I'm leaving. Ask that question.
Yeah, goodbye. There's a mass propaganda.
Let Flat Lloyd jump in a second and ask his question.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
Flat Lloyd.
I just wanted to ask you, would it matter if somebody was stealing money from you? You didn't know it.
Yeah, I guess.
And you found out. What would you do?
Yeah. Well, I think taxes, like if you're going into that, I think like the government taking taxes from us is like shit, but it makes sense, you know. I don't care if they take any tax money because it builds infrastructure and just makes the country.
What if I provide provide a service for you, right? Like I was selling you a guitar, right? And it's actually a $3,000 guitar, but I'm selling it $6,000.
Yeah.
Would you pay $6,000?
well, I obviously would be annoyed because that's my money and it affects me. Now, me paying taxes to a better
So it
cause,
does
even if
affect.
it's slightly a lie, that just makes everyone in a living situation better. Third world countries don't have good laws, they have corrupt cops, they have everything. But because Australia, they have like
Well,
this
hold
good
on. I just
infrastructure
want you to
and people.
realize that it does affect you. You said it yourself, right? And it
Like
affects
affects
all
me
of
on
us.
the
The
littlest
truth.
minuscule. It stops me from like going
You
to
can't
kill someone,
minimize the
or it
truth,
stops
my
me
guy.
from going to like do something illegal. Like that's what it stops me. Like
But you don't
right,
have a globe for global warming, mate.
this
Hey, sweetheart. Honey, before you
this is
go, just don't forget what you're forgetting though is what you're missing out on is you can't go out to outer space anymore when you start understanding what we're saying. You're kind of here, and then you're gonna have to figure out why you're here, how you got here, and this place is gonna look a little bit different to you in your mind. So then, if you went to our mindset and you opened up your mind just a little bit, then maybe you'd realize how much it does matter, and it matters on an everyday scale in your life. After that,
so
it
you're
will.
saying like I won't explore. Wait, is there space with flat Earth? Is that a thing?
Well said.
Is there space with flat Earth? That's a genuine question.
No, they don't.
Just
They
space
don't know. They
around
don't
me, but
really.
not outer
They don't
space.
believe in
Go ahead.
space, but they're not sure. If there is something outside of the Earth.
Yeah, I
No,
I
space is the space as it's presented is a violation of science, and we have absolutely no way to rationalize how you can have a vacuum next to the open system that you call the Earth. So there's without the actual going there yourself, then it's just a belief.
So flat Earth is thinking that there's something beyond and a better life, and we're trapped in a society that runs us around like rats to make money. Correct?
Well, there could
Wait, wait,
be.
wait, wait.
Imagine there could be more land. Imagine there could be extraterrestrials. Could be extra terror. Could be a similar sort of concept to the extraterrestrials idea. Extra terrain.
Wait. You said that vacuum can't exist next to air, right? Like or next to a non-vacuum.
An open system.
An open
I
system.
want to say one thing before I go.
Do you at least understand the globe explanation for how the Earth can have an atmosphere next to the vacuum?
Yeah, you guys claim that gravity can reduce entropy, but gravity is supposed to pull things together, not reduce entropy.
Wait, I want to say one thing.
I thought it didn't matter to you.
You say that there could be better stuff beyond on what we're living in, but
who knows?
But like people get dealt a shit hand. There's people that are in a worse situation than us that are born in third world countries and they make life everything and they're happy. So maybe we're all dealt a shit hand, but why the fuck would you sit there and complain about it? Like just
I never
make
said
it what you want.
I never said we were dealt a shit hand. I just want to say quickly, I never said we were dealt a shit hand. I actually think this is the best time to be alive in terms of how bad it's been in history. This is
100%.
the life of comfort. The problem we've got with comfort is it makes people lazy. People don't even care about the truth anymore. People are happy to just live a complete illusion because it doesn't matter, because it's not life or death. So there is
about geometry, mate. We talk about geometry and the shape
I
of the
need to
Earth.
go. It's fucking 3 a.m. boys, but good talk.
Yeah.
Hey, can I? I don't want to keep you, but just forget because you said like, what's good here in a way, but what's good out there? You don't have even know any person or any
be
life
amazing.
you know out there, right? And wait, but your story it comes from nothing. I mean, at least you may have a story that you come from something. How'd you get here? You got created somehow, right? So I'm just saying, up there's not really much out there, right?
Yeah, but it could, like, the other thing could be amazing, but wouldn't it matter just to focus on your kids and the people that you love? That's what I'm saying. Like, wouldn't that
There you
matter the
go.
most?
You just said it because you know what? What's really out there but your child or my niece that I love, my mama and my nursing home I'm about to go see. I want to wrap my arms around. All those things that are you love. This place is beautiful, sweetheart, but there's a lot of destruction. You're right.
It's a good place, and this
Well,
is
what
a
if
good
those
world. I need to
those
go.
kids are
I'm
being
sorry.
lied to with a globe? What would you do?
Have a good one.
No, but sorry to step over Eli. You know, I love that question when people say, "Why does it matter?" Because I'm like, I wish you could have saw me 12 years ago and saw Chris then, and you see Chris now, and like the people that I've met along the way, like Eli included, taught me to have a better business mind, right? And stop trying to earn money and make money while you sleep, you know? So I don't know. Like it's changed every aspect of my life, and I know a lot of flat earthers share the same thoughts and that truth.
So I understand flat earthers don't believe in gravity per se, but if you have to accept that if gravity does exist, that is an acceptable explanation for why you can have a vacuum next to a non-vacuum.
No, it's not holding gas, man. But
yeah, because yeah.
Yeah, you Gobers can't even decide how gravity's supposed to behave. You know, you give 3 or 4 different explanations and say, oh, you know, gravity can pull things together. Gravity can keep things in perfect orbit. Gravity pulls things and creates spheres. You know, it's which way is gravity supposed to behave? You don't actually have any evidence of gravity as a force anyway.
I mean, I'm not necessarily a proponent of gravity. I mean, I could explain angular momentum and all this stuff, but I mean, look, you have access to all the same information that I do, so me trying to explain or to justify it would just be an explanation of the doctrine that you already reject, right? So it would be pointless.
Well, if you could respond to what I said, because there's 3, 4 different mechanisms attributed to the word gravity, where the actual definition of gravity is just pretty much synonymous with weight. So when it comes to gravity, what you're actually describing is what we are describing as weight. Okay? When you start talking about other things like barriers or containers or orbits or mass attracting mass creating balls, this is not the same word. Like you're giving 3 or 4 different attributions to the original meaning of gravity.
Well, you are aware that the globers consider weight and gravity to be the same thing, right?
Yeah, but this is it. You guys take it then into some concept where you attribute it to the solar system and orbits and, you know, spending of space time and mass attracting mass, when none of that is actually what gravity really is, which is just the weight or the seriousness of something. You don't actually have a force that you think you do when you invoke gravity.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I can't demonstrate that gravity along with angular momentum is able to cause orbit. I can only demonstrate the same gravity that you can, which is that I drop something and it hits the ground.
Yeah. So when we say, okay, you can't have gas pressure without containment, you're saying basically, yes, we can, but gravity can act like a container. Well, there is, as you know, there is no evidence of that for that. You can't demonstrate that. You know, the fact we have gas pressure,
well, again,
tells us we have containment, but you don't.
Well, again, the claim is that gravity is acting on such a scale, like when gravity causes the atmosphere to coalesce, it's acting on such a scale that we can't observe it in our personal lives, right? Like I can't observe matter coalescing because gravity doesn't work that way on this scale, as goes the explanation.
Exactly, which is why gravity was very much mass attracting mass was very much superseded by the warping and bending of 2 concepts called time and space, which makes it impossible to do any experimentation, you know, to be able to quantify it. We don't have a force, a movement called gravity. We don't, so you can't then start saying, oh, well, in the universe or in the solar system or with circular orbits or with one central mass, like all these crazy, then you start adding crazy ideas on and you know, come up with all these weird concepts that you have no proof of.
So you're basically saying that the apple hitting,
go.
So your point is the apple hitting Newton's head. From that, it does not follow that you have angular momentum and orbits and the coalescence of an atmosphere, basically. That's your point?
Yes.
Yes. How can gravity cause the atmosphere and everything to spin at 1,000 miles an hour, be strong enough to hold oceans and this, that, the other, yet, there is no force and it can still allow butterflies and gases to go up and everything
I mean,
with mass not
Well, I mean, look,
behaving.
we
But
don't.
that's simple
I
mechanics,
can
isn't
just
it?
tell you, frankly, I cannot demonstrate to you that the same force which causes the apple to hit you in the head, also causes the coalescence of an atmosphere or angular momentum. I can't demonstrate that to you physically. Now, again, like taking pictures of whatever with satellites, obviously we both know you don't accept that. So then again, we're at an impasse. So that's how it is.
Look, all I know is all I know is gases don't behave under the mass attracting mass idea. Cavendish cannot be isolated to say that it is mass that is attracting mass. We know we have attractions, but we have lots of different actual forces we can attribute to this. The non-force of gravity, mass attracting mass, it just can't be quantified. We don't see snowflakes being attracted to big buildings. We don't have this phenomena. All you have is things go down.
Are you familiar with the 4 fundamental forces?
Yes, but I don't believe gravity is definitely not one of them.
So which of the 4 fundamental forces are real?
Oh.
Electromagnetic forces are real. I believe we've got electrostatic forces. I'm not.
That's the remaining 3. You have the lesser and greater electromagnetic. Let me look. I think, and then the electrostatic.
It's anyway. It's not about what I believe. Like, this is, I'm not an expert here. I just know that you don't have to have force. You need to have some sort of motion, some sort of push. You don't have a force. What we have is this idea now that space and time is warping and bending, giving the illusion of mass attracting mass, but we can't verify it. We don't see it. What we do have is a standard up and down based on density.
Well, no, but we can't see it because you don't accept satellite evidence. And look, again, I understand the reasons you don't accept that, and that's perfectly fine. But just accept that when you say we can't see it demonstrated, that's because you're refusing to look at what what I or someone else would accept as a demonstration of those forces, of that force.
No, we have no problem with the fact that things go down. Things do go down. I'm happy to call it gravity all day. What I'm not happy with is what you consider big G. You're giving it 3 or 4 different effects. It should either cause, people to go into orbit, or it should cause people to be, pulled towards the Earth, or it would cause, gases to build up and collect into balls. But we're not seeing, these effects.
I mean, look, I could explain to you why some things orbit and other things don't, but again, to you, it's all just headcanon. It's all just made up doctrine, so it would be useless.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Like, do you understand why things orbit but some things don't? Like, you understand the explanation already, right?
But here's the thing. When it comes to satellites, actually, for all practical purposes, they just use the flat bottle. And that's on NASA's website as well. But I mean,
Where is that?
beyond
Please
that,
cite that.
beyond that, I show the mathematics for, like, some guy in a video on YouTube is just cavalierly talking about satellites and how what was he talking about? Like, how where a satellite is specifically. It has to do with elevation angles. So for all intents and purposes, like he described in the video, the ground was flat, and he just said, "But it's not, though." But proceeded to use the geometry of a flat plane. And so I guess that would be something that would interest you and that you would like to see. add me, send me a message, and I will dig it up when I'm not playing Call of Duty because it is the weekend and I get a little bit of downtime to myself. And Alcatraz map is on, so.
Hello, friend.
But I understand this whole orbiting because it's a reification fallacy. But since you accept
okay.
it,
Can you? All right, just so we're on the same page.
since
Just so
you
we're on the same
accept
page,
it,
you don't have to waste your time. Do you at least understand the globe explanation for why things orbit
I
and why
was
some
just
things
saying
don't?
that. I was just saying that. Like you have an idea in your mind that things are orbiting, but you said something about satellites, and it's like, well, geometrically speaking, we just don't see that. But
No, I understand. I understand.
we can talk about that later. I understand your belief because I used to
Yes, we
believe
do
it too.
understand orbits.
No, I
But
understand.
you're
Okay,
saying,
but can you
the
explain it to me though? Because
justification.
I don't want to have to go
You're
over it and
saying
like.
no, you're not going over anything. I'm providing you information that you don't have
But you
later
understand why
on.
things orbit and why some things don't, right?
Well,
Because I'm assuming
Listen,
you
bro.
understand, but so I don't want to go through the explanation because
Listen.
then it
You
would
don't
just
have
be
to
an
go through the
explanation and not a
explanation.
justification.
You don't have to go through an explanation because explanations are like assholes. Everybody has them. But believe that you're nobody new, and I've heard it all before. I've seen it all before. I've said it all before. Because I've
That's
been
my whole
you.
point.
So I get your
My
point,
whole
and
point is I'm trying to see if
answering
you
you.
at least
You don't have to see. I understand, but
You're
see,
not, but you're not answering.
I did. I said I understand. I said it in like
Okay,
so
you
many
understand
different
it.
ways.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Okay, but
right.
you should
Yeah.
also understand the fact that I'm not explaining it to you. I'm not asking you if you need an explanation because I
No,
don't
I
think
didn't.
you do. I'm pointing
I
out.
didn't. Right, I didn't.
I'm pointing out how
I
either.
didn't. I
I know.
offered you something. Either you
No,
wanted or
that's
you
what I'm
don't.
saying.
No,
I'm
I
pointing.
didn't. Either you want
Okay, you
something or you
understand. No,
don't.
I accept that. You understand. I accept that. But the reason I asked you is because if you already understand, then there's no point in me trying to justify it, because then it's going to be like an explanation to you.
I heard
But
you.
it's
I
going
heard
to be
you.
like
I
an
heard you.
explanation to you
I
because
heard
you
you.
already understand what the
Yep,
Globers
I got you.
believe.
I
So there's
got
no
you.
point in
So
trying to justify the belief because it will reduce it to an explanation.
is there anything else?
And you're like, oh no, dude, I already know. Okay, then just let's establish that. I'm not calling you stupid.
Is there anything else? Is there anything else?
Do you have anything else?
Do you have anything else before I continue?
Go ahead.
People are crazy.
No, is there anything else?
No,
Yes
do you
or
have
no?
any? It's not like. Would you like to say anything else, or do you have any questions about the models, like the globe
Do
models,
you
or?
have any more to say before I
Oh,
continue?
Oh yeah. Oh no, there is something else. What's the citation for? You said NASA uses flat Earth models for satellites.
So other than that, is there anything else before I continue?
Yeah,
No,
where's the reference?
just provide the citation for that, please.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
So you do want what I have. Great. So that's all I was asking if you wanted what I had. So I'll get it to you. Just add me while I'm not playing Call of Duty and I get to it. I'll share with you
You just
this
put it in the chat.
information.
Show us a picture of a flat
I'm
Earth.
not gonna. I don't even know who I'm talking to. I'm playing Call of Duty, so that's the thing.
Just
Unless
put it for everybody in the
later,
chat, the flat Earth chat.
yeah. But here's the thing: if you don't remind me that that's what I'm doing, I'm not gonna do it because I'm doing something now. So
All right, can I ask SpongeBob a question?
That's convenient.
SpongeBob, if
No,
you know so
it's
much
not
about
convenient.
orbits,
That's why I'm asking you.
No,
to
I
send
don't
me a
know so much
message.
about. I know as much as you do. That's what I'm saying. I want to establish that you know it, so that I don't try to justify it, and it just becomes an explanation of something you already understand. You understand what the Globers believe. You just don't agree with it, which is fair.
yeah,
So
it's a
that's what I'm
pretty
trying to
simple
establish.
concept. It's due to gravity or whatever, yeah. But what I want to ask you a question orbits do not work. Have you heard of the three body problem? It's
No.
they tried to model this the solar system, but they couldn't even get past three bodies. Okay, because when it comes to the mass attracting mass model, right? What we should be having is we should be having circular orbits, but what we're getting is ecliptical orbits. Now, there is some math and there is good explanations. Well, I say that in quotation marks, as to why an elliptical orbit might be able to work with two masses, and then the object orbits the two masses. But we're seeing elliptical orbits with only one central mass. So can you tell me how we're getting elliptical orbits in a mass attracting mass model with only one central mass. How's that possible?
I can't explain how that's possible.
And this is what I'm saying. You assume it all makes sense, but when you look into it,
No, I
they're
don't.
trying to convince. No, but I'm not you. But okay, I thought you did. Apologies for assuming. But most people assume that yes, the math works, but actually it only works assuming a lot. Basically, I'm not going to monologue. I'm just saying that this idea of orbits is broken and it can't be modeled properly.
Hope this channel never goes anywhere. Which one of you guys is flat?
Ask a question, bro. You got a question?
Flat person, I'm not sure. Who's globe and who's flat?
We can't really hear you, mate.
I said, whose
sensitivity
globe
is
and
too
who's
high.
flat?
Yeah, there's lots of flat earthers here. Do you have a question?
No, I don't have any questions. The Earth is clearly a globe. So I was just wondering who was talking, if they were globe or flat.
He's flat.
Majority flat earthers in here.
Oh, okay. You guys don't believe that. I want to take you guys to a Halloween party with me. Will you go?
Dude, why are you coping so hard about this room? It's like 2 hours now. It's incredible.
I haven't been here for 2 hours. What are you talking about? I've only been here for about 15 minutes.
Nah, it's been a while.
No, I just
You were in
came
here
back.
earlier.
I left for about an hour and a half. Yeah, I left like an hour and a half ago. or
I was
something.
gone too.
Yeah, I haven't been here for 2 hours. I was in here for about 10 minutes, maybe. And I left for almost 2 hours. No, I like this room.
No, I mean it's awesome.
Yeah, it's silly in a way, but it's funny.
I mean,
Yeah,
I mean, look, you're not a flat earther, but you agree, like when YouTube and stuff shadow bans viewpoints that they don't disagree, that they don't agree with. I mean, like that's a problem, right? So I think it's good that this kind of stuff is available.
Yeah, they're harmless though because everyone knows the Earth is a globe.
They have this insatiable desire to control. It's like, okay, if
Yeah.
flat Earth is so stupid and no one takes it seriously, then just let them, like, don't shadow ban their stuff and algorithmically destroy it so like no one sees it. But they have to control everything. They can't help themselves.
Yeah, but SpongeBob, they only do that to things that are a threat to them. Do you think they have time to worry about us? They
No,
wouldn't
I
worry
don't think
about
it is a
flat
threat though.
earthers
It's not a
if there
threat
was
though.
a.
They're evil. They're evil and they
They're-
have to control everything because it's their
Listen,
impulse.
if flat Earth wasn't a threat, they would have taken no action, my friend. They take action and they actively they push anti-flat Earth content on you because they do not want you to get to the real evidences, questions. Because if you try and prove a globe to yourself, and this new guy who seems to have a chip on his shoulder, if you actually try and prove the globe to yourself, then you will find you can't actually find any real world evidence that you could present in a court of law or in a debate that isn't just a pre-assumption. You wouldn't be able to do it because there is no curvature or drop over distance you can measure. There is no motion that can be detected or experimented on, so that you have no real world evidence. So you would always lose in a battle against a flat earther. This is why flat earthers can bet you 3 bitcoins for 1 globe proof, and none of you can claim that in a court of law. None of you can get that money because you can't prove the earth is moving or curving.
Also, because it's a flat earther who adjudicates whether or not it's been proven that the Earth is round. So I mean that's kind
No, because whether the Earth's flat or not, you can't actually, from the global's standpoint, you can't prove motion because it's all relative, and you can't prove curvature because of the relative size. So
do you believe anything
can't
that
prove
you
it.
can't verify independently yourself, that you can't yourself physically verify? Did you believe anything that you can't physically verify?
Just to say, Zen Garcia, yeah, somebody challenged him and took him to court because they claimed that they did have evidence, and then the judge was like, "Well, no, you don't." Like, so that's
yep.
that's publicly, you can get that publicly.
So wait, so
Public information.
Roots, do you believe in anything that you can't physically verify yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. I believe in air. and I actually believe in spirit as well.
Well, could you say that you actually can
Ideas.
verify that because you can breathe?
It's a belief, though, isn't it? You asked me, do I believe? I'm allowed to believe, but when it comes to the globe, we're happy to allow you to believe it's a globe, but you can't prove it. You can't even prove it to yourself. If you had to, go up against a flat earther in a debate, your preparation for that debate would be your journey to flat Earth.
So do you know that? So those things that you just listed that I asked you, do you believe in? Do you know those things?
What things? The spirit, air, and the things we mentioned.
Whatever things I asked you that if you believe that you can't physically independently verify.
Yes, I know there are things that exist that are not visible to the eye. Yeah.
That you can't. Okay. So I would say if you don't, to me, belief and knowledge are basically the same from the perspective of the person who believes. So if you believe that air exists, if you believe all these things, then you know that they exist. So that's just a semantic thing, right? Belief versus knowing.
Yeah, but let's get back to the globe, because the globe doesn't have any actual proof or evidence of the natural world where you can say, look, here it is, because there are no explanations that are exclusive to a globe. They can work only both for the globe and the flat earth. You don't have any exclusive evidence.
But you do believe that the globe or the conspiracy or whoever wants you to believe that there's a globe, you do believe that they have falsified information or in some way deceived you, right?
No, I can go outside with my P900 and just prove to myself that it's not a globe. I don't need to be. Nobody has to tell me something different, dude.
So you don't think there's anyone trying to deceive you into believing that the Earth is?
How are you going to deceive me? I'm allowed to walk around and just.
I didn't say that they've deceived you. Is there anybody trying to deceive you?
No, nobody's trying to deceive me.
Okay, well then you're not a flat earther then.
Can you see the pyramids with your P900?
Of course, NASA is trying to deceive the world. Of course, world governments are, pushing the globe idea. How many of them are aware that their idea that they're pushing is a false belief is up for speculation, but I don't think it's relevant. I think what's relevant is the Earth is demonstrably flat. It's measured flat. It's treated as flat. The only assumption is based on sticks and shadows that also work on a flat plane.
So you said that there's no proof for a round Earth, and I believe from your perspective that's true. And so the reason I asked you if you believe people are trying to deceive you and falsify empirical information is because those are the things that they would consider proof that the Earth is indeed round. But for whatever reason, you choose to reject them, right? So like I say, it's at an impasse. Like a picture of a round Earth or whatever, or like the moon footage or whatever the case may be. Obviously, you reject that.
I wouldn't reject it unless there was a grounds to. So when it comes to the moon footage and photos of the Earth that are supposed to be from so-called space, they've been debunked, my friend. There's Photoshop boxes all over them. Every single photo has been edited to such a degree that you can't say that we have any real photographs from space that haven't gone through the approval and editing processes to create this false fucking illusion that we are living and breathing in space living in space when on the space station.
So do you have like some sort of so you're saying that these things have been like digitally edited or manipulated?
Sorry, I got caught. Say that again.
You're claiming that these things have the alleged proof of the globe is like just things that have been digitally manipulated?
I mean, I like to go through each individual image. Would you like to present an image and we can go through that from there? Because every single image I've ever seen of the globe is completely different. The sizes of the continents seem wrong. We're seeing hidden messages in the clouds. We're seeing copy and pasting on the blue marble. NASA even admit that all of these images are created, from data or whatever. So I think, they're not actually claiming that they have
Okay.
real pictures of the Earth, my friend.
So the reason I was asking about if they've been digitally manipulated is because you made the claim that these things have been debunked, that like it's clear that they're faked. So like, is there any evidence of that? Like that, because it's pretty. You can tell. Like experts can generally tell if something's been digitally manipulated.
Well, it is
Well, the
Photoshop
thing
because it has
is
to
that
be.
no, the thing what I've learned, literally a couple of months ago, because I was planning on my trip this summer. I was gonna go see my family in Africa and stuff like that. The African continent and Asian continent is much bigger than how they perceive it on the map, and like I can't find an answer why they essentially do that. Unless there's I have no idea. Does anyone know in this room the reason why they do that?
So the globe explanation is
Yeah, because
that
they're trolling us. Because they're trolling us. That's why. The whole
the globe
thing's a troll.
explanation. The globe explanation is that there's going to be distortions when you take a round Earth and you try to create a map that's representative of a round Earth. But the map is in 2 dimensions. So that's the
But
explanation.
why did they make Africa small and make Europe big, or make parts of Asia small when they're much bigger in real time? It said
Well,
it doesn't make any sense.
probably since there has to be some sort of distortion, they chose to create a distortion that was more in line with their cultural values or beliefs.
And there could also be political reasons. But the question I want to ask is, oh fuck, it's gone. Shit.
All due respects, it's just I don't trust the medical industry. I clearly don't trust the government. I just like information. When information is controlled by certain few individuals, they can literally do whatever they want with it. Like half the things I've learned in school were completely false when I did my own personal research. It's just we've got to, I guess, I guess it really depends on the individual if they really want to know the truth or inherent truths.
Well, I've only ever seen pictures. This is my question. I've only ever seen pictures of a perfectly spherical Earth. Now, I thought it was an oblate spheroid, and that made a big difference to the shape. We're only seeing pictures of this perfect ball, which it is not supposed to be. And we are seeing the editing, the Photoshop boxes. So just to believe and trust NASA is a mistake.
Well, I do think you're correct in that. I have heard something about how they use some sort of digital tech to create the pictures of the Earth, like it's a composite image or something. So that might have something to do with the reason that we're not, or maybe the face that we're seeing, the face of the Earth or the side of the Earth that we're seeing is why we can't tell that it's a sphere.
Yeah, I've forgotten his name. I don't know if any flat earther can remember. I don't think it's Don Pettit. That's the guy that says that they lost all the moon landing stuff. But there's a guy from NASA who has an interview and basically says he's famous for saying, "Oh yeah, it is Photoshop because it has to be, because this is the only way they can create these images."
Oh, is it because the Van Halen belt or whatever, the radiation belt?
Depends on who you speak to what excuse they give, but there's always an excuse as to why the globes that they present are just CGI and always different and never oblate, and there is actually lazy and sloppiness going on in the copying pasting of the clouds, but they explain to you that they make they add clouds afterwards and that they have to put artistry into it. They have to.
Well, I'm pretty sympathetic. I've always been sympathetic to the flat Earth position because I while I'm not a flat earther, I do accept the idea that the claims, the nature of the claims made about the shape of the Earth are the kind that you aren't going to be able to independently verify. So it ultimately does come down to trusting other people, which is why
That's not
I
true.
I
That's
don't
not
get.
true. That's not true.
Dude, so you're claiming that it can be verified that the Earth is a globe? Dude, you have no reason for disagreeing with what I just said.
Yes, because
Okay,
it's falsifiable.
so verify.
It's a
Wait, so
falsifiable
verify
claim.
that the Earth is a globe.
Okay. Well, the claim is that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So I can verify that if I want, if it was true.
So I said that you can't verify that the Earth is a globe. You
Well,
can't personally verify
I
that the Earth
said
is a
that
globe.
it's a
You disagreed
falsifiable
with that.
claim. I said it's a falsifiable claim because actually that's exactly what the horizon is. It's the leading edge of a sphere, a tangent to a tangent point on a circle or a
Okay.
sphere, so called.
You can claim that it's falsifiable. That's not what I was saying.
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but you said that you couldn't independently validate it. Well, supposedly you could. As a matter of fact, before 2020, that's exactly what the argumentation was about.
Anyway, my point is my view is that as the average person, if we are to believe that the Earth is a globe, it is essentially a matter of trust because we don't have the means to independently verify that.
Yeah, that's false.
So being incredulous.
That's false. That's false. That's all I'm saying. Like you're
How is that
saying that.
false? So
I just
verify that
told
the Earth
you.
is a globe then. That's what you're disagreeing with.
I just did. I just told you what the claim was. I just told. So when you say that you can't independent, that's not true. You're lying to people when you say that. Like there are people like you who are ignorant to some of the things, just like I'm ignorant. Everybody's ignorant to things, but in this
No, you literally
particular
don't
arena,
understand the English language. I said you cannot verify that that the Earth is a globe, and you disagreed with me. What are you talking about?
yeah, I do disagree because again, there's a claim on a geometric claim on the table, but that's what a globe is. It's a geometric figure, right? So there's a claim on the table. I just laid it out to you what it was in the formula.
You're saying
1.2 times
we
the
can
square.
falsify. I'm saying we can
Why are you
verify.
interrupting? Why are you interrupting?
You don't know what verify means.
Well, verify. You know what falsification is in science? It's the highest form of verification, sir.
Can I ask you a question, buddy? Do you know what science means? You know, I just want. Do you know the direct definition of that word? Hey, buddy! Don't mute yourself. I'm asking you a question.
Like, is he? Oh, Jesus Christ!
I'm just saying. Do you even know what science means? Because it doesn't seem like you're a man that does his research. All right, buddy.
On that note, I'm gonna get a cup of coffee because
dude's angry.
Man, like, bro, like, cause I see what he's doing. What like, and what he's doing is he is allowing himself to believe that this is a subjective conversation in which it's, well, based on our views we think this, and based on your views you think that, and
It's false. I'm right here. You can just ask me, man. You're making a conspiracy. I just want to analyze on the factor of, do you actually do your research? You know, most people that disagree with flat Earth tend to think of themselves
why'd
as
you
realists.
interrupt me, bro? I thought you were
Okay.
the other dude. Why'd you interrupt? That was weird. What'd you interrupt for?
I just genuinely want you to answer my question. You keep running.
I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah, but can you answer my question though?
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the guy we were speaking to. You are the. I'm confused. You are. Are there two guys talking right now in the conversation?
Were you speaking to another person from the UK?
Yeah, we were also talking to SpongeBob Elijah. I don't know where he is now. I think he's left.
Thank you, bro. Like, I'm. I don't know. These guys are just. I don't know, but I don't know. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Carry on, man. Apologize for interrupting. Carry on.
Listen, interrupting isn't the problem, but if your arguments are based in personal attacks and assumptions, you're probably not going to get a response. Like, you know, if you have some questions, then that's different. But
what's that towards me?
yeah, you just made a personal assumption masked in a question, and you never got a response.
The thing is, when I have these conversations with people and they say this is what science says and this what this says, so on and so on, and you ask them like, do you even know the definition of science? It's not a personal attack. I genuinely want to know if these people actually know what they're talking about. I'm genuinely know if they even research the word that they consistently use. Science. Science says this. Science says that. It's I wasn't
okay. So
trying to essentially
were
offend
you
them. Wait.
asking me, or
2 minutes.
were
2
you
minutes.
asking
I
me?
wasn't. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I wasn't trying to offend them in any way. So I don't know if you took that from them.
Okay, so were you asking me that question? Because I didn't know who you were asking.
Yeah, I was genuinely asking you. Yeah.
Oh, you was asking me. Because this conversation had nothing to do with science. It was just an aside that in a scientific experiment, falsification is the highest form of verification there is. But that had nothing to do with geometry, because geometry and science are two different things. Science, or natural science, is the study of the physical and natural world, in which you would have some phenomena going on, and then you would have a hypothesis formed from what you're observing to try to affect change. So let me say this more simply. Your hypothesis is your supposition as to what is causing the phenomena you're observing naturally in nature. And so then you test that supposition. The supposition is this causes this phenomena. So the this in the part of that statement is your independent variable. So it's what you assume is causing the phenomena. And then you test. And it's either that your hypothesis is correct or your hypothesis is incorrect about that one particular claim. And that's what makes it an empirical method. Probably something humans have used since the dawn of time. So yeah, that's what it is. You have a follow-up question?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Now, like I was telling the young gentleman, there actually is a claim on the table. Okay? I mean, it's in all the literature, it's in the diagrams, it's in the arguments that these guys used to make. Thousands of hours of that on YouTube. Spoiler alert. So we're just pointing out that the claim is false. And everything derivative from this claim also must be false, because it's directly derivative from the mere claim and nothing else. Just mathematically, this is what it is. Okay, so when he says that it can't be evidenced by people, that's just not a true statement. I mean, I can get a citation. I can get like a 1.5 minute YouTube video to go with these citations from EDUs. I mean, I don't know where you want me to go with it. It's usually nowhere, because nobody actually wants to have the conversation about the real evidence and the real things that we talk about, like my man was just talking about, right?
What
Exactly.
source points are you using for your data to believe the Earth is round?
That's it. That's exactly what Roots is talking about.
Or Roots, do you want to reply back to him?
No, I'm just saying what I was talking about is what Roots was talking about. Now you asked me a question you don't even like. Where you from, dog?
I'm international, man. Well,
That's the
it's not
context.
important, anyways. What I'm discussing.
No, but in the context of the conversation, because I've been on a live stream where like the heaviest conversations and proofs come up on FED debate. Like I've been a part of that for years, so for you to ask me why I believe
Well, like,
that's ridiculous.
I'm starting to believe the Earth is. Well, okay, I'm starting to believe, I guess, the Earth is flat, but I haven't done my research. I just got to the crutch that, I just don't buy it. I'll let you know when I'm done with my investigation how it's going, man.
All right. Well, I've been here for years, and have been on the leading end of some of the most powerful arguments. So, yeah, you let me know if you need any material to help you with.
Well, like, can I ask you, why do you believe the Earth is round?
I don't. That's what's funny. I don't know what you're listening to. It's not this conversation.
Johnny, I want to get your perspective because why do you believe it?
You're not listening to the conversation. That's what's funny.
Yeah, he's in
That's
some
what's
other conversation.
Well, I'm working at the same time. I'm typing while I'm listening to you. So, like, okay, sorry
Yeah.
about
So
that.
yeah, you're confused. So I don't know what else to say.
Let's for real. What do you believe the Earth is round or flat?
I just told you. No, I don't know where you got that. It's not from this conversation we've been having, because that would be absurd.
Do you believe the Earth is round?
No. For a third
So
time.
just for the record, this is a flat Earth room. You're speaking to the majority of flat Earthers here. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do have.
I
So
think
you're gonna dismiss.
I think he
I want to
doesn't
understand your
understand.
epistemology when it comes to mass testimonials.
I think that he didn't understand when I said that you can verify that it's a globe. Like if it were, you would be able to verify it. How's that sound?
Okay,
When
so
you go to
basically you're
verify it,
just
it is.
okay.
I wasn't talking to you, obviously. You just entered the conversation, so please don't respond to things that aren't for you.
I want to ask whether you believe mass testimonials are sufficient.
Who? Who?
Fuck you.
Okay. The trolling is really weak
God
today.
damn.
The trolling is really
The
weak.
question I always like, seeing as there's so many in the room, can I ask, what do you believe is behind the firmament? What do you believe, on the other side of, the edge of, I guess, land?
A unicorn too with Bigfoot and giant salmon.
Let me. Do you have problems imagining things you've never seen?
Not really, man.
Well, come up. Imagine something brand new right now that has nothing to do with anything you've ever experienced.
Black leprechauns, man. Black leprechauns.
No, a leprechaun is something we've experienced because we've seen them in movies. Imagine something you've never experienced in your life.
Called it a leprechaun.
Geez. Okay. That's a difficult one. That's a difficult one.
Yeah, it's fucking possible.
I'm gonna have to take some DMT and come back to you on that one.
Well, there you go. Stop asking questions that are impossible to answer.
Oh yeah,
because then people will just make shit up and not actually answer your question. They'll just answer something else, but it won't be the
my
answer.
dream is to essentially eventually get to Antarctica and actually travel to the other side. That's my potential dream. That's if because I was reading 4chan. Apparently it's creatures, in Alaska, when you go further onto the center. So if I survive
You just said
and I come
Alaska
back, I'll live.
and Antarctica. So which is it?
Even
They
Well,
both
even look,
Antarctica.
you know what's
Sorry,
crazy?
Antarctica,
You know
man.
what's crazy?
Antarctica.
You know what's crazy? A lot of people think people are crazy for believing in the Bible. Do you know that in the Bible, the statement you made, God specifically said, is the statement of a foolish man?
What statement?
Looking to the ends of the earth. You'll never get anywhere, bro. Keep on
Oh,
looking.
come on, man. You don't believe in me, bro? You don't believe in us?
Do what you want. I'll be over here, you know, living my life. But you live your life, and you go ahead and do that, buddy.
All right, man. I'll take pictures, man. If I make it.
Good luck.
Well, it was actually a bunch of people that were trying to get onto the continent of Antarctica, like a group of people that actually wanted to, I guess, check out the center of Antarctica. They actually got arrested. I'll try and find that article for you, man. Hey, I just found that I put in the chat the article.
Testing.
You're good.
Who killed the chat?
I'm here for the free nitro.
What you got? What's your best globe proof, dude?
I mean, we don't live in a fucking dinosaur shaped, you know.
You
globe.
won, man. Take your nitro and go, bud.
I mean, for instance, um, I mean, for instance, like when you're on like a sail ship, it curves, all right? If it was flat, you would see the other side of the world. But
All right. So as I was saying, if you take a look at the ellipses of the moon, you can see the shape of the Earth actually round. Where you, that you can. I'll go ahead and take my free nitro.
Very nice. We saw a circle on the moon and said the Earth's a sphere.
It's the shadow of the moon projected on I mean the shadow of the Earth projected on the moon.
And it just has to be, right? Nothing else could cause that, right?
I mean, yeah, I'd say so.
Right. Okay. So if I can't explain, say, consciousness, does that mean God exists?
If you can explain consciousness, does that mean God exists?
No, if I can't explain consciousness.
I mean that's up to you to decide how you want to fill that gap. If you can't understand something, then you
Right.
gotta.
So you're filling gaps then, right? With your globe.
Well, I mean it's the shadow of the Earth projected.
Well, yeah, it has to be, right? And it's God that explains consciousness. Boom, roasted, right?
Can you tell me my flaw here? Are you telling me that that's not the shadow of the Earth?
There's no flaw. This is your reasoning, right? So pick anything you can't explain, or anything I can't explain. Just say God done it, and that's it. I just proved God.
I mean, we can understand the concept of a shadow. If you stand something, your shadow is projected on whatever surface that is in between. You are in between the sun and whatever the surface is being projected on. And so we can apply this concept similar to the Earth. If the Earth is in between the sun and the moon, it's going to project a shadow. And we've always seen that it's always round. And since the Earth rotates, because we have night and day, and we don't see any other shape, then we must conclude that the Earth is spherical.
Very nice. Anything else?
Please give me my free number.
No.
Well, I feel like I've been
Well, what you have is basically an argument from ignorance, right? You can't explain it. Therefore, your presupposition is true.
what can I not explain? I just explained it to you.
No. You don't have a proof. You have I can't think of any other way that it would work. Therefore, my explanation is true. That's called an argument from ignorance.
Where is the gap? Let me make
It's called
this
the
my.
logical fallacy, right? Look it
Say
up.
again?
Look up argument from ignorance.
I mean, you got to be more specific here. I outlined my explanation.
Yeah, and I outlined the fallacy.
I'm a simple man. We don't need to go into mathematics or anything. It's just simple.
Yeah, it's simple. So anything. Yeah, go ahead.
That the Earth rotates.
Well, yeah, it gets dark out, right? So it has to mean that the ground is spinning, right? I can't think of any other way, so anything I think of must be true.
I would like to say that I would be enlightened and set on a path towards new discovery, but I just don't feel like you offered any.
Yeah, ditto. It was a good shot. It was good.
Oh, he dipped? That's sad.
Swing and a miss, but yeah.
Valiant try. I'll give that. Maybe Aurora has a glow proof, maybe? She seems to be up to the contest. Free nitro for those who can prove the globe. Go ahead, fellas. What is that, a joke? You wrote in chat space? Seems awfully weird.
No, I was just trying to get that obvious guy's fucking attention. Dude, do you leave this Discord? Holy shit.
Do I what? You said? I didn't hear.
I don't know. I'm talking to that obvious at B guy.
Oh, obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, he likes throwing stuff in chat. You know, he thinks that he's making good points, and then he just starts flinging insults. Kind of sad. Fucking experience.
So what do I win for Globe Proofs? I got some.
Go ahead, sir. You may win a Nitro subscription.
Cool. I got NASA pictures, and I've got scientific consensus of all the smart scientists all across the globe. So, how do I get my Nitro?
Well, you have to speak to IAM.
Left you speechless. You got nothing for that, do you? See how easy it is to prove the globe, people? Come on. What's wrong with y'all? And all the smart scientists have a consensus. They couldn't be wrong, could they? Nah. They all know it's a ball. They just can't prove it to any of us. But anyway. This has been Dead Air Day with sarcasm because there is no empirical proof of the globe. Back to you. Who was that talking? Obviously big.
Yes, sir.
Continue searching for globe evidence that's not there. Good luck. The large majority of the globe believers boils down to those two things. NASA pictures and everybody else thinks it is. So, must be a globe, right?
So is the Earth still flat?
Unless you can prove it as a globe.
Don't know what it is, but it's definitely not a spinning
Wait.
ball. You got any proof for that? Go ahead.
I mean, there's a lot of proof for the ball one. Yeah.
Give it your best one. Go for it. You can win some nitro right now too. So go for it.
Give it a shot, man. Come on.
What you got?
Oh yeah, I don't care for Nitro, but I'll still talk about it. In the 60s with the moon landing, they took a bunch of pictures of planet Earth, and like even before that, like Columbus the explorer went around the globe.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's stay on one point. You want to go with the moon landing first? Is that your proof?
Yeah, let's use that because it's got like visual evidence, and like after that, they still have pictures of Earth, like more modern pictures.
Are you telling us that 50 some years ago we went to the moon and rode the moon buggy and played moon golf and we never went back and there's a good reason for that?
No, but they did go back. Yeah, like India, but like like a few months ago, India was the
No,
second country.
no humans have claimed to land on the moon like Neil Armstrong and the boys did. As far as I know. They claimed to
Yeah,
see.
but like India was the second one.
They haven't sent any humans back to the moon in 50 some years. That check out for you in your mind.
Yeah, but it's like I don't know, like, but that what does that mean? It just means they didn't have money or something, or they
That
didn't
means they
care
did the
anymore.
greatest accomplishment in all of mankind, but they never bothered to go back and do any more research or try to progress anything. Space travel is the only thing that is actually regress if you actually investigate it.
No, but like the whole point was like the space race between the communists and the capitalists, all right? And so like it's
That
like
was
a
the story,
historical
yeah.
that when so it's like a historical fact that when America went to the moon, like the Soviet Union, the Eastern Bloc, they just gave up on like the space race. They didn't want to combat it or compete rather anymore. So there's no
So
point.
you're
So if they're not doing it, why should the West spend billions and millions of dollars to do it
Sir,
if the contest is
are you associating government propaganda as historical fact? Is that what you just said? You think it's a historical fact that Russia was pissed that we
well,
went to the
if you can dispute it with like other evidence, go for it.
man? How much time do you have? There's whole movies. The moon landing is such a joke. I don't know where to start. Does anybody else want to?
I don't know, dude. Looks real to me.
Well, for starters,
If you want
well,
to dispute it, let's do it point by point. I just told you that it's like in the context of
cut
the
out?
space race and everything. So, yeah, rebuke or refute my
Hello?
point with
Is it just
your
me?
own.
somebody else want to jump in? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying the moon landing looks real to me.
Of course it does, you Cubanite.
I can't see anywhere where it looks fake.
So you haven't seen the videos of angles of shadows going different directions, supposedly from one light source on the moon? That's just the
No?
beginning.
No,
No, I haven't
I've
really
not
seen
seen the
that.
shadow one. Yeah, can you like
Oh,
get us
well
like a
done,
video and
zero.
post it in the site?
I'm not posting shit. I'm driving, but if you want to do your own
Oh,
independent
okay.
research, go for it.
I've done my own independent research on that. All those shadows are actually parallel.
Yeah, right. Can you provide
Wait, what
evidence of
does
that?
that mean?
Yeah.
Like parallel? What does that mean?
You actually trace the lines, they're pretty damn parallel.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
But you're
Saying
going
that.
off a single picture from the ground to determine if things are parallel from right ways coming in sideways.
Yeah,
Which
but
is
what does
already
that mean?
enough to
And
know
what's
for you.
the weight of it? What's the weight of that statement? It's parallel. What does that mean?
If either one of y'all did honest research, there's multiple things that can disprove the moon landing. It's a joke.
Well, besides like
Yeah, but like
the
what?
shadows,
Name
which
it.
can't be like
You
confirmed to be parallel or like perpendicular to each other or convergent.
give us a few
Anything
multiple
else?
things. You say there's multiple things, and like
Okay,
obviously you've looked.
we traveled through the vacuum of space 235,000 miles 50 years ago. Now we can't get higher than a couple hundred miles, whatever it is. They
We've
can't
gone
leave
higher
low.
multiple times. The fuck you mean?
No, but
They
they
cannot,
went to Mars, just like further away, like
they will
much
tell you they
further.
cannot put humans further up than low Earth orbit, whatever they claim that to be, and it's nowhere close to 235,000 miles, which the moon is allegedly supposed to be. So
But
that's
then they
just
have people on Mars. They had people on Mars.
there ain't no people on Mars. You watched a Matt Damon movie and thought it was real.
I know there's no people on Mars yet.
Have there never been people on Mars?
No people on Mars.
Oh.
Wow, they really got these guys fooled.
These guys are
Oh,
defending the
well,
moon. Look at this.
no, we're
What's
not
inherently wrong with the
defending
moon landing?
anything. We're coming here
It's
for
fake.
like.
Can you prove that?
We're coming here
Can you
for
prove it's
honest
real?
debate.
Yeah, we have
I gave you
broadcasts from
my
that direction.
evidence that I
You got a
see.
broadcast. You got a phone call right from the moon, right, bud?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I gave you guys evidence. I'm waiting
with a
for it to
delay
be
that seems to
refuted.
match up with what we would expect.
Yeah.
And we have like
I'm just
ham
waiting for
radio
someone to
operators that
refute it.
confirmed a signal coming from that direction, which was the moon.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you say so, buddy.
Yeah, but explain like the evidence. There wasn't like Adobe Photoshop or anything like that in the 60s. They got video evidence, like static picture evidence. Like they even have like moon rocks they brought back. Like refute those statements I just made because facts.
Yeah, the moon rocks they gave to the Dutch government turned out to be petrified wood, so they got wood trees on the moon too.
That's a negative, Ghost Rider.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it sucks that you're driving because I would love it if you
Plus,
could
it's
send
kind
us
of well
links
documented
about all
that
this
people were
stuff.
doing
That's a
bait and
negative,
switches.
Ghost Rider.
Plus, it's like well
Well,
documented
okay,
that like
but
people were
wait,
doing
there's
bait and
other like
switches,
people
returning
that
rocks that
probably
weren't the moon
agree
rocks
with
that they
this
were
guy,
given
right?
back to NASA.
No, but someone
Like all
else
the time. That's
agrees
why they
with
don't do
this.
it anymore.
Yeah. Can someone give us links to what this guy's saying, like petrified wood of like the moon rocks? Like, just
If
show
you
us
do
some
10
evidence.
minutes of honest research, you'll find some of this stuff. I don't know if anybody wants to go there, ever give me some links. I don't care.
So, what about like all the other rocks that like aren't
Yeah,
petrified
but you
wood
guys know
that
where
came
to
from the
look and
moon?
stuff. I'd rather have you link us. Like you know where to
Because
go.
we know
Fuck,
that
you know
like
these
you can
rocks came from the moon, dude.
you can take a look
Because
at
there's
their
video evidence
composite
of
and
it.
realize
There's
that it
video
doesn't match up with
evidence.
anything we have here on Earth.
So you watched a movie and fucking that's why you know they're real.
No,
It's not a
I'm able to
movie. It
like
was a
read
news
papers, and I'm able
program.
to like look at pictures, and I'm able to
The
just, like
movies nowadays are
You
even
just
better, I agree, man.
no, but you just
But
talking
Did you
one
see the
smack.
guy,
movie
one guy,
Gravity?
yeah, one
Did you
guy
see the
like
movie
You're not
Gravity? Does that
yeah,
look
like
real to you, dude?
yeah, like one guy checks out like a moon rock for
I'm
whatever
no,
like
but you're
occasion
And the
you're
other
he's
being
guy
going
says it
on,
is, right?
and then
I
he
get it,
swaps it
man.
out with a piece of petrified wood,
no, but
and
like
then
you're
like
being
all of a
disingenuous.
sudden
I'm
the
giving
moon
you
landing
like
never occurred because
I'm telling
somebody
you
Hey,
this
swapped
is
shit
what
double
around.
time. You guys are doing audio chaos one at a time. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm telling you this is what the
Dude, you believe
textbook
whatever
says,
they
and
tell you, man. Fuck.
this is from a news source, right? Of the
A
time,
news
right?
source.
In the 60s. But then you just talk smack. You can't give an equivalent weight of evidence. I ask you for links. You can't give it. You just talk smack. But I
Dude,
tell you that it was in a news program. And
we
like
haven't
there's
been into outer
literally
space,
videos.
man.
No, but
How do you
the
know we haven't?
conversation's pointless if
There's
you
shit
Show
that
me
can't
we
gas
give me an
pressure
can't
without a
find out.
container,
equivalent
you
weight of
Cubanite.
evidence.
Why would I have to show you that?
Because that's what we have here on Earth, right? We breathe fucking oxygen. It keeps us
Oh, there's a
alive, right?
container on Earth.
What?
Yeah, there's a container on Earth.
Which container are you talking about, buddy?
Oh, dude, there's the edge of the universe that contains all things.
So Earth's a closed
That's
system, man?
obviously Photoshop.
The universe is a closed system.
I thought it's ever expanding.
Yeah.
And where did your universe come from, dude? Where's all your fucking lore start off with?
Maybe Quetzalcoatl.
We start off with the Big Bang?
Maybe, dude. Maybe God lit a fart
Maybe?
and created the universe.
Is it a
We don't
maybe
know
or a
yet.
yes?
I don't know.
Is it your opinion?
That one's my opinion. We still can't confirm that existence yet, dude. Maybe God did
Can't
create the universe and
confirm
it's
what
ever
existence,
expanding.
man?
Because in the Quran it says like the
What
heavens are ever
existence are you
expanding.
referring to here, dude?
This existence.
What existence, man?
What are you on about?
I'm on about what you're on about, dude. Fuck.
I don't think we're on the same page. Are we speaking the same language, sub dude?
I don't know if you're speaking my language or not, dude.
Here's a Vegemite sandwich.
So everything came from nothing, right?
Yeah.
And then we base all fucking Einstein's
stick
theories
to
on
the
this
moon
fucking everything
landings?
came from nothing, right?
I guess so.
Oh,
Can we stick to the moon landings? Can someone refute
You
the
there, dude?
evidence given?
fucking
Like
stories and
links or
reify the math and
something?
say
Is it just me that's breaking up, or is he like breaking up like the Beatles for anybody else?
For me.
Sub dude, you are cutting in and out a little bit. Maybe try to reset.
I'm gonna try this. Hello?
Yeah. So there's no one can refute the evidence.
What evidence do you want us to refute? The moon landing?
Yeah, just asking for links because obviously you guys have read the counter evidence, like the thing that says no, this is fake, and I just want to see it. Because I give you like historical evidence, I tell you this happened, but then your the thing that you use to refute it is just to shit talk. You can't give me an equivalent weight of evidence. That's not how it. How are you gonna educate me about how flat it is if you can't give me
well, that was
something of weight or value? You're
stories.
just giving
And
me
then you keep
critique.
fucking adding stories to it, and then you reify fucking math to fucking make it all true. Like fuck, man. You got a fucking religion.
No, I didn't add stories. I told you there's video evidence.
Dude, it
there's
starts off
static
with a
image
story, man.
evidence.
That's what I'm getting at. Y'all came from
Dude,
nothing.
it's in every textbook in the
dude.
Western and
In
Eastern
every single
hemisphere.
origin
Like,
story, it
what?
seems
And
that
everything
like
just
we all
kind of
came
blew
from
out of fucking this big explosion, and we got another story that tells us that this happened and that
I don't care
happens.
about
Like,
the
fuck off.
explosion. I want to stick to the
Yeah,
moon
I know
landing.
you don't care about the explosion. You don't want to talk about that. I get it.
I mean, I could talk about it, but like, where do you think we came from?
I don't know, dude. I'm
you're
comfortable with
tiring.
saying I don't know, man.
Okay, cool. I'm comfortable with saying I don't know for sure, but at least I'll have a crack at taking a guess.
Yeah, go ahead, guess and speculate all you like, dude.
Yeah, dude. I think that some uncaring god, like eons ago, created this planet, and then like along with the rest of the universe, and then fucked off somewhere else to go do other projects. You have a random guess as to how this universe came about?
Like I told you, dude, I don't know, and I don't care to speculate with you, man.
I mean, that's fine. So
That's fine, but we
Any proof
generally
against the
prefer
moon
to
landing?
stay on. We do prefer to stay on stuff we can empirically prove and verify.
Yeah, can
Yep.
we like disprove the moon landing? Because there seems to be evidence for it.
What's the
Seems to
evidence
be,
for
eh?
it?
Yeah, there seems to be evidence. Well,
The
the evidence that we
video
have video evidence,
evidence
we
and
have
the
like rocks
static
that appear to be
picture.
from the moon. We have broadcasts
Yeah,
that were detected from the moon. We have
man.
videos of the rockets launching and going to the moon. So, I mean, unless we can like disprove all those things, or like at least make them.
Can you
like,
show me that
undeniable.
video of the rocket going to the moon?
Yeah, we can show you the takeoff video.
You can show me the takeoff
Yeah,
video.
and then we can show you the broadcast of the astronauts inside
Oh,
the
the news
pod.
stations. Oh, you got fucking.
Yeah.
No,
Wow,
but what do
dude.
you have? You
On the
just
way
have
to the
NASA
moon, we
and
have like the video
disingenuous.
like being broadcasted from the moon. That's all evidence. Granted, it's not
You
hard
just
proof,
have.
but it's evidence.
Yeah, and all you have is a giggling
Can
voice
you
and like
disprove any of those evidence, or
disingenuous.
like at least like make them like questionable?
I mean, when they stated just a second ago that they deal with like empirical, independent evidence, and then you went to the moon right away, did that seem like it was on the same, on the same line there?
Empirical evidence. Yeah, I would like them to like disprove the narrative.
Look here.
Empirically disprove something.
I got a picture of the Chinese space station there in space, man.
But like you're doing nothing. You're
Oh,
just
very
like it's nothing. There's no evidence. You got
It's
no
not
counter
evidence now.
evidence.
Pictures aren't evidence now.
Pictures
Never
aren't
mind.
evidence. Well, I
Like
think that we could take a look at that and
it's
break
fine.
it down and
You
actually
can
see if it's
you?
photoshipped or
How the
not.
fuck can you take a look at that and break it down, dude?
Yeah, we could actually like throw it through some.
It looks a lot better than the pictures you show me.
I don't think so, dude.
Well, let's see some, man.
Yeah, give me a second.
I don't think there's like a genuine flat earther here. I think all of you just like trolling. Because like I've really asked for some evidence, counter
Yeah, your
evidence,
evidence is
of
pictures
equal
from space,
value.
dude. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean this clearly isn't a picture.
Dude, you've given nothing. I'm not going to talk to you. You can't
This
give
is
me
clearly just
something
something
of weight.
somebody threw up in like Photoshop.
The only thing you give me is disingenuousness
Which we
and
can
a
actually break
deep
it down
revolt.
and tell that it is in Photoshop
What do
by
you
even
give?
like running it through Photoshop.
It was
Or
no
whatever fucking
Photoshop
image
in the
creators
60s.
use. Hard to do that with any of the NASA stuff now, isn't it?
Who measured the Earth?
Who measured the Earth? I did.
Oh, okay. I'm going to mute myself.
Can you measure the Earth?
Do what?
Can you measure the Earth?
Yeah.
How?
I just get like a little ruler out and I just take little measurements.
And I could say it to you, like I said to the guy yesterday, right? When you're saying I measure the Earth as like an object, you're saying you measured it in its entirety. That means that there would be like a length, width, height to it. So there'll be one end to one end. You must
I don't
have
have to measure
measured
its
it.
entirety.
So you measured end to end of what?
I don't have to measure it end to end.
What did you have to measure then?
Well, all I
If
gotta
you
do is measure a part.
Okay, and then you find out that there's an end somewhere by measuring a part.
Yeah.
How did you find out there's an end by measuring a part?
Well, if we can see its entirety, all we have to do is measure a part and scale from there.
Dude, you said you don't have to do that.
Yeah, you're right. I don't have to measure the entire thing.
All
I
right,
can
so
just measure a part.
you measure a part, and then you infer that there's an entire thing. And go ahead.
No, we could see that there's an entire thing.
All right, so you have to see it first. You have to see it first in
Yeah,
its entirety.
I've seen the images of the Earth. I can see that it's in its entirety.
Yeah, so like we've only known the Earth to be an object since what?
Forever?
1970 then, because that was when we saw it. I mean, that was
No,
right.
we've seen pictures of the Earth before that.
Okay, so before that. So what year?
I believe the 50s.
All right, so we've only known the Earth to be a sphere since the 50s because that's the only time when we observed it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like a new age thing that you're into.
Well, no, my thing is like we've kind of understood that the Earth was round for the better part of 2,000 years, and have built all of our functional maps off the idea that it was round. And then we confirm it by getting a picture in the 50s.
All right, so then you don't need to see it. You just measure a part of it. Then you're going to go back on that, and you
No.
measure a part of something. Yeah.
No. I can just
No,
go
you
off
have to
the
see it all
50s
first.
argument. Yeah, we've
Pick
seen it
one.
all in the 50s. And we
Right,
just
then you
take
time
part.
travel. What are you saying, dude?
Do what?
Do you have to see it all first, or can you just measure a part? And then once you measure a part of something, then you know it must have an end to it, and then you infer the end of it. How? By the little
No, we
measurement or
see that
something.
it has an end.
All right,
And we
first you
measure
see
a
it.
part,
Okay.
and then we scale up that part measurement.
Yeah. So I mean, again, you're going back to the 50s, I guess. With this new age thing that you had
Yeah,
to
that's all
first
I
see
need.
it and then measure it. Okay.
I could just stop at the 50s. It's okay.
Yeah. What did you see in the 50s? Old
I
timer.
didn't see. I just take a look of the pictures from the 50s.
All right. And then what did you measure in the picture?
What did I measure in the picture? I can take a look at just like the size of certain objects or certain parts of the object. compared to the entirety of the object, and I just measure that part, and then I scale it up to match the proportion.
Okay. That's what you did?
Yeah.
Nice, nice. I mean, that sounds like an answer. Sounds like you got an answer for something.
Mm-hmm. Like I could take a look at Florida. I know how far it takes to get across from one coast to the other in Florida. If I see an image of the Earth involving Florida, I can just scale it up and down from there.
Is that what you did? You drew a line. You laid a ruler on a picture.
No, I just take a look at my my mile gauge on my car.
Okay. So and what are you assuming from that?
What am I assuming? I'm assuming that the only assumption I have to make there is that like there's no government chip that makes my not odometer. What is it called?
I'm just saying. What? That's a measurement of what? What did you measure?
The distance.
Okay. So like, I mean, I think I said this to somebody yesterday too, right? So if I'm at the bottom of a mountain, right, and I start to walk, right, and I'm just going to say like, steps. So we'll just call it feet. So it takes me 10,000 steps. So it's 10,000 feet to the top, and then 10,000 feet to the bottom. Right. That's 20,000 feet. Right. How wide is the mountain?
It's 20,000 feet one way.
20,000 feet wide. Okay.
Yeah, 20,000 feet. No. We'd have to take a look if it's even on both sides. We just had to figure out the angle that you're going up, and it'd be easy.
All right. So is that what you measured with your odometer, an angle?
No, I just measured a distance over land.
Okay, with the land like mountainous? Did you go up mountains?
There's not very much topography to Florida down there.
How do you know?
How do I know?
Yeah, does the odometer tell you what you're going up? And is there an inclination? Like, does it measure angles? This odometer?
It's Florida. It's not really known for its mountainsides, Chief.
Yeah. So, are you saying that it's perfectly horizontal in Florida?
Not perfectly. It's kind of flat. Not very
Just
much.
tell me what your magic odometer measured.
I don't know if it's called the odometer. What is it called? I thought odometer was like the speed. Oh, the speedometer. Never mind. Yeah, the odometer. Yeah. So all you got to do is just track distance, dude. It's not that hard. If you want to go up and down the coastline, that works too. Unless coastlines are like
I just looked it up.
magically gonna throw you off.
Florida is the flattest state in the country with the lowest high point of any U.S. state at just 345 feet. So it's literally a sandbar because it's just sticking out.
Yeah, it's pretty flat. Yeah, it's pretty flat.
It's flat as fuck.
Yeah.
So flat meaning
no hills, no, it's smooth.
Yeah.
Like
pretty constant elevation above sea level.
It's just a beach.
So almost no elevation change.
Yeah.
Zero. Yeah, like nothing.
Okay. Very slight elevation change from one coast to the other.
Okay. All right. So now you got a picture of Florida, and you got a datum of zero elevation change.
Well, I didn't say zero elevation change, but we can just round
345 feet.
We're just going to pretend
we're going to over a couple hundred miles.
All right. So we're going to pretend that the Earth is flat, and then what do?
Why would I
drive a car?
The Earth is flat?
All right. Well, fine. It measures to have no elevation change. We drive from A to B. Then what happens?
Hold on. You realize that a sphere has no elevation change, right? Like a perfect sphere.
No elevation change.
Nice and smooth.
Weird.
Yeah, nice and smooth. Unless like you're defining like elevation like differently from what everybody that deals with like shapes defines elevation.
I think that's what you're doing, dude.
No.
Yeah.
Elevation in regards to an object is distance away from the surface of that object typically. But if a sphere has a constant elevation across its entirety of its surface, or
from
distance
where,
from
dude?
the center.
Distance from the center. Oh, here we go.
Either distance from the surface or distance from the center. There's one of two ways you can define elevation of an object.
Well, you went on this road. You went on this road trip. You didn't go down, did you? I don't know. Did you? I don't know. You went from A to B.
South.
And you measured something with your car.
Yeah, measured the distance with the odometer.
And there was no elevation change. There's no
Did I say
elevation
that?
change in that line.
Did I
I'm
say
asking
that?
you.
I said there's a
I'm
little bit of
asking
elevation change, just a few hundred feet over the course of like several hundred miles.
you. Okay.
So, like, easily able to be disregarded in the sheer magnitude of
Why
things.
wouldn't you, right?
Yeah.
Can't
Not
see it,
really
can't
gonna.
measure it. Fuck, it's not there, right?
The
Just treat it
elevation
as
change?
flat. I think you said
The
it's just a
globe
flat
isn't
Earth.
there.
Why would I treat it as flat?
You know, having no parts higher than the other.
That's not
Flat.
flat.
Oh, it's not. What is it?
It's called level.
Okay, so you're gonna treat it as level. Okay.
Mhm.
No parts
Like
higher than the other.
if I have a
Well, flat
billiard
just
ball,
describe.
if I
Flat
have
is
a
just a
billiard
descriptor.
ball, well, hold on. If I have a billiard ball and it's nice and smooth and equal elevation across the entirety of the billiard ball, we wouldn't say the billiard ball is flat now, are we? Are we not? Are we playing like air hockey?
Balls are not flat. What are
I
you
agree.
talking about?
Balls are not flat, but are they level?
No.
No, that's news to me, dude. You're playing with like wonky ovals now?
What do you mean? Are you asking me if a curve like is a rainbow level? No, like
What is level to you?
the same as it is to everybody.
No. Obviously not. If I said, "Hey, like I need a covering that is level with my object here." Are you going to give me a flat fucking covering for my curved object?
You're not being specific enough. What object did you
If
have?
I have like an engine in my car and I want
Who gives a
covering
fuck, dude?
that is level with the engine, are you going to give me a flat covering for my engine that's obviously not flat?
Who asked for level and engine covers? Do you know? I don't know if anybody says that. Why are you speaking in these weird terms that nobody speaks in? Everybody speaks the way I speak. Nobody's
I
like,
don't
let me
think
get a
everybody.
level
How would you
tarp for my
describe it?
engine circle. Nobody says these things.
Oh, okay. Maybe not with you. Maybe not like with like people that aren't engineers.
Bro, I don't,
Why are you an
I mean,
engineer, dude?
what are you talking about?
No, I speak with a lot of engineers.
Oh,
And
so you're not
taken
one,
my fair
but
share of engineering classes.
I get it.
Yeah, I've dealt with my fair share of engineering courses. It's no big deal, and I know plenty of engineers who would describe it as such. But
I don't think they
guess
would
like
describe
As what, dude? What are you describing here?
a level surface as
What about
anything
it?
that is flush with another.
That it's flush with another?
Yeah, equidistant
Is that other
from
surface
another one.
level, or are they're not?
Well, again, it's level to that surface.
And what is that other surface level to?
It might not be anything.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can then, you're saying you don't really need anything to reference. You're saying you can, which I agree, right? You can establish like a level line, like right up in the air, like up in the air. You can establish that, right?
A level line up in the air. Level to what?
Like regardless of what's beneath me or above me, I can just establish
Yeah, you
a
can have it
level
level to
line.
like another line.
Yeah, so like I could then take like let's say a water level or a spirit level or whatever, right? And a plumb bob, and I could hold those two things in the air above the ground, and I could establish a horizontal or a level line in the air.
Yeah, you could establish a level line in the air in regards to something else. Or if you want to like stick up
No,
a
not in
nail.
regard to anything
Oh
else.
yeah, you could stick up like a rod at the ground and like that can be your level point for other things.
so you got a claim here, dude? Like
No,
make a
we're
claim,
just I've just been
make a
I've
claim, and
asked
then
for
back
like
it up with some evidence,
no,
right? Like,
I'm actually still
or you can
waiting on
back it
like
up with pictures and stories. I don't care, man. Like, do
dude,
something here.
I'm just waiting on
Trying
like
to wax
evidence
yourself
against the
all
moon landing.
intelligent and everything else. I get it,
Yeah,
man.
it's pretty easy to do.
It's your persona. I understand.
It's pretty easy to do, Chief.
Yeah,
But
my
anyway,
bad. I got
I
them off
I'm
of
still
that
waiting for
topic.
evidence against like the moon.
What's your claim? What evidence against the moon, man? Fuck me.
Yeah, I'm waiting for evidence against the moon landing because people said it's fake.
So what's your claim? You went to the moon?
No.
Oh.
Fuck up, asshole.
Oh, somebody's angry.
Well, he just comes in here to troll, man. Like, fuck.
No.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
here to like have a debate, but like.
What
then they're
debate?
taking
What's
back
the
the
claim,
moon.
dude?
There's not an invisible unicorn in my garage, dude.
I have a question because I understand what Emperor is saying, but the thing I want to hear about is like how Florida is flat but also curved at the same time. Like, what is, because you say that it's level, flat, and curved. Like all those things are happening at the same time.
I
Like
never
I'm
said
just
it was
not
flat.
exactly like I don't have like an understanding of like what it means to be flat and level, and like the curved surface
Oh,
of Florida is flat
that,
and level.
that's easy. I never claimed Florida was flat.
Well, no, but I'm saying, see, because like I'm so sick of having to like argue over whether or not we can properly use the word flat, just because these guys want to say that the Florida is or because flat is level, right? Isn't that what they're trying to say, Jenkins?
Yeah,
Isn't
they
that what flat
always
earthers are all trying to say? Is flat is
yeah
level?
yeah they always try and equate flat and level, but they don't
Okay,
always
because
mean the
like
same thing.
because Florida it can be curved and flat at the same time. Are you guys? Does anybody have an issue with that?
I do.
What's the issue with curved and flat at the same time?
Curved and flat are contradictory, but level and curved don't contradict each other.
So like even though Florida's a part of the globe, but it's level, and that's what makes the curve, but it's not curved,
Florida
even
could
though it's part
curve.
of the globe.
Well, no, Florida can curve at the same rate as the water curves, making it level to the to the sea level.
Right, and that's why it's so
However,
flat, and that's why we call it the flattest state.
yeah, we call it the flattest state because of the elevation change. It's a colloquial term that people also misuse. They should be saying level.
Right, it's the most level state because there's
Yeah.
no elevation. Oh, I see. L level is extra level, because so something like is that kind of where elevation and
Yeah.
level come from?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So they should be saying that it is the most level state in the union.
But
not
right, and
flat.
so we're
I know you
yeah,
are,
right,
dude.
because casual use of the word flat is what is kind of what like spurs this whole debate.
Yeah.
Because English is fucked up, and we have words that mean completely different fucking things all the different times.
So how about we say not a globe?
It clearly is.
That's a negative claim.
Only in this,
You
only in
gotta be
this
something.
arena does this happen, right? It doesn't happen when you go out in the world. When you say to someone, or they understand the language. You say, "Listen, I want to, level this house or basketball court or whatever," right? They understand what that means. That means no part's higher than the other.
Sure.
They want all those little dots that they could put into there to all be within the same plane. They understand what it is.
And when I say that I want like a covering for my curved surface to be level to the curved surface,
It doesn't make any sense at all, dude. But go ahead.
No, it doesn't make any sense to you.
No, not in common language. It doesn't, man. You want a fucking curved level. I get it.
Yeah, curved. Yeah, things can be curved and level at the same time. But
Yeah.
like
No, I
again,
get it
let's
now.
take a look at what level means in engineering terms, because I understand you're not an engineer.
Please tell us. What does that mean? What does that leveling? What does level mean in engineering? Because that's kind of where horizontal comes in, right?
Let's see if I can find it here.
What's the difference between level and horizontal, Jenkins? Is it the same
Level?
thing? Level
It's
is
Jenkum. Horizontal
what
is straight left and right, or in regards to an X or Y axis.
left to right.
depending on-
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
When, so
X or
level
Y
is
axis.
level
Whereas-
relative to something
Can you go to
else.
Home Depot and buy me a curved level, please?
Curved level? No.
Wait, so
'Cause
what's the
usually-
difference between level and horizontal?
Horizontal is a flat plane going left to right, typically referred to as the x-axis, whereas
Okay.
level is just equidistant from a surface.
Equidistant from a surface is
Mhm.
level. Okay. Oh, I see. So like, oh, I see. Because if it was flat, then it's going to be like perfectly flush with the level plane, because that's what level is.
Mhm.
And if it's a curve, it's just perfectly equidistant, so it's like balancing perfectly
Yeah,
level.
if you have a curved
on
surface
the-
and you want
if you were like holding a
if you-
sword on your finger, that's like
Yeah,
a curve,
if you have
like
a curved
level
surface-
sword.
So what happened?
If you have a curved surface and you want to create a covering that is level to that curved surface, you would just make sure that it is equidistant from that curved surface at all points.
If
But
I
when you
here's
tip
like
a
little
level, it's
scenario-
not level anymore.
Yeah, if your
Yeah,
level is trying to like it be in regards to a flat surface, sure.
Well, here's
But
here's a little
if I'm trying to
scenario
make
about
if I'm
the
trying to make a curved
surface of an
surface,
object.
if I have a curved
Yeah,
surface,
here's a
and I want
little
to
demonstration, right? So we're in the kitchen. We know that I put a level on the kitchen floor, and I know that it has like a pitch to it, right? But I hire a contractor. I say, listen, I want to install these cabinets, and I just want my countertops to be completely level right? Is he
Mm-hmm.
going to then just measure from my sloped floor a specific distance
If you have a slope floor and you
and
want
be
like,
like, and say, here you go, your countertops are now level
if you want to level your
because they're
countertops,
equidistant from the floor that is sloped?
yeah, if you say I want it level to the floor, then yeah,
No, I just want
it
it
would be sloped.
level. Is he going to understand that I just want it equidistant
Level
from
to
the
what?
floor,
Well,
which is sloped?
this again is why like language is important. When I say I want it level to the surface, and he makes it not level to the surface by making it level to the ground, then he did not do his job. But I
Right. So
understand the
we
word
can
games
then
that you want
we
to
can
play. If
disregard
I
the ground.
no,
We
if
can
we want to
disregard the
say
ground then and just project a level line in the air. He can just walk up to the wall that is in the vertical plane and put the level on the wall and establish a level line on the wall, and then bolt the cabinets to that level line on the wall,
yeah,
and it will
if you
not be
if you
equidistant
Is that
from
why
the
the
if you
floor.
is
have a
that why a
sl-
level
if you have a s-
foundation is so important? Because
yeah,
everything is relative to the level foundation. Because the Earth is a fucking nightmare in terms of trying to level shit.
yeah, that's why you make everything level to your foundation. However, if I have a slope foundation, I tell the guy, hey, I want this this thing to be level to the foundation, and the foundation is sloped. Guess what? They're going to make it level to the foundation that is also sloped.
They're going to tell you to call somebody else. They're not going to get sued. They don't want to be sued and lose their license.
Mm-hmm. Or if I have
I don't know. When I use a
if
level,
I
I
Oh, I
just
see.
kind of follow that bubble on top, dude. Fucking, I
Oh,
just
so
raise that level
you
up
could.
a little bit on the
and,
side there. The
and when
bubble
I
goes
use
to the middle, then I can
Oh,
establish a nice straight line. Or I use
and
floor leveler like
oh, because
water, like when you
horizontal.
pour water out on a.
or when I use AutoCAD and I have a surface that is like has
I
some
know when you do
topography
it in
to
your
it.
brain, in your imagination, it works for you, dude.
Did you just
Yeah,
claim that you pour foundations on a slope and then they get
no,
inspected by an inspector and the inspector says, yes, that's okay. Go ahead and now start building the
no,
house on your sloped foundation?
no. But you can like hush while we speak, right? Anyways,
Don't try to get
While we
thrown
speak
out
about his
with
imagination
the
and
tone.
about like how we deal with things in engineering terms, yeah, definitely imagination, dude.
Equidistant
dude,
from the surface. What a weird from a sloped floor. I mean, that's nobody talks like this.
No,
Yeah,
he's just talking about
engineers talk like
level
this.
to the
Yeah,
to the slope. So like, there's only one way you could like. That means so even though the foundation is sloped, if you're just making something level to the slope, it doesn't matter if it's like
That's
horizontal
not
or
a thing that
sloped or
people
whatever. It's
do.
just gotta be level with the foundation. So if the
That's not a
foundation
have
is
you
term
ever?
like
that's used
level,
in the way that
it
you're
would be
saying
equidistant.
anything.
Well, the level would be equidistant. So even though it wouldn't be horizontal left to right perfectly like we would do to the
No, I
surface,
mean,
it would
listen,
be
dude,
sloped
guys, you're going crazy. You're
level
going
to the
crazy here. If
foundation.
the floor is sloped, meaning it's lower on one end than it is on the other end, and I were to get a level or and project a level line on a vertical wall, it would be, closer on, on side A, and then it would be a wider and wider gap from the level line on side B. Yeah,
so it's not level to
you're
the
going
sloped
crazy.
surface if there's a
Right?
wider
There's
Yeah,
no
wider
need
gap.
for the
It's just
surface.
for argument. I think it's
you
just he's
don't
just
do
saying it's
that.
a
You
he's
don't build a sloped floor and then make everything even off your sloped floor. You use
But
a
if you're on
level,
a ramp,
dumbass.
if a ramp is sloped, and so you're trying to make something level to the
So now
ramp,
you
you
make
have to make it
ramped walls. You
sloped.
make all your ramped walls and ramped
No, like a
ceilings
rail.
then. So you make ramped ceilings then.
Yeah, if I have like a ramp and I make like a rail that I want level to the ramp, am I gonna have like the
Yeah.
ramp flat like horizontally while the ramp is
It's not
sloped?
called level
No.
to the ramp. It's called parallel to it.
Yeah, it can also be referred to as level to it.
Yeah. Well, listen, what you're going to
Yeah,
do is you're going to get
we're
rise
just
over
using it
run
in a
if you
weird
want that
way to
slope
explain
in a
because
ramp.
now I
You're
can
going to
see. Oh, I'm sorry, thanks.
if you want the slope of a ramp, you're going to get rise over run. You measure how high. I guess you're coming from a door or something, right? So it's 3 feet off the ground. So that's the rise, and then you get your distance for where you want the ramp to end. But you're going to need like a horizontal level line to measure that rise over run.
I think it's just an interesting thought exercise to you just use the word in a different way to explain it, how like level is perceived.
Yeah, just use it however you need to explain.
I was also thinking parallel too. When you said parallel, I was thinking that yes, you want to run something that's parallel would be level.
Mm-hmm.
Parallel
Parallel
with
a straight line.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like anything that's parallel is also level.
And that's not true at all.
With a thing
If
that's
I have
parallel.
I have two pieces of spaghetti right here, and in my hand, and I hold them parallel to one another in any inclination, they're not level. What do you mean?
No, they're level with each other. I think that's
Like
No,
we
they're
have
just
tools
parallel with each
that we
other.
call levels, man. You guys understand that, right? There's tools that are called levels, and we use these tools to find level.
Yeah,
right. And so
to a flat surface.
level is not a tool. Level is a concept, and that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
No, a level is a tool, dude. A bubble level, a fucking
Yes,
whatever,
I
man.
agree
There's
with
all
you.
kinds of
But
them.
We're talking about the concept of a level and what it means.
No, we're
or the
talking
concept
about
of
what
level.
the fuck level is, not the
Of level.
not parallel to a ramp. That's not level. That's called parallel to a ramp.
That's called level to a ramp.
You're an idiot, dude. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about building stuff or engineering. You talk like you do. You don't know anything.
I know a lot about engineering, but go off, King. I mean,
Oh,
if you want
what's
to like
up,
go back to
man?
like the
What's up?
basic, if you want to go back to like the basic, like little handyman fucking terms for like leveling, sure. But like in the big boy world where we use AutoCAD and C++, not C++, yeah, not C++. I'm so sorry. I use
So
AutoCAD.
fucking stupid.
Right?
You can't even throw out the correct terms, you
Yeah, you're right.
idiot.
So AutoCAD, right? So when we use AutoCAD, I used AutoCAD in high school and college, and I still remember the leveling tool that will take two different surfaces that are not flat, make them equidistant to each other, right? But I understand that you've never touched an engineering software in your entire life, and you've only dealt with like bubble levels to make fucking concrete flat, right? But us big boys that actually
Yeah, so
understand.
we got to go into your imaginary world.
Big boy pants. What you're describing in AutoCAD is called an offset. So
No,
since you
it's
don't know the
leveling
terms,
tool.
I thought I would tell you what it's called in AutoCAD. Called an offset.
Yeah, it again is referred to as a leveling tool, which makes them both level to each other, two curved surfaces that are equidistant to each other. Again, if I want to make a covering to a curved surface, and
So do you got a fucking
equidistant.
claim yet, or what, dude? Or are you just gonna?
No, I asked earlier for like evidence that the moon landing was fake, and this is where y'all drove us.
That's not a claim, brother.
You're right. I'm not making a claim. I'm like somebody said that the moon landing was fake. I'm asking for evidence. That it
Yeah,
was
I'm
fake.
right. I know. You never make a fucking claim. You just want to fucking troll around.
Yeah, I'm pretending to be a flat earther right now, making no claims, only asking for evidence, right? So somebody made the claim that the Earth was, or that the moon landing was fake. I'm asking for evidence that it was fake. And all I got was like shadows looked like they were converging or some shit.
Is the moon level?
The moon level? I don't know. Never been to the moon.
You said a cue ball was level earlier.
Yeah, cue ball is level to its surface, dude.
Is the moon level?
The moon level? I don't know. Probably not.
I
It's
know,
got
what a
craters and
ridiculous
shit all
question,
through
right?
it.
Like just how
the
ridiculous,
moon,
right?
the moon isn't level. It's got like craters and shit all in it.
No, yeah.
And like little hills and craters. Viewably so.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine coming onto the internet and some guy, I don't know, Jenkins or something, saying to you that the moon is level. Like,
No, I
what
just
is
said
that?
that the moon isn't level. It's got like
You
craters.
said
and
cue
shit.
balls are level, buddy.
Yeah, cue
You
balls.
said
Cue
engines are
balls
level. I don't know. Imagine these conversations
No, I didn't say an
happening
engine
in
was
the real
level.
world.
I said that a cover for an engine would be
He's-
level. But you keep twisting my words because you're either not listening or you're trying to straw man me. Either way, it's very cute.
And then you put a ruler on a picture of Florida and said, "Well, I know that Florida is flat.
I
Therefore,
didn't say it
my
was flat.
ruler."
I said quite the opposite, that it was flat.
You said there's no elevation change, and that was your
Does
proof.
not mean flat. And no, that wasn't my proof. I said I got the distance from one coast to the other, and I used that to scale up like my measurements for the entirety of the Earth.
So then you know
Keep
the ends
strawmanning
of the
me,
earth.
dude. But again, can you please
Yeah.
disprove the moon landing?
So now you know the ends of the earth, right? So you've now turned it into an object that you say this is one segment of the entirety of the object.
So no evidence against
How do you
the moon
know that?
landing. Got it.
I don't care about the moon as much as you do. I don't know.
Yes, Fusili, and I showed you with images how I can get a 90-degree reference point for a nail that was at a 45-degree angle. I know you're still butthurt about that one.
He holds a nail up beside a fucking.
Yeah, really quick, easy setup, and easy to demonstrate. Simple concept of perspective in angles.
I know,
So
dude.
weird to understand that, or so weird to like grasp that like a guy who builds houses can't grasp that concept. I would never live in your house. I would never.
I don't.
But I also have like a scope on my rifle, and I also have like a staircase that has a railing to it, and I can like.
Never shot a gun in your life. Stop lying to people.
I haven't. I've shot plenty of guns, dude.
You sound like you break a nail.
Yeah, I got plenty of guns. Actually, I need more. I got a 30-30 I can circumcise a coyote like with from like 300 yards out.
Video games don't count, dumbass.
Oh, very cute.
Demons.
Here, stand by, Chief. Where's it at? Let's take a look. My collection's only got bigger since I took this picture, but I can run down there to the safe and get another one. I have plenty of them.
Yeah, looks like you have a lot of guns. You can never be too careful walking around the red light district.
Eddie, that's what my got my whatchamacallit, my 586. I fucking love it to death. Starting to get a little worn out though. Blowing a bit out the sides now.
Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Falskin. Bye.
Anyone around?
Yeah,
I
man.
am.
Was that Elijah? What's up, dude?
What's up? What's up?
What up?
Hey.
What up?
What's up?
What's up?
Oh, it's chilling.
Me too. Are you new? Old? What's up?
Somewhere in the middle.
Okay, so you already know what this place is about. You're not surprised that it's here in the politics server.
I'm not surprised. What?
Not surprised that this section in this particular Discord server is here. Like you already knew that we were here in the politics server.
Pretty much.
Yeah, cool. Well, it's a little slow right now, but appreciate you for stopping by.
What is there to talk about?
Say that again.
What is there to talk about? I can't think of anything.
I mean, well, it really depends. People come in here wondering why we're in here, and we tell them. Sometimes people come with their own questions, and we try to answer them to the best of our ability. So, typically people come in here, they have questions about the topic, and conversation kind of builds from there.
Right. I need another project.
Okay.
What do you mean, a project car?
A car, build something, invent something.
Why does my mic sound so loud and clear right
Okay,
now?
it could be.
Yeah, it's odd,
I
isn't
don't
it?
know, but it does.
Yeah,
I was
sometimes.
thinking the only
I
noise
went
I
to check
heard
the
was
YouTube.
Elijah. Clearly.
Yeah, it's
I went
like
to go check the YouTube because I when you told me that the other day, I was like, let me check that because I do realize that like I can't stand people who have a shitty mic, regardless of what they're talking about. It's annoying. So I'm like, let me go see what my mic sounds like now that it's kind of a slow conversation. And I'm like, this shit sounds fine. Are they trolling me? Like,
do you listen when they tell you it doesn't sound good?
No,
I haven't.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what you need to do.
right, cause
And I get it.
right,
It's not that I don't
'cause-
believe you guys. It's that sometimes it works perfectly and
yeah,
sometimes it doesn't, and I have no idea why.
Is it
Like
wireless?
I
dude,
didn't
I'm
do
in the same
anything
club.
different.
Believe me, it gets
I'll clip it next
motherfucker
time your
gets
mic
mad
sounds.
as shit.
Next time your mic sounds like shit, I'll just clip it, and then you'll be able to hear yourself.
Yeah. Like I have no idea what causes that. Oh, you know what? Give me a second. I'm going to do a test. I'm gonna open up my COD mobile app and see if that affects my audio.
Oh, it might.
Because
Someone
TikTok
wins.
definitely
Walls of
does.
water taller than towers. Gather
Hey,
your pallbearers. I'm burying all you cowards.
Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again?
Yes.
Because I know sometimes my mic will go crazy and like no sound will come through. All I have to do, it's a USB mic, so I unplug the mic, wait 5 seconds, plug it back in, and it works fine.
Man,
I know
I
that's
had
the running
problems
joke.
and I didn't.
I know that's the running joke saying, have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again? But you'd be surprised how many people don't do that.
Yeah, that's not
They start-
actually a joke, dude.
Yeah.
You know, that's not even the first line of troubleshooting I used to go through as a technician, right? The first one was, is it plugged in? That's the
You
first
can't
one.
be serious.
Like, seriously.
Come on,
Seriously.
man. We're flat earthers. We make sure we're plugged in and grounded.
Mic check.
Well, I
Yes,
work
plugged
tech
in.
support for Comcast, and you'd be surprised how many people call in
Mic check. 1
without
2 1
first
2.
unplugging and plugging back in their modems.
Oh, it's straight. Dude, I didn't even realize I got Alien Sound Center, Alienware Sound Center, and NVIDIA. Man, motherfuckers had to tell me how to work that shit.
Are you telling me it's
I mean-
straight to me, or are you talking to the other guy? Like,
I'm talking to you, but yeah, your sound's great, dude.
that is retarded.
Right
I'm
now.
playing Call of Duty and it still sounds. I'm so upset.
It was a little louder a minute ago, though.
It might be. Then it might be Call of Duty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
I had to
if you
double
just
your
wanna
volume just to hear you the other day.
well, let me look up. I might
Here.
still have him on 182.
Here, check out
Oh,
the
I do. Fuck, I got you at 200%. Shit.
check out my stream if you want to see what your levels look like.
I built pyramids, parallel portals to other worlds. When Gabriel's horn sings and the Father returns, I'll roast a marshmallow on a stick while your soul burns. I like that verse. I think it's hard. Like, yeah, I'm going to get a bag of marshmallows when the second coming comes. There's going to be a lot of heat here from all them burning souls, you know. I at least like to put it to use. You know, I'll feel sorry for you guys, but I'm going to roast marshmallows.
Making s'mores?
Making s'mores the day all them souls burn. Well, at least I hope. But I got faith, you know. I don't care what other people believe. When it comes to God, there's way too many stories out there. I don't believe all those stories. But I do believe there's something greater than us. And that kills me in this world today. If you say I believe in a spiritual authority or God, they automatically try to put you into one of their cubby holes so they can understand what you believe. It might be you don't believe any of their stories, you just believe they're the creator. Man, Michigan got some funny ass weather right now. It keeps going from 36 and 40 degrees to like 70. Half the state gonna have respiratory infections by the end of the week. Just because of the severe changing in the, you know, in the weather and the barometric pressure.
I'm from Texas, so there really is no getting used to that. The weather constantly fluctuating greatly like that. You think, oh, I'll get used to it eventually. No.
Yeah, it's been that way my whole life, dude. In Michigan, you can go through all 4 seasons in one day. Any time of year.
Yeah, you gotta be
can
ready. Gotta be ready with the short sleeve shirt, you know, and a jacket with jeans, you know. Like you gotta be prepared.
I still do denim. You was gonna say denim. I got a jean jacket. Got an Iron Maiden patch on it from the the 80s, but
That's hard. That's hardcore right there.
hey, it's the Trooper too, Crit.
No, I'm saying like when you walk around with like old school, like not old school, but 1980s, rock bands and stuff, and people don't know the context.
Yeah.
Megadeth, Iron Maiden. People are like, holy
Yeah.
shit, what?
They're like, look at this devil worshiper. Yeah, I know. I
That
get it.
dude is on, man. That dude is lit. He is like talking about,
Well,
the
I mean, there are
so many
heavy
churches.
metal bands that are Freemasons. Metallica being one of them. But
or like Anthrax. You got like a denim jacket that says Anthrax, Megadeth. Like Iron Maiden.
Yeah, their new album Lux Eterna means eternal light. Your eternal light, Lux Eterna. That's the divine light. It's a Masonic principle.
I saw Iron Maiden in frickin' the Number of the Beast tour, Baltimore Civic Center. Judas Priest, screaming for vengeance.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
guys like notice
the
that.
Civic Center, huh? Sorry, bro.
Yeah, I saw him on Peace of Mind and Power Slave too. Yeah.
Get in there, Elijah.
Yeah, you know all that old shit, man. I
Your
saw
mic is-
MOD. I saw MOD.
Wait,
I
hold
saw
on. Be quiet for a
MOD.
second. Elijah, I think try talking. I'm not sure, but it sounds a little distorted.
Yes.
Okay, you're good. Okay. Sounds like for a second like you're gurgling your throat or something that was coming through really weird.
Like The Grudge, yes, that's how I felt when I got walks.
Yeah, I hear you. I reckon I don't like that there, but
I didn't think y'all would hear it, but on a bad mic day, y'all don't hear the little sounds that I make. So
That's
anyway.
hard. The grudge sound is hardcore. That's really rough. That's raw.
Yeah. It's vocal fry. It's like it's one of the things that you do when you vocal train. Like it's like a warm down kind of. Anyway. So it's like
I'm with you, Elijah.
Yep. So it's like
vocal training.
What's crazy is when you really look to your left and you look to your right, and you look at your neighbors, like they actually have no problem with a spiritual authority. They just hate the God of the Bible, and not specifically because of what the Bible says, but specifically because of their upbringing surrounding the book. Because when you talk to them, there's a whole bunch of people ready to read your palm and tell you, oh yeah, my God's in the universe. Like they make sure shit is aligned right. Like no one has a problem with spirituality. They just have a problem with religion.
Yeah, they got a problem with you're a sinner and you're going to hell, or you'll be judged someday. Yep. Hey, Elijah, when you started talking about vocal training, my first thought was, damn, I still got that Moonshine song. A lot of you guys don't know it, but Elijah can sing his ass off. He could probably sing gospel that I would sit there and listen to and enjoy, even though I'm not a hyper religious guy. But yeah, that Moonshine, you know what I'm talking about.
Yep, yeah. That's a good song.
I thought when I heard it, I'm like, man, he holds that note so high. I wonder if Elijah trains his vocal cords. And now I know you do.
Mm-hmm. You have to, because if you don't, it's like a piano. You could really be like just out of tune. Like when I say out of tune, like your brain knows what note you want to hit, but the keys aren't physically capable. You got to warm them up. You got to stretch them, and what you got to do.
And there's like three tones in vocal training. And if you can hit them, you can sing any song in those chords, and you'll sound all right as long as you're holding your tune.
Yep.
I was raised in the church. The choir lady used to nag me all the time. Always going high pitch like Michael Jackson, you know? She's like, no, Michael, you gotta control that. She was a mean old woman. She really was. Messed up her choir. That lady would condemn you to hell.
Did you know Eddie Van Halen did the guitar solo of Beat It?
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen.
I just found that out just the other day. I was like, how did I not know that? What the hell?
I was watching a documentary about how the reason they got with David Lee Roth is because he had nice equipment, and I'm not talking about like his body. I'm talking about like electronic, like like he had like a nice like a PA and like
we know
all this
what
stuff.
you meant.
Yeah, they didn't want to really even play with him because he was a freaking like a fancy boy.
Nancy boy, you say?
I said fancy, but yeah, basically.
Well, Fancy was a chick too. They called her Patsy Cline. No, yeah, I heard all that stuff when, man, I seen the birth of MTV. I used to watch MTV a lot.
Was that?
Yeah, dude, it was 99.6 Luff Balloons and Big Country and all that shit over and over.
Yep.
Dude, it got a bit until
Material Girl.
Headbangers Ball was cool though. And you got to see the
don't leave out
Trooper and freaking
Donna and gay
Under the
ass
Hill.
George Michaels. They played George Michaels constantly.
Oh my lord.
The Man Show came out.
Boy George, all that nonsense.
Yeah.
Culture Club. What a mess.
Billy Idol.
Well, MTV started featuring NASA clips here and there. Like they had that whole astronaut TV thing that they showed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Christ, they put the
moon is
MTV
real.
sign on the moon. Yeah, they put the MTV sign
That's
flag
right.
on the moon. On the moon, man. That was doing propaganda back then.
Yeah. They had us believing that frickin' MTV was on the moon. But it's more likely that MTV went to the moon than we did.
That's what, when people say they're from my era, I like to ask them, MTV crowd or VH1? Or BET? What'd you watch?
MTV. VH1 was lame.
I'd watch BET and MTV.
VH1 had some cool shit eventually, but I was
You
like
had a chick
I was
there.
young.
You got a chick with
Dude,
you.
who was it? Who was the two people? Gosh damn, was it Martha? Martha. What the hell was her name? Wasn't Martha? No, not Martha Stewart. I'm an idiot. I don't know. There's two.
Martha and the Muffins.
Who remembers Up All Night with Elvira?
Holy crap. Dude, you know it's funny if you're seeing that dude from Counting Cars, that dude is like a count,
Yeah, the Count. He was.
Yeah, the late night thing, dude. It was him. Like kind of like Elvira, but it was him.
Yeah, he had the Count.
Yeah, that dude freaking built some pretty nice shit, man.
Used to play all like Count Dracula and Fright Night, all them vampire movies, just like Olivia. Elvira, Olivia.
Yeah, he was like more like national. He was like, I think he was like local for where he was at or something.
Yeah. You know, the Count and Elvira, they look pretty fucking young they were older than me when I was a kid, you know?
Yeah, I think she came in and got a car freaking built, if I'm not mistaken, on the show.
Yeah. Yeah, Elvira, yeah, she had Count build her a car. Believe me, I watch counting cars. Gas Monkey Garage. I actually got a TV in the barn, and I watch it while I'm working on cars.
Did you have like Taxi Cab Confessions, or was that a different channel? You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
I know what Cash Cab is. I don't know about Taxi Cab Confessions.
Oh, you missed out, man.
That was on HBO.
Yeah.
That's right.
And that was all up in it. It was that almost porn shit for, getting young kids hooked on porn, like
Oh yeah, my
Cinemax.
teenage self watching Liquid Television with Aeon Flux. That was exciting.
To love the celebrity death matches.
Yes. Oh yeah, and bum fights.
Dude, that claymation was the bomb. It took them freaking a long time to do that crap. And it was freaking badass, man.
Yeah.
Crank Yankers in the late 90s. You ever watch that?
Oh yeah, that was classic too.
You see,
We got mental. I don't want to do the impression and break a TOS or whatever, but yeah.
Is that the you okay, Command Dog? Is that the same thing? Is that the you okay, Command Dog? Or whatever?
Oh, you kicked my dog.
That one.
Yeah. Kids in the Hall.
Yeah, that. Kids in the Hall. That was funny.
I'm crushing your head, you puny earthling.
It's squishing your head. I'm squishing your head.
Mama.
It wasn't I'm squishing your head, I'm crushing your head with his little fingers.
Was it crushing or squishing? I thought it was squishing.
My mom always made sure to say.
I'm crushing your skull. Or I'm crushing your head. One of the two. Wasn't squishing.
Don't suppose we have any Globers out there just waiting for an opportunity to pounce.
I'm Spartacus.
I'm going to tell you about the time I saw MOD in down near Glen Burnie in Maryland. MOD, the tour where the guitarist broke his leg and he had to play in his he was playing in his chair. That was the the AIDS song, the freaking MOD for USA. That whole album. That was a badass album. I know you know it because I've heard you talk about it.
Do any of the GF6 chat skanks want to come talk about the globe proof?
We are now discussing in the text chat with a guy who doesn't know what the positive claim is.
Okay, you Globers deal with that then.
No, it's hard to focus on two things at the same time.
I've never really got the whole concept of a positive and negative claim. A claim's a fucking claim.
Couldn't agree with you more, Crit.
Yes, exactly, but there can be different types, like subtypes.
No, there's a myth. There's a logical myth that you can't prove a negative claim. I heard that a few times, but
I mean, you could prove it if the claim that the negative claim negates the existence of something or some property of something would make some kind of prediction, and then you prove that this prediction doesn't happen, for example, or that something that contradicts it happens. Then that would be evidence for a negative claim. But Mr. Obvious It Be thinks that a positive claim is something that a person that doesn't agree with him does, while his claims aren't positive. I mean, he doesn't even think these are claims, probably. That's at least what I got from this conversation. The precise definition he said was, wait a moment. Anything that claims contrary to what is self-evident. Yeah, that is the first time I hear a definition of positive claim that is even close to that. But I mean, we have a new kind of scientific method here. We have a new kind of definitions for basic words in logic, like evidence, like proof, like observation. So why don't we make a new speak term for positive claim too? I mean, let's make it an entire new language at this point. Yeah, but in the case if someone thinks this isn't obvious and still doesn't know what the positive claim really is, then it's simply any claim that affirms an existence of a state of something. So saying that the Earth is flat or that the Earth is a globe is a positive claim. How probable that claim is and how much it matches the real observations is completely irrelevant to it being positive or not. Simply a matter of if it claims an existence of something. A negative claim is something that claims a lack of something.
Dude, you're not the only. Chill, bro. But we prove negatives all the time. Well, some people may not realize it, but we prove negatives all the time.
What's your example? I mean, I agree with you 100%, but what is the example you're showing? Yes, that would be a good example, definitely.
Yep, we use it all the time. If the Earth is a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every distance measurement would be no more to the horizon would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer side feet cubed. But we prove it false.
Yes, these are logical constructs, but remember, if you want to apply logical constructs to reality, then you would need to include all of the assumptions you make while making this argument. And
the assumption that there's a physical distance, that's well defined. It's a distance claim. The distance claim is tied to the premise that is the claim to the actual size. So all of these things are well defined.
Yeah, so your argument will be sound and will say something about the reality only if these assumptions that were included while making the claim are true.
Right. So I just wanted to let you know, no, we actually do prove negatives.
Yeah, I think in this entire debate, with all of these artificially made definitions for words that the definition of should be obvious, I don't think people like flat earthers make these new definitions just for fun, like from boredom. I think all of these warped definitions have their purpose, and the purpose of altering the definition of a positive claim is to make the Earth being flat seem like it's not a claim.
Yes, it's what we like to call in the business garbage rhetoric.
Well, so where the global, or sort of like the atheist will say, hey, I'm not convinced by evidence of a supernatural being. Or they'll say, my belief is required for a supernatural belief of deity or being. I lack belief. Therefore, it's not true. So the burden of proof is on the person making the positive claim that there is a supernatural being. So I say it's kind of very similar to how flat earthers, or some flat earthers, say, I have not seen the curvature of the earth. I am not convinced by the curvature of the earth. Belief is required for the curvature of the earth to exist. I lack belief in the curvature of the earth.
I agree with you, Chris. I think atheists ruined logic because they were spreading around on the internet about 10 years ago. It's about 10 years ago, maybe a bit long, about maybe 12 years ago, that they're not in the positive claim, right? That they don't have to defend it. When you say God's not real, you can just go on your merry way, right? That's what the atheist would say. And that was stupid, obviously. Of course you can, if you wanted to, give an argument for why you think a God is not real. There's lots of arguments you could make. And people try to do that today. But a lot of atheists have changed their view. Some of them don't. Some of them are still stupid, but some of them have changed their view. You can demonstrate your negative claim, depending on... it's harder, obviously, but you can definitely do that. There are methods in the real world and logic to do that. But you're right, it is the atheist's fault, yeah. But, so, I've heard a lot of flat earthers say that they have to... that the positive claim is on the globe. Now, come on, guys, right? All of us in here, we're smarter than that, aren't we? We're smarter than that.
Yeah, let's understand that both can be true at the same time, right? Because while it is on the person making a claim to validate their claim, you can also prove a negative. Both can be true.
Yeah. Yeah, like the person if you make an affirmative or a negative, a claim, let's just say, a claim, you make a claim, you got to defend it, right? No matter what it is, there's no, like, you're excluded from, no one's excluded from this because, your belief you just think is reality. Like, you don't get that, no one gets that free pass. Atheists don't get it, religious people don't get it, flat earthers don't get it, and globe earthers don't get it, right? Everyone's on a baseline of, you make the claim, you make a claim in a debate, the burden is on you. That's the only rule.
Yep.
Well, the one thing too is where somebody will be a debate, and they'll say one side has a claim, the other side has made no claim whatsoever. That's not a debate at that point. That's an inquisition. That's an interrogation. Both sides need to have claims and evidence, and you hash out who's got the best or who's got the X, whatever adjudication is involved in that sort of debate. The most evidence could be like whoever's got, or who's got the best single bit of evidence, who's got the most scientific evidence. There'll be some reason, some way to adjudicate who won the debate. Like, that's why Tyson.
That sounds like a different kind of debate, though. Like if you're debating politics or you're debating laws.
Well, that's why Tyson said
whether they should be on the books or off the books.
That's why Tyson said he won't debate because he thinks.
You go ahead and I'll finish after you go because you really want to get this part out.
Yeah, because I had a really important part. It was like right at the end. That's why Tyson said he won't debate a flat earther because he thinks flat earthers are charismatic, like evangelical, like sort of biblical type people, and he's a wet noodle. So he will lose a debate because he thinks online debates are all about charisma, not about facts.
Oh, correct. Oh, actually, no. I'll let the guys. Are you going to say, Elijah?
Yeah, so but ultimately, like what we do here, like it's a different kind of debate. It's not like, oh, who has the most information. It's like, no, it's either one thing or the other, and who can qualify which one it is. It's
Well,
kind
there
of
is
like the difference. It's
that
kind
there
of like the
is
difference here. It can't be, well, I have this, and then the other person says, well, I have this. It's like, no, one thing has to be true, and then you guys have to figure out what it is.
yeah. When you get deep into a debate, it's harder to establish if someone's done what they need to do to demonstrate their claim. It really does depend on the other person if they're going to accept it. But this is why, while the burden of proof might be on someone to demonstrate their claim, it has to also be agreed upon what the standard of proof is. Like what level of proof are you actually asking for, right? Are you asking for reasonable likelihood? Are you asking for on the balance of probabilities? Are you asking for beyond reasonable doubt? And that will be, what you'd agree upon and figure out exactly what kind of evidence you need to give someone to satisfy that burden.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like there are different standards and different kinds of debates. And this topic, um, it's like all of that's not necessary. The standard of evidence is someone says X, and so there must be validation for X being true. That's it. You can't have an explanation because that's not the validation. The explanation isn't a validation in itself, right? So it's like if you have a claim, the evidence is simply showing the truthfulness of your claim qualitatively. Not, "Ooh, it's a little bit true, it's kind of true." It's like, no, this is my assertion. This is how you know it's true. Very simple standard. Somebody says something is true, you can justify that it's true. If there's a truth claim made with an assumption in there, then the only way for me to agree with you is to agree with your assumption first. If I don't want to agree with your assumption, then guess what? The assumed premise must also be validated to be true before I can take the assumption in the next step in your argumentation. So it depends.
I know I've always thought of us as like an examining committee for Globers providing an oral dissertation. So not quite a debate.
I've been kind of okay with like globalists just explaining the logic or the reason behind why they say the Earth is a globe, because they really can't do it inside a scientific method because they don't even have observation to begin with. They think they got science because they've got some flawed logical excuse for why something's science when it's not, or some reason like the overview effect or whatnot. But a lot of times they won't do that. They'll want to stick just on the science piece and then never present the science to begin with and just call you a science denier for science they never presented.
When you say it's an examiner's committee, where you kind of just scrutinize Glober's views.
And then you get guys like you that just want to fucking argue the meaning.
Well, I'm not arguing the meaning. I'm just saying that I think that's. I mean, it's fine to do that, but I don't think that you should. You should try to make any affirmatives then. You should, in a debate, you should never ever say no, it's a flat plane. You shouldn't even say you're a flat earther, really. You think you live on a flat Earth, because people are going to pick up on it. And it's not really fair if you can say whatever you feel like, but then you charge the Globers with an unfair standard of proof.
Well, I disagree. I make the claim all the time, and I back it up. Now, if someone wants to kind of take the title in itself and attribute things to me as a person, then they're being bigoted, and that's kind of not my fault. And I also don't really need to address it, because that is what that is at that point. Just because I say, well, I'm this, and you base your entire conversation on how you feel versus what I'm saying directly to you. So if I say, well, here's my argument, bam, and they go, well, how do you justify that? Guess what? I'm going to go about justifying it.
Yeah, as you should. Yeah, I think it's basic etiquette. Oh, it's also not just etiquette, but it also shows the other person that you actually can. Because anyone can critique someone else's view. It's easy, right?
So I can make an affirmation, basically, because you said it's best not to, and I'm like, no, the fuck you thought I was. I'll definitely make an affirmative claim and then back that shit up.
That's something that I think people who are bold will do that, right? Like, you have to be bold enough to even make a claim, because it's hard to defend it. It takes more intellectual brain power to defend a claim than it does to critique someone else's claim.
I don't know if that's true, because when you're critiquing somebody else, you kind of have to. There are more elements to the conversation that you have to be aware of versus making a truth claim about something that you've directly experienced. That's super simple.
Making a claim is simple, but defending the claim is where, because you have to present the argument, right? You have to.
Making a truth claim is easy, because all you have to do is demonstrate how do you know it.
Well, yes, but you have to bring a lot more into it. So, for instance, you have to build your argument. You need to bring reasons for your argument, and you need to bring evidence for your argument. And I typically think that people struggle with that more, because it takes more critical thinking, it takes more logical brain power to process argumentation than it does for me to point out one discrepancy in your argument.
Yeah, well, I disagree. If you have an argument, I would hope that it's based on something that's truthful. So if that's the case, all you have to do is make a true statement, and then people say, well, provide evidence, and you just give them the evidence. There's no, well, I have to build it up in a way that you understand. It's like, no, I said these words. You're asking me to provide some kind of evidence for it. Here's the evidence of exactly what I just said. That's actually very easy. It's very simple. Doesn't take forever to do. It actually just takes realizing something is truthful and then showing other people, look, this is true. How do you know? This is how I found out. Here you go.
Yeah, but when the soundness is contested, like, is it this, or is it that, right? In one of the premises, that's part of the battle, right?
Well, what do you mean?
So for instance, if I said
wait. Here's a perfect example, and this will tie into the idea of sort of making a negative claim. All right, you ready? I observe the Earth to be stationary. I do not feel any rotation, axial or otherwise. I cannot detect any rotation. I cannot test for any rotation.
That's an observation that you have.
If you were going to say that stationary,
if you were going to say that we all experienced that observation, then I'd ask how you know that.
No, don't change my words. My claim is the Earth is stationary.
You can think whatever you want, right? Like, that's your experience, whatever.
So you experience the Earth as
real
spinning?
meat. No, the real meat of the.
There's no.
Don't skip past this.
There's no.
If I said no, you're the one who has to defend it. You know that, right?
Yes.
Says who? If I say no now, you have to defend your claim. You understand that, right? So
stationary?
No, I don't experience that. So
okay.
Now explain to me how you know that everyone else experiences it.
That's actually because there's no refutation in that, like that. You don't. You don't. Everybody knows what movement is, so he doesn't have to actually preface it with anything other than there's no movement. It's not detectable.
How do we experience movement?
Well, everybody knows what movement is.
But
So
how do we experience it?
the experience of being stationary, like we know what that is because we've moved before.
Yeah, but is that the limits to our knowledge of what? Is there a limit to the knowledge of what our movement would be? I mean, for instance, if I change, for instance, the physics of the situation and say, look, right, actually,
No, you don't change the physics of the physics of anything.
Of course you
in
can.
the face of your. You could, but in the face of your experience, again, if someone starts questioning reality, there's nothing you can do for that individual. So you say, "Well, I'm stationary." Well, how do you know? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
how do you
I
know?
What
Yeah,
do you
and see,
mean?
that's
How
where
do I
you're
know?
asking me to prove a negative. How do I prove to you
You're saying
movement?
we are stationary, and you can prove a negative, as we just went over. You're saying we are stationary. Tell me how you know that.
But that's the thing because you are stationary.
Yeah, but tell me how just what if you don't mind, I want to tackle Seizu's claim because Seizu made the claim. I want to give it to him.
We're
right?
equipped with senses. As
Yeah, okay,
humans.
that's fine. Seizu, how do you know that we are stationary?
Okay,
sense
I don't detect any motion. How do I show to you no motion?
Just because you don't detect it, does that mean it's not there?
So look,
Sure. How would you like me to test
Someone has
for
to
it?
show it's there.
No, it's his claim. Just because you don't detect it, does that mean it's not there?
Well, I mean, we could say we can validate this by stacking smooth
God.
rocks on each other at the beach.
Okay, so
Those
check this
don't
out.
show any motion.
Well,
Yeah,
the
but that
first
doesn't.
thing we
That's
should
that's
do
not
is
that's not a
definitely-
categorical claim. It's an inductive one.
They show no motion. Is that a true statement?
If you guys
But
are
it's not. It's
listening,
only
I don't know,
inductive
but
to
the
say like
first thing
everything
that
you
you
Hold on a
touch
second.
every time.
do.
Don't talk over
Hey,
Elijah
can
for a
you let
moment, please.
Elijah? Yeah, let Elijah get back in there. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Christ.
so when I say I'm not moving, it's like if somebody's questioning what I mean, just go with the Oxford Dictionary. Not moving or not intended to be moved. A car collided with a stationary vehicle. What does that mean? One car was moving, one car wasn't. So there's moving and then there's not moving. So that's what I mean. Not moving. You ask me, how do I know? Well, again, as an adjective, a car collided with a stationary vehicle. One was moving, one was not.
Yeah,
My
that's
experience
fine.
is that I'm stationary.
And so, how do you extrapolate that onto whether or not the Earth is moving?
Oh no, no one made a claim about like it's
Seizu did.
not moving.
He said he's on a stationary Earth.
Yeah, sure I did. So I guess we'd have to agree on terms from this point, right? So what's the Earth?
Because it's not moving, dog. Like that's exactly what the experience is.
Seizu, I don't appreciate when someone makes a claim and then tries to shift into trying to make me defend their claim. You tell me, you're saying you're not on a stationary
No,
Earth.
it's
What
not.
is the
I
Earth?
mean, it's a claim, but it's evidence, but it's
It's an
self-evident.
experience, right?
Yeah.
You experience it. It's self-evident.
Yeah, but look, self-evident doesn't demonstrate anything.
Why should I experience
It doesn't seem it doesn't seem self-evident to me, right? So, Seizu,
Okay,
can you
hold
demonstrate your
on,
claim?
Hold
That's
on.
because you
Self-evident
belong.
doesn't demonstrate anything. So if I don't see light and I see dark, that's not self-evident that it's night.
Do you think you could see light at night?
Yes,
What?
I do believe I could see light at night.
There you
I
go.
see
Right.
street
Anyway,
lights,
Seizu.
my living room light,
Yeah.
and so yeah.
If you were in your house and the light was on, do you think it would be daytime?
Why does it look
Ask that
outside
again.
to see that?
If the light was on, what?
Look,
Well, he's saying because it's light, he knows it's day, or if it's dark, he knows it's night. If he was sitting in his house and the light was
Why am
on,
I talking about somebody else's example? I thought we were talking about the Earth.
the light isn't like a. There's more parts, more contingent parts to that you're forgetting.
Jekyll, you going to keep talking over Elijah like a dick, or what?
There's like 6 people I'm talking to right now, one at a
Yeah,
time.
I can hear him. How come you can't hear him? Shut the
I
fuck
can
up.
hear him, but I'm talking to 6 other people.
Shut the fuck up.
So the more that you engage the absurdity, the more avenues the conversation can go, and notice how upbeat he sounds when he's picking up steam so much so that he can't stop talking when he hears someone else. You know how you get a good idea and you're like, let me just block out what everyone else is saying because I'm on a tangent right now. Like that's where he's at, and he doesn't deserve. He hasn't earned the right in a conversation with me. A person doesn't earn the right to go off on a tangent away from something as simple as, well, I'm not moving. So how do you know that the Earth's not moving? That well, I mean, if I was in a car and the car is not moving, if I'm standing on top of, if I'm standing on top of the car is not moving. It's not moving. When it's moving, it's moving. And
that doesn't clarify anything.
Yeah,
It's self-evident.
It's not. There is no clarification. I'm describing to you my experience. There is no clarification.
Okay, if you don't mind, I want to take on Seisu alone because he's getting scared and he's muting me.
Gonna allow
No,
you
you're
to
not
go
getting
into
scared. You're just being a
imaginary
dick.
this imaginary place. He's gonna
Here-
allow you to go into this
Yeah, let's
imaginary
clarify
place that I
this.
wouldn't allow you to go into. So you like,
Yeah,
how do
let's
I know I'm
clarify
not moving?
this.
Because I'm not. That's it.
How
There's
do
no-
we?
there's
Let's
Go ahead, Mark.
clarify experience for this. Now, how do we experience movement as human beings? We
our
sense it, right?
semicircular canals in our ear. Yeah.
Yeah, we sense it. So we sense movement. So when you say I don't experience movement, you're saying I sense no movement.
Do you sense when everything is moving?
We're built to sense movement, so we can. Yes, we do, and we can. That's why we can navigate where we live.
Okay, and how do you sense the moon is moving?
What's the moon?
With eyesight.
And how do you
Hold
know?
on, guys.
How do you know
It's really simple.
How do you know the moon is moving and not you?
Oh
We
my
don't
gosh,
know.
such
Actually,
non sequitur nonsense.
we
Hold on,
don't-
Mike.
Listen, guys, can you
Hold on.
contain yourself, dude? Listen.
Yeah,
I
actually,
don't
I
need
started this conversation, Mike, and I wanted to have it with Jekyll. Thank you very much.
Well,
Jesus Christ!
It was Elijah from the get-go, and then he just got
No,
walked
it was
on.
Says Who. It was his claim. That's what I'm trying
Well, to be
speak
fair,
him.
it actually was Elijah, and then I gave an example of the stationary Earth.
No, he was
Yeah,
talking about claims he would
obfuscated
defend.
from the original point.
No,
Yeah,
Says Who said he would make. Okay, first of all, Elijah said he
and you're
would
just
defend.
all game for it because you don't want to come to a final point on anything.
I'm
Just
trying to
like
get to a final
you said,
point.
You're picking
No,
up momentum.
You're
and you're trying
reinventing
to
what's just happened.
continue.
Elijah said he would defend a claim,
I'm
and Says Who
not.
made a claim, right?
I'm explaining how I experienced it. I'm not recreating anything.
Not you,
or
Battlemod.
rewriting
Elijah
it.
said he would make a claim, and Says Who made the claim. So Says Who's the one I want to charge with it. Says Who, how do you know that
Yeah,
the
why-
moon is moving
why
and you're
obfuscate
not?
Elijah? That's what I'm asking.
Because
Why
I can only do one at a time. Why am I doing like 3 or 4 of you?
How about finish the conversation you started then?
Yes, I am. Says Who.
Fuck.
How do you know you're moving and not?
Can't be this dense.
Well, no. Look, I've got nothing to debate with Elijah. He didn't make the claim.
Yeah.
Size Who did.
He wants to descend it into madness. Okay, so why are we talking about the moon? We're talking about the Earth. Jekyll.
Yes, but I'm using one
Sort of.
sense, right? I see the moon move. I don't know if it's me moving or the moon moving. How do you know?
Yeah, that's a different claim. Why don't we go back to the Earth?
Oh, you're using the senses, right?
No, but you're
Okay,
right.
so
we
you
don't
observe
know.
the moon to move.
Oh, Says Who says he does know that we're the station.
You're making a different claim now. You're going to go to a different
it's
claim.
your
You're making a
claim.
claim that
Stop
the moon
shifting
is
the burden.
moving.
Well,
Okay.
Mike, like I always say, says who I'm gonna give it back to you because he wants to do it so freaking bad. You're right. I typically tell people that if you can only use one sense, then your observations might be incomplete because it could be one thing or another. But it's hard to say that with 2 or more claims. So we don't feel or see the Earth moving. So it doesn't really have to do with looking at the sky. Again, it's about the Earth and not the sky, which says who said we're talking about the Earth. So you don't look at it moving, nor do you feel it moving. You pretty much don't sense it moving. It makes no sense to say that it is.
Right, and we lack the frame of reference to verify what moves. The things in the sky are us. We lack that frame of reference. An honest man can't say we know which is moving because we really don't have the frame of reference to view it all, the big picture.
Says Who does. He knows that we're the stationary one.
Well, time
Yep.
out. That's actually, that's not because when it comes to time zones and understanding that the sun is moving 15 degrees per hour,
Yeah,
that's
it appears
actually
that way.
that's yeah, but in a to commit a reification fallacy, that's actually a model that dictates how fast the sun is moving along a stationary plane. That's what the claim actually is.
Seisu, there's three observations I'll make,
He's
right?
gonna totally ignore what
The
I'm
sun-
saying. No, I don't care about your observations. We're talking about my observation. The Earth is stationary, and I cannot detect any motion.
Yeah, but you're
I can't use an accelerometer. I can't use a gyroscope. I can't use any of those things because they don't show any precession or rotation of the Earth. If you have something to the contrary that you would like to prove, please do so.
Well, I'd say there's observations, Seisu, right? You see at least three things, right? You see
So you
stars.
observe the Earth
you
to
see
be moving.
No. You
Oh,
see
that's
at
a
least-
different claim. So you're observing the
Run
stars
your
to move.
claim.
Can
Run
you
your
please? Okay, no, this is not my claim. I'm talking about the Earth. You're talking about the stars. Two
Yes,
different things.
They're not. They are related to each other, right? And this is how they're related. So if you're on Earth, right, and you look into the sky and you see things moving, how do you establish that the sun, moon, and stars are moving and we're not?
Yeah, you're inferring though that they're related in this particular circumstance. That's you inferring that. With him talking about the Earth and not experiencing any movement, that it's not related at that point. The only thing that makes it related is your inference.
Yes, that inference opens up the possibility that he doesn't know that the Earth is actually stationary.
Well, here's the thing.
I can make an inference that would open up to the possibility of me being a maniac, like or anything.
Yeah.
Yes, you could. Elijah.
A baby could do that. You know what I mean? Like
It's
just
okay.
say those words.
Remember,
and it just
Elijah,
applied to
what
it.
his claim was. That it's based on the idea that it's self-evident, right? Now,
It's
I'm showing
fine.
some
Well, it
observations that make it seem that it might not be as self-evident as he.
No, your
Hold on a
inference,
second.
That's your inference because they don't mean anything.
It appears that way. So
But,
from
yeah,
our
they don't-
frame of reference, it appears that they move and we do not. That's the way it appears to us from our frame of reference. But we already covered, we lack the frame of reference to see the big picture.
So he has to drop the idea it's self-evident.
The only thing that no, it is self-evident. But when you add the possibility of it could also
Sphericity.
actually be that
Universal
we're moving
globularity.
and not that. Well, the one thing that would necessitate that is, I mean, because we can pretty much figure out whether we're moving anyway. A globe that's moving for sure. But the bottom line is, you made the inference. When he says it's self-evident, it is self-evident at that point. You can look at the Earth, you can feel the Earth, you can measure. It's nothing. It's not moving. Like, and so when you say, but I'm going to infer that perhaps, when you infer that, well, perhaps it's actually Helios, a sphere, and we're moving instead. That's your inference that he doesn't have to include because it's not that has
He
nothing
doesn't
to
have
do.
to accept it.
Yeah, if he wants to remove observations and ignore things that we observe in the real world to make
No,
his
not
own
ignore
belief
things. I could be-
whatever
I could
he
be-
wants
It's
it to
okay.
be,
Listen,
that's
bro.
fine. He's
Can
welcome.
Can I finish my point, please? Can I finish my point, please?
You're just
Elijah,
listen.
please.
He says observations. We all know.
Please.
Just point at the heavens and say it appears that way because of glow, but he can't prove glow. Whatever.
Here's the problem. So you're going to infer, right? So I've made my claim. I've showed you my evidence. I've used different tools to try and test and make sure that my experience is what it's supposed to be or what it is. And indeed it is. In fact, Einstein would back me up. Optical experiments and stuff like that, right? So you're going to say, look at the sky, and I'm going to infer that the Earth is moving because it looks like the sky is moving, but it's actually the Earth. I would ask you to go ahead and prove your inference or your claim that the Earth is moving.
Oh, well, you just made a few more claims there, by the way. You said I have.
What claims did I make?
I've used tools to demonstrate the Earth is not moving. All right. What tools did you do, and can you show me what methodology you used?
Yeah, I got an accelerometer on my phone. I put it on the ground. Nothing happens. So is that good enough for you?
What? Wait. What? Sorry. Is that the only tool you've used? Your mobile phone?
Yeah. What's wrong with that? You don't accept
It's
it?
a motion sensor. It's a motion sensor.
Yeah. What
Okay,
motion is
so
it
what would
sensing?
you accept?
Listen,
What would you
if
accept?
it didn't work, your screen wouldn't rotate, all that shit. What?
So what would you accept?
Well, I mean, I don't think that's going to encompass the Earth. I mean, you're putting it on the ground and saying, "Oh, look, it's not moving."
So the ground's not the Earth?
Of course it is. But why would you expect?
The Earth is indeed not moving.
Well, I don't know if that tool is equipped to detect Earth curve. Can you? What
would you
accelerometer did you use?
So we're gonna descend into this nonsense.
Look, you know when people say that a theodolite is only isn't built.
Yeah, what motion detector doesn't detect motion? Excuse me, hold on.
Yeah, it's just like saying what theodolite doesn't
motion
detect
detector
angles.
doesn't detect motion?
It's like
That's
when
a
you say what
false
theodolite
equivalence.
doesn't detect.
Listen, if you're gonna continue to employ this nonsense,
Here, listen, it's not analogous because the theodolite doesn't detect the angle. It's you who creates a tangent line and then an angle.
Yeah.
Thereafter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
you find an angle.
the theodolite doesn't detect shit. You're a fucking moron.
Well, you're
It's 2 lines of
detecting
sight that
the
you
angle with the theodolite tool, right?
No, you're not.
The
No, you're not.
theodolites.
You're building. Excuse me. You're building a tangent line for the purpose of finding an angle between the 2 tangents.
Just to focus on his argument, right? He said that that the tool he uses, I believe he thinks, is designed to detect Earth curve. Can you confirm that, Seizu?
Nobody said Earth curve. He said it detects
the movement of the
I
Earth.
put it on the
The movement
ground.
of the
It
Earth.
doesn't detect movement.
what would you like to see?
It's your claim.
All right, motherfucker.
If the
Mike,
Earth
God
was
damn it, Mike! Gosh damn it, Mike! I'm trying to talk to Yui here. You're talking over the top of me, and this was my discussion in the first place.
Seems to be a lot of that
That.
going around.
Okay, yes. Food's here.
What do you accept as evidence? Seems like you like to infer a lot of stuff, so I'll just infer that the accelerometer doesn't show any rotation. Is that good enough for you? You like inference, don't you? That's your standard?
Is that accelerometer designed to detect Earth moving?
I can infer that, and that's good enough for you, correct?
Oh, I don't think it's good enough for me.
Oh, well, you inferred that the Earth is moving by the stars appearing to move.
No, I'm saying that you can't establish which one's moving and which one isn't.
I can't establish that?
Yes, you haven't. Well, you haven't done that. You claim that you can, but you haven't.
What would you accept? Accelerometers no good? Accelerometers are not motion detectors.
Well, it's not designed to detect the motion of Earth, so what next?
What is designed to detect the motion of Earth?
You're
Please.
the one who makes the claim. You're the one who says you've proven it.
I'm wondering what you would accept. What kind of device would you accept?
Introduce information to me. What do you have?
So if it's not specifically made for detecting Earth motion, that means you're going to beg the question that the Earth is moving and there's a tool or a device to detect that? What would it be?
I don't know. I'm not saying it's moving. You're the one who's making the claim. Remember, Seizu, you're in the affirmative.
The Earth is stationary.
Yes, I know you think that.
That's
Now tell me how you know
my
that.
experience.
You can experience whatever you want,
Gosh, damn
Seizu. As fantastical as you want it to be.
Right. So, that's my experience. That's what I've tested for. That's what I've come to the conclusion about. Do you not accept it?
Oh, I think you're wrong. Yeah, can you demonstrate it to me?
Okay, so I'm wrong. So you can demonstrate how I'm wrong.
No, you can demonstrate why you're wrong.
You can't. Okay, so then my position stands since you cannot prove to the contrary.
That's not how but isn't a proof works. You can't just make a claim and say, "Can you prove me wrong?" Well, that means it's right.
Tested it. Right?
It's Captain Something Wong says it's not a claim. All right, tell me, Captain Something Wong. If you say the Earth is stationary, why is it not a claim?
Because it's an observation, not a claim. Do you understand the difference?
Oh yes, but he's saying no. The Earth is stationary is a claim. He's basing off what is self-evident, right? That's when he's saying it's just an observation.
Even in law, there's a maxim that says things that are self-evident need not be proven, right?
Well, I don't think it's self-evident. So
You don't think it's self-evident?
No.
Oh, well, if you don't experience the Earth not moving with me, then I don't know.
tell
Should we
me
make
how
this
you know-
consensus-based instead? Should we just start asking people if they're moving?
You need to extend it. Why must it be the case that we all experience this fantastical world that you live in?
How do we
know that?
say that again?
How do you know we all live in this fantastical world on the stationary?
Should we start
flat
asking
Earth?
people? Should we start asking people? Should
Yeah,
we just
many
take a poll?
factotum. Do you think we live on? Do you think you experience a flat and motionless plane?
Nobody said flat yet. Don't
Oh, sorry,
see.
motionless.
That's why you're a disingenuous prick, dude, and I'm just going to mute you. You can't do things in good faith. Like, you just can't.
I got a really good question for him. We should ask him this. What would falsify the globe for you, if anything at all? Or is it an immovable belief for you that the Earth is a globe?
Sorry, what did someone say? I was getting my McDonald's.
Is there anything that we could show you or that anyone could show you that would falsify the globe for you? Or is it an immovable belief for you, a cult belief?
Well, I mean, I think, when you make a claim, you can tell me what information you've got to arrive at that claim, or otherwise you can keep your religious belief something wrong.
You never answered the question.
You didn't answer my question at all.
But he's saying what could falsify the globe. I mean, look, there are many things I think that could falsify the globe. He can pick what he's got why he believes the Earth is flat.
Again, you didn't answer my question. I'll ask it again. Listen carefully. What would falsify the globe for you? What can someone show you that would falsify the globe for you? What would that be, if anything at all?
The observations made in favor of the globe, for instance, let's say boats going over the horizon being explicable
Based on
in any other
inference.
sort of way.
That's
other
based
than-
on inference.
Well, I mean, look, that's one of the evidence you can use for a globe. You can use.
It's on inference.
You can
You're
look
accepting
at- you
inference
can-
again?
You can
Are you
go
accepting
high in
inference
altitude.
again?
You can go high
Are you
in
accepting
altitude.
inference again?
Wait, it sounds
I'll
like,
keep you on mute.
Wait.
Hold on a second. All of his evidence that he likes is based on inference, but if he's given an inference, he doesn't accept it, and I want to know why.
It's based on evidence, right? Yes, evidence
the
are
evidence?
inferences. I just told you. So
What is the evidence?
I just told you one. Boats going over the horizon.
No, you just told me about an observation, and then you're going to infer from that, right?
Observations can be evidence. Now, there's this key thing you need to understand, Seisu, right?
So the observation that I'm stationary is evidence.
No, because it's
No, okay, not in good faith. On mute. Orion, you could continue your questioning, but I've already proven that he will doublespeak. He will change his standard of evidence on the fly because he's, incapable of arguing in good faith. So I'll take him off mute, and you can have fun with him.
Can I just explain why it isn't first?
No, you can talk to Orion.
Yeah, after all of this debate and scrutiny over motionless Earth, we go to boats going over the horizon.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
got a
old
quick
school.
question about that. So I was just asking you, what would falsify the globe for you? And when you were talking about boats appearing to go over the horizon, that doesn't falsify the globe. That
You
would just
obviously weren't
reaffirm
tracking
the
something.
globe.
I was saying if you could demonstrate the evidence is used for the globe, for why they obviously don't demonstrate a globe, then I would be very much on board. Something wrong. There's two things I need to clarify. First of all, if your observation of something, okay, it might be evidence, but if you have counter evidence, you can't make a conclusion based on it. Now you have to have a preponderance of evidence to affirm something like that, just a series of observations. Something wrong. You have a problem with the one proof fallacy, right? Where you think that you can force the line and say like, oh look, that's my one proof fallacy. If you can't do that, then
Don't put words
it's
in my mouth,
flat.
dude. Don't put words in my mouth.
You said that. You said that to me before.
I don't recall saying that. I'm not saying that now. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not going to do that to you.
You never talked about force the line and how it.
Force the line. Oh yeah, I've talked
Yeah.
about that. But
And what
you
does it
didn't
do?
say that. You didn't say that. You said some other words with that were not what I said. So again, you were saying things I didn't say.
So when you brought up force the line, what did you mean by it? What did it
Well,
do
I was
for
just
you?
saying that's where my standard of evidence lies in regards to demonstrating the Earth to be a ball.
Yeah,
5
it's
miles,
the
hard
one
segment,
proof
5 miles
fallacy.
long.
The one proof fallacy, yeah.
One proof fallacy? That's
Yeah.
not a fallacy. Okay, no,
Oh, would you
hold
like me
on.
to show you how it's a fallacy?
Tell me, no, post it in the live stream text. I want to learn about this new fallacy that I've committed.
Yeah,
Please,
new
please
fallacy.
recite it to me. Look it up and recite it to
Yeah,
me.
I've got
Tell
it
me
for you
exactly
right
what
now.
it is.
I've got it for you right now.
One proof fallacy. This sounds like
There you go.
bullshit, dude.
Yeah, well, obviously because your entire worldview is based on the one proof fallacy.
No, because the one proof fallacy doesn't sound like an actual fallacy. It sounds like something
Look at
you
it.
pull out of your ass.
Look at it. Used by denialists, such as yourself.
Oh no! Wait a second. Is this involved in the fallacy that one thing and one thing only can prove X? Is that what it's saying?
Yes. Well, it's not kind of like that. It's kind of like
Stop right there. Stop right there. That's not what I said. I said 5 miles or further. That's not one thing. That's one thing or many other things beyond that.
It's
So
one
again,
method.
you're wrong. I
One
didn't
method.
say one thing.
Yeah.
One
And he committed an ad hom after that, Jekyll. So try to keep it good faith. If you can't, the next non-good faith argument you bring into this, you'll stay on mute.
Says who? You are the worst determiner of a bad faith argument. It's just anything you disagree with. Anything you disagree with is bad faith.
There you go. There's the ad hom. Didn't take long, did it?
Here's the thing, though, right? Like, because
It's not progressing.
what he's talking about when he's saying, "Well, here's the one proof," it's here's the one proof your claim is bullshit. Not I just have one thing. Like, first and foremost, you know what I mean? Like, here's the one claim that you made that's bullshit.
Yeah, he didn't give an example.
I think it's worth pointing out at this point that it's an immovable belief for this guy. I mean, if he can't say what would falsify the globe for him, then I don't think anything could. It's just stuck in his mind like super glue.
Oh, I don't believe for a moment he thinks he lives on a globe. He's a little too clever for that. But this is something a little bit more sadistic for him. He likes to come in here and just jack with people and create chaos and argue in bad faith and get people's emotions, to boil over.
I don't think
I mean, it's
so.
just his deal.
I don't think so. I think his worldview is just fueled by that kind of reasoning. We think on two different operating systems. We've told him about our system. And he's like, no. I'm like, well, that's just actually a standard system from, the curriculum that for whatever reason people stray away from. But,
Yeah, it could just be heavy, cog dis.
has to be.
What's strange to me sometimes is that some of these globalists, they just never want to progress the conversation.
Yeah,
It's like we never want.
Sorry.
No, yeah. It's just like they never want to actually terminate a point and move on to the next point and come to like logical conclusions or agreements of terms. It's always like this wish-washing, back and forth.
Well, I mean, he's at the point where he's denying his own experience. He's denying a stationary Earth. I don't know if I know anybody that I've talked to, even the normie or the extreme anti-flat earther. Most of the time, I'm going to ask him, "Do you feel like you're moving?" It doesn't feel like I'm moving. People can be honest sometimes, but then they go, "But because the stars move, I'm going to infer that I am indeed moving, even though there's no way for me to prove that I'm moving." I mean, come on. If we're not going to be adults anymore, seriously.
Well, notice the tactic he used to bring up this absurd fallacy of proof of something untrue. It's like you can't have that. So now he used that to obfuscate from the point that would you step out of a moving vehicle because you think you're parked in the parking lot? And now, diverting tactics. It's weird.
this whole week has been an interesting, just an interesting array of Globers. And the arguments just seem to be getting weaker and weaker.
Yeah, when you have to cover over lies with more lies and with more lies, it just becomes blatantly apparent.
I think I actually appreciate more when someone just comes in and just simply presents their proof, and you can actually work with that and have a conversation versus this kind of like debate over semantics and just play of words and sophistry. And
Yeah, I agree. It's been a long time since we had a Glober come in with like a really good academic paper, and they were prepared and they're ready to talk to us about it. We'd sit down and they would pull out the relevant portions for their arguments, and we'd discuss that. I haven't seen that in like a year.
The best was Yui came in, I think I would think it was Yui, and he had the paper on I forgot, but he basically, it was to prove you don't need a container for gas pressure, and then he used a container, and he was saying, "Oh no, but the gas particles are are going up and falling, right? They're bouncing off this other force that they put up at the top of the container." In his example, that was hilarious.
I think Embo was arguing the same thing because I was talking to him about that a while back, thinking that you could fill a box that's ideally a perfect vacuum with a gas like helium, and helium would settle to the floor inside the box.
Yeah, and then he was saying that this is happening when you look up, that's happening at the middle of the nebulas. It's like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, it was yesterday. Yui couldn't decide whether a sphere had a hump or drop, if he was standing on it, if he was on the basketball court looking at the basketball at the center of the court, or if he was standing upside down on it. He has no clue.
oh, yeah, that was crazy. That was ridiculous. And he kept confusing, like changing the orientation of view of the moon with the side of Like, no.
Yeah, here in their paradigm, they would have all these different viewing angles for depending on where you'd be at on this curved surface. You'd have very many, just like they do with the sun shadows, right? So each shadow, you would have a different view of this other glob, right? And so that's it. But then they're like, well, you should. No, actually, you should. It works the same way with the shadows as it does with the moon. Hence, we can use the sundial to tell time at night by the same angle of incidence. Also, proving that the sun is not farther away than the moon, and it proves that the Earth is flat based on the angle relationship based on horizontal.
I've been thinking about that too. I'm not quite sold, and I'll tell you why. It's because both the moon and the sun have the same angular size, and we don't see like in terms of length, but we see an angular separation. So you have a situation where both of these sources of light in the sky appear to be in the relatively same location, and they're both of the same angular size. So why would they display anything different than the same rays, globe or flat? Like what should the globe be doing if you don't think that's the case? What should the heliocentric model be doing if you don't think that's the case?
Well, yeah, it would go back to it just these being apparent positions projected onto the atmosphere. So you'd really just be everything you're looking at in the sky is just actually imprinted onto the atmosphere, because like you wouldn't see it if there was nothing for the light to bounce on. So the only chance of optically observing any of this stuff is through the atmosphere.
I get that, but I'm talking about like the moon dial being a flat Earth proof, and I'm not too sold on that.
Yeah, well, it would be the same angle of incidence. Much larger, much further away. They coincidentally appear the same angular size in the sky. Then Occam's razor a little bit, but you don't have to rely on that. It would just be, okay, well, we're just still using the same angles from horizontal.
I don't think it makes a difference if it was a moon dial or a rotation in so many amount of time, still the same thing. Doesn't matter about
Yeah, the
distance or
heliocentric
size or
model
anything.
can explain the moon dial just as much as the sun dial. That's I guess my point. There's nothing lacking about the developed model of heliocentrism that would preclude you from using a moon dial in the way that it's been done throughout the centuries.
Just a light source, right? Going around the sundial, certain
Right,
time
and
frame.
in their case, it is reflected light off the sun from an object that has the same angular size in the sky.
Yeah. Like you can just imagine it as a separate light source. Essentially, that's how it's acting, right? How it's dispersing the light.
Yeah. Yeah, and so
looked at like
in the court,
sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I mean, they would claim parallel rays from that too, which you can't actually see, but manifest crepuscular.
Yeah.
They also ask that
You're
parallel
roboting hard,
rays.
man.
My bad.
Try again.
Has any glober came in and tried to prove parallel rays?
I mean, they've got it in the math, right? And they've also got it by saying, well, and I think this is true, that ideally the rays would be parallel, but from each vantage point of each observer, you would see, from your perspective, rays tracing back to the source. So they'd appear crepuscular from the source out to you.
I think that's the truth, though. Really, it's almost like you're looking down a hallway, but the hallway is like diverging. But for the end of the hallway, yeah, it's essentially like what you'd see at the end of the hallway, diverging light.
Right.
If it was
Kinda
parallel.
like a vanishing point, like railroad tracks and hallway.
Right.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't think it shows anything really.
Right. So, like in flat Earth, I think you'd be able to see from your vantage point in a single source, a large one, crepuscular splaying out of rays from that source, even though the light source could be massive and far away, and effectively the rays would be shooting somewhat parallel to you because you're much smaller in the direct line of sight of it.
Yeah, it depends on like the distance to that cloud and like the ratio between you, the cloud, and the sun.
But really,
So basically,
it would make the whole concept of parallel sun rays it would just never exist because it is just how we see it, always diverging.
Yeah, and
No
you'd see
parallel
it
rays.
diverging flat or a globe, I guess is the point. I never found that whole parallel rays versus crepuscular rays argument to be very effective.
Some good evidence, or not evidence, but like some evidence for parallel rays would be like some high altitude aircraft. I've seen like shadows from clouds. You can assume they look kind of parallel. So it's one of them. If you trust that or not.
Well, where that conversation needs to go to progress it would be to ask for evidence for how far and how big the sun is. I mean, you could sit and debate optics and ray tracing all day long. But at the end of the day, what I think that question point is driving at is to put the conversation back into questioning the heliocentric model, in this case, the cosmic distance ladder.
Yeah, just that scale and put everything.
Right, you're kind of trying to force the glober to make a claim with that by saying, well, it's because the sun is 93 million miles away and, super large. And then you say, okay, all right, let's talk about that. What is the evidence? Because it is true, and if the glober was honest, it would be true that a much closer sun with a much smaller size would have the same angular size and be indistinguishable to us without any means to verify the distance, because we don't really witness parallax. Nobody can triangulate the sun, flat or globe. That's the truth.
Right. They can kind of get a distance, kind of, not to the sun, to the moon, more like because of the backdrop of stars. Essentially, we could do that.
You've got maybe a 55% error bar, essentially, like deviation, which is huge. And even then, there's still unknowns beyond that. Like why is there such a deviation? Who knows where it is or how big it is?
Well, another thing I think flat earth is everyone should, including myself. I'm but like I even think about it like, how would it work with a small and local sun on a globe? Would that have the same effect?
Yeah, I mean, then you're kind of looking at a geocentric globe model at that point, where the sun is small and close, and it orbits around the Earth. And the Earth is still stationary in a geocentric model.
Yeah.
A lot of flat earthers came here to this table from the geocentric world, I guess.
But it does work like that, doesn't it? Remember when you brought up the moon dial? Well, on the equinox, if you use the moon instead, you get the same results, and that's small and local, supposedly.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yep. Where I think we find some of the heliocentric model breaking down is when you have claims where there are sunrise and sunset solar eclipses, where an observer who would be, if they were on a ball, like let's say the top of a globe, looking out to a sunrise, and during peak new moon, you have the moon occulting the sun. That it's impossible in this scenario to have the syzygy alignment that'd be required in order to produce a sunrise or sunset solar eclipse, because of your vantage point from the top of the globe looking out to where the moon should be rotating into, to where the sun supposedly is, if that makes sense. Really hard to do. I don't have a way to diagram it out, but there's some good YouTube videos where they devise some scale models showing this. So you got some quirks like that, or the Selenelian lunar eclipse. We have plenty of examples where heliocentrism can be called into question, no doubt. We don't have to be too exotic. And I think such a case would also debunk the geostationary or geocentric globe that is also stationary. Because I don't think in that case you could get the syzygy alignment either. I'd have to check that, and that's just my gut feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like the inverse of concave, right? It's all small local, but like inverted. So the celestial sphere would be a close shell around, like concentrically around the Earth at a certain distance, elevation, or whatever, altitude. The sun, moon, and stars and planets are all within that.
Yeah, I think it might be
shell.
possible somehow in a concave situation to have a sunrise and sunset solar eclipse, but it wouldn't work the other way.
Yeah, I think it can.
Yeah, concave is crazy. It does solve some problems, but it leaves others wholly untouched. So, nah, the third rail.
Well, they used a theodolite to detect the concaveness 8 inches per mile squared. Isn't that interesting how he forced the line lining up his theodolite, and then towards the end of it, he started guessing, and then he's like, it's going up. Measured it flat all across the beach, and then he was like, oh, okay, now we're going to shoot past an island to a sailboat. And then it's like, oh, it's going up now.
Well, like his image was shifted up or down?
Oh, what'd you ask?
So you're saying like the image was shifted up?
Yeah, due to whatever optics, but he went all across the beach. They leveled for this force the line sort of thing. And then he took a theodolite reading, so parallel to the plane of the horizon, with the level that he was establishing there, looking down the length of it. They were moving him across. He did the whole stretch of the beach, 500 feet or something like that. And then it was like, then he had to start shooting over water to an island, then to a sailboat, and then he came to the conclusion that, oh, now it starts ramping up. Or Glubers will say, oh, now it's down or up or something. I don't know. But he did very precise on the beach, measured very level, and then some deviation came when that sort of calibrated specificity was removed. Then it started going up, and then some people say it goes down, right?
So you've all seen them laser tests where the laser bends up, depends on like what the temperatures and everything. Well, that's kind of like an answer for the concave as well. Like that's the the way that light bends and not down. So all the black swan observations are not exactly proving flat Earth; they're just proving a convex Earth. And
I mean, in those
maybe
cases,
it's
we
like
can
not
actually
all
have an
concave.
explanation. We've got basically warm air rising that's carrying the light up with it, and that can be demonstrated and proven. So, no,
I entertain the idea. And like when you say C25, it doesn't always mean it's not a globe, does it?
I mean, then it would be then you have a curved line of sight. So you think that your level, you're looking at the horizon, but you're actually looking down. So your level is actually sloping. But then if you were to turn around, so you're on an island, so now you're either in the valley between two humps, or you're looking at a slope in both directions from your level.
Yeah. You'd essentially be at like the chord or the sagitta, essentially like you said, the bottom of the valley. But you reference and your horizontal reference and your horizon is still horizontal to that surface and that plane of reference. It's just intersected by a concave surface on the inner side. But yeah, it's an interesting one. There's a few other things that do you like the whole like Foucault's pendulum? These kind of like Cavendish experiments are all like so specific, and you have to like they have answers for things or whatever, but it's still like who knows, man. They were done in a shed originally, but you've got like the Tamarack mines where they've got like diverging plumb lines. That's an interesting one. Like what other kind of phenomenon would create the piano wire to diverge at the lower end of the two mine shafts? That's another one.
They say it was warm in the mine shaft at the bottom, so there was a draft, and it was just making the plums not plumb.
Yeah,
That's the.
But the funny thing is, it worked out. I think it was 60 miles apart, and it worked out like the same. It's like the inverse to like the globe model, essentially, isn't it? So like 1 degree is 70 miles, 60 miles. It's quite a
It's just
fine-tuned experiment, isn't it?
yeah, because they always will say something hypothetical like, "Oh, here's the diverging plums," but then here's like a demonstration that was actually done, and then it shows the exact opposite of what you needed it to do. And excuses, excuses, excuses. And it's like, yeah, maybe the demonstration wasn't good, but you're talking something hypothetical that has never been shown or done ever. And then here's something that actually happened. So point for the concavers, 0 for Globers.
I think it's got more plausibility than the globe, to be fair. From what I've seen, there's like the odd few wild card experiments that kind of lean to more on the concave side than the globe. If there was
No,
curvature
I like the
anywhere.
globe better than the globe is the same. It's just inverted, or
No, but it's not
the concave
heliocentric, though, is it?
same as
It's not.
globe. It's
There's a big difference,
inverted.
though.
Yeah.
It's geocentric, not
I mean, I guess
heliocentric.
it is, but
So the distances are all like related to the flat Earth, all small and local, but just an invert of the globe, essentially.
it's
Celestial
fine. I mean,
sphere,
you're talking
literally.
about the cellular cosmogony.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, I mean,
The
it's
Russian,
just so
the
it's
Russian.
as all I'm saying is it's as fantastical as what the globe proposes. And then you can just fit everything into it too, and you can keep all your same stories.
yeah, it's
I
affirming
like
the
I like flat
consequent.
Earth. Yeah, I like flat Earth. Just sort of breaks all down all the bullshit. It's like, yeah, you can have all kinds of beliefs. You can believe whatever the heck you want to believe, but it's like, what do you actually know? What can you actually provide empirical evidence for? Is a very small number of things. And then, within those small number of things, you really can't come to any of these other conclusions. It's stopped right at your presupposition. Nope, you're lying. Done.
I do like this globe, but it's not very decorative. If you were to have it closed. Technically,
Yeah,
like the
see
Hollow Earth theory as well, because that's one
um
thing I was looking at before the flat Earth as well, was concave Earth, or like no Hollow Earth. Sorry, that kind of that's kind of the same thing too.
yeah, that's cellular cosmogony. Yeah, that globe's interesting because it's like they put the celestial sphere on the inside.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's like the nuclear.
But it still uses all the methods, so it would still be from the azimuth. So then that would just be like a projection with still a separating the two azimuths. Basically, that's just technology. It's like something you can put in your pocket, like the old in olden days. You could just put that in your pocket. Something very easy to have the full stars chart. But you don't see the celestial dome from your the entirety of the celestial dome from your vantage.
No, yeah, because I don't know if you understand the concept. Yeah, like your zenith point is looking up at like everybody's up is looking at the celestial sphere in the concave cell model, right?
Yeah, which then it wouldn't be. It would be the inverse. So you'd be looking at convexity. So yeah.
Yeah,
It gets into
celestial
it gets
navigation wouldn't
wild.
change one bit either. So it's interesting.
No, I mean, well, celestial navigation doesn't change any bit, no matter what the projection is.
Right.
It's all based on these elevation angles from the azimuthal plane, horizontal.
Or qualitude zenith angles, to be fair. Either one you can navigate with.
Yeah.
That's why it works so well, because it matches the sky so perfectly. Those GPs are really constant, and so that's what's confusing, I think, for Globers, because basically what I want to tell them is the way it works right now, the way it works for you is the same way it works for any of us, as far as celestial navigation goes, right?
Well,
Yeah,
it goes past just celestial navigation, because I mean that's what derived the maps to begin with.
That's true.
So anytime you're using a map, you're proving the Earth is flat.
Yeah, exactly.
Not in
So
my
how they
opinion.
got latitude and longitude, that's the same thing. They did all the same.
I think it's just mapped. The longitude and latitude lines are just mapped off the celestial sphere, or whatever. I mean, you could look at it either way. Projection of the sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, the celestial dome model. There's two domes, right? Let's just put a red pill in your pocket and save it for a rainy day. It's just for it was the technology of the day. They had mechanisms for globes and celestial spheres working on like an umbrella sort of technology back in the day. So you could have a trout. You pull out your globe and be like, oh, look
It was
at
like
this toy I
planispheres,
got.
wasn't it? Yeah, planispheres. You'd have like a slide for the northern hemisphere and a slide for the southern hemisphere, and you just put it on like a
Yeah, but
mechanism.
but the reality is that from any one vantage, you are not seeing the entirety of the celestial dome.
Oh, you always see 50%, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the exact numbers. Like how limited? I guess it would seem so.
50%.
But it's all a shared sky. It's like Timbo, I think, was saying last night that it's like like somebody in him in Australia and somebody in South America or whatever lower parts of Russia or something. They're sharing a sky. It's not like the sky is finished.
Divided.
Comes to a
Right,
point and goes to another one. The celestial dome. This is just a conceptual model in like orthographic view.
Right. I've always liked the orthographic view on Stellarium. And if you do it orthographic view, you pretty much create a celestial sphere just like that center of the concave. And it's really good for like working out how this shit works, man. And where the ecliptic is and where the planets are residing and where the galactic or the equatorial, the equator, how it's linked to the stars and its relation to the sun. It's pretty interesting. And there's like oscillation between the sun moving between the tropics, which is the 23.4 degrees up and 23.4 degrees down.
Yeah, one of these concavers gave me a dipolar model with the what is it, magnetic declination? Yeah, the dipolar magnetic declination. That's my go-to map. I love that one.
That's pretty much a concave map, that one.
I guess there's no really map. I mean, I appreciate the maps for what they are. Like I use very local ones, and then I look at all these other ones. It's like just because Apple puts the glob one on there doesn't. I'm not like offended by that. I'm like, oh, that's just really goofy. You know, that's another goofy way of projecting this reality onto some conceptual model.
Yeah, they've all got the uses, haven't they? More convenient to carry a flat map sometimes, but you got to make a sacrifice if you carry a flat map because you can have distortions somewhere or another.
Those are the most important ones. That's why I like the magnetic declination maps. You know, because if you're inland, let's say you could be in the desert of the real, right? Or, in a desert. It's like an ocean. You're going to be in as much trouble as if you're just out at sea loss. So, but, we're using maps. I know I can pretty much walk somewhere, and then if I get lost, I'll be able to figure it out. But you need some pretty accurate maps when you're going over the ocean.
Yeah, that brings up a good point because all of those charts that are connecting to each other, you basically have already charted out the entire oceans and the placements of the continents. It's just on individual charts in local areas going out to larger areas, larger and larger and larger, and then just connecting them up. So think of it as you could lay those out like on a football stadium and lay out all the charts with all the GPs, all the sun fixes. But that's what it would take. If you were to map the world, that's what it would take. You would have to have a place large enough to lay out all of those individual navigational charts and piece it together. But one thing you could use, this is a monumental task. This isn't something that is just going to happen like naturally. It would take great effort. But one thing you could use is the shipping lanes are the most constantly navigated waters on Earth. And that's what we used partly when we were out at sea. We could see one of those ships off in the distance, and they could tell us exactly their fix in the shipping lane, and then we knew exactly where we were. Very accurate. So it's already basically been charted out, but you can't piece it all together until you have all these navigational input, all those sun fixes, all the illuminary bodies, the GPs, the angles, the whole deal. Anyway, that's my little piece.
Yeah, well, when the military's taking over a place, they'll rely on their own surveillance, and they put out, the grid map for them to take on the sectors, and really, after or during World War II, the Mercator map was just messing up their placements of artilleries and units. So they had to come up with another map. And then the UN uses that map as their logo.
Yeah, why would you not use something that works every time? That's a strange way of saying it.
But really, that's their like hidden argument: is there's no accurate maps, so the Earth is a glob.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they don't have anything near accurate map. Like,
Yeah, I like when Jerry asks them to, hey, where does it say that you can't use this map to traverse? But that's so weird that they can look up at a star and say, "Oh yeah, that is perspective. That's the diminishment of angle." But then you're like, "Hey, here's the real world, and see how it's just like diminishing in its angle, not angular size, but its angle." Like, no, that's you're falling backwards at the speed of sound, supersonic
Yeah.
speed.
Well, except for nobody looks up at a star and says that's perspective, though. So you got to find a different argument.
Really, you don't think
Yeah,
it's like
nobody looks at a star and says
bigger
it's
than
perspective.
10 million times bigger than Earth? So that's why it looks so tiny.
Oh, you mean that? But nobody uses that for the
Oh,
angle.
Scott Mackey's back. Hello.
I got to save the conversation. It's dying in here. You guys are boring right now. You need someone to fight against.
It's not boring in here.
I'm so glad that you care so much, Scott.
So what about these maps you guys were saying a second ago are inaccurate? You said we don't have any accurate maps. How do we not?
Yeah, we can use the maps to traverse. Yeah, exactly.
Which maps? The ones made by Globe Earthers?
Any and all maps. Which ones
And
can't you?
but all
Any
of
that are
but
based
all
on
but all of them are
latitude
made
and
by Globe
longitude.
Earthers, right? Yeah.
Any, and then we could go back to like some ancestors that used the rune lines. But what are you talking about?
Well, why would we want to do that? We don't want to use old shit. We want to use all new stuff, the best stuff.
I mean, they work. It's fine, but okay.
Not really.
Yeah, really, but okay.
Find me one of these old, what do you call them, rune maps? That maps from, say, England to Australia.
Okay, go look them up.
I've never seen one.
I don't
Maybe
know
you
if there
have.
would be a direct one. They probably did have like a hypothetical direct one. They're like, but this voyage is very dangerous.
So when did they first have Australia on a map?
But you know, you could at least do it from a roundabout way by maps to each known continental area, right? Land
Yeah, but who
masses.
knew
To
these
land
continents and
masses.
who was mapping these continents?
Peary Reese did in the 1500s. He was
Okay, 50. But is that one of those ancient rune maps that he's talking about?
no, he's from
Okay.
the first millennia, 1000 AD or something like that.
What was from 1000?
The Piri Reis
So
map. Maybe it's from 500
people
AD.
use
I don't
them.
know. I forget exactly.
And they
People
have
use
Australia, and they
them
have
to
Australia
accomplish
on
their
there.
means.
Wow.
No, they have Antarctica and South America, but that's debatable though.
They do.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look it up. Piri Reis, or Piri. Reis, I
Uh-huh.
think, is Reiss or something like that.
Oh, they buried.
He was
And
in
they,
Saudi Arabia. He was an Arabian admiral.
and so they buried this guy in the history books, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah, didn't give him credit for knowing anything. Jeez.
Yeah, Graham Hancock pulled up here the Piri Reis map in one of his first really good books, The Fingerprint of the Gods. Which I
And
think is-
Scott, just your limited reference to historical figures isn't a purveyor of what history is. You know that, right?
Oh, I know that. I know that, but I was assuming maybe you guys could point me in the right direction because clearly you guys read this somewhere I haven't seen.
So not erased by history. You can look him up. It's just like, why are you going to learn about that? And why would they teach you that in school when they just need you to run the cash register or make a little program to sell to, scam people? That
Who's the they in this case?
you
But no, you said, why would they teach you that in school when all they need is for you to run the cash register? Who's the they?
are the they that I am referring to.
Oh, I'm the they. Oh, damn. Never knew I was a they.
You're a them.
Hmm. So how do people get initiated into this they group? How do they know who to pick? Who's not going to spill the beans?
You know. You already know. You're there.
You're one of them, Scott.
Wow. Wow. This is interesting.
Yeah.
Everything
not
you've
know
ever
I was
done
one
in
of
your
them.
entire life has led you up to this moment right here, Scott.
Really? Whoa. So
What's
was
your
it
duty?
Dustin? What's my duty? I don't know. Never thought about life
Yeah,
that way.
think about it.
I guess I would say to make sure my children are fed and there's a roof over their heads, and to hurt as
Okay,
few
now
people
that's
as
the duty.
possible.
Yeah. Okay. Good job. I have improved your take, Scott. See, you're here for a reason. You're here for a reason. There's hope for you yet.
Hope for me. Hope for what?
I do believe you need help.
I need help?
For whatever you want,
Yeah.
Scott.
In what way? What do I need to make better about my life? Or where do I need to go
To
that I'm
accept
not
the
going
truth
already?
that the Earth is flat.
Those are profound questions you should ask yourself in private. Not where this isn't a therapy session, Scott.
Well, I didn't think it was.
That's why you're here. So you do think that's what it is. Try again.
No, I'm not here for therapy. Doing
Scott-
research. Yes.
Scott Mackey, is your Discord name your actual name in real
Yes.
life?
Yes.
Why would you put that on your Discord?
I'm old and uncreative.
All right,
Because
just a little weird.
Well, I was alive long before the internet was around, and us old people don't
You know,
really
there's
have.
a lot of malicious young
don't
people
really
on
have
the internet that
handles.
do bad things, right?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, just
Have
as
at
long as you don't care, that's all right.
Yeah, I grew up in a world where you introduced yourself, you shook people's hands, and you had conversations with people. And if they decided that they wanted to somehow do something malicious to you, that's the way it works, and you live with it. And that's it also keeps me in check, right? I don't tend to say things that I wouldn't say to someone to their face because it's so easy to find me. I think it helps me have more honest conversations with people. Yeah, this whole idea of hiding behind, and having conversations with people, even if it is online, even if it's through electronics, hiding behind some kind of username so you can say and do shit that you wouldn't do is it's weird to me. I don't get that.
That's a good effort, but you're also just taking the effort of you don't have anything to say, so there's always that.
I don't have anything to say? Okay.
Yeah, there's just not much effort in your position. So, yeah, of course you do you.
Is there effort in your position?
Very little.
So there's little efforts in both our positions then.
Well, I have a responsibility
To what?
to tell the truth. Do you have that duty?
And do I have a duty to tell the truth? I guess one can make a moral argument that one should tell the truth, and I usually do tend to tell the truth. I don't remember the last time I had to lie about anything. But if I had to protect
Well,
someone,
you
I would
just said
lie for sure.
that this one historical figure was buried by
Yeah.
history. When
Yeah.
we all know about him, he's a historical figure.
No, we don't
So
all know
you're
about him.
incredulous. So there it is. Just you're lying to yourself at that point. You're saying you're using an argument that you know something that we don't know, except that we know it. So it's just illogical, and that's what happens when you have to lie to yourself.
I had to lie to myself? What am I having to lie to myself about?
Oh, about where you live and stuff, you know.
Is it at all possible, maybe, that you guys are wrong?
I suppose, like, it's possible.
Well, show me. I mean,
in some ways, I don't see how
possibilities
it's
aren't
possible.
hypotheticals. Let's fucking do it.
It's either flat or it's not. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Definitely not wrong.
No, I agree. It's either flat or it's not. How would we how would we go about looking to see if it were flat?
And you
What
either,
would we do?
okay, here's the second part. You either see what you're seeing or you're not.
I agree.
So
I
those
agree.
that can see and realize that what you're seeing is what's actually there,
I agree.
that there's not some magic happening out there in between you
I
and
agree.
us where they go from mirage to real. There's none
I
of
agree.
that ever happens.
I
Doesn't happen
agree.
gradually either, you know, so got to get all that out of the way.
I agree. So
So
how do we do that?
Nobody's seeing around corners.
talk about a difficult thing to do, because what you're talking about is going out almost, it's nearing being outside the bounds of human abilities to even like, we can contemplate a lot, but what can we do as far as testing our own sensory apparatus that we have
Well,
to
you just said
determine its validity of it's talk about monumental task.
well,
That's
but
what
you
you have
just
to
said
do.
we see it, right? We don't. Or do we test it or do we see it? Which one do we go with?
Well, how else you going to test your vision without seeing? Yes, of course.
I'm trying to make sense of what you said. Sorry.
Okay, well, the
What do you
difficult
mean
part
by
is
the
this.
question?
Here's the difficult part. In my mind, it's because we're trying to identify characteristics of our own sensory equipment that we're
Okay.
inside of the box. We're we're the end user recipient of these the sensory that's coming into us from our sensory apparatus, right?
Okay.
We're the end user. So us trying to solve these problems to figure out what's real, what do we really see? Well, I don't know. So you just have to be an empiricist, I guess. I don't know exactly how that occurs, but
Okay.
I
So what do
think
you see?
what I see is what I see.
I know. And what is that?
Actually, I see a flat stationary Earth. Like all the water when still. Like I live around a lot of water, and when still, that water just goes out continuously out and further, like that horizon. The more distance you can get with a good view and a good day, less things in the air, less gases. Like when it's a calm day and just right, you see further out and higher up. That horizon just keeps going out and up as far as the eye can see, up right towards that vanishing point of our vision. It just goes right up to the end of it. It's like at the very end, and that's what we're stuck with. We're stuck with trying to figure out what's going on exactly at that horizon point.
I agree.
Yeah, that's a difficult quest.
But it's not actually a horizon point, though, right? It's a horizon line.
It is a horizon line, and I believe that line is a line that it means a line, a straight line. I learned how to draw a straight line my first day in art class.
Really? Then how does the line wrap all the way around you then? If it's straight.
Does that mean you're turning around in a circle?
No, if it's straight, how does it wrap all the way around you?
How does it wrap all the way around? You mean the sky and the land?
No, not meaning anything. Not meaning just when you're out in the ocean and you look at the horizon, that line wraps all the way around you, correct?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
How is it straight if it wraps all the way around you?
Because it's as far as the eye can see, we can only see at a certain distance. So what you're seeing is the limits of your visual ability, your acuity, your visual acuity to be able to see any further than that. Doesn't go beyond that. That has to do with your eye. That has to do with the way our eyes are made. Yeah.
And it just makes your position worse because the incidents that you're speaking of ahead of you, so if you do a hump or a drop, now you have to be talking about that behind you. So now when we're talking about looking at a sunset and a sunrise, you're in the middle of a valley, or you have no way of diagramming. You have no level plane. You have no horizontal, because one way it's horizontal, but then the other way it's a different horizontal, and those are sloping and not horizontal. You're in trouble. If we talk about a circle,
well,
we're talking, you don't understand dimensionality. You look forward, that's a direction, right? We're not talking about then spinning. You think of drawing a circle on a piece of paper proves that the piece of paper is a ball?
No, of course not. That'd be stupid.
Obviously not, right?
So imagine yourself sitting in the middle of a piece of blank sheet of paper, and you're standing right on top of it. And you could do this yourself if you're at a table or something. Put a piece of paper there, put your finger, so a blank piece of paper. So you're standing there in the middle. Now, in the very middle of that paper, out from you, the observer at the middle, can only see a certain distance. You can grab
what's that distance?
You can grab a compass and
what's
just
that
do
distance,
something
though?
that I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly, because that has to do with each one's eyes.
And what does that have to do with our eyes? How does that work?
I'm just trying to give you a visual. So you're in the middle of the paper, so you can only see so far. So draw a circle inside the bounds of that paper. You can't see past that. That would be your vanishing point.
Yeah, no, but how do I figure what that is? That's the hard part, right? That's the important part.
What is? You have to study the eye and then find out what you're focusing, what your focal length is for yourself, your eye. It's slightly different for everyone. So you go
let's say I've done that. Now what do I do?
And then see how far you could possibly see. That would be your circle of your vision. Yes.
Okay. So how do I figure? So how do I figure out what the focal length from my eye is?
I don't know. Maybe go ask your eye doctor.
So you really can't help me at all figuring out how far this circle is.
I was just giving a visual of, let's say you're on a piece of paper. You're asking me how could it be you could see a straight horizon?
No. I asked how a straight line
involved.
wraps around you. That's all I asked. How does
The
a straight line
conditions you
wrap
condition.
around you?
Because you can circle around in a circle and you still only have a circle of your visual acuity.
You really don't see the problem, do you?
What's that?
You really don't see the problem.
No, because you're
this
asking
is
a different question than you're asking a different question than I'm giving an answer to, because I wasn't giving an answer to that. I was just telling you. I was just telling you how to like conceptualize yourself, because you said that yourself. You said, why if I see a horizon line or that I can see all the way around me, that I assume that it's a flat horizon. Well, I was trying to.
I didn't say that.
Put yourself
I
on a
didn't say
piece of
that.
paper on a flat table.
I didn't say that though. I asked, how is the straight line curve around you?
What straight line?
He said the horizon is a straight line.
It is a straight line.
Is it not?
It curves around you.
No, because
it curves. Show me the curve of the horizon. Hold on, Sonny. Show me the curve of the horizon.
Go out on the ocean. See it for yourself.
No. He's not talking about.
I went to the ocean, Scott. I went to the sky. I went to the. Hold on. I went to the ocean, Scott, and I saw the horizon, and it wasn't curving. What direction does it curve?
It wraps all the way around you, right?
It does, because I can only see a certain, angle of vision, and it was straight where I was, looking. Now, if I spin in a circle, that's me spinning in a circle.
Right.
The horizon.
Exactly, and that
is the horizon.
Is contemplating why does it go around you. This is what he's basically asking.
It's you going around in a circle in a 3.
I know what he's asking, for crying out loud. He's just being retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
So do you not experience a straight horizon, Scott, or do you spin in a circle and then you see a circle? Which one is it?
I have never seen a straight horizon in my life.
Well, maybe you should get your eyes checked. I see you wear glasses. Maybe it's time to update the prescription. What do you think?
I mean, if you take a photo of the horizon in some way or form, left or right, it should sway to 1 degree or more degrees to your global vision, whatever you are seeing, then we all would agree, but it's straight wherever you look. Even if you take devices and look straight and sway to left and right and take pictures and put them one upon another, it still is fucking straight line.
Yep.
It's not a straight line. It's never a straight line.
It is a straight line. Yes, it is.
All right, show us the curve.
How am I going to I'm sitting on a computer in my living room. You're sitting on a computer or a phone somewhere. How am I going to show you the curve right now? All I can tell you is...
Well, but just give us an example of what you're talking about then. I mean, you're on a computer.
I did.
Give us an example of what you're talking about.
It's on a flat desk, and that's on a flat floor, and the building's made on a flat foundation. And the streets next door are all on a flat parallel foundation as well. And so where's the curve?
Yeah, I think what he's not grasping is if you would live on a ball, right? Let's say on a baseball or a basketball, for instance, and it would be so big, but it's so huge that even then it would look the same horizon like everyone sees now in his perspective, and would be a straight line, even though it would be curved, But it's not so. You still would see the curve.
You would see the
sides.
Curve. Yep.
What curve?
You would see a droop from left to right. When you have more than, like, I've seen water, I have more than 180 degrees of visual. Like, to my periphery, 180 degrees or more of water. There should be a left to right slanting down because of the bulge. There would be a noticeable drop.
No, there shouldn't.
Yeah,
you could. Technically, you could use a 360 camera.
Look, 5 miles, that's 15 feet. And then 10 miles is 66 feet.
Yeah, you guys just can't visualize
20
this,
miles
apparently.
is like 30 miles is like 296 feet or 400 feet or something like that, a vertical drop. So if you have that much range of vision from left to right, that's quite a big shot of view of ocean water. That should be curving down at the left and right, on the left and right.
But
boats
that's
coming
not
back,
what we would expect.
boats coming back into view should be coming from leaning up. They should look like they're leaning back. They should go from leaning back to leaning forward as they approach you. This never occurs. Never.
We don't expect it to occur. That's just something you guys
Yeah,
say.
you would if boats are supposed to be going over a curve.
And how much would they lean back at 60 miles?
Even cities would be leaning back the further you got away from them.
How much? How much would they be leaning back? See, the,
Yeah,
the
8 inches to
specifics are
the
always important.
8 inches to 8 inches times a mile squared.
Now, how much would they be leaning back?
Yeah, 8 inches to the mile squared.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, yes, it does.
No,
Oh,
they-
wait, no, maybe that's not his claim. Maybe Scott's not claiming curvature at 8 inches per mile square, are you, Scott?
No,
No,
it's
I am.
something else.
You are? Oh, so you know exactly what we're talking about then.
That's not
Yeah.
has nothing to do with leaning.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
should
that's
be
actually a
leaning.
cant. It's a cant or an angle. Every micron on this ball that you think you live on, that's the rate of curvature.
Yeah, and why would an angled tower or home or whatever you point a flashlight or a laser out of the window not hit into space? Why does it come into visual line for us to see? If you hold it straight, of course. You know? So technically speaking, this proves there is no curvature. And why would does light act on its own to make it perfectly for us visible? It doesn't make sense, you know. It's a light is not a living being that bends for us to see.
Correct.
I'm sorry. Are you guys done now? But you just asked like 7 different questions, right? And you changed the topic, and you guys never did explain how.
Explain what, Scott?
Explain what, Scott? Are you done, Scott? You never did explain or finish your final point, Scott.
Anyway, that being as it may be, like I said in the very beginning, it either is flat or it's not. I think we can show that it is flat indeed. By all means of necessary of testing this to be true. It appears to be so in every case. It's like gas pressure. It's either flat or it's not. Gas pressure. It's either contained or it's not gas pressure. It's flat, it's not a ball in any case. It can't all of a sudden transform. Oh no, he's like denying the fact that it would have this drop left to right, even though that's what a ball is supposed to be doing. A sphere is dropping in all directions from the observer.
It is moving away in all directions from the observer. This is true.
And down. Away and down.
Well, away and down are the same thing.
No, they're not. Away could be up, and away. What are you talking about?
Okay, fine.
Up and away in a beautiful balloon. Hello, what? No, they're not away. Fuck that.
So do you guys don't want to deal with or try to wrestle with this idea of a straight line curving around you, right?
Because you can make a 360.
Yeah, no, but if you were standing in the middle of a football field, right? You know what a football field is. It's a big square. There's a big rectangle, right? And you were standing in the middle of it. And you can see from one end to the other end. If you're looking, say at the 50-yard line, and you're looking across to the 50, to the other sideline, you're not going to see in your full field of vision the corners at the end of the end zones, right?
Yeah, especially over land.
Yeah.
Over land.
No. That's not. Don't worry about that. So, if you turned your head, and if you turned your head left, and you turned your head right to see the corners of the end zone, you could tell very easily that line's straight, right? There's enough visual cues to know, okay, that's a straight line.
Okay, I gotcha. Moving along. And what?
Okay, does the horizon look like that?
No, because what you were just bringing forth is over land, so that's why it doesn't match what I'm talking about.
But that's a straight line, right?
No, that's not a straight line.
the sideline of a
There's
football
terrain
field.
differences. No, there's elevation differences, and there's a tolerance to that too. But a lawn, are you kidding me? A field can have tons of variations. So no, we do it over water. I don't know what you're talking about. You would have a different visual acuity depending on what the surface was. Put your face 6 inches down and then look at your observation. Try to see the end zones because there's hills and valleys even in that little field that block your vision from that. So you do it over water.
And somehow doing over water makes a curved line straight.
No.
So trying to,
No.
that's what you're saying.
Water, if you're on water and you're out in the middle of the ocean, you can't see any land. When you turn 360, you see a visual circle around you of your dome.
All right, there we go.
You have a dome of
We see
vision. Yes.
Okay, we see a
because your
visual
eye-
circle around you.
That's what I
All
said
right, thank
before,
you.
Because your vision works that way.
Yes, but you
has
see a
certain
circle, right?
distance. Listen, it has a certain distance. So that means it can be around you as a circle. Now, closer to the horizon, it's going to be much more scattered gases and so forth that make the atmos opaque. So you can't see through them. But the higher up, you still have that visual acuity that you have a certain distance of range of vision. And it's probably like, let's say at night, it's much more higher. At the higher up you look, the further out you actually are seeing. Yeah. But
so all that's an explanation.
That all has to do with your visual focal length, your where your vision focuses out. It gets to that vanishing point. It doesn't matter which direction you're looking. But you just have much more extreme results happening on the surface because of those gases, constant motion.
So all that was an explanation for why you see a circle, right?
Yeah.
But the fact is, you see a circle, right?
Yeah,
You just explained
because of
why
your
you see
eye.
a circle.
You have a curved lens.
Well, but
You
you
have a
just
curved lens.
yes, but you just explained why you see a circle, did you not?
Yeah, you have a curved lens. It's because your eye, it's actually because the shape of your lens.
Okay, but you see a circle, right?
No, you don't
What
see a
circle?
circle, Scott. Circle.
He just said you see a circle.
In a circle.
You have a curved lens.
He just said you see a circle.
Don't mix it up. You have a curved lens.
Listen,
That's why.
you're familiar
All
with X,
lenses
Y,
are
and
curved.
Z axis, right?
I'm familiar with the X, Y, and Z
The
axis. Yes.
the X axis is flat. As you turn in a circle,
An X
the
axis is not
horizon
flat.
is always on that X axis.
X axis is a line.
So is the horizon.
No, X axis is not a flat. It can't be flat. It's a line.
Line.
The X Y axis or the X Z axis can be flat.
Are you saying X axes aren't flat?
No, it's a line.
Circles are flat too. A line flat?
No,
Circle
they're
is a line
straight.
too. That's true. A circle is a line.
They're two-dimensional. They're one-dimensional. Line's one-dimensional. Can't be flat if it's one-dimensional. But anyways, that's not what you're trying to say. Go ahead.
The X axis. As you turn in a circle. That's all. Dude, this is the stupidest conversation I've heard in my life.
I know.
Well, you guys got to step it up then, so it's not so
Oh,
stupid.
shit. We got to step it up. Oh my God, brother. I don't know. I don't
Is
even know
the
where you're
horizon
coming from.
curving? In which axis is the horizon curving?
Well, if we're going to do how they typically do it in geometry, which it's on the XY axis, and it's making a circle on the XY axis, so x squared plus y squared equals r squared.
It would
That's
be
answering
in
the
the
question.
z-axis. It would be in the z-axis if there's any curvature at all, but that's due to the limit of your vision, which has been explained to you. The horizon itself is on the z-axis. Or I mean, sorry, the x-axis, not the z. Yeah, it's on the x-axis.
X-axis straight out in front of you.
From left to right, horizontal straight line x-axis, all the same shit.
It's hard having algebra / geometry conversations with people who never took it. Because you guys don't understand what you're saying.
You've never sailed on a sailboat, have you?
The x-axis is one-dimensional. You cannot have a plane on a single dimension. You cannot have flat on a single dimension.
Nobody said it was.
X, Y, and Z are the three axes that make up three-dimensional vision. Okay.
Exactly. And you need two of those to make a plane. You need two of those to make flat.
So you have X and Y, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, X and Y would be up, down, and left and right. So you'd be talking about height and width. We're actually talking about X and Z here.
Z is traditionally drawn vertically.
X and Z.
For some reason, they flip them.
I'm just used to like in machine tools, it's different. It's X, Y, and it's X. What is it? It's been so long.
The Z-axis is depth. It's distance away from you. Up and down is Y, and X is left to right.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's not how people draw the axes when they're doing this stuff. But it's
That's
just
how they draw the axis in mathematics, dude.
How long has it been since you took
the
algebra?
Z goes up and down.
High ground on it.
The Z goes up and down.
No, it doesn't. Look it up.
Not in mathematics and physics. It
Y
doesn't.
goes up and down.
It does. I'll look it up again. It's been 40 years, but I'll look it up.
There's up and down now?
Well, then when you draw on the paper. Yeah, I always thought that was weird when they made the XY axis.
As long as we can all get on the same page. Right now, you're backwards.
Okay, so which axis is this circle happening? Or which
That was the question asked to you.
plane?
So Morvis is saying Z is outward from yourself. Okay, I could use a refresher.
Oh yeah, the first one I come up with, Z is drawn up and down.
No, Y is up and down. X is left to right. Z is front and back.
Z is front and back. There you go. Why? Because that's how we did it in machine tools. Like your machine axis, that one that drove in is Y axis.
Well, you could label them anything you like.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like, as long as we can all freaking agree on the axes, then
Exactly.
we're fine. Then we can at least talk to each other. But if one person is claiming it, seeing it one way when
So I just put two pictures up there. The first thing I got from Google, Cartesian coordinates, Math Insight, and the Z is up and down. How weird is that?
Dude.
Now, if you guys want to talk about, the Z being up and down in mathematics, show me a mathematics book, a math book of any site, of any type that has the Z that's not going up and down. Wikipedia, three-dimensional space. Look at this. I can do that in the Z. Once again, I'll take a picture of that.
All right. Well, here's
And
the
post
first
it for you guys.
Here's the first thing that popped up when I typed it in. All right, coming up.
X, Y, and Z. So doesn't matter. Like you said.
I know it doesn't matter, but you guys are spazzing out about a simple math problem.
Riley
Criterion I don't give
has
a
it.
fuck what some Riley criteria is. Find a math book that has it, or a physics
and
book.
here's what I found under the top Google search result right here.
You said a math or a physics
It
book.
matches his.
You said a math or a physics book. You said in math and physics, the Z was sideways, or the depth where the X is.
Z
You're
is depth,
wrong.
yes.
Admit it. Move on.
What? Admit what? Z. And what do you have that Z is not the depth?
Z is always up and down in physics and mathematics. Somebody came in here, I don't know if it was you, who said in physics and math, the Z is going depth. It is not.
You're the one who brought up basic algebra. This is basic algebra.
Not. God, you guys just get so stubborn on every last fucking thing, even though it's demonstrably wrong.
For the sake of this
What is wrong
conversation,
with you
Y is
people?
up and down, X is left and right, and Z is front and back. In which of those is the curvature found on when it comes to viewing the horizon?
Okay, for the sake of the conversation, I can go with that. I can change definitions for the sake of a conversation. I'm fine. It's on the XY. The formula for that equation of the curve would be x squared plus y squared equals r squared, where r squared is the radius to the curve. And once we do that, we can draw the curve. We can draw that circle on the three-dimensional or three-quarter axis system that we have.
What do you mean by it's on the XY? It has to be one of the three dimensions.
Yeah, see, that's just.
Unless you're saying that it's curving up in the middle. So like on the.
No, I'm not.
It's higher on the Y than it is on the edges. Like at the higher in the middle on the Y than it is on the edges. On the edges, it matches the X.
Okay, we're having a fundamental communication breakdown here. If we start with your coordinate set, where X and Y were, X was right to left, Y was up and down, and Z was inside and out.
Forward and back, depth.
All right, yeah, you're right. I was working on the old axis. I was working on mine. I didn't make the shift. It's x squared plus z squared equals r squared. Sorry, that was my bad.
Okie dokie.
I failed to make the shift to you guys' idiosyncratic axis.
Dude, this is literally just the way that, like, in high school when you started plotting shit on graphs, like the y was up and down, and the x was left and right, and the z was forward and back.
Nope, it wasn't. You don't remember.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
Maybe you have Mandela effect. Just kidding.
From that wiki page I linked, you might want to take it up. It's there's like a right-handed version of a Cartesian coordinate.
Relative direction. That has nothing to do with this.
Look at it.
Yeah. So tell us which axis the curvature is supposed to be on, Scott.
Yeah, but Turquoise just posted something where Z is up. Let's see, what do we have here?
Yeah, in body relative something like has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Let's not get lost in these weeds. I can agree to your coordinate system, where X is left to right, Y is up and down, and Z is in and out of the page, right? And in that case, the formula or the equation for the circle is x squared plus z squared equals r squared.
I'm not looking for an equation in the question, though. The question is you said you see a curved horizon. I want to know, and you were arguing that because we turn in a circle, the horizon is making a circle. So which axis is that curvature in?
Which axis am I spinning on?
Which axis is the curvature found in if you were to plot it?
I just told you the plot. I don't know what to do if you don't understand that. X squared plus z squared equals r squared. It doesn't
use all three. It's just one of them. Any one of them.
No, it's two. It has to be two.
No, only if you wanted to go and turn your X, Y, and Z and do a top-down, like God's eye perspective, now you could do X, Y, and put it in those. But if you're standing on the ground and Z is in the distance, it's on the Z axis that you're claiming there's curvature.
No, it's on the XZ plane.
If Y is up and down and X is left to right, and the horizon is always horizontal on the X axis, then it's the Z that's actually curving. But you don't see that from that point of view, from that perspective.
No, the Z can't curve. It's an axis. It's straight. It's perpendicular to X.
That's bricked.
Yeah, I know you guys. If you guys can't understand, like, 9th grade algebra.
X and Z axis.
I mean, this shit's easy.
The circle if you're turning around, then your circle of vision is in the X and Z axis. Is that what you're saying, Scott?
No, a circle cannot be on an axis. Why can't you guys get that through your heads?
Okay, think of it as a circle drawn on a flat plane.
Yes.
On a flat plane. A circle drawn on a flat plane.
Yes. And in this case, it's on the XZ plane.
XZ plane. That's what I'm
Yes.
talking. That's what I'm
No,
trying
yeah,
to
we might
get to
be
the bottom of.
talking past each other because if he's talking about looking down on the circle, right? Then you would change that, right? You would then it would still be an XY, but only because he's looking down on it. We're talking
No, it's
talking
an
about from the
XZ.
perspective of looking at the horizon.
Yeah.
The horizon is flat and on the x-axis.
Yeah,
But
this
if I
is
were to turn in a circle, like we're talking about where is the change? The change is in the depth, which is the z-axis.
Mm-hmm.
the change is on both. It's the X coordinate and the Z coordinate both change as you move along the circle.
So then define the curvature in what axis?
Cartesian
Define it
coordinates,
to those terms. Then
You
define
can't have a curvature on an axis.
Okay, then
It's impossible.
Okay, then explain to us how if you have curvature, then it must be on some plane or another.
It's on a
correct?
plane. It's on the XZ plane.
Good.
I don't know how to say
Gotcha.
that any more clearly. The circle is on the XZ plane.
That's the first time. That's the first time you said that.
I heard that.
It's the fifth time I said that.
No, like I said that like 3 minutes ago. Freaking
But
Sonny
you were
repeated
right.
it like a minute ago, and now you're finally saying it.
No.
It's the XZ plane. So where has this ever been measured on the XZ plane? Curvature on Earth.
Where's it ever been measured?
Yeah, on that plane.
How would we go about measuring that?
Well, let's back
up.
That's aside from the point, though. The point is that when you're actually standing there looking at the horizon, that the horizon follows the x-axis.
It doesn't. It lies on the
Where does it
XZ
go
plane.
then?
I'm not asking you to provide the demonstration. It had to have been done before. That's the one I want.
I think we should not move on until we agree on what we see. And what we see is a circle on the XZ plane.
Nobody sees a circle when they look out at the horizon. Nobody.
I do.
Including you. Including you.
You're wrong.
Can we admit that the X and the top-down view, the X and Y are the diameter of the circle, the
Only if-
visible horizon. The
Only if you
diameter
have
is X
eyes.
and Y. right?
Only if you have eyes in the back of your head, Scott Mackey.
Exactly, Sonny.
Yeah, you guys are saying that I cannot determine what is curving versus what is straight unless I have eyes in the back of my head.
You don't have
You guys
eyes
see- you guys
all the
hear
way
how I'm
around
saying
you in
that, Tom?
3D. Listen, you don't have
hear
eyes
how I'm
around your
saying that,
head
Tom?
all the way around the circumference of your head.
We get that. We get that. We get
3D
that.
view. Okay,
We
good.
get that.
You're only seeing
And
one.
so you guys are saying that as human beings, as adult, grown-ass men, that you can't determine whether something is curved versus whether something is straight. That's what you're
Oh,
telling
I
me.
can for sure tell.
You can't. Can't.
Why can't I?
You can't. Yeah.
Because you look at a flat fucking plane and think you see a circle.
Exactly.
I look at a
Who
flat
thinks that?
plane and think I see a circle. Do you see that doesn't
Flat-
even make sense?
Flat fucking
That's
line.
what you said. You
horizontal
said you
straight
see a
line.
circle.
But you can't see a straight line. If it was straight, it could not wrap around you. That's just geometry. A straight line cannot wrap
Okay,
around
so
you.
my square fucking lounge room is a fucking circle then.
No, you see the corners though, right? You see corners. Do you not?
Yeah, but I can turn around in a circle and view it all, right? So it must be a circle, right?
No. Do you see corners in your room?
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay, do you see corners on the horizon?
I think the confusion
That's
is,
a
man.
nonsensical
We're talking about a horizontal plane, right? A horizontal plane, and
Yep.
this line is what you're talking about, but viewed from the center of it. You can extend it infinitely. You can either make it a square or make it a circle. It's an infinite plane, but generally planes are squares, right? Geometry. But the vision is circular.
Sorry, my wife just told me my son got a scholarship. It's going to make college free. But anyways, T-Dub, do you see how you paused right there when I asked you if you see corners, and then if you see corners on the horizon, and because you know you don't see corners on the
I didn't catch
horizon?
what you said because of something else.
Okay. So, all right, fine. But so you see corners in your room, right? But this is how we know when things are straight and a square versus when they're curved.
Right.
Is in your room, for example. This is a great example. You brought it up. Thank you. Is that when you look and you see straight lines going to a corner, then you keep turning around and you see another straight line going to another corner. And as you do that in 360 degrees, what you've seen is 4 straight lines hitting in 4 corners. And that's how we, as human beings, can know I'm sitting in a square room. And if we go out and we do the same thing in a room where we spin all the way around and we see no corners, we think we're in a circular room. That's the way we determine whether things are straight or curved. And it works very well. We're very good at doing this.
But that doesn't mean you have curve in the z-axis as well as the x-axis, because you would have to. You would have to have equal curve in the x-axis as well as the z-axis.
I'm in a curved room. I'm not going to see the floor where the floor meets the wall as a straight fucking line.
Where the floor meets the wall is a straight line, of course. Well, if it's big enough, you will. And then what you have to do is spin all the way around.
Square and big
see
enough,
no corners.
you won't be able to distinguish corners either.
Sure you
that
would.
far a fucking way.
Sure you would.
When you look
That's
at the
just right.
horizon, it's horizontal. It's a straight line. But
It's not a straight
all
line, though.
points perpendicular
It's a straight
to
line. It's used
and
as a
all
straight
points
line.
along that line perpendicular to it are fucking vertical.
But it's not a straight line, though, and this
Yeah,
what's
it
in the
is.
contention.
It is a straight line.
From your
straight-
perspective, when you're standing there, the horizon is a straight line on the x-axis.
A straight line, literally, by definition of a straight line, cannot wrap around you unless you see
A
corners.
straight line means the line has no part higher or lower than the next part of the line. It's all even. It's one single straight line.
A straight line cannot wrap around
I
you.
disagree.
How can you not just
You're
accept the
talking
simple
only on that
geometric
other
fact?
plane in which you're spinning around. You can only
Wow. You're
not
conceptualize this if
seeing
you're
the limits
spinning
to your
around.
room.
So
You
you
keep on
don't have
talking
eyes
about
on the back
being
of your head, once again.
You keep on talking about being in a room. You're not in a room. You can't see
No,
the
I
limits
didn't,
of your
I didn't keep
environment.
talking about that. T-Dub
You
brought
cannot
that up.
see the limits of your environment. And so, because this, and I heard Sonny explain this to you, because you can only see so far as you spin in any direction, the horizon still presents itself at the same distance, which is what creates that line.
Which creates a circle.
Which creates
if you see something at the same distance as you spin around, that creates a circle.
Only if you turn around 360.
It's only a circle if you're in that God's eye perspective, looking down on it.
So he's claiming that the horizon is a geometric Earth curve. Same distance, Scott?
I'm saying it's a circle.
You said that it's the same distance, so it has to be a tangent.
No, Lunatic said it's the same distance. I just went along with
If
it.
you're saying it's a circle,
It's not a circle then.
I went along with it. I said it's a curve. It's curving.
So there's no
around.
circle then. It's curving. Show us the curve.
It has to curve around. This
stutter for me.
Yeah, when you're dumbfounded by
the balls.
statements that are just beyond ridiculous, and you
Statements. It was a question. You don't know the difference between a statement and a question? I asked you a question. Is it a circle?
no.
Is it not a circle? Is it the same distance, equidistant from your position? Yes or no? Is it a tangent point?
I know that's where you want to go because you want to distract.
So it's not a circle then. It's not a circle then, Scott?
But it curves all the way around you, does it not?
It curves. So is it a curve?
Does it curve all the way around you? Yes or no?
Is it an actual? No, hold on.
I see a flat horizontal plane. That's why we call it the horizon. All the way. If I spin, it's a circle. Right? I spin in a circle, but the line itself, it's not a tangent point. So I spin in a circle. Is the circle that I'm supposedly viewing, according to your perspective, is it a tangent point or not?
I just want to see if we agree that it's a circle first.
I spin in a circle. I'm the one doing the circle, Scott. I don't know anything about a distance from where I'm looking.
Okay, but is it a circle?
I spin in a circle. Yes, I'm doing a circle. I'm like a little ballerina.
Not my question.
Well, is what a circle? The horizon? Wouldn't it have to be a tangent point then?
Is the horizon line curved around you 360 degrees?
No.
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 Okay, then how do you see it in every direction if it's not curved around you?
You always see it in a straight line on the x-axis, no matter where you look.
It's an apparent position that you probably would agree with, unless you're saying that that line that I'm looking at is a geometric tangent point, right?
So interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Yeah,
You
it's
can actually
interesting.
answer a very direct question. Is it a geometric tangent point or not?
Doesn't matter yet. We're not there.
Doesn't matter yet. When does it matter then, Scott?
We have to agree that it's a curve all the way around you.
I don't agree that it's a curve. It looks like a straight, flat horizon to me.
Is it an oval, Scott?
Huh? I don't know.
Is it
We
an
can
oval?
decide. We can decide. We can decide. We can decide that after.
I don't know, but it's a circle, right?
We can decide. We can decide that.
Did you call it, Scott? Did you call it an arc?
I would say it's a curved line goes all the way around you. Do you guys agree?
No.
Why not?
Our limit of our perspective is in circular, but the horizon itself is not.
What's the difference?
I'll tell you what, let's not do this in the middle of the ocean. Why don't we go on the beach where, in California, I can see the mountains and then I can see the ocean. Is it a circle then?
No.
No.
Stupid.
So shut the fuck up.
Which beach are you on?
Would it matter if I've got land behind me in any way, shape, or form? Is it a circle?
Well, if you go out the beach at Huntington Beach Pier, right, it's pretty straight, the coastline, and so you could see it 180 degrees. You could see half a circle.
I'm talking about the entire thing. If I spin around in a circle, Scott, is it a circle that I see?
Oh, I understand what this is all about now. Never mind. Jesus. Please. Yeah, I get it now.
It's stupid bullshit, Scott, and you know it.
Relating horizon.
Yeah, what I hear is you
was
guys
like-
refusing to recognize simple reality because you know where it will go if you recognize it, and so you have to deny what you see.
That's right.
with your own
The
damn eyes.
simple horizon that we're looking at, is it physical or is it apparent?
I want to stick on the curved versus straight question.
Nah, we're going to talk about, because you're saying it's a circle. I guess you say you see an arc. That must be a tangent point all the way around you, right, Scott? Because you're on the top of a ball. So is it a tangent point or not, Scott?
I know you guys want to. I know you want to specifically move to a different.
Oh yeah, I definitely do. You're claiming the circle, so it must be a tangent point.
I didn't claim a circle.
That sucks, Scott. We've already debunked that tangent point. In fact, you guys are telling us that we can never actually see physical geometry.
Yeah, I know. You want to move.
Yeah,
to
so it's already over. So you're hosed, so you can shut up.
This is Scott's a perfect example of what Crip brought up. I don't know. I only heard it for the first time like maybe a week ago, but they call it the lemon illusion, seeing curvature where there is none. Scott's got this.
Well, as soon as you guys can describe or tell me how a curved or a straight line can wrap all the way around you, I'm all ears, man.
So if you can tell me if it's a tangent point or not a tangent point, I'm all ears, man.
All right. Well, we'll get to that after we decide how a straight line wraps all the way around you.
It would have to be a tangent point, just like was said.
Doesn't matter. You guys have to.
Is it a tangent point or is it not a tangent point, Scott? We're going to stick on this, or you can go on mute. Very simple.
Because it has to
put
be
me on mute then. Destroy the conversation if that's what you need to do.
No,
I'm the only one.
No problem.
They go hand in hand, and it's part of the conversation we were having. So it goes hand in hand. So it would have to be a tangent point.
It'd be great if we could just have someone argue in good faith. Like, that would be awesome.
Right, says who? Yeah, I know. So it would have to be, right, says who? It'd have to be a tangent point, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's talk about that.
The killer point that he made. So equal distance then in all directions, right, Scott? It was brilliant. That fucking shut you down. Idiot.
So what did you all refute Scott on again?
Oh, he's conflating bullshit. He's claiming a tangent point and then walking away from that fact. He doesn't want to say tangent point, but he's talking about an equidistant point from your observer's position all the way around you, and then he doesn't want to talk about it being physical or a tangent for that matter.
He continues to say that when he looks out at the horizon, he sees a circle.
If you were in a round room, you wouldn't see a straight line where the floor meets the walls, right? If it was big enough. Oh, but that doesn't apply to a square room. You'd definitely still see the corners, wouldn't you, Scott? Yeah.
Like the only way you would see a circle when looking
That's so
at any
convoluted.
horizon is if you were like to say look at a full moon and then see the edges of it all the way around forming a circle. That's a circle, Scott.
Well, I guess that's refuted.
Gregory, would you like to talk to Scott to hear what he's talking about? Maybe you can understand him.
I guess. Go ahead.
All right. Or did he leave? No, he's still here.
No, he's still there.
Just doesn't give up, does he? Well, I looked more into it, and I thought if it's an oblate spheroid, would it be a circle? And it seems to me that it would be an ellipse. So there you go.
So what was your point, Scott?
The point was that he never sees a straight line for a horizon ever. That's what he says.
Well, my point is a straight line can't curve around you. Simple geometric fact. That you guys must disacknowledge? It's not even a word.
In your view, you see two dimensions.
A silly
You see two
conflation.
dimensions in your view. From your point of view, you only see those two dimensions when you're talking about a horizon, okay? You're talking about along the XY axis. It has no variation in the Y. It follows the X, okay? Now, you can turn a little bit, and you can do this again, and the same thing happens. And you turn a little bit more, and the same thing happens. When you
I mean, yeah, a straight line cannot wrap around us. And thank you for the truism. Was there more to that, or is that it?
Well, they're saying a straight line wraps around you. Somehow.
Okay, well, straight line will not wrap around us. So
I agree.
there's that truism. So what?
Okay, then explain
does
how
that mean?
a horizon can't be a straight line then, right?
It's not. It's concave. Use a rectilinear lens. It's concave. You go up higher, then it's clearly convex, but that's an
Come on,
illusion of
Gregory,
light bending up.
work with me.
Wait a minute.
You guys are just you're just debating
What?
between two falsities. Both are wrong. How much longer are we going to do
Yeah,
this?
wait a minute. The horizon, when we look at it,
With a rectilinear
is a straight line in our
lens,
perspective.
with a rectilinear lens, it's concave.
God, dude, stop talking to me, dude. God.
He's been moderated. Go ahead.
I think
Okay.
Gregory may understand. Huh.
Are just ridiculous. Anyways, you can't go. It's just non sequitur. The geometric fact that the line would not wrap around you does not then indicate that the horizon, which is obviously a straight line in your perspective, is not a straight line.
How does a straight line wrap around you then?
We're not saying that a straight line. At least I'm not saying a straight line is wrapping around us. Then
Well, we know the horizon wraps around us, right?
no, the horizon is in your perspective.
But it wraps around us, right?
I just said no. The horizon is in your perspective.
It's you giving physicality to the horizon as though it's like an actual drawn line in the sand. Like, it's only an optical effect. It has to do with the limit of your vision.
Correct.
And as you make a turn, well, it happens to do the same thing no matter where you look all the way around you.
Correct.
I mean, Lou just said what I just said in more words. So no, the horizon is not wrapping around us. It's just an optical phenomenon.
And if it was
is
perpendicular
as a
to
horizontal.
your line of sight everywhere you turned, that creates a circle.
In your imagination, it's not a objectively existing circle
Never said it
external to
was.
your perspective.
Hold on a second.
Never said it
It
was.
cannot be perpendicular. If you're saying that it's a curved line, it cannot be perpendicular by definition.
It can be perpendicular to line of sight, sure.
To a straight line, 90 degrees?
Perpendicular to what?
To a single
circle?
point. Yeah, you can have perpendicular to
you
a circle.
guys. There's no perpendiculars on the surface.
Oh,
sure there are.
He just said you can have perpendicular to the surface of a circle. Show me, draw a tangent point, and show me that it's perpendicular to a curve.
And let's repeat this because this point is trampled on. Like when you turn around, you just see the horizon in your perspective. It's an optical phenomenon. It's not an object that exists external to your perspective.
I already knew that.
You're just conflating the ontological nature of various categories.
No, I'm not. I already knew
It
that.
says who got him. Now, if it's a circle, then it's equidistant.
Yeah.
I mean, this is only the result of being tremendously unregimented in your thinking about the nature of these various entities that you're referring to. Like you just refuse to grasp that the horizon is an optical phenomenon. It's not like it's not like a hula hoop stretching around you.
I understand that.
Okay, so you're just conflating categories. So I mean, what is the point in all this conflation that's already been refuted?
Well, you guys already say you can see a horizon, right?
So long as you have the sense of sight, sure.
Okay. And that horizon, however, is created when by whatever you just said right there. I agree. It's created by some phenomenon of vision, and that horizon either looks like a line, a straight line, or it looks like a circle. I say it looks like a circle. And we know it looks like a circle
see
because
the horizon appearing to be a circle. No, you don't.
Oh, we do.
No, you have to do that in your imagination, Scott. You have to do the rest. You have to do a whole bunch of extra work in your mind, imagining it in order to have a circle. What you see is a straight line.
No, I don't. I've never seen a straight line in my life, and I've seen lots of horizons.
Okay, so then you're just deluded. Then your senses are significantly impaired, and you're not empirically detecting what's actually there.
So is horizontal parallel to the circle of the horizon?
Is horizontal parallel to the circle of the horizon? Yeah, I would say yes. Yes.
The plane of the horizon, the circle of the horizon.
Yes, your horizon, your horizontal point from where you're standing is going to be parallel to the plane of that circle.
I mean, this is another instance of self-deception. Just to say this is another instance of self-deception. Like, how could you possibly look out at the distance and think that line, which is straight, which is the optical apparent meeting point of the sky and the sea, if you're on the sea, is a circle? Like, how do you misidentify a line, a straight horizontal line, to be a circle? This is stupid.
How do you misidentify it to be straight? Because it's not.
Dude, it presents itself
it's never been
as
straight.
A horizontal line that is the horizon isn't straight.
It's not straight. No, it's making a circle.
It's a
around
new
you.
religion.
Scott, you're assuming, from a geometry point of view, Scott, you're assuming you are the center of the circle and the radii is to the horizon, right?
Correct.
Therefore, you're also assuming that to the radii, to the circumference of the circle is equidistant, making a circle.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what's in his head.
Theoretical, right? So
if
you're in the center of the ocean with no obstruction, you can assume the circle of vision is a circle, right, with no obstruction, and the radii are equal on all directions.
Correct.
I understand where this confusion is. Okay.
Yeah, he's conflating entities categorically. It's just a categorical error. It's just a analytically false statement. The horizon, which is a horizontal line, is a circle. That's stupid.
That's your assumption. Your assumption is that it's a line, and that assumption is incorrect. We need to revisit that assumption.
So show me the horizon being a circle.
We don't
show it to
assume
me.
that we don't see.
I can't show it to you. You have to go look for yourself.
Horizon. You are assuming that it's a circle.
I've seen thousands of horizons.
This is just foolish.
They've
Like, you
always
don't
been a
empirically
circle.
detect when you go out into the world at
You
any
do, though.
height. You're not
You
looking
do,
at a
though.
circle.
You are. Just go
So,
look.
Scott, let me give you this example. So, you've got different conditions to the north and different conditions to the south. You're not going to have equidistant horizon, are you?
In that case, no. We weren't talking about that case, though. Yeah, sure, we can find, I have clouds to the east and no clouds to the west. Yes, I'm going to see, or fog to the east and no fog to the west. Yes, I'm going to see further to the west than I see to the east because of the fog. Yes, of course.
Temperature difference or environmental, anything like that.
I
We
mean,
weren't
this is
talking
refuted.
about
We can move
that.
on
Sandbox.
past
Like
this.
I get Scott's opinion is like a sandbox world. That's kind of the theory he's coming from, and we're coming from the realistic view of like what we define in the horizon as a straight line.
No,
Yeah, we
it's
can move
just
on
Yeah,
past
simple.
this. This is
but
refuted.
your view is not realistic, though. Your view is just something you guys made up then. Because the horizon's never been a straight line.
Go
Everybody's ever
ask.
Yeah,
seen a
you
horizon.
haven't shown us the horizon
Everybody's
being a
ever seen a
circle. So until
horizon
you do, we
knows
can move
that.
on.
Go ask 100 Globers if they think that the horizon presents itself as flat.
I didn't say
You're the
flat, did I?
only one who fucking makes this claim.
Like, I've never heard this until today.
Yeah, I know.
And you're not seeing left to right curvature. You're seeing what is it? I don't even know how to fucking explain it.
It would be on the z axis. He's seeing the depth circle, the depth he's seeing the God's perspective. He's seeing
God's eye,
top-down point of view.
yeah. I heard it
No.
said before the God's eye view. That's what he's supposedly got, this God's eye view all of a sudden when he
And I
looks at
think
a
I think you're getting closer though, lunatic. I think you see, but if you take that God's eye view and drop down to like 6 feet above that view, what do you see still?
Yeah, thank you for the
What
cool
says
story.
you?
So until you actually show us any empirical evidence that the horizon is a circle and not a line, then we can move on.
But I'm sitting at a computer, you're sitting at a computer. I can't show you anything. You have to go look for yourself. I've done this
No,
thousands of
it's not
times.
my duty to prove your position, dude. Stop doing that shit.
No, it's
You
not
don't
your
have to keep
duty.
repeating that same argument truism to you every time you talk in here. It's not my ability to do your work for you to prove your knowledge claim. So until
Yes,
you
I get that.
prove, you show us any empirical data to our senses that we can see with our eyes that the horizon is a circle and not a line, then this is stupid and analytically false, and we can move on.
Yeah, I don't think it's up to you to prove my point. I would think you would want to prove it to yourself one way or the other. I take
so
that
moving on.
responsibility for myself. When I wanted to understand something about the world, I take my own personal responsibility to go out and try to understand this thing. And sometimes I need
So you recorded these observations then.
help. All right.
You should
So
go
you went
explain
and
this to the
recorded the
Glober.
observations to this tangent point, yes?
What's that?
You've done this thousands of times, so you've recorded this tangent point, this circle around you.
No, I haven't recorded any times. Why would I record it?
So this is just anecdotal. You're telling us a story. You have no evidence here.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we just established that. He just told us a super cool story. Like, this is boring.
But this is what I'm saying. I did this for myself. Now it's up to you guys to do it for yourselves if you want to understand.
We don't need to hear you repeat that anymore.
I didn't do it to prove it to
What do you mean
anybody.
you did this for yourself? You did this to yourself. You lied
Okay,
to yourself
whatever,
and freaking like gave yourself some kind of psychological fucking problem.
Okay, but what I did is I went out and I see things, and when I'm doing it for myself. I'm not trying to prove to anybody else what I see.
Why do we have to listen to him repeat this asinine story again? Can we move on?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's
I'm
do
here.
move on, please. Help me. Lord, help me.
So besides conflating basic mathematical concepts, does anyone want to prove that the Earth is a ball?
I want to point out that Scott has a God complex.
Looks like you need me, Gregory.
Say again, what was that?
Looks like you need me. Otherwise, you have no conversation here. But go
No, I
ahead
don't.
without me. Go ahead.
Nothing could be further from the truth, no doubt. This is far preferable. At least this makes sense.
Can we get some YouTubers to call in so we can hear you agree or disagree with Scott Mackey?
Actually, his reaction to me is pointing out his God complex and thinking that Gregory needs him or that we need him only highlights my point.
No, the room needs a Glober in order to attack. I'm here to make the room lively.
Listen to you. You have no. Oh my God, dude.
All right, I'll go back on mute. Here we go.
Actually, Scott has a point. He has willingly come in and fed himself to the wolves, so good on you, Scott.
I do have a question for you, though, Scott. Would you say a horizontal plane is a straight line?
Oh, not again.
It's all about the perspective you view it at, right? So if you're viewing it from the side, it is a straight line, right?
Yeah, if you're in the plane itself, everything will appear as a straight line. But a horizontal plane, by definition, cannot be a line. It's a plane. They're two different things.
I mean, you asked about two different things categorically and then answered your own question.
So from the observer, you're putting your head in that horizontal plane as like the reference point, and the horizon is the plane. Then we can put one and one together and come out with the idea it's a line still.
Yeah, but that's not what we're doing. In the case we were talking about, you're above the plane.
I'm not talking about the Earth.
I mean, look, we don't need to give him a very basic geometry lesson. This is just annoying. Like, it's not even interesting. Any grown adult that can't recognize the difference between a plane, a line, a circle. I mean, just go to Khan Academy real quick and then come back.
You know what's interesting, Gregory? If this were my room, I would ban you because you come in here and you shut down conversations. You come in here and you think you get to decide who we talk to or who gets to talk in this room.
Hey, guy, just relax. Just chill.
You get to decide.
You're all powerful.
Decide who's worthy to talk to. It's not your room, man.
Scott, just
It's
relax.
not
Exercise
your
some discipline.
room.
Just chill.
Not your room. You should
Imagine
really stop
taking-
coming into the. You should really stop coming into other people's rooms and saying,
Look,
"Who gets
this
to
is
talk?"
just annoying. It's just annoying. It's
I know,
not
I know,
at all
I know,
any
I
good.
know you are. I get you are annoying. Every time you come in here, you think you get to decide who talks and who doesn't.
Oh my
It's
God!
not
Now
your
we have
room.
a lot of listening to this garbage.
Not your room.
I know you are, but what am I?
You guys do
Imagine
know that the
taking
other
a
day
stranger
when you
online
guys were in here doing a little
personally.
circle jerk, I asked Heretic, I was banned at the time. I asked him if he wanted me to come in here and break up the circle jerk, and he immediately unbanned me so I can come in and get the conversation back on flat Earth and flat Earth topics.
Yeah,
Because
no.
Do you need him to listen? You need to go take him under the weed.
You should
I need to
blame
listen to you.
Gregory for being articulate and eloquent in his speech sometimes, and also God-fearing, which I like. So,
Thank you, brother.
But I'm here to bring out, lead out other Globers. I'll come in here and talk while there's no other Globers around in order to keep the conversation going on in the room.
Yeah, sometimes
And
that's
keep it on
useful.
flat Earth.
Yeah, not
Keep
with
it on flat
inane
Earth.
truisms, dude. Like something that's actually interesting and edifying.
And then you get people like Gregory come in who want to shut down that conversation.
Yeah,
It's like-
shut down inane truisms. Yeah, actually have an interesting and edifying discourse. Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So
Have
if
an
you don't know the
interesting
difference between a
edifying discourse. Go
circle and a line and a plane and a sphere, then you just need to go back to Khan Academy real quick. We're not going to waste time with that.
Go ahead and have edifying discourse. I'll put myself on mute.
Scott thinks that if he claims that 1 + 1 = 5, then as long as he keeps saying it over and over and over again, he can somehow convince a crowd, or that he could twist a conversation into convincing people that he's correct. That's what he's doing here with this stupid circle horizon thing.
it's not about twisting, it's about listening to the conversation as a whole, even though it might be fast sometimes and some people might not catch up. So depends on the people then asking, hey, can you stop right there? I don't understand this. It's like this would help him also.
Scott's conversation helps nobody at all, except for himself to think that he's got some kind of like special god powers.
Yeah, Ripcord, let me agree with you, of course. I mean, you hear me talking all the time about edifying discourse, you know. But like Lou just said, with some of the likes of Scott, it's not edifying. It's just this nauseating and uh, just verbal wrestling.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, people are how they are, you know. It's like if they're not going to learn or want to learn, then what goes around comes around, you know.
hmm So, anyways, does anyone want to prove that the Earth is a ball?
Well, I think I'd like to speak to the last point. I do find it helpful that Scott does choose sometimes to bring himself into the conversation so that other Globers that come in, or normies, or people on YouTube can hear the gymnastics, right, or the logical the fallacies employed, the bullshittery employed to avoid anything or avoid any claim, right?
Well,
so
Scott,
that's a good. It's a good teaching lesson.
Yeah, Cecily, let me agree with you also. Yeah. An example. An
To be
exemplar,
fair,
yeah.
sometimes he does correct the Globers on the rhetoric.
Yes, he does.
He's had better moments than
He
this
has.
last one.
That's true.
He's
He
had
has.
better. Like this last one was terrible. He thinks he's doing us a favor by doing that. I mean, I guess you filled some dead air, but you didn't do anybody a favor other than like, really like, yeah. The only favor you did was what like was just said, where you might have convinced somebody who was on the fence to never listen to you again. Like that's all you've accomplished.
Well, then why wouldn't you want him to talk?
Yeah, well, he may have done that, but it
Heretic.
was complete nonsense.
All this emotional and personal baggage, like, does that accomplish anything? It's like walking down the street and some stranger puts his dukes up and is like trying to enlighten you on like how to live a better life. Are you gonna listen to him? Or are you gonna be like, oh crap, is this
Just
guy about to
imagining
knock
that.
my lights out or what?
Just some dude with his fists up right next to his face, and then begins a lecture on ethics.
Yeah. Yeah, would you listen to him? Be like, oh wow, oh, please tell me more.
I've never even seen that description before in my life. What possessed you to say that?
Say what?
Oh, blue card. You know, the hilarious description you just said.
I don't know. It just comes to me sometimes.
I don't know, Gregory. It's like the wind. It just blew by. Didn't see it coming. Who in here tries to bring folks into the server to get into the voice channel? You know what I mean? Just inviting other folks who aren't even in the server at all, or never came into this voice channel. I mean, of course, we can only expect so much activity in the world that really doesn't even care to investigate this controversy. But
Yeah, I mean, you can. I mean, I do. I try to. I mean, it depends on the people then coming to the server. You know, I do it on Twitter and other platforms.
Well, evidently, there's little to no Globers in here, so for the sake of killing the silence, release the Mackie.
The what?
Release the Kraken.
Okay.
Release the Mackie.
But are there really any true Globers?
There's that question. Things that make you go,
Can we just call them deniers of the flat plane?
Well,
You
Bacon
can.
had a point
That
before,
is
but he's
possible.
deafened up, so I think we'll wait for him to come back. But then
That
again, I
is
don't want to
indeed
bring that
possible.
Horizon thing up again, man. So it's up to you.
As he says, bring it up.
Yeah, right.
I mean, just like the LBGTQ WXX, what the fuck,
25% of the English alphabet people. Yeah.
Yeah. All this gender bullshit is the same, like all the different shapes of what the Earth might look like, Everyone comes up with his own definition or what it might be and whatever it is. Yeah, it's waste of time, It's like they're not catering to their own knowledge about what is possible and what is not possible. They haven't had wrapped their minds around illusions, for example. They might not be familiar at all with it. Just catering to TV when they say, "Oh, it's a mirage" or whatever it is. It's no.
Mm-hmm.
It's a dependence on temperature that causes this variation in sight. Like for instance, when Scott was talking about the circling around the horizon, or when it comes to distance and accumulating in depth, where the ankle comes to a point where things seem to disappear in the background, the light also works in a way where a specific angle actually causes deviation and causes an object to not an object, causes an object to reflect from the surface you are pointing on. The steeper the angle, the more reflection is going on, and further potency in temperature change that is also going on, which is usually not measured at all, just for accumulation for the sake of making tests, laser tests, for example. You seem to tend doing things in the morning where the best conditions are before the sun rises, and then temperatures change, All these variations usually are not tested. So, like for example, heat causes magnification, and cold causes things to, I don't know, drop down. So somewhere, I don't know how to explain this.
You're reminding me of this one image that illustrates, I believe, thoroughly, or at least sufficiently illustrates what you're describing. Let me find it for you.
Yeah, I mean, the only way to describe it is
not
if
gonna
you
say.
have if you have a controlled environment where you have a heated room, and behind it is a very cold room, like -degrees and such. And you look through it, and you put an object through this controlled environment, then you can see that the object starts to rise and then instantly drops as soon as it hits the cold environment. It's very peculiar. Like it's falling from an edge, basically. This is what basically the Globers want to put us in our faces,
Yeah, which is a worthy mention. I mean, when you press them long enough, they reveal this ravenous polemicist attitude that eventually says the idea in one way or another that the globe is the sole necessary precondition for obscuring things in the distance. Like, that is foolish.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it is a controlled environment, meaning the gas doesn't move at all. So we living in the outside have to take into consideration that the gas is moving because of the wind pushing it around and such. So there's that. Therefore, the wobbling and all the distortion that is happening additionally to what we observe, I mean, it doesn't make it easier for us also.
Look at the bottom of Open Chat. I found it.
Button of Open Chat. Where's this
I mean,
Open
that.
Chat?
Say again.
Where's this Open Chat?
Open Chat is that chat bubble. If you're on your phone, it's the middle button in that panel when you tap
Oh, okay.
voice
Yeah,
channel.
no. I thought
There
you
you go.
didn't post anything. Yeah, I see what you see. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so heat causes inferior mirage, causes the light because of the steep angle to actually bring this refraction effect or mirroring effect sooner than it would be in a controlled or in a much colder environment. Yeah, superior mirage, exactly the same. The angle is too steep. Yeah, the inverted seems to be the same effect. The temperature is way too hot. The object is still there where it is, and at the same direction. Basically, you can measure the upside down image to the actual distance the tanker or the ship would be in actual size. But if you would use a camera or something to zoom in, then it would reappear, of course. And the real
I strongly
image.
I strongly recommend that we start utilizing the Chicago skyline evidence far more often, because it's a far greater distance than the Black Swan with the oil rigs in California.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I thought about 20 minutes ago about contacting a famous YouTuber who created a super ultra laser pointer, basically super ultra, you know. And I was thinking about talking to him. Maybe he couldn't lend us the laser pointer, and we could go to different mountains that look above the cloud line. So we could go from point to point, from mountain to mountain who is above the point line, and then point the laser pointer basically at that mountain range and due to the length. Let's say, I don't know how far the biggest mountains upline above cloud line would be, but even if it would be, I don't know, 200 miles, 300 miles or something, that would be a win-win situation. There would be no arguing to their own formula they use in terms of measuring the curve, you know. It would be
You
basically
would think and you would like if they were consistent, but they still do. But
yeah,
your
I
point is still
mean,
sound.
yeah, because they want it to be true, you know, it's cognitive dissonance.
But regardless of their inconsistency, your point is still sound. Yeah. I mean, they have one of two options logically. Either you suppose a sphere without any specified, quantified dimensions, like what we have with the sphere, spheroid, pick your synonym, with the radius of 3959 miles, or there are no, yeah, I think I said the dichotomy already. Yeah, I said it faster than I wanted to say it. So yeah, either you have a spheroid with specified, quantified dimensions, or you don't. If you do, then it's falsifiable, given that the observations contradict what would be observed if that really was the object that we live upon. Then, of course, if it doesn't have any specified dimensions, then it's simply a matter of empirically detecting the sheer basic type of shape that the Earth supposedly is, may or may not be. And of course, either way, we don't empirically detect it either way. There's more mathematical rigor with the first option, but even with both options, it's a very basic issue of empirically detecting the very basic object that they say the Earth supposedly is, and it's not. We don't empirically detect a sphere. Well, again, they're going to relapse to take refuge in the supposed long, extremely long distance photographs, supposed photographs. But of course, that's taken into place that cannot exist given their premises and their worldview.
Yeah. I mean, Raylight posted a video with a very strange mirage. What I am assuming is that the sun has already gone down. The temperature from the water seems to be very much colder than the air that is above. So you can see a non-distorted line from the towers and the fully distorted line above the towers, which is then also going to be reflected, but the downside is just normal, totally normal.
So what were you planning on doing with these lasers? You go up to a mountain and you point them at some other mountain?
Yeah, a mountain that would be basically impossible for you globers to see.
And what would the laser do that just looking wouldn't do?
We would point it from mountain to mountain and then see if the Earth is round or not.
Well, but if you can already see the other mountain, you already know the light's reaching you. Well, what does the laser add to that?
How do you know that we can already see the mountain?
Because you're looking at it.
No, I talk about two mountains.
Yeah. This is where I got lost. So you go up to one mountain and you take your laser pointer and you point it at another mountain, right?
Yes. But you can't see the other mountain. This is a point.
Then how are you pointing at it?
You're misinterpreting, Scott, again.
By
So
navigation.
because English is not his first language, I'm going to help.
I'm asking questions. Okay.
So because English is not his first language, I'm going to help. What he means to say is that You're attempting to point the laser at the other mountain. Now, of course, attempting to do something doesn't mean you actually succeeded doing it. So, of course, in the instance that you fail concerning this operation to
But how do you
point the
point
laser
it?
or contact the other mountain with the laser is either because you just didn't point the mountain at the laser that you do see, or the mountain isn't there, right?
But how
In
do you
order to point
point
the
it?
laser, in order to contact the laser at it.
But how's he going to point it? What's he going to do to point it at the mountain?
That's the point, Scott. It's a test.
Well, that's why I'm confused. Ripcord, what are you going to do to point it at the mountain if you can't see it?
I
So
mean,
if you, it's the test, Scott. It's a test.
But what is it
So
testing?
if the Earth is a sphere,
if you can see
then
the light.
the laser will not contact that other mountain. That's
Yeah.
the
And
point.
so you have someone on the other mountain.
Yeah, of course. You need to witness.
Well, but you understand all you got to do is put someone on the mountain, and if they can see your mountain, then it's the same thing as the laser light. The laser's not going to do anything different than the other light.
I'm not talking about that we can see the other
Hang
mountain.
on. What does that reply? Say it again.
I don't know what's the laser going to add to this.
I'm talking
Why are
about
you?
a
Do you
distance.
really not understand, or are you just multiplying questions?
No, I really don't understand.
So you are
Okay, so
implying
you
that we
understand all these
can
other
see the
things.
mountain, but I am saying that the point of this test is to use this laser to basically prove to you that based on your mathematical formula or whatever it is you're using for your globe Earth, that we use two mountains that would be impossible from this very formula for the eye or laser or whatever to see, just to prove this point. So then we
I mean,
got
the point is
this.
very simple. How you don't understand that is just beyond me. Either you're failing in spite of your best efforts, or you're refusing to grasp, and you're persevering to make it seem as though what he's saying is nonsense when it's not nonsense.
Maybe you can let me and him talk for a little while.
Or maybe I can do what I'm doing now.
Or maybe you could break the conversation again like you always do. All right, go ahead.
Or maybe I can sustain the conversation like I always do. So that's the point. It's testing to see whether the laser will contact the other given mountain or not.
Is there a point of clarification that needs to be made? I mean, if Scott is not comprehending it, he's certainly allowed to grasp it, ask every question he can.
I mean, I guess he is just sissy that Gregory is helping me.
Yeah, I believe Ripcord made his point. It's a very clear point. I mean, how you fail to grasp it, like I said, is either failing in spite of your best efforts, or you're deliberately refusing to grasp it, persevering to make it seem as though what Ripcord is saying is nonsense, when it's really very clear and rational and sound. You're using a laser to see whether or not it contacts the other given mountain. If you're on a sphere, then it won't.
It's a freaking laser beam, Scott. What are you not getting about this? Freaking laser.
Say it again, Lou. It's a freaking laser.
Yeah, right. I was trying to find that meme once.
I was just
So that's
wondering
good.
I was just wondering
Yeah,
how the
Austin
laser from the
Powers,
light
right?
is gonna how the laser from the light's gonna behave different from all the other light emanating from the mountain.
Because of its power. Because I was talking about a super laser, basically super powered, in order to reach further distance, not being distorted.
What about the power makes it reach a further distance?
I mean, just like your freaking flashlight. If you have more power in your flashlight, you reach a further distance.
But that only is a problem with atmospheric distortion, or if you're trying to push through fog or something, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't be a problem. The more power you have. Why does it have a problem with the sunlight? It doesn't have any.
The attenuation of light, or the amount of wattage that needs to be applied to whatever transmitter that you're using, is kind of like across the board universal, because anybody, like, 20, 30 years ago, there'd be radio stations that talk about that they were 100,000 watts, and that was the distance that they could broadcast, right? There was an intensity behind the actual radio signal. So a flashlight, the greater the intensity, the more lumens, the more power, the farther that's going to be able to cut through whatever medium, right? Air, water, fog, dust, whatever. So more power, more wattage, more distance.
I mean, this goes for the observer who is directly pointing the light, but for the others to see, you can even still see a weaker light from further distance, but the light itself wouldn't reach you. But to make the point, this is why I'm talking about a super laser, because the object or the witness has to see the laser physically. In order to do that, just like we talked about right now, you need more power. Or otherwise, the project would fail.
But in essence, you're providing a light source from one mountaintop and seeing if you could see that light source from the other mountaintop, right?
Yes.
Or check DMs.
And so you don't think that the mountaintop itself is sufficient light source?
Say again, please.
Because it sounds like what you're saying is you take a laser beam up to mountaintop A, and you send someone else over to mountaintop B, and you see if the people on B can see the laser on A, right?
Yes.
And you don't think that the mountaintop itself, when it's reflecting light from the sun, mountain A, is sufficient to reach mountain B?
No.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, Scott, a reflector is not going to do as good a job as a source of light. However, I mean,
do we have to?
We're talking about rock.
This is where I get annoyed. Says who? It's like, can you see a human? Can you see a human dozens or hundreds of miles away?
No.
With a naked eye.
Nope. I mean, however, we're talking about a mountain, right? Like, I want to give Scott pretty fair shake that he's asking for. I mean, if we're talking about a mountain, we're talking about a mountain. It's a large, surface or object or whatever you want to call it, okay? And if it has a snow cap on it, that's going to give us, maybe better reflective properties. I don't know. But what are we trying to accomplish? I guess is the question.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what the laser is going to add, because you can already see the top of the mountain. Whether you can see a little tiny red dot or a green dot emanating from the top of the mountain, you still see the top of the mountain.
Wouldn't it verse? Sorry. Wouldn't it verse? It'd be the light that's coming from the mountain versus light that's going to the mountain. Correct.
I don't think so.
It's comparing like what we see versus
where a target that a laser coming from you hits. Like, I don't know. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and also
Good.
you wouldn't technically looking at the horizon at all because you are above the cloud line. So basically, you're aligning your horizon to the cloud line in order to point to the next mountain, which includes the temperature changes are far more controlled over a longer distance than on the ground itself, which would add to much further clarity even for traveling um, for the laser. Would be a plus experiment basically.
Sure, but when you're standing on this other mountain, you wouldn't expect to see just a red dot or a green dot in the middle of nothing, right? As you're looking out and you say, "Well, look at that green dot coming out of nowhere," right? You expect to see a green dot on a mountaintop. Yeah?
I mean, if both partisans agreed to a specific light source, the color of the light source, yes, of course, you wouldn't disagree with what you see then.
No, but I'm asking with the green dot when you're on mountain B and you're shining the laser from mountain A, you're not going to expect to see just the laser beam, right? When you're looking in that direction, as if it were coming out of nowhere.
I mean, yes, you would see it.
As if it were coming out of nowhere?
Yes, you would basically see a super straight line from this source in green, red, or red wouldn't be profitable because that's much shorter range. You would either use blue or purple.
Okay, but
Something like that.
I'm not asking about the color. I'm talking about, when you're looking at this thing, do you just see a light source? Is that it? Or do you see the mountain around it?
Yes, and this would confirm that this is possible. And also through controlled on and off, you can confirm that yes, I turned my light off. Yes, I turned my light on.
You're not hearing my question.
Yeah, what are you asking then?
The question is, when I've seen lots of houses on mountaintops and on hills, and you can see the lights on on the houses, right? But the lights, you can see the hill too. It never looked like there's just lights in the middle of nowhere. It doesn't look like they're planes flying in the sky, right? Are you expecting
Yes,
to see this
Scott,
laser beam?
there is a Santa Claus.
Are you expecting to see this laser beam as if it were a plane flying in the sky, or are you expecting to see the laser beam surrounded or at least on top of a mountain where you can see the mountain also?
What are you talking about? Do you talking about the light engulfing the top
Yeah,
then?
Ripcord.
Not
Yeah,
engulfing, no.
Ripcord.
Just you
Yeah,
expect
he's
to see
asking
it as
about
if
will
it
you
was on top of
see
a mountain.
the mountain from which the laser is extending from? Of course.
Yeah, of course, this is what I mean. You would see this straight line from the laser.
But if you can already see the mountain, why do you need the laser? What does it add?
Oh no, you're not listening. You can't
I'm trying.
see the mountain,
Oh, so
even
you
with our
can't see the
own
mountain.
eyesight. No,
Okay,
we
so you
can't.
can't see the mountain. Okay.
I'm trying to establish a range where it would be basically impossible for the distance for the human eye to see and even for the laser to reach. From your point of perspective and mathematical possibility, the Earth is basically structured on.
So do you think there's an instance in which you see the laser beam and don't see the mountain?
Yes, exactly. This is the point.
And so if you could see the laser beam without seeing the mountain, if you're over on mountain B and you see the laser beam from mountain A without seeing the mountain, it's going to appear as if that laser beam is coming out of nothing, right?
Yes.
And so you think that's possible. You're going to see on mountain B a laser beam coming from nowhere.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I'm trying to understand.
It's a freaking laser beam, Scott.
A freaking laser beam.
I just want a shark with a laser beam on its head.
You know, I have one simple request, and that is to have sharks with frickin' laser beams.
Is that a quote from the movie?
That was pretty damn
Yeah,
good,
Austin
man.
Powers, man.
Yeah,
That was pretty damn good.
where that comes from.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that.
And what's
I
great
understand the
about it,
questions you're asking.
what makes it the best is because Dr. Evil's son, his name is Scott, and he like is always like belittling Scott, like, damn it, Scott. You know, like what don't you
Stop lying.
understand about this? It's a freaking laser beam.
The character's name really is Scott.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Dr. Evil's son in the movie, his name is Scott.
Yep.
That's what makes this so funny.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Ripcord, you found that hella quick.
You've never seen Austin Powers?
I have not. I haven't. I recognize the movie. I just haven't watched it.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I mean, you don't need to watch all of them, but like the first one is kind of a classic. It's a good comedy. Like it was one of the biggest movies for a long time. Like it's kind of surprising if anybody's never seen it.
Well, you got to remember, Gregory's younger, so it's a little bit outside his generation.
Do you guys remember the guy that was throwing the shoe?
Yeah, he's from like, what was he from?
That's Joe Stondo. He was the one in the first UFC. If you saw Royce Gracie in the very first UFC one, Royce Gracie won the first one. He was in that. He drug in this freaking giant wooden cross, and then this one guy beat him in his nutsack. He treated his nutsack like a speed bag. He was like, bit, 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 and right on Joe Stondo's nutsack. And yeah, he got the part, like, from being kind of, I guess, famous for getting his nuts teed off on. I don't know. He was trying to. I watched the show the other night. He got caught for raping a girl when he was like 16 with another guy, and he went for his whole career. Years later, they caught him. Years later, yeah, crazy story about the guy that throws shoes in freaking Austin Powers.
Fun fact.
And that proves Globe.
Yep, there you go, and that proves the curve.
Oh, I forgot there's a fucking awesome moment. Let me get this gif. I remember now. There's a freaking globe. It drops it from the sky on like a rope. Hang on.
Turquoise, please help me get this right. Your accent is
North West
Scottish.
England. No, you're
West
very
England.
northern. Yeah. Family north. Yeah. I'm right up there. In the north. For sure, man.
Interesting. Is Scotland north or south of England?
North.
Oh, okay,
I'm
there
not
we
in
go.
Scotland.
Okay,
I'm not in
I
Scotland.
was on the
I'm
right
like
track.
on the. Yeah. I'm edging towards Scotland. Let's just say it
Just
snowed the
overshot
other
it
day
by
for a
several dozen
brief
miles.
moment. Yeah, it snowed the other day for a brief moment, and we've still got snow on the hills. So that's all you need to know. Way up there.
So yeah, that'll do. It's enough bone-chilling temperature for me, thank you.
I went snowboarding this morning, but fuck it was like 34 when we got there at 9, and by noon it was like almost 50 degrees. Freaking like turned to slush so fast, it was terrible. Like the snow conditions just got so bad so quick.
That's even worse. Slush. It's like a fluid. It's like a quasi water.
You mean you guys don't have a base there that stays like?
Dude, when it's that warm, I'm not up in the mountains, so like when it gets warm, it all gets just turns into freaking heavy, wet, slushy snow. And like, I mean, I would have been fine. I was fine on it, but I was there with my daughter, who's a beginner, and my brother there, who's also like, he's been a skier his whole life. It was his like probably fourth time going, and you know, once it's heavy like that, it's really easy to catch an edge. Like that heavy snow kind of like just comes over the top, and like
You're trying to walk through an unsweetened dessert, right?
Yeah.
Last time I went skiing, I skied Snowbird in Utah, back when I could still walk. And this will tell you how long ago it was. It was when Brighton was the only mountain that was just starting to allow snowboards.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in Wisconsin. We barely had we had like 2 weeks of winter this whole winter. Otherwise, it's been like spring and fall temperatures the entire time.
I got like 5 people in Wisconsin that buy coffee.
Nice. I was actually I should have actually got a hold of you just to check it out, the price. But I just bought a 5-pound bag of freaking coffee, so I'm good for a while.
That's cool. Call me when it's out. It's all good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, luckily I did get out to Colorado this year for 4 days at Keystone, but this would have been really disappointing.
Have you ever skied Utah? Have you ever been to?
No, every time I've gone out west, it's always been in Colorado.
And there's people that say that's the best snow in the world, man.
No, I've heard it's great. Like they got some really great places to go, but yeah, every time we go, it's out to Colorado. I've done Keystone.
Yeah, my cousin was like, he was like the second best skier in the freaking state. He was wearing his bright pink freaking like zip up suit, like doing helicopters and backflips. He takes me up on these like, I don't even know how many black diamonds it was, but it scared the crap out of me. I was just like, thought I was gonna die going down freaking hill with like vertical.
It doesn't go above double black diamond, which is like extreme conditions, expert only. Like so, like black diamond is chairlift, like everybody can get to it, but double black diamond they don't even have it at most places. It's like for people who want to jump off cliffs and shit. Like it's that backcountry stuff where you're kind of on your own.
I just remember it being so damn vertical. Like I was just like, I seen other people like sliding down on their backs. It was hilarious, dude. I just went for it. I was fine, but I just wasn't a very good skier. He's like, man, wait till I tell everybody we skied Moonbeam all day. Moonbeam, some like kiddie slope that I just wanted to like, so I could go fast without thinking I was gonna die,
Yeah, no, it's a great fun sport. And yeah, I've been trying to get my daughter into it. Last year we had a better year for teaching her. This year we didn't really have much. So even though I got out to Colorado for 4 days, she only went 2 days in Wisconsin, and the second of the 2 was this slushy shit. So she didn't get much practice this year. Season's over. But I mean, overall, she's still doing really good. She did better than my brother. My brother, I swear to God, I can't believe he's not a paraplegic right now after what I saw him doing today. He has no like he likes to ski, but when he skis, he's always been a skier. When he skis, he's just points his tip straight down and just goes, like, you know. And the thing is he doesn't know how to snowboard. He doesn't know how to turn left and right properly or to even check his speed properly. But he still has that same no fear of just pointing the tip down and just going for it.
Dude, I never even got to try. Never even tried snowboarding. I got paralyzed before I got to try snowboarding. Like I said, it wasn't allowed. Like we would do it at like the community college down a freaking hill, you know. Like you couldn't go up on mountains; it wasn't legal yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't imagine that. I mean, there's been places that, yeah, the big resorts, most of them didn't allow it in the beginning, but there was always more kind of like lesser known places that did allow it since it started. That was in like the mid '70s, like when it really started, mid or late '70s.
Do the big places? Do they all have like half pipes or something? Is that what they do for the snowboards, or do they not do that?
Oh, yeah, all the big resorts have like huge terrain parks now. Yeah, they've got big air jumps and rails and boxes and half pipes and yeah, like almost all of them have like a pretty stellar, like at least out in Colorado anyway, where I've been. Yeah, they all got like pretty nice terrain parks. I mean, even the small hills out here in Wisconsin, they have a terrain park. They won't have a half pipe, but they have, you know, yeah, they got the big air jumps and the boxes and the rails and all that stuff.
Lou, I'm from Colorado. What resort are you at?
Well, the one I went to this year was Keystone.
Okay.
That's one I've been to the most. And that's actually where I shattered my heels on a big air jump when I was right before I turned 21.
Probably been fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was bad. It was, and they made it bigger back then than they do now too. It was actually a jump that was made for the X Games, and I was watching them build it for like 3 or 4 days, and like they took the ropes off on the first run in the morning. I was on the way down. I'd been watching this, scouting this thing, watching it being built, and I noticed that, you know, I was like, "There's shit. The ropes are off," and I was like, "All right, I'm fucked." I just told myself right then, I'm like, I'm hitting this, and the only thing I can do wrong here is not go big enough. Like if I, you know, like just freaking hit that thing and
Go
no
wrong
fear.
is I can break my heels.
And well, and I probably would have been fine had I just like taken the jump with its natural parabola, but I was always.
Wait, did you land on the flat? Did you land on the flat?
Yeah, I always go big. I popped on the lip.
My Lord.
Done. And so I changed my parabola to a little bit too high and not quite far enough. I landed 2 feet short of the land at about it was like 120 foot long tabletop, and I came down and shattered both of my heels. My left one turned into 5 pieces.
Dude, what the frick? How long does it take for that to heal?
It took me a year
How long
before
does
I
it take
was
for a
walking
heel
around.
to heal?
Unintended.
How long does it take for your heel to heal?
I was in a wheelchair for 6 months, and then I was on crutches for 3, and then a cane for 3, and then and 20 years later I still walk with a limp.
Hop along casually.
It was a mistake, and I knew it. The thing is, like, I knew it halfway through. You know, like as I was slowing down at the peak, I'm like, oh shit, this trajectory isn't right. I'm not gonna make it. You know, the fucking arms start trying to fly. Like, yeah, I mean, the ramp was probably, I don't know, 18, 20 feet high, and itself. And I went like 25 feet above that and came down on the flat about 118 feet later on a 120 foot jump. I mean, even the big air jumps that they use in the X Games now. I was watching the X Games big air competition. What the pros do are nowhere near as big as what I broke my heels on. Like that was like an insane fucking stupid jump that I did. And they don't really do the tabletops for those either. They freaking like they just have like a launch ramp, and then you have no choice but to land on a downslope. Where instead there's a flat on the tabletop.
I was just gonna ask, why the hell would they make it to where you could even reach the flat? That's terrible. That's just
Yeah, it's
like,
just all flat from the ramp to the landing. Like it's all flat.
well, you know what I mean. Like it should be down. It should be downhill, like 500 feet beyond for the biggest air you could do. So
Yeah.
nobody,
So the worst part about it was after I took the toboggan ride of shame to the bottom. I got morphine shot in my ass. X-rays at the bottom of the hill, and like I said, this was the first morning with the ropes off of the thing. I was probably the first person ever to actually hit the thing. 3 more people came down with the same injury from the same jump, and they closed it off and shaved the lip a little bit.
Clearly, you didn't calculate for Coriolis effect.
dude, what the frick? You didn't calculate for frickin' Earth spin, you retard. Dude, that sounds like me jumping my '81 Toyota Corolla on 7 hills. They've since shaved the frickin' they shaved this whole hill back because everybody used to jump their cars on it, and I almost landed on the flat. I frickin' like hit it doing 85, which was way too fast, and like landed like right 2 wheels first, and then the left 2 wheels, and frickin' scraped my oil pan. Frickin' exhaust came loose. Like, so lucky I didn't die. It's one of those things. As soon as you jump, you went too fast.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you know when you're halfway there whether you did a good job or not. It's a really bad feeling when you realize you're not going to make it. Like I could have only been in the air for a few seconds, at most, but it felt like a lifetime. Like everything slowed down. Like I'm just like I had so many thoughts in that very short amount of time. Like, yeah, it was agony. Like
Were your thoughts like this? Oh shit!
Friend was
Oh
in the
shit!
front
Oh
seat,
shit!
so
that was
when he said he was trying to fly, I know exactly what he's talking about. He was like trying, like he's gonna stop himself or slow down with his freaking arms.
Oh, dude, no, like literally like three or four different options. Like, is there something I can do? Like at first it's oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Like, and then it's like, can I somehow, like what can I do? Like, is there a way to like lower your weight, lower your shoulder? Like try to change that parabola, but you're already committed. You're already in it. There's nothing, and you've lost your momentum. You're on the downslope by the time you actually realize it. So yeah, there's really nothing there you can do. But yeah, I mean, and then breaking the heels, according to the orthopedic surgeon that I saw, what
Why did Lunatic get muted?
I had to guess it's not flat Earth.
All right. Hello, Scott Mackey. You, Scott Mackey.
Yes.
What are you doing right now?
Saturday New York Times crossword puzzle.
You're in New York?
No? You don't have to be in New York to do New York Times crossword puzzles.
Oh. Why are you doing those?
Can I enjoy them?
It's good for the mind, man.
I'm just saying. Don't hear people doing crosswords too much.
I'm old. We
Weird.
do old things.
I got all
No.
that shit in my house.
Yeah, I do
Do actual
crossword puzzles.
puzzles
I
too.
actually,
What do you think
I
of
can't
that?
believe you're a Glober, but when you said you have your name on your, damn it, I'm old too. Like I have my name on my Discord. I don't care. It's funny. I listened to you to talk about that. It was funny.
Are there any Globers here who have proof of curvature?
Balls.
That's right, of the ball. I'll take that as no. Hello, Gregory.
Hey.
Balls.
How you doing?
Keeping the peace here.
I just asked if anybody here has proof of curvature and nobody wants to step up and provide it.
Oh well. Wonder why.
Well, mostly because every proof we've given you, you've just rejected without good reason, and so we've run out of them. We're all out.
That's not what happened.
Well, tell me
No,
why you rejected reciprocal zenith angles then.
that is not
Because it's not
true.
sufficient.
How do you get a plumb bob from the sky?
How do you get a plumb bob from the sky?
Yeah, because you're saying inverse zenith angles. Well, you need a plumb bob to get your vertical, don't you?
Vertical to what? It can't be a vertical. It has to be vertical to something. Just verticals don't exist by themselves. They're
How do
vertical
we just
to a horizontal, then it becomes a vertical. But if you just hold a string with a weight anywhere, that doesn't mean shit yet.
Yeah.
So you think when you hold a string, it's trying to find out what horizontal is?
No, when you use the
That's a
term
stupid ass
vertical,
question.
when you use the term vertical, you're referring to horizontal, vertical
No, I
from
don't think we
horizontal.
are. No, I don't think we need to do that.
The plumb bob is not trying to find anything.
Yeah, it just hangs down, right?
It is just a weight.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for the truism that doesn't refute what he said.
Oh man, you always add nothing. I don't even know why you speak. But anyways, but yeah, I think a plumb bob is just a thing hanging, right? And it's going down for some reason. I think it's gravity. You guys think some other reason. And I'd love to hear
Down
what you think the
is,
reason is. Yeah, somehow
yeah,
down is a magical force,
yeah.
right, in your world.
Scott
Yeah,
Mackey,
thanks for the
down
truism. You're
is
going to
in
actually say the answer
reference to
appropriate to what he said.
a horizontal plane.
Speaking of down, which way is that on a ball?
Towards the center of mass. That's an easy one.
That is begging the question.
That's pretty good, man.
He's very good at that, to be honest. I almost had to double check he wasn't in the room.
It's pretty good. You don't have to do this professionally, do you?
Everybody gets a lot of
No,
time
I back here or
work with
something.
the accent, though, don't they, as well? So, double-edged sword.
You got to give credit where credit's due. The man can do his
I-
impersonations.
Yeah. Well, Get Beget told us that he's going to take a break, so I thought I'd come in
okay.
and replace him for a minute.
Yeah. But yeah, in my universe, in my world, yeah, plumb bobs are subject to the force of gravity, which is towards the center of mass of the Earth, and that determines vertical at the point you're standing.
Okay. So, Scott,
I didn't find the center. Get to the center.
The plumb bob points to it.
We're going to go through the steps, right? So,
Okay.
and I appreciate you, volunteering to be the Glober for the hour. I thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. You're saying that vertical is going to be pointing to the center of a sphere, right?
I'm saying vertical. Yes, that's what I say.
Okay. Well, then we would have a sphere that we could verify in some way, some kind of tangent point that we could measure to. Where's that?
No, that's not how I would do it.
Well, how would you do it? That's fine. Go ahead.
I would measure reciprocal zenith angles, or I would do something like celestial navigation. I would go off celestial objects.
Okay. So reciprocal zenith angles, remind me what that one is. Is that diverging? Is that diverging zeniths?
Yes, they would be diverging.
Okay. So once
Well,
again,
that'd be the
still
test,
kind
right?
of
That'd be the test.
okay. So do we have an example of two verticals, two plumb bobs diverging in reality that we can point to? Because listen, I'm interested. Like, if you've got two plumb bobs that are not parallel, not calculated to be, diverging, but actually diverging in reality, do you have that?
You just eliminated any way I can show you that by saying I can't calculate it.
So it's only a calculation. So we can't just show two diverging plumb bobs.
You just couldn't detect that they're diverging because the divergence is 1 degree over 69 miles. And that's pretty hard to see.
Hey, fair enough.
Which, is a joke because it's impossible to see, obviously.
What if we moved those plumb bobs closer together? Because at every single point along the sphere, they should be diverging no matter what. What if we separated them by like 100 yards? What would be the divergence then?
That's a good question. It's, 100 yards? There's 1660 yards in a mile, so it'd be 1/66th of 1/66th of a degree, I guess.
Can you imagine somebody building a building,
I posted a picture for you so you get an
foundation?
idea of what Scott's talking about.
You build a foundation like it's going to just be like if it actually did that. Oh my lord, the foundation wouldn't be. It's hilarious.
How so? How much would the foundation be off?
Well, I mean, if it's off by what? If it's going to be, going around a curve, it's going to be off.
By how much?
I don't know how. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not the smart guy. Sorry.
Well, but see, when engineers have to do these things, they take these things into account, and if it is enough to not be a rounding error, they take it into account. If not, they just ignore it because it's past the significant digits. And in case of 100, even 100-yard long building, which is a pretty damn long building, right? But a 100-foot long building, your curve would be insignificant. You wouldn't notice it. It would be less than the play on the rivets of the steel beams that you have to.
To know that it's
I mean, it would be terms of nanometers.
How to say that? Where did you get the 60 nautical miles from?
I'm sorry, where did they get 60 nautical miles?
You brought it up. You mentioned it a moment ago, and it's like, wait, you don't know that yet, do you? Like this is supposed to be establishing that.
Is
Right.
no, no, no. It would not be establishing that.
Okay, so you've already got that part of it. So this isn't proving the ball. Something else already proved it.
Yeah, that's kind of what the process. I'm sure our forebears went through when they did these things. Is they all accepted that the Earth was a globe. They moved on. Maybe there were some people at the time saying, "No, it's not. No, it's not." And
I call
the people
bullshit.
and the people who wanted to do things ignored them. Is my guess.
Civil
They just said, "Yeah,
engineers,
whatever."
civil engineers didn't think so. I read some stuff about the 1900s where they're like, no, not curving, nonsense.
Okay. But my guess is that the people who wanted to do things, just ignored the people who were saying it's flat because, you can't go around convincing everybody of everything in order to get anything done. And so then they tried to figure out, okay, exactly how big is it? And they went out and they tried some measurements and they, probably went off celestial objects and, they can go places like I'm sure some of this stuff was done in England. And, they could walk off the distance, right? They could point at a star and they could walk off a certain distance directly south or directly north and say, oh, we walked off X distance and we saw our angle of elevation changed this much. And then we walked a certain distance and we saw our angle of elevation change this much. And assuming it was a globe, which they were, and then they said, okay, it changes this much per distance. And then at some point they decided that a nautical mile would be 1 degree. All right, 60 nautical miles would be 1 degree.
This reciprocal zenith angle thing, does it involve any predisposition about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, that it's globe. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Scott, I'm gonna be an advocate for you here for a moment. There was someone in here that I don't recognize your voice, and I'm sorry about that. But you mentioned that you've read things about people in the early 1900s that said no, definitely flat. Now that would be helpful for all of us to like read. Otherwise, it's kind of like anecdotal, right? So if you could produce that, that'd be cool. I'd like to read that. Citation, please, is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, I have to give up. I'm sorry.
But anyways, back, the way I would do it, I wouldn't go to a tangent line on the globe in order to measure the size. I from what I hear from you guys, I never looked it up for myself, that the Alberuni guy kind of did that from mountaintop to ocean horizon. And he got a pretty accurate reading. I'm sure that's, get you in the ballpark, but I think if you want to do really accurate, I would guess celestial navigation kind of stuff would be the best way to go about finding the best size, because less refraction if you're pointing up. Whereas even with reciprocal zenith angles, even here on mountaintops, from mountaintop to mountaintop, 120 miles away or whatever it is, you're still going to get a little bit of refraction. And I assume that's what all the geodetic surveyors had to deal with, because they're going any point to any point. And since they're shorter,
measure an angle to begin with, then.
What's that?
Are you ever going to measure an angle to begin with, then?
How am I going to measure an angle to begin with? What do you? We have plumb bobs, which determine our vertical.
But you're going to go off line of sight, which is supposed to be curved, so you can't get an angle then.
Well, that's why they do celestial navigation, or some kind of celestial.
Which is still assuming that they have to correct for refraction. So, and
yeah, but
like, you're saying I have a line of sight, I got the angle. Now I have to correct it because my line of sight wasn't straight. was
Yeah,
curved.
but we're,
So how
yeah,
the
but
fuck did you get the angle in the first place?
if we're pointing up at 45, 50 degrees, I'm guessing that the angle of
Not
refraction
at
is
a
going to be.
degrees if it's curved. It's not at a degrees if it's curved.
Why not? Of course it can
It's
be.
straight and you don't have to correct for it, or it's bent and you can't get an angle. No afterwards correction. There's no afterwards correction.
But there is, and this is what I don't understand why you did.
Isn't, because like I said, you either have a straight line of sight or it's curved and you can't get an angle.
You can get the angle of incidence. You can get the angle at which is hitting the measuring device. That's easy.
So it's straight, so therefore no correction needed.
No, you can always have the angle of incidence, which is the angle at which it hits the measuring device. You get what that is, right?
Straight.
Which is not used with a curved line.
You can't. No, you can use it with a curved line. It's perfectly fine.
No, you don't get curved lines. No, you don't get angles with curved lines. No, you don't.
What is a curved line?
A line that deviates from straight.
Is that a line though?
Yeah, it's semantics.
Yeah.
It is.
Just a curve?
Okay, we can call it a curve, if that makes you feel better. But yeah, we can find the angle at which we can find the angle of incidence of a curve.
No, you're not. You're not getting an angle from a curved line. So at this rate, the globalist has to persevere to redefine basic geometric facts, elementary geometric facts, in order to save their ball. This is only a rescuing device. This is another pitiful ad hoc rescuing device. They know full well that you do not get angles with a protractor that has a curved baseline.
Yeah, no one ever said we did.
Right. So which is patently indicative that you do not and cannot get angles with a curved baseline or a curved line. You necessarily need, as a geometric categorical fact, two straight lines intersecting at a point.
No, I don't. You might. I
Yes,
don't.
you do.
No,
So
I don't.
demonstrate to us. All you need to do to sufficiently demonstrate your position is a demonstration, like I just said. So demonstrate to us, practically, step by step, how you ascertain an angle with a curved line.
Okay, I think I can demonstrate this to anybody who wants to understand. So imagine a projectile.
No, not
shooting off.
imagine. That's not demonstration. The fuck?
All right, shut down the conversation again. You win.
I just asked him for a demonstration. He immediately appeals to imagination.
Shut it down. You're going to win this one. I'm not going to fight you.
I don't think you
Okay, so
can
no
win,
demonstration.
dude.
So you didn't prove your point. So next point.
Yeah, I'm not going to fight you, man.
You don't need to say it again. You just stop. Right.
Watch,
So you didn't give a demonstration to demonstrate that.
I'm not going to fight you.
Okay, so you're going to disrupt the voice channel again, repeating something that doesn't need to be repeated.
Well, no, Gregory.
I'm not going to fight you, Gregory.
Earlier, he did sort of concede. I mean, there's no problem here. He said that this is just calculated, and he's being honest that this is what he's imagining, right, or reifying. So it's fine. Like we don't. I mean, he's honest. I think it's fine.
He just wants the last word, man. Yeah. He's a churlish man. So anyways, he didn't demonstrate that you can actually get an angle with a curved line. So his point is not sufficiently demonstrated to be true. And obviously it's analytically false.
Look at that side chat right there. Oh my goodness, Manufact Totem did it for me.
What did he do? I want to see. What is it?
Look at the side chat. Angle from two curves.
I see the diagram. So Manufact Totem, could you come off mute a second and talk us through your diagram?
Yeah. Hi.
Hey, man.
So, yeah, angle between two curves is equivalent to the angle between the two tangents at that point, basically.
Which you can find by taking the derivatives of those two formulas, which the derivative of that one would be minus 2x plus 6, and the derivative of the other would be 3x minus 3x squared plus 12x minus 14. And so you can find the slopes based on those derivatives right there. And
right, so we're just going to ignore those two straight lines. So we're just going to ignore those two opaque gray straight lines sticking up from that point.
Yeah, those are the tangents.
Yeah, what is this basically to represent? What is hypothesis?
Need to know
here?
that you have something to draw a tangent to in the first place.
Like they keep posting these diagrams that are self-refuting. Like there's an illustration of an angle with two
I'm
straight
asking.
lines intersecting at that point.
He basically say, imagine a bullet or whatever it was. I don't know, and then he stopped. And I guess this
I didn't
is
stop. I was
part of
interrupted.
this
Come on, man.
diagram somehow.
No,
Yes,
it's okay.
but
So
the bullet could be the bottom one, the one that's the upside down parabola. That's a very
it's
common.
fine.
That would be a projectile or a ballistic path that a bullet would take. And at any
Okay.
point,
Man, you-
and at any point in that path, we can find the slope or the vector, the velocity vector.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Of that.
Hold on a second. Just to be clear, I have to be like a stickler on this one, right? So, Manufactotum, you can go ahead and erase those straight lines and give us an angle from that equation there or that diagram. You can give us an angle without the straight lines, yes?
Yeah.
Okay,
There's
show
a
me
reason
that.
why Radwin is repeating this in the open
I mean, you
chat.
can
There's
do
a
it
reason.
with, yeah, you can do it without the curves also. You just take the equations and you work it out. You find the
Okay.
Yeah,
slope,
there's a
and that
reason why
slope.
Radwin is repeating that GIF in the open chat. There's a reason. It's foolish.
I just want you to go ahead and show me how you get an angle with no straight lines.
But you can get an angle from no lines at all.
No
No,
lines
you
at
don't.
all? Did you guys hear this?
It's
I heard
You
it.
can
the
get an
equation.
angle from no
Yo,
lines
listen
at
to this
all.
genius.
With only the
Wow.
equations, you can get the
True.
slope at that point.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Which is
Show
not
me in
an
reality
angle.
where you get an angle with no lines at all. In reality, mind you.
Yeah. All right. Give me a second.
All right.
I can't believe this is such a hard concept for Says Who to understand.
Go ahead. You too. I'm going to send you on a gopher hunt, right? So show me an angle with no lines at all.
All right. Here you go.
Dude, I said in reality.
Yeah. He takes two equations, finds the angle between them.
Equations. Are
you
equations
never see
reality?
those
Oh, that's
lines.
right. You're a math is reality guy, aren't you?
No, math represents reality. You can use it to
Okay, so
represent
negative 9 apples. Can you show me negative 9 apples in reality?
Yeah, I give you money, and you now have negative 9 apples until you give me my apples.
Holy cow! Is money material
Well,
or
you
is
presently
it
possess what you don't possess. Is that
value?
it?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Sorry, there were two people.
What do you mean? What do
talking.
I mean? So you presently possess what you don't possess, given Says Who's example.
Technically, yeah.
Technically,
Just show me the
so
negative 9
the
apples.
contradiction is true.
No, it's just
Oh, okay.
semantics.
So that's
No, it's just
idiotic,
semantic
right?
fuckery.
No.
That's all it
So
is.
what you said is no. What you said is idiotic, right?
No, what you said was
Right,
idiotic.
you don't possess what you don't possess. Given Says Who's example, you don't possess negative 9 apples
Really?
in
Because I
existence.
possess a shit ton of debt. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, tell that
Yeah,
to
so
equivocation.
show me
So
the debt.
equivocation.
Show me the nothingness that you have. Show me the negativeness that you have.
Right. So
You want me to show you
equivocation
my
now.
bank statements? What do you mean?
So you're talking about numbers on a page. So negative 9 apples is numbers on a page?
I mean, I wish it were as simple as just not imagining it, but those
Yeah.
have serious consequences. I don't know what you
Dude,
mean.
you can hear
Real
me saying this
things.
critique, right? You're just whistling past the critique. So equivocation, right? If you
It
say
sounds like
yes,
what
then
you're
you're
doing is
conceding to refutation. Right? You don't possess debt in the same way you possess an apple. What the fuck?
No, you possess them in different ways. You still possess them both.
Exactly the point. So your appeal to debt is categorically erroneous. That's the point.
No, it's not. You still
You
possess
equivocated.
them both.
Excuse
You
me,
can
hold on a
possess
You're
second.
equivocating.
Manufactotum.
Yeah.
Debt is immaterial. Can you show me debt other than being numbers on a page?
What do you mean immaterial? What do you mean by that?
Show me debt. Show me value. These are concepts, and you know it.
Does that mean that they have no weight in the real world?
They don't have any weight.
Dude,
Show
are
me
you
how much
seriously going to
debt weighs on a
persevere to
scale.
equivocate right now?
I'm not equivocating.
Like, stop
I'm trying to get
equivocating,
down to
or
the.
we're just gonna move on past
I'm
you,
not
dude. This
equivocating.
is
I'm trying
stupid.
to get to the root
We
of
don't
what
need to
you
give you
mean
a
by the
basic
words you're
ontological
using.
lesson about the various
Hold on a
ontological
second.
categories
I'm
and how
trying,
various
Gregory.
things fit into them.
There is a
Come
meaning
How
on.
much?
behind the
So how
phrase
much?
-9 apples. That sentence has a meaning, correct?
There is
It was a
a
question.
real. I have a question. I have a statement. There is a real world impact, quote unquote, to having a liability such as the one that you claim to possess. But the thing is,
Yeah.
they are categorically different because, in the sense of holding a liability like that, there is this quote unquote magic that you can do. I use that term loosely, wherein you can declare bankruptcy just by signing a piece of paper, and that goes away. For example, and all you did was put the pen, put the your wrist over with a pen over a piece of paper, and poof, magic, quote unquote magic, it goes away, right? So again, of course, there is conceptually the same sort of thing, but because in the example of apples, they have a material component to them, they are categorically different. And just to equate them to be the same just by doing some calculation on a piece of paper is erroneous, because based on what we're talking about here. Now you can do some math, and the things balance out, so to speak. But you're translating from real world to numbers, and then from numbers to more numbers in the case of debt. So they are separated by one or two steps of logical inference. So they're not the same.
Yeah, two things there. A couple of things there. No one disagrees that they're not the same ways. When we talk about finance, this gets very complicated very quickly. But something interesting you said is that you can just do some stuff with your wrist over a piece of paper and it goes away. That's not really true, right? You can change it from one thing to another.
How the
To say
fuck
that
are
you
we
do a
discussing this?
to say that
This is such inane discussion about
I'm sorry.
ontological
I was
truisms.
dead center of my
Let him
sentence.
go. Let him go. Let him go.
Yeah.
Exaggerating a
To say
bit.
that you
You know what I mean?
Yeah, to say that you can just do some math and magic and it goes away, I think is misleading. What happens when you sign for bankruptcy? Again, it gets very complicated, but you are turning it into something else, right? It doesn't just go away. The consequences of what that meant before become other consequences that you could, quote unquote, like you said, balance out. But there's real world operations that you're doing that have other consequences.
Moderators, can we get back on track, please? This is inane.
Nobody's dismissing that. The point that we're trying to arrive at here is because they are initially two different categories, there takes different steps, mathematical steps, to try and equate them. And the problem here is that we are having to use these mathematical steps, right? So all that we're pointing out is we're going out of the realm of the natural world that requires natural numbers into something that you have to introduce integers or floating points, where now you have the negative number line spectrum, for example, right? So we're having to hop dimension to dimension here.
Derivative.
Okay, sure. So in the interest of getting back to the real world.
Exactly. And all we're trying to point out here is when we can operate solely in natural numbers, or not exactly natural numbers, but positive numbers, right? Of course, we can have floating points and stuff like that, but only using the positive end of that, right? Which has, its, manifestations in reality.
I get what you're
That's
saying.
where we get into trouble.
Sure. So let's get rid of numbers altogether. What exactly is it that we're measuring between? What is the? What
I need you to show me an angle in reality, not using lines.
Okay, why?
I mean, technically they are right. If we go into the very details of this, this is done by a computer program which includes pixels, and from those pixels, technically you could get an angle. But if you would draw this in real life with your own hands, for example, then you could use a microscopic measurement also, which would then determine that your based angle determination, which you put from scratch in order, it would be by some degree to some measurement off, for
See,
example.
this is the problem, Ripcord. You don't have an angle unless you have two straight lines.
Yes.
Never do you have an angle unless you have two straight lines. I'm asking for, in reality, them to show me, which was the claim, by the way, that you don't need straight lines or any lines for an angle, period. You can just show an equation. So I need to see that in reality, and they're not showing that to me. They're showing to me reifications or conceptions called numbers, immaterial things, as real things to create an angle. That's what they're saying.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
that's
know, I know.
yeah, that's fair. But I would say then, if that's how you clarify that question, that there are no straight lines in nature. Like
I
in
didn't say that.
reality,
Don't you dare straw man me.
no,
I
I didn't
said,
say that's
show
what
me an
they're
angle
saying.
in reality without using straight lines.
Okay, so what is it that we're measuring?
You tell me. You got a diagram of lines on a digital screen. I'm asking for angles in reality because that's what we're talking about. In reality, angles on the earth, right?
Yes. Okay. So let's say I'm building a house, right? And I want to measure the angle between my wall and my floor. Right?
Two straight lines?
I'm asking you, are they straight lines?
You're talking. This is your example. You tell me, is your wall and your floor straight?
I would not say that they are straight lines in the mathematical sense.
So they are basically measured by hand or per eyesight or whatever.
Well, no, you can use instruments to measure them. The question is, how accurately do you want to measure them?
Yeah, technically
I want to get the angle, bro.
Right. To what accuracy?
You have to determine the
extremely
accuracy
accurate.
you put into your
Yeah.
examples that you are explaining right now. So we are basically examining this, what you're telling us.
Okay. So I can do that, say, plus or minus 1 degree with a regular protractor. Hello?
Go on.
That's it. I wouldn't say that the wall and the floor is straight. I would say that they're straight enough to get a regular measurement that for whatever operation you're doing in building a house should be sufficient.
Nobody's arguing against factoring in.
Hold on a second. What kind of lines are you going to use between these two walls to get the angle? Realizing that line is redundant, right? Because what is a line?
I'm putting the protractor against the floor and the wall, right? One of those quarter protractors. And I'm getting the angle.
It's called a square, dude. It's a square.
Yeah, that'll work too. I was thinking of something that had a graduated measure on it, but yeah, square would work.
So just to get myself onto the topic, the device you are using is basically a laser measuring device, I guess?
No, just like one of those metal squares.
Oh, okay.
Very quickly, please. Very quickly, please. Will one of the moderators please tell me why I was muted so I don't get muted again? Because I was trying to get the focus back to the subject.
If I knew, I'd tell you. Probably just to keep it like one-on-one. That would be the critique, or organized.
Okay, even though I was speaking before the other man. Anyways, so as you were.
So we're using straight edges to get an angle.
Straight enough, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, straight enough.
Well, straight edge as colloquial term, yes. Straight edges.
Okay, so you need straight lines to get an angle. You take away the straight lines, do you have an angle?
I never agreed that the wall or the floor were straight.
No, I'm talking about the angle that we're getting between the walls. You have to get an angle, not the wall. What's the angle between the wall, and how do you determine that? Straight lines or curved lines?
It's a wall and a floor.
Yeah, how do you get the angle between them? Straight lines or curved?
With a square.
A square which has straight edges, correct?
I mean, I feel like you're trying to.
Dude, if you're going to be crazy disingenuous, we don't have to go down this disingenuous path.
Okay,
Just go ahead and concede. Yes, I'm using straight lines to get an angle.
I will not concede that because I'm trying.
You will not concede that we do not need straight lines to get an angle. Okay, so show me a citation.
Out of the realm of mathematics.
Right, so now you're going to get all pissed off because I've exposed your dumbass. Yes, we're going to get a citation from Manufactotum right now in the chat that says you don't need straight lines to get an angle. You can use curvy lines, crooked lines, zigzaggy lines. You can use those to get an angle. He'll come off mute when we have that. Who's next?
I mean, this is the foolishness we have to be bothered with repeatedly every day. Equivocation. I mean, just incessant equivocation.
Yeah, this is a mathematical mindset. Well, basically the linguistical part that is a trickery for mathematicians. You know, they get too indulged in things that aren't possible, but because you can think it and mathematically equate it, it's possible. So therefore, it must be right. But
especially if you subscribe to the school of thought, to your point, to your credit, especially if you subscribe to the school of thought that these various things are contrived, right? That humans just contrive them rather than discover them.
The contrivance is just as good, right? If you just make it up, it's sufficient, according to some of those who will be wrapped up in deceit for the rest of their life by choice.
Mm-hmm. It's utterly ridiculous. The guy was obviously reluctant to say the very obvious true answer to that simple question you asked him. Yes, you cannot get an angle without straight lines.
It
The
sounded
reason
like
he's refusing to concede that. Yeah. The reason he's refusing to concede that is because when you talk about getting angles, right, especially as it concerns celestial navigation and for some reason very favorite appeal from the likes of Scott Mackey, the so-called reciprocal zenith angles with celestial navigation, that appeal is self-defeating because it requires two straight lines, one of them being horizontal, perpendicular to vertical, which is correlative, correspondent to the surface of the oceans and or seas.
Doesn't though. Just needs a vertical.
And you're not getting an angle with only one line.
Yeah, no, it's the vertical and the distance and the location of the other theodolite.
All right. You can't have vertical without the perpendicular horizontal line. So if you appeal to vertical, again, it's self-defeating because that requires necessarily, by mathematical logic, a horizontal perpendicular line, which would be the surface of the oceans and or seas,
we can create
and or Earth.
So, Gregory, just a moment.
You guys, hold on for a sec, Saz. You're saying that you need two straight lines to form an angle, right?
Correct.
How long do those lines need to be?
A mathematical
two straight
logic
lines,
of
it's the
infinite
same
length.
angle, doesn't matter how far you go with it.
The length of the line is irrelevant.
So if the
Insignificant.
lines, if the lines were infinitesimally small, it's okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so as the length approached 0, we're still going to get an angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Approach 0, but still not 0? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you just found out what a derivative is, right? The derivative is the slope of the line or the curve as the distance for the line approaches 0. And essentially it becomes 0, right? Because if you do the math, you find that when it gets to 0, it's fine. Then you just have the derivative formula.
So
you're using words like essentially, you can have two lines that are microns in length and they're still an angle. So unless it's 0, it's still an angle.
Well,
Yeah, he just conflated two categories. He just conflated calculating the length or calculating the rate of change of the length of the line with the length of the line itself. That's foolish.
Well, but the whole point of calculus is when these lengths do go to 0, and we can still get an answer.
which is a red herring from the point.
Listen,
We're not
that
talking
doesn't
about
work. That
calculating the
doesn't work
length
in
or the
reality,
rate of
dude.
change of
It
the
does,
length.
though. It works in reality
No,
very well.
it's irrelevant.
No, it
That's the
doesn't.
fallacy of
It does.
irrelevance. You're not
There's
going to
another.
calculate
Where
what's
in
going to be
reality
relative
are you
mean,
going to
dude.
go up to a wall or something and be like, oh, this wall right here, it's approaching infinitesimally zero. Let's go see if I can measure this angle.
This is
Right,
exactly.
It's just irrelevant. It's just a red herring from the point.
and the other problem with this is you have to presuppose that you're on something that is curving to begin with, from which you would derive a tangent at all, right?
Thank you.
So
No, but
that's
it's just
the other
wrong.
thing, right? So you have that's I think what's been in question for a long time is how do you arrive at that in the first place, from which you then do all the fancy calculus and shit.
No,
Come
but
up
that's
with
incorrect.
Thank
these
you.
imaginary
Is that
No,
is
no,
that
no, no,
MIK?
thank you. That's
Is that
wrong.
Mike?
Yes, it is, sir.
It's just wrong.
Thank
You don't
you.
need to assume
Brilliant.
a
Well
curve to
done.
know a vertical.
No, I'm not talking about vertical, right? You
I
take
am.
vertical. No one's. That's not it. That's not what's in contention here. We can get
No,
a
but
vertical
it is.
doing whatever plumb bob shit, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, but getting the horizontal is the other part that I think is what's in question.
No, the
Yeah,
horizontal is
so
90
Scott,
degrees.
once again,
The
you're not getting an
horizontal
angle with only one line.
excuse
Hold
me.
on, Gregory. Let him make his point.
Yeah. Yeah, the horizontal was defined as 90 degrees from the vertical.
Okay, so
Period.
right now I have been muting and banning Daza for telling me that vertical is in relation to the center of a sphere or circle in your world. So I want you to give me a citation that says vertical is in relation to the center of the earth, or is vertical only verified and in relation to a horizontal, which is a flat straight line?
Okay, so
what?
that's refuted. You're not getting an angle with only one line, and you're not getting an angle with a curved line.
Yeah, I know I'm not getting an angle with a curved line. No one would do that. That'd be stupid.
Is vertical in relation to horizontal?
A plumb bob would determine vertical without any knowledge of what horizontal is at the time.
Right. So what is vertical in relation to? How would we determine what was vertical?
According to everybody I know who does this, it's gravity.
Yeah, that's I need a citation that says vertical is in relation to gravity.
What the?
And then we can move forward.
Where would you like this citation from? Would a physics
Just
book
put
be
it in the
okay?
side chat. No, I mean just get me one and then we can go from there.
Yeah, remember guys, remember the last time you were trying to see whether or not something is standing vertically, and you thought, how much is the Earth pulling this object down to the Earth, rather than just looking at it in relation to a horizontal platform.
Because the citation is just the first step. Then we have to deal with the presupposed spherical Earth or center of mass. That's a whole nother ballpark. So you've got an uphill battle.
I mean, imagine trying to make Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity definitively intrinsic to what vertical is.
Okay, so I just put something in the side chat. Is that good enough for you? I mean, or would you like something else from somewhere?
No, let's read it. Okay, so in astronomy, geography, and related sciences and contexts, a direction or plane, there's a plane, passing by a given point is said to be vertical if it contains the local gravity direction at that point. Conversely, a direction or plane is said to be horizontal or leveled if it is not perpendicular to the vertical direction.
No, not in there.
If it is.
If it is.
If it is perpendicular to the vertical direction.
Yeah.
So we're talking about perpendicular between vertical and horizontal.
No, but we see in that definition, horizontal is determined from vertical, right? Not the other way around.
Horizontal and vertical are linked according to this.
No, according to this, horizontal is defined as 90 degrees from vertical, but vertical is the thing that
I
we
didn't hear
find.
anything about the center of Earth.
No, I heard that perpendicular relationships between vertical and horizontal is what we're talking about. So we have two straight lines again.
And also, what has gravity to do with this? With geography? This is nonsense.
Nothing. They just shoved it in there.
I don't know where he drew this from, or
Yeah, nothing. They just shoved it. They just shoved that in there. There's
They
no
always
logical
love to
necessity.
shove in gravity, dude. Anytime they can.
There's nothing
So
about the
I
nature
typed
of
in
the category of
this.
vertical. There's nothing about verticality or horizontality
yeah,
that requires gravity.
yeah. This is
I-
a
I-
linguistical nonsense that is happening. Also, the base photo you gave us earlier, which was, so let me scroll up a little bit. Determine X, Y, and Z axis is basically exactly what we are talking about right now. Just the difference is that there is gravity, geographic, or this is
Yeah, but
absurd.
in both our worlds, we need a way to define vertical, right? Or to figure out what vertical is in both our worlds, correct?
Yeah, of course, Scott.
How do you guys do it?
So what I just said earlier, right? You know, I'm only going to repeat this truism so many times to someone who really doesn't want to know. You compare the object in relation to a horizontal platform.
But nobody's ever done
The
that.
thing is
How do
vertical.
you really find vertical in
Or
this
in
world?
relation, the thing is vertical. The thing is vertical, given that it's perpendicular to the horizontal platform, above or below it.
Clearly, you've never built anything. Anybody who's built anything, can you tell me how you define how you find vertical?
So just whistle past what I just said, right?
Well, it's because you
Without
don't know
any
what you're talking
argumentation.
about. I don't need to argue with you. You're speaking gibberish.
Right, so a non-argument to reply to what I just said.
So has anybody who's built anything know how we
The
figure
word
out
you're looking
vertical?
for is plumb.
Yeah, how do we figure out plumb? What do we do to figure out plumb?
Weight from a string.
Okay, that's one way, right? But a spirit level also works on the idea of vertical, right? Because that
So the
little
plumb
bubble goes
bob
to
isn't
that little
hanging
bubble goes,
in relation to a horizontal platform.
but that little bubble goes to the top of the little glass vial, right?
Yes or no? The whole plumb bob is not hanging in relation to a
Yeah,
horizontal
I'm not playing
platform.
with you. I'll step aside
Right,
if you
so you're
want to
just
be
not going to reply to my
Okay, then I
responses
jump
to his
in.
questions.
You have a horizontal line, you halve it, and put it by 90 degrees, and then you have your vertical. Is that okay?
That's not how we do things, right?
But this is a knowledge we have already acquired. I can't deny my knowledge how I could possibly do things.
But how does a
All he's given is
laser
unjustified
how
negation
does a
retorts. He
laser
hasn't given
level
one
work?
single argument. He's persevering to dominate the voice channel, pretending like he's teaching us, like he's lecturing us, when he's obviously making no sense and just
I'm
refusing
asking
to respond with
questions.
any
I'm asking
argumentation.
questions that other people could answer if they want to. How does a laser level work?
Hey, as he still perseveres to do it, we just answered your question, dude. You're just
Oh, shut
multiplying
up.
questions.
You
No.
don't answer anything.
So
How does a
no.
laser level work, guys?
Right. So no.
So even though Scott, and I must apologize for this earlier, I did tell you to shut up. Please refrain from doing that. So let's
I
have
will.
organized and civil conversation where we can just concede or agree or whatever. Let's do that. Thank you.
I will promise that. So how does a laser level work, guys? What's the mechanism inside the laser level that's making it make a flat line? What's the mechanism?
So we've already told you how we know what something is vertical. The question is answered. You're just multiplying questions.
So does anybody want to jump in and think if we were to have to build a laser level from scratch, what would we do?
How can we build this little device? It's a really cool device. It works really well for finding level lines throughout a construction site, right? How do we build one?
So says who or whatsoever moderators, can we move past his ad infinitum inquiry?
All right, you can move past me again.
Because he's obviously not trying to come to a conclusion about the matter. Like we've answered his question of how we know something is vertical.
So, Scott, Scott, I like you. What is this laser question going to get us to? Where are you going with this?
Well, I would say that machine itself is built off the idea of vertical. It finds a plumb, and then the people who built it have a 90-degree light that comes off that plumb. But the thing that drives the entire thing is plumb. And horizontal is defined off 90 degrees from plumb.
Okay,
That's
so
how
we've
I
got
think
two
the
straight
device works.
lines that are perpendicular, vertical, and horizontal, right? Is that where you're
Yes,
going with this?
Well, where I'm going is that vertical is our primary direction. That's the thing upon we base everything is the vertical.
And so,
He's just pushing
vertical
forward
is
to neglect the horizontal line. That's all he's doing.
It's all right. Hold up, Gregory. So vertical, as you have already described, is in perpendicular relationship to horizontal. Yep.
I would say it's the other way around. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical because vertical is the first thing.
But
and the
there's-
only thing. Horizontal.
They're still
Vertical is the
linked.
only thing
So
we can find.
horizontal, and we have a horizon on Earth, and they're kind of reference to one another. So the Earth is horizontal, and vertical is in 90 degrees perpendicular to that. Yep.
This is an instance where he's saying the same sentence that you're saying, but he's emphasizing the other word besides horizontal, as though that's a refutation anything. He's trying to make verticality mathematically and or logically primary and precedent as a precedent above horizontal, as though you can get verticality without horizontality.
Right. It is taking a while for someone to just go ahead and concede that vertical is always going to be in a relationship perpendicular to horizontal. We have no other definition that would describe it otherwise, even the one that you gave us. They're linked. So either we need to figure out how you're going to define vertical as the center, in relation to the center of a presupposed spherical Earth, and how you got that sphere, or we're just going to concede that vertical and horizontal are intrinsically linked, and therefore we agree and we can move forward.
Yeah, use one or the other. Yeah, exactly.
How can you possibly find a horizontal without finding the vertical first?
No, they're
You see
intrinsically
how he
linked.
came
That's
to
what
the
I said.
conclusion? He's about to do it again.
Yeah, no, that's fine. He's agreeing with me. So horizontal and vertical are linked. It's not to the center of a presupposed ball. We are in agreement. Two straight lines. Awesome.
But
moving forward.
one necessarily precedes the other.
No, they
Which one?
don't.
You're going to define which one precedes the other? Vertical is first. Okay, so why is vertical first? There we go. We got to the crux of the matter.
Because it's the only one we can find.
No, we can find the other
so
one.
even if it was
I can
true and it's
get
not,
level. Hold on a
so even if
second.
it was true,
Hold on
so
a
even if it
second.
was true,
Hold
but it's
on a
not.
second, Gregory. I have a water level. I have a 4-foot level right here. I'm looking at it. Okay? And we use water, oddly enough, to find our horizontal, don't we?
Well, the problem with that is at the edges of that water level, your verticals are not going to be 90 degrees to that horizontal line.
If you use a spirit leveler, you don't have the problem because it is measured, it is formed as a bubble.
We're missing the major premise.
Which
We're missing the
finds its
major
way to the
premise.
top, right? Which is vertical.
Even if what he said is true and it's not, it's irrelevant. It's logically irrelevant to the premise that they're co-necessary. They're definitional. They're intrinsically definitional logically to one another. So verticality is not logically or in any sense a precedent or a necessary antecedent for horizontal. It's not as though you can have verticality without horizontality. You need both in order to have one or the other.
If I may, what it sounds like is going on is the emphasis on arriving at a vertical assessment first is because by using the tools available to us, like a plumb bob, for example, to assess what is vertical, that allows the argument to persist that, oh, well, there's only one way that we can actually be getting a vertical, and that is by the force of quote unquote gravity, which is pulling the plumb bob down, giving us that first initial horizontal vertical line from which we can assess what is horizontal. Now, the problem with that is it's presupposed that the force of gravity is what's pulling us down, but it's almost as if the fact that the quote unquote fact that it is gravity is what gives leeway to say, oh, well, if it's gravity, it's because we're on a ball, right? So not knowing if, it's like that's where the cornering seems to be happening. Now, if we no one, I don't think anyone here is denying the fact that there does seem to be a force that's pulling us down when we're of a certain, composition or whatever, but it's not. There is a presupposition there, right?
Yeah, they're baking in. You're right. They're baking in their metaphysical presupposition of Einsteinian or Newtonian universal gravitation into the definition of verticality, but it's not at all logically required.
Exactly. But that's where we seem to be circling, right? So
that's where they're begging the question concerning this, right?
There you go. So if we are to go down that line of inquiry, we might want to dig into what is the quote unquote force that is pulling us down to begin with, right? And then that would give us, some flexibility in our argumentation as to why we would want to start with assessing what vertical is first, right, or not, right? So if we want to dig any further into that's where I think we might want to start.
Well, it's a worthy inquiry, but it's not logically necessary to understand what is verticality. Like, what is it? It's a a priori geometric question. But of course, they've been pushed so far by us critics of their cosmology, their whole worldview, really, because this cosmological paradigm is so intrinsic to their overall worldview. You cannot get into these other philosophical issues. You cannot avoid getting into those other philosophical issues when discussing their cosmology. And so it doesn't really require us to do a empirical inquiry as to what causes things to move down, to fall down, in order to ascertain the analytical truth of what is verticality in this geometric question. We've already reached the end of the matter, that verticality is intrinsically, logically definitional to horizontality and vice versa. You can't know vertical without the horizontal. You can't know horizontal without the vertical.
Yeah, I don't think that's in dispute at all, right? But
but it shouldn't.
Yeah. But I think the fine detail in this is if we start with the presupposition that we are on a ball and we get the vertical, well, that's where all the math comes in about using tangents to a ball, right? And that's where all the rest of the fancy, need to have the fancy math and stuff using calculus comes into play, right? So if we get neck deep into the weeds with that, then I think that's where all that's coming from. And right, going back to the beginning, it does presuppose that we are on a ball. So I asked the question earlier: what were the measurements to begin with that gave us the idea that we are on a ball, from which we can do all this fancy calculus and shit?
I mean, in more than one way, you're right. In more than one way, when you press them scrutiny long enough, when you have a controlling premise, you have supporting premises, and especially within these supporting premises, you have a controlling premise. That premise that you will not relieve, you will not relinquish grasp of, you will hold on to this premise no matter what, and your controlling premises direct your line of reasoning. So if they hold the premise that the earth is a sphere as a controlling premise, then no matter what point of critique, no matter what line of critique we attempt to walk with them on, they're going to rearrange their line of thinking around or in accordance with those controlling premises. This is a devout spheroid earther.
Unless they'd like to
I
say
mean,
that in some form or another that in practicality the math checks out, that the just assuming the original premise is good enough.
Yeah, I mean, what Greg's pointing out is typical. Premise 1, the Earth is a globe, and in a glober's mind. Premise 2, measure lines according to a globe.
That's why when we talk about level, they will redefine level to be a curved line. That's why they will try to emphasize verticality as being in some sense the necessary antecedent for horizontality, but verticality is just self-sufficient, and it's not intrinsically definitional logically to horizontality, and on and on it goes. You only see things in the distance obstructed beyond the horizon line in your perspective because the Earth is a sphere.
I mean, he also said that he would prefer in the first instance to use a tool in order to determine the vertical. But I like to argue that, like previous year, Seisu said earlier, that water level is basically the get-go to go. Because let's say it rains, right? You have a hollow and that fills with water. Then the rain stops, and this hollow, you have the refraction of the water. When it comes to a still equilibrium, you have your horizon on that flat plane. You then go over this pool, look into it, and you see a reflection. You see your face. Then you are going to determine, how do I make a vertical? Well, you can use a pencil or whatever might look straight, and you point it into the hollow where the reflection comes from, and you look over it and determine where the mirroring stops at a certain point, and you try to make the best out of to not have any mirror to the left, to the right, to the top, to the down from your viewpoint, and then you have your vertical point.
It sounds like it's going to need a flat surface. Was it because of an understanding, a knowledge, right, of the Earth being a sphere that we were able to realize the practical use of these tools?
No. The tools work on either a flat or a spherical Earth.
Because they work, you wouldn't then use that as confirmation,
No, of course not.
an idea that the Earth.
That'd be silly.
Right. Okay. Cool. That's great. That's good. Good. Thank you.
But once again, going back before we went off into all kinds of other stuff that we weren't talking about. If I hung a plumb bob, do I know something?
Not yet.
From that and that alone, do I know vertical?
Not
From
yet.
that and that alone?
Do you know how to use it?
If I hung a plumb
Well, look,
bob,
let's be very strict with his question. Let's be very strict with his question. You can hang a plumb bob without knowing anything.
It's a thing that hangs off a string. It's a little pointy usually thing at the end. Yes.
Yeah.
plumb
So
bobs are
concerning
pretty
his
easy to
question,
use.
yeah. So concerning his question, no, you don't necessarily know something if an object is hanging a plumb bob. That doesn't follow.
So if I hung a plumb bob, I don't know vertical.
Not necessarily.
Like the
Does
first
anybody
person
want
ever
to
hang
disagree with Gregory?
Crap, I
It
checked
can
out
inform
something
you
else.
of vertical. That doesn't mean
Vertical
that
is
you
in
do know
relation to
vertical.
what?
Yeah, he's leaping to the conclusion that you know something as opposed to it can inform you of something. I can do the act of hanging. I can do the act of anything, including hanging a plumb bob. That doesn't necessarily make me know something or indicate that I do know something.
I think I'm just going to ask a very poignant question. Scott.
Yes.
Is a plumb bob pointing to the center of a presupposed spherical Earth?
I think it is. Yes.
Okay. So, how do we
But
determine that we're on a presupposed spherical Earth.
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. I want to know if you guys agree that that is vertical.
Well, no, I think vertical and horizontal are linked. You say it's pointing to the center of a presupposed spherical Earth. So all we have to do is verify the spherical Earth. How are we going to do that?
But you would agree that regardless of the shape of the Earth, whether it's spherical or flat or whatever it is, that a plumb bob will give us, both of us, and both of our well, I have a model. You guys don't have a model, but in my model and your lack of a model, do you agree that a plumb bob gives me vertical in both models?
I just told you. You see how you repeat the question after it's been answered? That's annoying.
Actually, they're defined both different, so they're not the same. You're saying pointing to center of a presupposed ball. We're saying that it's in relationship to a horizontal. So they're not the same.
Well, how does the plumb bob know what horizontal is?
Is it sentient?
I don't know.
The plumb bob doesn't know anything, dude.
You don't know if the plumb bob is sentient or not, bro. If we're going to descend to this,
no, the plumb
bob's
not
talking.
sentient.
Okay, so it doesn't know anything. It's just a weight on a string, right?
But what is causing that weight to be vertical? Or that string to be vertical with that weight on the end?
What if a breeze comes up and it blows it off of vertical?
But okay,
would you know if it was vertical or not?
Right? So
this question is malformed and categorically erroneous. It's confused.
So if a breeze comes along and it blows that plumb bob around, how would we establish if it's off of vertical or not?
We can't, obviously. We have to put it in some kind of.
We can't reference it to a horizontal.
Tell me how you would do that.
Well, I mean, it would be 90 degrees to horizontal if it was completely vertical, right? That's how I would know. However, if it was like, sentient, like you think it is, and it's aiming itself towards the center of a ball, then we can't figure out, because I can't go to the center of the presupposed ball. Can you, Scott, to reference where it's actually pointing at? No, so I would have to use a horizontal to figure out whether or not it was perfectly vertical, wouldn't I?
Okay, how do you use a horizontal?
What do you mean, how do I use it?
How do you find horizontal?
Horizontal line is in reference to the Earth. That's why I use water to get a bubble level to establish horizontal.
Okay.
The entire surface of the Earth using water is horizontal. We don't have anybody giving us an example of anything otherwise.
So, in all the construction sites I've been to, and I've been to a few, but not a ton. I'm not a construction worker, but I have a friend in the trades. And every time I go and I see that little laser leveler that has this little red line going all the way along the sides of these walls with these forms
Which uses a gyroscope.
they put up. Yeah, but that little laser level thing is working off water?
Yes.
It's working off water.
There are some theodolites that use a bubble. Yeah.
But this little laser level thing everybody uses.
How do you think self-balancing electric vehicles work? It works also from a gyroscope.
And then
hold on, record.
This question is pointless. You tell us, was there water there?
I don't think there is. But people are telling me that.
Okay, so there wasn't water there when you looked at the laser pointing around the construction site. So what?
Well, then I'm kind of curious where people are using water to determine level.
So there's no theodolites? Those things don't exist anymore?
Yeah, but they don't use water either.
No? What do they use?
No. Vertical.
Theodolites use vertical. So there's a bunch of vertical in that little capsule?
Well, they have some kind of sensor.
Vertical splashing around in that little capsule?
They have a sensor which determines the direction gravity is.
That's not what I asked you.
It is.
Should we go through the gravity argument? Should we go through the gravity argument?
But it has a sensor that's finding which way down.
Can you answer my question first? Is there a bunch of verticals splashing around in the theodolite?
Yeah, I answered that question already. Sorry you didn't
So
hear.
no, right? I hope you said no.
Yes, I said no.
Okay, so back to what Says Who was saying.
How do you think they were, Gregory?
Back to what Says Who was saying.
How do you think they were, Gregory?
Back to what Says Who was saying.
You have no idea, do you?
Back to Says Who.
Not a clue. You have not a clue, do you?
Yeah, back to Says Who.
Because you've never built anything in your
Yeah,
life.
back to Says Who.
I have my name.
See, but these are the things that people who want to build things need to know. They need to know how to build these other tools that can give them level.
Yeah, cool story. Can we go back to Says Who's point, please?
And they've determined that they can figure out vertical fairly easily. And they can
Unless
figure
who
out
is-
very,
unless
very
it's-
What is vertical in relationship to again? Scott, what's vertical in relationship to? One more time.
direction of gravity.
Direction of gravity. Okay, citation.
That citation I gave you said that.
Yeah, but it was telling us that it's actually in relationship to horizontal.
No, it says you can figure out horizontal from vertical.
Okay. So they're linked.
So yeah, but you establish you establish vertical first, and once you establish vertical, then you can do all kinds of horizontal stuff. But you need to establish
I establish horizontal first because I use
Contradicting
water
himself
to
now,
do
Says
that.
Who.
Yeah.
You know that? He's contradicting himself. Because what he appealed to was trying to establish how we know horizontal. He just contradicted himself.
No, we
Right.
know vertical.
So we only know vertical. There's no way to establish horizontal.
It's really tough. Yeah.
It's
In
really
astronomy,
tough.
geography, and related sciences and context, a direction or plane passing by a given point is said to be vertical if it contains a local gravity direction at that point. Conversely, a direction or plane is said to be horizontal or leveled if it is perpendicular to the vertical direction. Trying to establish how you know vertical.
It is perpendicular to the vertical direction, right? Notice it didn't say it the other way around. It didn't say vertical was perpendicular to the horizontal.
Right.
What's
so
the
this
difference?
citation,
Vertical comes
whatever it
first.
came from, because you didn't cite a source, you just put a body of text, is trying to
all
establish how you know horizontal. You tried to argue vertical being a necessary antecedent for horizontal. That was
Yeah,
your
yeah.
point earlier. Now you're contradicting yourself.
If you don't like that one, you can Google a different one and see what you get.
It's fine,
Okay, so you
Gregory. So
contradicted
we're
yourself.
gonna
That's refuted. Moving on.
If
we're
I
gonna
may.
go to the final baseline of everything. Oh, who's piping in?
Sorry about that. I was just going to say I think I've understood that the focus of trying to establish vertical first is really just a contextual facilitator, right? That's all. I think that's my.
It's really
my
sophistry. Yeah.
No, it's the only thing we can do.
It's fine, but it's okay. It's okay because here's what we're gonna do.
That's what's in question.
We're gonna put.
right? If we were, if
we're
we
gonna
were
put a
to-
nail in the coffin.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we can move on, but I don't think that there's anything wholly wrong with trying to start with establishing a vertical, just because of the context in which we're in, right? I think it was a little bit unnecessary to, dance around this issue, with, because of that. But whatever.
Agree. I agree. No, you're perfectly right. So it doesn't really matter which one comes first because they are linked. Whether or not we would like to talk about it, but let's go ahead and put the nail in the coffin, Scott. And this is how we're going to do it. If you want to show me the hypothesis for this gravity that you've invoked, and then the test that was conducted to affirm it, since you're talking about apparently sentient plumbobs pointing at the center of a presupposed spherical mass. Go ahead.
I'm not going to go on your false premise and a question. I never assumed there was.
It's not my false premise. You invoked gravity. So what is gravity? Can you define it for us, please?
Gravity is what we define as what we call the attraction between two masses.
Attraction between two masses. So you are an Einstein denier. I just want to clarify.
I don't care.
Okay, so the Einstein denier is telling us that there's an attraction between two masses.
Yes.
So one mass is the plumbob, the other mass is what?
The Earth.
Okay, what is the mass of the Earth?
What do you mean, what's the mass of the Earth?
It's 21.
Well, you said it's a mass.
How many kilograms? Is that what you're asking?
How
me?
much? What is
I
the
have no
mass
idea.
of the Earth?
I have no idea how many kilograms the Earth is.
Okay, so how would we determine the attraction between these two masses if you don't even know the mass of one?
Well, I'm pretty sure that's what the Cavendish experiment was trying to do.
Okay, what is the observed phenomena in nature that we observe, without begging the question, that masses attract other masses?
Cavendish.
Okay,
to say it
so
complete
is
sentence, Scott.
Cavendish, it's okay. Is Cavendish empirical, meaning observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable?
Yes.
So Cavendish can be repeated time after time after time without any variance, any deviation in that experiment.
There will always be deviation depending on the quality of the tools that one's using. Given that,
So not repeatable. Damn. So we don't have an experiment for gravity as you've defined it.
no, we do. You don't. I do.
Okay. Then you can show me that time after time after time, the mass will attract the mass, no matter the circumstance, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do it.
When? Right now?
Yeah, sure. We're here 24/7.
Watch him show a non-experiment that is not actually logically apropos to his hypothesis.
Well, he has to repeat this time after time after time after time.
And what I find is
So the fact that it was repeated time after time already, it's not acceptable to you, right? Because somehow if I do it, then you're going to believe me.
I will not accept it, Scott. That's right, because observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. That's the thing about empiricism, right? It happens every time. I can apply heat to water, and it will boil every time.
That's not what empiricism means. You might want to look up that word.
Oh, man. The glory is freaking out. Oh, glory is freaking out.
Here's what I find.
Sensu, are you telling me that you can do a test one time and figure out how much heat you need to apply to water in order to get it from one temperature to boiling, and you can repeat that test and get exactly the same time the second time, and the third time, and the fourth
Now
time?
you're moving into the quantitative, and I know you guys love to use this little red herring of the quantitative, but at sea level, at a certain pressure and a certain temperature, time after time after time after time, if I apply heat to water, it will boil.
No, but the question is not heat; it's how much heat, right? Because this is what we were talking about with Cavendish.
No. I'm sorry, sir. That's quantitative again. I can apply heat to water. Oh, so you're telling me that no matter what, how much mass are we talking about then? What in this scenario? How much mass are we talking, Scott?
If you have sensitive enough tools, any mass will work.
Sensitive enough tools.
Yes.
Okay. So the observed phenomena is what?
Masses being pulled towards each other, creating a force that has to be resisted by
there's a
something.
force.
Yes.
Great. There's a force that we're invoking. Great.
It's a measurable force. Yes.
Measurable force. How much is this force measured? What is it measured by?
In this case, torque in a wire.
Torque in a wire. Okay. Yes. Where do we observe this in nature?
We don't have any torque wires in nature.
Oh, shit. That's a problem.
No, it's not actually for anybody who wants to understand it.
The thing that doesn't happen in nature?
It's a good way to deny it. I mean, if that's what you need to do.
The fact that we don't have torque wires being torqued in nature, wires being torqued, that doesn't happen.
We don't have scales in nature either. But we weigh things all the time, don't we?
We don't have scales. What's the observed phenomena again? What's the observed phenomena in nature? What's the observed phenomena in nature?
Of what? What are we talking about?
This is natural science. What is the observed phenomena in nature that we're studying?
Masses attracting masses?
Okay, when does that happen in nature?
Every time something's going to the earth and falling to the earth.
Okay, what about the times when they're going away from the earth? What about that?
Well, they eventually come back.
They do?
Yes.
So the gases are going away from the Earth, and then they eventually come back. By what mechanism?
Gravity.
Okay, show me that mechanism and show me that observation. Go ahead.
If gravity was active
It's
upon them
the
in the first
atmosphere.
place all the time, then why'd they leave in the first place?
They don't leave.
But you
Oh
just said
man,
they do
we've
leave.
got people telling us that they
No,
do leave. They go out into space and they never come back, Scott.
No, all
You
the
just
gas
contradicted
is.
yourself.
You misunderstood what I said because, well, whatever reasons. But every gas is just a collection of particles in motion, right? We all agree to that, correct?
Yeah,
There's
and they're
nothing
always
more.
being accelerated towards the Earth. Yes.
But there's nothing more than the particles in
I
motion.
asked you a very pointed question. They're always going towards the Earth. Yes.
No, they're always
No, so we don't have an observable phenomenon
no,
to
yes.
test, do we, Scott?
They are always being accelerated towards the Earth, correct?
Always being accelerated. Can you show me that?
Yes.
Okay, show it.
Take a container, an empty container, then fill
Oh
it with
boy.
a gas and weigh its difference. What you're weighing right there, what you're seeing in that difference in weight is the acceleration of the gas towards the Earth.
So the
You take a
antithesis of what is
container.
actually happening in your paradigm?
Yes. Yes.
You take a container.
Yes, so
How-
contradicting
do you
yourself and
fill
refuting
this-
yourself?
I don't know why you let Gregory overtalk you, says who. It makes for a hard conversation.
Yeah, I don't care about you. I know you're trying to pin everybody against one another. Who cares? So the
I'm not
deal
sure.
is, you've got a
I'm talking to
container. So, Scott.
Yeah.
We've got a container.
Yes.
Yeah. We fill it with what?
Any gas. Any gas you want.
With what pressure? With what pressure?
Doesn't matter. Fill it with
Doesn't
something.
matter?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we
pick,
an
we'll pick 100
atmospheric.
PSI. We'll pick 100
Okay,
PSI.
100 psi. So a greater density than that of which we're going to weigh it.
Okay.
Okay, so you've increased density.
Yep.
And we're going to tear the weight of the container, right?
Yes.
And you're going to say it's going to have a downward acceleration. This greater density is going to have a downward acceleration in a lesser density. I don't think we've done a control. What about you, Scott? Maybe that's not a good control variable.
What's the control? What will we control it for?
Oh, let's match densities. What do you say? That way we
Okay,
can
let's
eliminate the
match it.
whole density problem.
Yeah.
So we've
that-
got two gases. We've got two gases in a container. We remove the weight of the container, the same density. You're saying that it's going to have a downward acceleration.
Yes.
Okay, show it to me.
Okay. Take that same tank and
No,
evaporate.
I want you to show it to me. I want you to show it to me, Scott.
I can't show it to you. You know that.
Oh, okay. Well, then this is over. So this is no good. This is just a thought experiment. No, I actually want to see it. This is the problem. Hold on, Gregory. This is the problem. I would be happy. I think everybody else here would be happy to go back to Globe World, right? Where everything is just this story and this bullshit and all of these begging the question fallacies and affirming the consequence, and no display, no experiments, no showing us what actually is the reality we're supposed to believe. Instead, you go, oh, I can't show you. That's ridiculous. I don't want to show you. I can't show you. That's stupid. No, I want to see it. So show it or shut up.
I guess I'll shut up then.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so his premise is empirically inadequate, and he made a self-defeating appeal, which is contradictory to his very own premise. He's going to appeal to an instance of gas pressure being contained in a solid container to prove that this is indicative that we can have gas pressure in an open, uncontained system in a cosmic vacuum.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so not what I said, but okay.
I got to point out too that going back every fucking time, it's like, oh, how do you prove mass attracts mass? Oh, with the Cavendish experiment. What's your dependent variable? Mass attracts mass. It's fucking hilarious every time.
They don't even know. T-Deb, they don't even know what experiment
What's
is
my
actually
dependent
logically
variable?
appropriate to demonstrate the hypothesis. They can barely even get a grasp on their own hypothesis. They don't even understand that their premise is literally saying to us that the sheer existence of mass causes other masses to be attracted to it. That's the control. That's the independent variable. The independent variable, given their hypothesis, is the sheer existence of mass.
No, it's
So
not.
in order to make the control, it's either a difference of existing or not existing. But of course, according to their own paradigm with the first law of thermodynamics, they cannot cause matter nor energy, and they say they're ontologically identical, to discontinue existing or to begin existing. So they can't do the experiment. It's so stupid.
Yet somehow we've done the experiment. It's weird.
And also the container, which is
Unless we can't
void
do
of
things
any
we've already done.
gas, is actually heavier than when filled with any gas.
So their hypothesis is impossible in principle, given their own premises, and they can't do the experiment, given their own premises.
Yeah, we've done the experiment. Weird.
You didn't do the experiment.
We did.
Cavendish
Yeah,
is
then
not an
then
experiment.
explain
You didn't even
that.
define the hypothesis in his instance, and it's also not an instance of actually doing what is logically required to demonstrate that the controlling variable, which is supposedly the sheer existence of matter, not the distance, not the quantity of matter, the sheer existence thereof.
No,
That's why
nobody
you
did
kept
that.
begging the question. That's why you kept digressing with this red herring, trying to shift the focus to the quantitative issue when it's not a quantitative issue that says who was asking you about in the first place. It's a qualitative issue.
No.
Why are you trying to prove
Unjustified
the thing
negation
that you're
retort. You've been refuted.
Blah, blah,
Why are
blah.
you trying to prove the thing that you're claiming to have observed in the first instance? You've already decided that that's what's occurring. Why are you trying then to prove that it's happening?
Well, they're not trying. I don't think Cavendish are trying to prove. They're trying to calculate big G. Or they're trying to find
Okay,
big
then
G.
don't
Okay,
use
so
it as
then
when
appealing to
someone
Cavendish
says
is insufficient then by your own premise.
Exactly. Thank you. Yes. Don't use it then.
Don't use what for what?
Now he has amnesia.
Someone
We're
asks
moving
for-
on.
Yeah, when someone asks for proof or an experiment that proves the existence of gravity or that mass attracts mass, don't use Cavendish.
Every time someone presses him with scrutinizing questions, he inflicts himself with amnesia. Moving on.
But we do see that in Cavendish, those little those masses attracted each other, right? There was a force created
No, we
that's
don't.
pulling them towards each other, right?
No, we don't. Again, that's not the operation you should be doing to prove your hypothesis true. That's not the operation you should be doing to prove your hypothesis true. And it's not a matter of quantity of matter, nor the distance between the matters. Your hypothesis, I'm not going to keep defining your hypothesis to you. You don't even know what your hypothesis is, which is obviously a patent self-refutation. Your hypothesis is the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to pull to itself. That necessarily implies that the independent variable is the existence or inexistence of matter, but you can't
No, it doesn't.
do that manipulation.
Yeah, it doesn't. But it's weird how you come to
unjustified
my
negation retort.
hypothesis.
You've been refuted.
Yeah, I know you keep saying that. It's like a little tape you have running.
Okay, so more cavils. Yeah, you've been refuted.
Oh, yeah. Run the tape. Unjustified refutation, negate, or whatever the hell you say.
Yeah, he can't even remember words that were just said to him less than 10 seconds ago. So moving on.
That's correct, because the words have no meaning. But anyways, T-Dub, do you not agree that when the masses were introduced next to those other balls that were hanging, that there was deflection in the torsion
I'm
wire?
sorry, I can't respond right now. It's really noisy here.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry.
Put a pin,
Well, I think
put a pin in it.
Yeah, all right. Fair. But yeah, we can find lots of different forms of measuring these things. I've actually seen one where they have a really, really accurate scale, and they hang something from it, and they put another mass underneath this thing, and that scale, the reading changes. And
Those are just words; they have no meaning.
And they remove the thing from underneath it, and the scale goes back.
Scott, can you stop saying meaningless things? Speak English.
Those are just words, dude. They have no meaning.
Wow, what some people think is clever. I just never quite.
Yeah, you. Like you just tried to pull on me less than 2 minutes ago.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so as soon as you start causing matter to begin existing and discontinue existing, so you can see whether or not that is the cause of other matter being attracted to it, then we'll talk. Until you do so, then you can't do the experiment, and so you can't prove your hypothesis true.
Well, maybe the rest of us can talk without you, and we can try to understand the world, since you seem to not want to.
I'll just take a lemon.
You've been refuted.
If you can make a lemon seed,
The rest
I'll
of the
believe
world is moving on without you. We would like
Yeah,
you
you've
to
been
come
refuted.
along. We would like if you'd come along with us, but it's not
Yeah,
necessary.
you've been refuted.
I
Hey
know.
Scott, did you manage to get the data from Larry that you said you were maybe going to be able to?
No. I went over to Jem's just the other day when you were having that conversation, and he basically, he said no thanks. Guess hold on, I'll get
What's
some
up?
for you.
I do remember you saying you tried to get the guy over here, and he said no, thank you. But the request was if we could get the data in question from him, so we could all scrutinize it together, irregardless if he was there or not. So no, okay.
So next point.
So words have no meaning and the data doesn't exist.
By the way, for context, the question about for context, the question about the data had to do with the claim that theodolites over a distance can be measured, can be used to measure whatever curvature of some sort. And what we were talking about was, well, if we have theodolites used to measure, angles, reciprocal zenith angles, the first question was, what were the specs for these instruments? I.e., what were, basically we're trying to get what the limitations were for these. So, if you have two instruments that are being used outside of the the prescribed range of use, that, from that we can derive that there will be potential, errors or inaccuracies in the measurement. So we were requesting what were the instruments limitations, and from that we could probably scrutinize whether they were accurate or not. So that's what that was about.
Yeah, like a model number or something. I remember that.
Yeah, but when you understand all these things do is measure angles of elevation and azimuth. That's all they do, right? They measure angles.
We're not denying that, right? What's in question though is if you have an instrument, like for example, my kind of back of the napkin math example of using, if I had a third grade protractor that I'm going to use to measure an angle between me and whatever 100 meters away. Why would I use a protractor that is limited to 4-5 inches or something like that to measure something that's 100 meters away? The issue is, it can be used, but there will be inaccuracies, right? So that's what we take away from that. So therefore, any instrument used to do the same thing will have its limitations in its ability to be accurate. So that's what we were trying to figure out, because if we have an instrument that is said to be accurate to 100, 200 meters or whatever what was being said, well, why are we using it outside of the range? And if we are, what degree of error might we be inflicted by doing that? And why the errors? Well, hey, it said light bends, it refracts or whatever, and therefore, can it actually be? Can we actually ascertain the angles from here to wherever we're looking accurately? Right. That's all.
What is the model? Yes, but could any model of theodolite, regardless of how accurate it was, can any of those counter for refraction?
I've never used one, so I don't know.
Well, the answer is no.
Okay.
Because all they do is measure the angle of incidence at which the light hits the theodolite. That's it. That's all they can possibly do. Regardless of how good it is, how precisely it's manufactured, all it does is measures the angle of incidence at which the light hits the theodolite. Period.
Sorry, what tool is this?
A theodolite.
Yeah, but what measuring tool?
Theodolite.
A theodolite?
Yes.
How do I spell that?
Theodolite. I think it is something like that.
Thea.
Theolite.
Theo.
So, given Scott's premise, a theodolite is not sufficient to inform you whether an object really is level or not.
Well, then every
Yeah,
surveyor or
theodolites
every
have a range of error. Looks like.
and what is that?
Like
What is
every.
what is that range of error measured in?
All right, 1 second.
It'll be in angles, and it'll probably be in some units of arc seconds, is my guess.
Yeah, Scott, you ever built anything? You ever built an edifice?
I built things lots
So you
of
don't
times,
actually, so you never actually knew that the surface you're building upon is level. You just guessed, and you just happened to be right, or it did fall. Right?
He cuts little squares out into the sphere first and makes little level surfaces.
Wow.
You know, he built something. Scott built something, you know, so he's supposed to know. I've never built an edifice before, so I don't know. So he's supposed to use a theodolite during this construction project, right? And so, of course, given his premise that he just said earlier, he didn't actually inform himself. He didn't actually get empirical fact using a theodolite to see whether or not the surface he's building upon is really level or not, so the building doesn't fucking fall on their heads, you know, or doesn't lean like the Tower of Pisa.
Yeah,
It was just a lucky guess every single time that he did use a theodolite and build the edifice.
Yeah, builders measure twice, right?
Whoever asked.
But yeah, a theodolite will have an error that they will say in terms of degrees, and that's what the manufacturers know is the tolerance of their particular device they built.
Which changes with distance.
No, it doesn't. Angles are angles. The origination of the light source has nothing to do with the angle at which it hits.
Distance and a specific error limitation within that distance, and then they give you another distance and tell you the error limitation in that distance.
What is the error limitation at the distance?
I'm just telling you, if you use a theodolite and you do shorter measurements, sometimes they have a higher error rate, and then longer measurements, there's actually a sweet spot when you're using them, and that's exactly what the manual will tell you.
And why is that sweet spot there?
Amazing philosophical, teleological question about the uniformity of nature, Scott.
No, this is a engineering question, manufacturing question. It's nothing to do with teleology.
Yes, it does. You're asking about why.
We'd love to know the specifications of the theodolite you're using in your. I guess you're using Shoebill's experiment. Is that who you're going with? His reciprocal xenos? Is that right?
I didn't write down his numbers. I saw him present them, and they sounded reasonable to me, and I just accepted them.
Okay.
Right.
What are we going to do with that?
Well, I did nothing. I mean, if you're intent on rejecting other people's work, then there's nothing anybody can do for that.
Who anti-flat earthers work that have an extreme bias in one position? Like that's you're saying we should.
This is the interesting thing. This is the interesting thing I find hanging out with flat earthers and listening to you guys. It's very hard for anybody to think in somebody else's mindset. And since you guys seem to be driving from the fact that this is a war of some sort, you think everybody else has a bias. And I can guarantee you, when people are out there,
How we have to
surveyors, for
listen to
example,
this pseudo psychoanalyst with his pseudo
when
prognosis.
surveyors are out there doing their work, they are not thinking about, how do I prove this to a flat earther? They are not thinking about you all at all. They're just doing their work.
Thank you for the truism, Scott. Cool story.
That's true. When I did surveying work for the USGS, it's not a big conspiracy to, keep everyone in the dark. You're just doing your job, man. Someone's got to take this.
You want
drive this for a while. I want to take a rest.
Oh yeah,
They need a Globie. They need a Globie.
I don't know
I
if I
got you,
can
Chief.
carry this. Yeah,
I think
I
all
just
that
wanted
we're,
to
I
hop in.
think here though the question about the data is less to do with a preconceived, oh, you know, there's a conspiracy going on. Just asking for data to scrutinize somebody's work is just more about, you know, people make mistakes, man. People make mistakes, right? Especially if you're using a tool out of its context. There's always there's bound to be something wrong, right? So when we're asking for that, so we can all look at it together, that's all it's about. It's like, oh, if somebody made a mistake and got a false conclusion out of the work that they got because of those mistakes, well, you know, that's what quote unquote peer review is all about, right? I know I'm not an academic myself, but I still am, you know, qualified to be a peer.
Yeah, peer review is pretty brutal. They
especially when the given person that we're trying to scrutinize has such a strong attachment and strong devotion to the concluding premise, to the controlling premise that the Earth is a sphere, that it's intrinsic to and supposedly a logical antecedent to basic geometric concepts and the laws of physics itself. So,
yeah, and put aside the fact that there are political biases within academia, right? That aside, people just make genuine mistakes, right? So.
So does anyone want to prove that the Earth is a ball?
I think Georgie has some proof.
No, I was just
No, you have some proof. Show it.
piping in.
No, where's the proof?
Okay, I'm gonna
Don't
post
be
it in
shy,
chat.
dude. Stop being like that. Just tell me the proof. I want to hear it.
I can't. It's an image.
No, just tell me. I can't look at the image. Just I'm driving. Tell me.
You're driving.
Come on, hurry up.
Oh, well, I told you I don't have anything.
I gotta
was
turn.
just
I gotta
gonna
make a right. I gotta make a right turn.
make a
real quick.
right. Here, I posted it in chat.
Like a right angle. Like I gotta make a right turn.
Oh, bazinga!
Do you feel like you're turning at all, Georgie? Or
My turning, yeah. I'm sitting in my swivel chair and I'm kind of
that I'm in right
turning
now.
back and forth.
Yeah.
So, I guess that's rotating more than turning.
Have you ever experienced like a consistent turning, like while you're just standing still?
I've been
Like
pretty
when you
drunk
see the sun
before.
set, how do you feel? Like how do you feel when you see the sunset? Do you feel like the sun is moving? You feel like you're moving? What do you think's moving? How do you feel about that?
I think the Earth is rotating, and the sun goes below the horizon.
The Earth is. So you feel like the Earth is moving.
It kind of doesn't make sense because when you pull the gravitational force, it centers in the Earth's core. That's why it gives it
Hey, Mr. Whispers, I don't know what you're saying.
That's why when it spins,
You're really low, Freedom. We could barely hear you, brother.
Yeah, you gotta speak up a little.
so when it goes backwards, it kind of
You gotta turn it up a little, brother.
use immense speed to start rotating. That's why it's not actually flat or sphere. It's kind of in between. That's what.
All right, so the Earth, you don't feel like the Earth is moving. Chargy does not, or he does feel it's moving. I'm not sure.
I said it's rotating.
So do you
Okay,
feel
it
that?
is rotating, right? So then, so like if I want to go somewhere, all I should have to do is just kind of get up in the helicopter, hover up in the helicopter for a little while, let the destination come to me, or what's going on there?
No, because everything rotates with the Earth.
The sun as well. The sun rotates.
No. Everything on the Earth, within the Earth system, is rotating.
What about the clouds? Are they?
Yeah.
So how do you tell it's rotating then? There will be no Coriolis effect, no reference frame from which to determine it's rotating.
Oh, you look up at the stars, right? The sky.
Wait, so the clouds are moving with you all day?
Yeah.
So then assume that the stars are stationary relative to you, instead of what it appears to be, which is the thing moving.
Right. Yes, you would assume that the stars are stationary.
Said
And the clouds are too, right?
You would assume.
Well, up in the atmosphere, clouds move at a different speed, but they're still rotating with the Earth.
So no Coriolis. It's making it a tough situation for you to prove rotation.
I'm not trying to prove. You just asked me a question. He asked me if I thought the Earth rotates or not. I'm not trying to prove to you guys anything.
Oh, so you just believe it?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's people smarter than me who can do
Yeah, they
proofs
say
or whatever.
there's Coriolis effect, and that's how you know that
that
you're
the
rotating.
Coriolis. Yeah, well, I mean, I just kind of go off of, you go outside and, the position of the sun changes and then the stars come out, and
Tell me
I don't think.
that tells me that the sun moves.
Yeah. See, I think it's simpler, Occam's razor, to believe that the Earth is rotating than that everything in the sky is moving.
That's not Occam's razor.
What's the argument for that?
Occam's razor, the simplest answer is often the correct one.
Yeah, but what's the argument for that?
The one with the least presuppositions.
Right. So do you think that everything is moving? That the sun and the stars and everything that we see in the sky are all moving around us?
That's how it appears, doesn't it?
I think it requires fewer presuppositions to just say it's what it appears to be happening.
Okay, well, I disagree with you that.
So you would say...
You're going to give an argument to refute it, or are you just going to say that?
Hey guys, sorry, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just doesn't think. So maybe he just doesn't think that seems plausible, that the sky would just simply be moving above him. Just doesn't make any sense when he sees the sky moving above him. It doesn't really make sense to be that would actually be the sky moving above him. That's super far fetched, honestly.
Wait, but I thought he said the clouds do move above. Like, why is he drawing a line? You know what I mean? Like, this part of the sky does move above me, but then this part doesn't. Where's the line draw?
It's not consistent.
Well, not every cloud does move in the same direction. So what do you do with that?
Which way so the clouds are moving, right?
Did you hear me when I said, stop telling me that? I don't need you to tell me that anymore in my life. And I never have.
Yeah, early. You're hot, Mike and Gregory.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it sounded personal. Yeah, I mean, maybe he just thinks it, but yeah, it is like a tough thing to say. Well, I believe that we are definitely rotating, and I'm going to use this reference frame to be able to decipher between me rotating and something else rotating, and then saying those things that I'm pointing at, I can't determine it, but I'm going to just say that from here up until that thing, everything is rotating along with me, like the air.
Is he attempting to prove the Earth is a ball?
The clouds. I don't know. Is there any kind of like argument? I'm not sure, or not really an argument, but this is his issue.
Anyone?
Sorry, I'm back. Did we move on? Are we still talking about rotation?
Charzy, were you attempting to prove the Earth is a ball?
No.
Okay. What were you attempting to prove?
I was just stating my observations. I wasn't really trying to prove anything.
What did you observe?
He was trying to prove his observations wrong, actually, is what he was doing.
Oh, yeah. That was definitely...
Yeah, he was like, everything in the sky is moving, but that's wrong. I'm obviously moving.
I wasn't saying that. I was just saying that it makes more sense to me that the sky is fixed and the Earth is rotating than that the Earth is fixed and that everything around us is moving.
How can you turn around what your senses are telling you the ground is stationary and the sky and the heavens above are moving, and you turn against what your senses and say the opposite makes more sense? How can you do that? What you're claiming is nonsense by definition.
Well, you're entitled to
That it
believe
makes more
that.
sense, even though there's no contradiction in either paradigm, and you don't empirically detect the former, but you do empirically detect the latter. You don't see the Earth spinning.
No.
Literally nonsense because you didn't sense it that way.
But he claims it makes more sense, even though it's nonsense.
That makes sense.
I mean, you said you were describing your observations, even though you described the very antithesis of what we always have observed our entire lives. That's nonsensical.
Well, like, how would you test it, Chargy? I mean, you gave I think you gave like we went through the helicopter thing. Is that not a good way to test it? Like, just go up in a helicopter and
No, because the helicopter already has lateral movement relative to the Earth. It's not, since the Earth isn't accelerating or changing its speed. It turns at a constant speed. So if you
How you
just
know
go
that?
up in a helicopter, that lateral movement is imparted onto the helicopter with
I mean,
it.
Except
how
for
do you
the
know that it's
clouds.
moving at a constant speed?
Except for
Not
the
if it
clouds. Right?
accelerates in the opposite direction of the spin. You can neutralize that.
Oh.
Yeah, in which I then answered, why have we also clouds moving in different directions?
Like, if you go outside, you could see two clouds moving in different directions, or?
Yes.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not trying to prove anything. You guys
Is
seem
it
to
like
really want me to.
retrograde?
You're also considering like a
retrograde cloud?
pyroclastic eruption, from a volcano. You would see it trailing in the direction that the Earth is supposedly spinning, but it just flies straight up. It just plumes straight up.
And also the pendulum, which supposedly measures the rotation of the Earth. Why is nobody going and transforming this very motion into perpetuum mobile, which is basically is, if it would work in that way, but it doesn't. It's
I don't know.
mechanical and it's.
What is a pendulum? I don't
That's
know what.
too deep, dude. That was way too deep.
I don't know what you're referring to. Is this like an experiment or something, or?
Well,
Yeah,
we
which is
already
basically
agree that.
accepted by everyone.
Well, I think he has like a belief system. He came in here letting us know it's a belief system, and now he's just like going on how religious he is about it.
To be fair, you guys asked me questions. I wasn't like trying to offer up
I
anything.
did ask you.
That is fair. That is fair.
I was curious of what he thought. Yeah. I was like, if he thought that, like yours, like somebody just mentioned there, like, do you think that the atmosphere is moving with the rotating Earth every step of the way, like 1 foot up, 2 foot up, 3 foot up, like it's almost like it's stuck, like a stick sitting on it, or is it free to move independently in the air?
It does move with it, but it's not like fixed, at different elevations or altitudes. It moves at different speeds.
Like, okay, so it would move at different speeds. How's that? How and why?
I mean, if it moves, then it's
Like,
not
why do you
fixed.
think
If it's fixed, then it's not moved.
Yeah, this guy.
I mean, why must it be the case? Like I think that air can move freely in all directions, right? Like, unless a force is acting on it, right? Because a force is acting on it, but I think it's free to move in all directions. I mean, it's been tested that way. But then, if the Earth is rotating, is it not free to move in all directions, or?
It's to end racism.
What? Yeah, no, I don't know, man. Climate and atmosphere stuff is complicated stuff. I don't have
I mean, you don't have to know.
Yeah.
I was just curious. Kind of like what you thought. If it was just like a stick, like if you can imagine if I had a ball and I put like a rod into it, right? That that we're saying like with the very tip of the rod, 6 feet, 6 foot rod or whatever, touching this little, this little basketball or something. You can imagine what we're saying here is that the tip, the tip of the rod, would it move